It's merely a slime, mused Zhang Ye as he stroked his chin. In the game, slimes are the most insignificant of foes, creatures that even a beginner with a wooden sword can defeat. It should be ideal for my leveling up grind. Let's use this slime to hone my skills first, Zhang Ye remarked. No. Before he could finish, Aila quickly interjected. Zhang Ye was taken aback. He saw Aila gazing at the slime with a grave expression as she whispered, "Why is there a slime here?" Perplexed, he asked what's wrong with the slime. In a somber tone, Aila replied, "This is no ordinary slime as per your world standards. In fact, this slime is exceedingly terrifying." Zhang Ye was stunned. He couldn't imagine that a plump apple-sized slime could ever be deemed terrifying. Observing the creature, he mused, it doesn't seem terrifying at all. In fact, it's rather adorable. Indeed, the slime before him was round and plump, its pink gelatinous body exuding elasticity, accented by two tiny red bean eyes that rendered it charmingly innocent. Placed in a real world, such a creature would undoubtedly make young girls squeal with delight as an irresistibly cute pet. Yet Aila disagreed with Zhang Ye's assessment, shaking her head in disapproval. Don't be deceived by its appearance, Aila cautioned. This slime may appear harmless in its infancy, but if allowed to grow, it could spell disaster for the entire forest of 10,000 beasts, and even the whole world. So exaggerated, gasped Zhang Ye. Absolutely exaggerated. Aila nodded earnestly. If you don't believe me, analyze it for yourself. Oh, how do I analyze it? Followed by a mere shift of thought suffices. Zhang Ye nodded and began to probe the slime. Demon slime, a creature birthed from the primordial essence of the demonic realm, devoid of levels, immune to all physical attacks when unsaturated, and capable of devouring any form of energy, even magic. Zhang Ye looked at the slime in astonishment. Its unusually chubby and adorable appearance hardly seemed to fit the label demon. So it is indeed a demon slime. With furrowed brows, Aila explained, this slime is immune to all physical attacks, and it can even devour magic. Thus no conventional means can harm it. The demon slime, however, boasts remarkably potent vitality, capable of absorbing even the most insidious energies. Moreover, the more energy it consumes, the stronger it becomes, until it eventually transforms into a tidal wave of slimes that could swallow entire cities. Now you understand, don't you? A slime is not just a blank canvas. It is a formidable boss. A truly terrifying and troublesome boss. Zhang Ye grinned and asked, then what shall we do? In the brief pause of their conversation, the slime had crawled over to a stone. Its soft, pliable body enveloped the rock, and in less than 3 seconds the fist-sized stone was completely devoured. Soon after, the slime let out a hiccup, its body visibly expanding. Not good, this slime must have just arrived from the demonic realm, and now it has begun to devour everything. If left unchecked, it's only a matter of time before the entire forest of 10,000 beasts is consumed, and soon you too will be affected. Gasping, Zhang Ye asked, then what can be done to defeat it? Aila shook her head and replied, with your current abilities there is no way, but Zhang Ye urged, hurry, get to the point, spare me the idle chatter. After a brief silence, Aila continued, but there is a way. This slime, still in its nascent stage, is utterly naive about the world, driven solely by its instinct to devour and grow. As long as it hasn't absorbed negative emotions, its threat remains minimal. Thus you still have a chance to tame it. How can we tame it? Inquired Zhang Ye. By winning its affection with love. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Ye pressed on. Aila nodded, of course. Slimes are remarkably malleable, especially in their infancy. They are easily influenced by external factors. If you can make it feel your goodwill and love, to influence it emotionally so that it chooses to follow you, then you can halt its rampant devouring. And then it will become a steadfast ally in battle. Now hurry and try it. Zhang Ye exhaled deeply and grinned. Though the notion was appealing, a question arose, how does one tame it with love? Love? How can one simply decide to love? Undeterred, Zhang Ye resolved to give it a try. Thus Zhang Ye approached the slime, crouched down, and extended his hand, saying, slime, come here. The slime turned its gaze upward, looking utterly puzzled. Admittedly, in that moment the slime was irresistibly endearing. Zhang Ye couldn't help but smile and reached out to stroke it while Aila watched in alarm. Remember, a slime's body is capable of devouring everything. Reaching out without caution is akin to plunging your hand into acid. Yet Zhang Ye's movement was so swift that Aila had no time to stop him. All she could do was watch as his hand came to rest atop the slime. In the very next moment, nothing happened. Aila stared blankly at the unexpected scene. Good kitty, Zhang Ye gently petted the slime's head as if caressing a beloved pet, and instead of devouring his hand, the slime closed its eyes contentedly while emitting soft chirps. This. Aila was startled. By all logic, when one reaches out, the slime should instinctively try to devour, but why? She looked at Zhang Ye only to find him donning a gentle, amiable smile. He chuckled, he, it's simply too adorable. The more I look at it, the more I want to keep it. Aila was left speechless. In that moment she understood. In that instant, the goodwill emanating from Zhang Ye was absorbed by the slime, causing it to refrain from attacking and instead comply with him. But what of this unguarded benevolence? Just moments ago you warned of its terror, yet you carelessly reached out to caress it. Aila was at a loss for words, silently thinking that Zhang Ye was far too audacious. Yet perhaps this very outpouring of genuine kindness had the power to affect the slime. The slime let out a soft chirp, and then with a gentle bounce landed squarely in Zhang Ye's arms cradled by him. So soft and such a pleasant feel, murmured Zhang Ye as he caressed it contentedly. Aila sighed softly. At that moment the pure kindness radiating from him was unmistakable. So pure, so innocent. Adorable, a creature one longs to cherish. Then with another soft chirp, a red magical array the size of a plate materialized before the slime. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up with wonder. Is this magic? Aila, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, unbelievable. It has actively formed a pact. It's all so simple, isn't it? What pact? Zhang Ye asked. Aila quickly explained, it is an equal pact. Once formed, you and the slime become trusted companions in battle. I never expected it to actively form a pact. Hurry and seal the bond. Aila urged. How do we seal it? By shedding blood. Aila stated simply. Zhang Ye was taken aback, grimacing as he said, blood. You don't expect me to bite my finger, do you? That would hurt terribly. Though heroes in novels might bite their finger without a second thought, in reality, who would endure such agony? Determined for the sake of the endearing slime, Zhang Ye steeled himself. He brought his finger to his lips and with resolve bit down. Oof, it hurts. Zhang Ye grimaced, then glanced at his finger. Surprisingly, it turned red, yet did not bleed. Damn, how did those others manage to bite so effortlessly? Zhang Ye grumbled and bit down once more with greater force. This time his finger bled, the pain making him tremble. Truly the heart is connected with the fingertips. Pathetic. Aila muttered, just let the blood drip onto the magical array. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye squeezed a drop of blood onto it. In an instant, the magical array split into two, each fragment merging into the bodies of the slime and Zhang Ye respectively. An equal pact is a two-way bond. Through it you can sense each other's presence and condition. Should one perish, the bond shatters and the other suffers. Aila further explained, moreover, only the one who initiated the pact can voluntarily break it. So to ensure this slime remains by your side as your comrade, you must treat it well, never letting it feel despondent or abandoned. Understand? Certainly, for look. Guchu is just too adorable. Zhang Ye cradled the slime close to his face, nuzzling it affectionately. Aila remarked, you've even given it a name. Guchu the slime chirped cutely at Zhang Ye, who immediately understood its message. Hungry? I'll fetch you something more nourishing than stones, he said. Carrying Guchu in his arms, Zhang Ye walked while searching for stones to feed it, and Aila watched with an amused twitch of her eyelids. Hey, don't just feed it stones. Unable to hold back, Aila remarked, a slime needs energy to grow, stones and leaves carry too little. You must feed it something rich in energy. Something rich in energy. Zhang Ye pondered, then looked at his still bleeding finger. Without hesitation, he offered it to Guchu with a smile. Surely my blood must count as an energy-rich substance. Eat up, Guchu, don't let it go waste. Aila was rendered speechless, thinking this fellow is far too bold. Aren't you afraid Guchu will end up devouring your finger too? Guchu. Guchu looked at Zhang Ye's finger, let out a chirp, and then inched forward to envelop it. In the blink of an eye, the blood on Zhang Ye's finger seemed to vanish before his eyes. It's eaten, it's eaten. Zhang Ye exclaimed excitedly, as if witnessing his pet's very first meal. In the very next moment, Zhang Ye felt a cool sensation emanate from his finger. Remarkably, the wound was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Zhang Ye gazed in disbelief at the scene, and even Aila widened her eyes. Does the slime possess such a healing ability? Indeed, the gel within the slime can heal wounds, however it does so by expending its own energy. Never did I expect this slime to willingly sacrifice its energy to mend your injury. Aila remarked, dumbfounded. I see. Zhang Ye nodded as he observed his finger's wound vanish completely with no pain, while Guchu's body had visibly shrunk, appearing even smaller than before. Guchu, it whimpered weakly. Zhang Ye was momentarily astonished, and inquired, so Guchu sacrificed much of its energy to heal my wound, causing it to shrink, correct? Aila nodded. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Ye pressed Guchu lovingly against his face, exclaiming, this isn't a demon slime at all. It's a little angel. Don't worry, Guchu, I'll find something to feed you, to raise you until you're plump and rosy. With that, Zhang Ye strode forward energetically. Suddenly, he spotted a river. Fortune smiles upon me. There must be fish in the river, or at the very least snails, much richer in energy than mere stones. Come on, Guchu, let's feast on river delicacies. Zhang Ye declared. Aila, watching with an amused smile, commented, this fellow really has boundless nerve. Just be careful not to be devoured by the river's demonic beasts. The scene faded with them heading toward the river. Upon reaching the riverbank, Zhang Ye no longer acted recklessly. He first inspected the small stream. The water was crystal clear and shallow, scarcely reaching his knees, and no large creatures were seen, indicating no imminent danger. Yet out of caution, he fetched a long wooden stick and jabbed it repeatedly into the river. Although no danger was unveiled, he instead prodded out numerous crabs that resembled stones. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye promptly dealt with one stone crab. Stone crab, a river crab that camouflages as a stone devoid of magical power with a hard, edible shell. Since they possessed no magical properties, they did not belong to the realm of magical beasts. Relieved, Zhang Ye grinned and said, Gujo, wait while your brother catches some crabs for you. With that, he rolled up his trousers and carefully stepped into the river. As expected, the water reached only his knees, and he bent over to catch the stone crabs. The stone crabs were only slightly larger than a coin, with the larger ones about the size of hairy crabs. Their round, plump bodies and stone-like patterned shells when curled up on the riverbed made them hard to spot. However, Zhang Ye had his ways. With just a stir of the wood, the stone crabs would be startled and crawl out on their own. The stone crabs moved slowly, and their pincers were small, posing little threat. Quick as lightning, Zhang Ye snatched them one by one, and not minding the mess, stuffed them directly into his side pocket, fastening it securely to ensure none could escape. Before long, Zhang Ye's 4 pockets were brimming. A bountiful harvest indeed. He laughed heartily, leaped back to shore, grabbed a small stone crab, and presented it to Gujio, saying, "Eat up, Gujio." Gujio immediately chirped in delight, enveloping the stone crab with its round body. The crab began to struggle, bubbling as it writhed. The hardened shell melted away at a visibly rapid pace, and before long Gujio completely digested the small stone crab, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, Gujio's body seemed to have grown slightly. Delighted, Zhang Ye continued feeding. "Come on, eat more, get fatter." With a dozen or so stone crabs consumed, Gujio swelled to the size of a pomegranate, noticeably larger than before, also replenishing the energy Zhang Ye had expended for healing. For the remaining stone crabs, Zhang Ye planned to eat them himself, curious about the taste of these exotic crabs. "I'm a bit hungry. Time to fix lunch," he mused. Glancing around, Zhang Ye said, "Let's get a fire going first." There were many ways to kindle a flame. He had even learned several methods from videos. Although the traditional wooden drill method was the most renowned, it was also the most challenging. Unsuitable for a novice like him, Zhang Ye opted for the simplest fire-starting technique, the simple hand-plane method. The simple hand-plane method involves carving a long groove into a soft wooden board, placing combustible tinder at the front, and repeatedly sliding a harder wood strip back and forth until sparks ignite the tinder. Thus, all that remained was for Zhang Ye to find some soft wood and tinder. He searched around and found a piece of wood and a stick, then returned to the riverbank to gather stones. By striking the stones against each other, he obtained a sharply edged shard, which he used to gradually chip the wood into a flat board. It was laborious, but for the sake of savoring stone crabs, Zhang Ye showed remarkable patience. Soon he had fashioned a grooved board and wooden strips using the wood shavings from his effort as tinder. He then gathered some dry twigs and withered leaves for fuel. "Let's begin," he declared. First, he sprinkled some sand into the groove to increase friction for easier ignition, then began rapidly rubbing the groove with the wooden strip. Though it was arduous, his relentless efforts soon turned the groove dark, with soot and blue smoke began to emerge. A spark flared, then extinguished, but Zhang Ye refused to give up and tried again. 3 times in all. There it is. Finally, a spark appeared in the groove. Immediately, Zhang Ye delicately transferred it into the wood shavings and gently blew on it. The spark grew brighter, igniting the wood shavings as blue smoke thickened until a small flame emerged. Excited, Zhang Ye added withered leaves onto the ember while cautiously blowing on it. Before long, a small fire had been kindled. Zhang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. Although the process took over an hour and left him drenched in sweat, for a novice like him, this was quite an accomplishment. Even Aila couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad at all. You've actually managed to start a fire." He chuckled and then fetched some firewood. Once he stoked the fire into a blazing inferno, he threw the stone crabs into it. After struggling briefly, they fell still, and an enticing aroma of crab began to waft through the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Ye removed his damp trousers and hung them by the fire using a branch to dry. This sight caused Aila's cheeks to blush slightly, though she said nothing. Soon the stone crabs were cooked. Using a branch, Zhang Ye fished them out. "Hot, hot. Wow, delightful," he exclaimed as he forcefully cracked open a crab shell, revealing golden crab roe, then began to devour it lavishly. It must be said that the stone crab shell was indeed incredibly hard, requiring an extra stone to break it open, while Gujio crawled over to the discarded shell and even digested it. Seeing this, Zhang Ye immediately stopped Gujio, reasoning that he shouldn't let it eat what could be considered kitchen waste. "Come on, Gujio, try the boiled crab," he said. Zhang Ye picked up a fully cooked large stone crab and placed it before Gujio. "Gujio," the little creature joyfully called out, and the two began to devour the crab with gusto. Soon, having eaten to their fill, it was time to set off. As Zhang Ye rose to extinguish the fire, Aila suddenly pointed toward the river, saying, "Look, there's someone over there." Where? Zhang Ye hurriedly looked and was immediately stunned. He saw a person drifting on the river, moving downstream. As the water was shallow, the individual bumped along clumsily. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye dashed over. Although unsure if the person was alive, he decided to pull her ashore first. He reached her, grabbed her clothing, and with great effort dragged her to the vicinity of the fire. He then examined her closely. She was a woman, and an exceptionally striking one at that. Why striking? It's inexplicable, but she exuded an allure that immediately captivated Zhang Ye. Her features were exquisitely refined, with subtle angles that softened into a gentle allure. Her facial structure resembled that of a Westerner, remarkably three-dimensional. Her beautiful eyes were closed, with red eyelashes accentuated by a natural red eyeshadow, along with her striking brows. Typically, sword-like eyebrows are associated with men, yet her brows were indeed sword-like and vividly red, just like her eyelashes, adding a wild edge to her presence. Moreover, her hair was as fiery red as flames. Even when soaked, it retained an unruffled brilliance resembling blazing fire beneath the water. Though she was soaked from head to toe, she did not appear disheveled. rather an inexplicable beauty emanated from her. Her attire was peculiar, a dark red long robe on the outside paired with a snug white inner garment. The high collar accentuated her graceful swan-like neck, and even in repose the grandeur of her chest was unmistakable. Observing the exquisite design of her robe, Zhang Ye discerned that this woman was no ordinary person. Remarkably, despite being soaked for so long, her robe remained dry, perhaps the secret to her buoyancy. This robe is a piece of magical equipment with powerful resistance to magic. It appears that she is a mage, remarked Aila. A mage? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up briefly, but then he shook his head saying, no, this is not the time to ponder magic. First, let's see if she's alive. He pried open the woman's eyelids and discovered that her eyes were red, resembling beautiful rubies imbued with a hint of flame. Her pupils are not dilated, as she is likely still alive though not breathing, probably waterlogged. We must resuscitate her, Zhang Ye declared, then hesitated. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And chest compressions, he wondered. If I do that, won't it be misunderstood, and then she might wake up and attack me? Yeah. Shaking his head, he added, never mind, saving her comes first. With that, he pried open the woman's mouth, ensured there were no foreign objects, then pinched her nose and blew forcefully into her mouth. As for the thought of savoring delicate lips, rescue came first. Zhang Ye had no time for such notions. He then observed the rise and fall of her chest and began performing chest compressions. Although not entirely by the book, Zhang Ye did his utmost to administer the rescue. After about 10 minutes, just as Zhang Ye was about to resume giving breaths, the woman suddenly coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of water that landed directly in his mouth. Damn! Zhang Ye exclaimed in shock, hurriedly spitting out the water. Even if it had come from a beauty, he found no sweetness in water expelled from another's mouth. Steamed goose heart, ba ba ba. After gagging a few times, Zhang Ye looked at the woman and found she still had not awakened, though her breathing had returned. Relief washed over him. She should wake up before long, he thought. He recalled that she seemed to be a mage. If she woke and he had saved her life, perhaps he could ask her to teach him magic. The thought of the dazzling magic scene in animated films filled Zhang Ye with excitement. He felt a thrill of anticipation. Zhang Ye looked at the woman. Although her magic robe was waterproof, her undershirt and trousers were not so. Aside from the robe, she was completely soaked. Wet clothes would draw away heat and could be dangerous if her body temperature dropped, so he needed to remove them quickly. He cringed inwardly at the thought of undressing someone again. If she woke suddenly, she might mistake him for a pervert. He could not help feeling anxious. Despite his worry, his hands were not slow. The woman's garments were simple, and soon Zhang Ye had carefully removed them, revealing a pale body before him. She still wore undergarments, but seeing her well-proportioned form, he felt his cheeks flush. The muscle lines and visible abdominal definition made him wonder if she was a melee mage. Having removed her clothes, Zhang Ye realized the woman was strikingly impressive. Her body was not fragile or slender. Instead, it possessed tightly honed, harmonious musculature that suggested power, without stiffness, a singular streamlined beauty that only made her figure more arresting, and those long legs made Zhang Ye feel slightly overwhelmed. She was very tall, roughly as tall as Zhang Ye, at about 1.85 meters, though her legs appeared noticeably longer. With such a physique and such a face and untamed beauty, Zhang Ye felt a touch faint. He moved her to the fire, hung her clothes to dry, and hurried to step aside. He murmured to himself to stay composed, reminding himself that he was a gentleman, and that everything he did was to save a life, though after all, checking her condition was necessary. He stole a glance and admired her beauty, then turned away in embarrassment, chastising himself for being frivolous while insisting that a medical check was justified. Worried that her breathing might stop, he glanced once more and was startled by her physical endowments. He coughed and chastised himself for looking. Aila watched Zhang Ye and could not help smiling at him. He insisted he was upright, yet kept sneaking glances. He had not behaved indecently, though every action had been cautious and motivated by a desire to help, even removing her clothing with extreme care, so as not to touch her unnecessarily. That contradiction made him oddly endearing to Aila. Then Zhang Ye asked whether humans could perform an analysis. Aila replied that they could, and Zhang Ye immediately cast an analysis on the woman. Leona Kaluoming's Saintrank powerhouse possesses surging fire magic and formidable physical strength, currently suffering from magical corruption. A Saintrank powerhouse, Zhang Ye repeated in wonder. Aila explained that the world's power system ranged from lower ranks up to 10th rank, beyond which lay the Saintrank. A Saintrank being, Aila said, could with a single strike raise a city, though every movement carried immense might. Moreover, Leona's exceptional physique suggested she was not an ordinary Saintrank, but one who had cultivated both magic and martial prowess. Magic martial dual cultivation, Zhang Ye murmured, is the sort of power that surpasses tears in fantasy tales. He then remembered something and asked about Gujiao, which was described as rankless. Aila explained that being rankless did not equate to weakness. Rankless denotes a special existence beyond normal hierarchical systems, which could be either feeble or terrifyingly powerful. Zhang Ye understood. Gujiao, though not presently destructive, could, if left unchecked to devour, become a threat to the entire world. Yet the adorable Gujiao was nuzzling against him like a spoiled pet, which made him all the more fond of it. While stroking Gujiao, Zhang Ye told himself that he had planned to seek habitation first, but now that Leona lay there, he could not abandon her. Bringing her would slow his travel, so he decided to establish a temporary camp and make plans once she awakened. As a saint, she should be able to lead him out of Wanshou Forest when she recovered. Resolved, Zhang Ye chose to find temporary shelter. He asked whether it was safe to leave her where she lay. Aila nodded and reassured him that though he could not sense it without magic, even unconscious Leona emitted powerful magical fluctuations that deterred ordinary beasts, so leaving her there briefly was fine. Zhang Ye relaxed somewhat. He had feared returning to find Leona carried off by predators, but Aila's answer eased that worry. He put on his dried trousers, and set out to find a suitable place to make a shelter. After more than an hour of searching, he found a rock face about 200 meters from the river. Beneath it lay a cave with an abandoned iron pot and the remnants of a fire. According to Aila, it looked like an abandoned adventurer camp, perfect for his needs. He returned to the fire, gathered kindling, and sparked the old pit back to life, then clumsily helped Leona don her robe and hoisted her onto his back. My God, she is heavy, Zhang Ye thought as he lifted her, and realized she felt heavier than himself, perhaps close to 200 Jin. Aila explained that Leona's muscle density was so great that without the instinctive use of magic to lighten her weight, her mass might amount to several tons. Zhang Ye gaped in disbelief, imagining women in that world all being that heavy. Aila rolled her eyes and clarified that most people were not so heavy. Even a saint rank mage normally weighed like an ordinary person. Leona's unusual mass came from her magic martial training. In close combat, a greater mass increases kinetic energy and impact, so such cultivators often store large reserves of nutrition. Also, you cannot judge weight by appearance, Zhang Ye said with a laugh. Then he gritted his teeth and began to carry Leona toward the campsite 200 meters away. After about 50 meters, he began to pant. It felt unbearably heavy. Suddenly his foot faltered and he nearly dropped to his knees, forcing himself to steady his stance. It seemed to grow heavier still, but Zhang Ye dismissed it as his own fatigue. You could drag her, Aila suggested, since her physique was so strong that she would not be harmed. Zhang Ye protested that dragging would increase the contact area with the ground and thus friction, making it more arduous. Aila blinked and watched Leona's chest press and shift against Zhang Ye's back. Zhang Ye added with mock solemnity that he could not let a beauty kiss the earth. He argued that any intimate contact should be with him, then kept gritting his teeth and marching step by step. Finally, after 100 meters, he could not hold on. His body pitched forward, and Leona collapsed onto him, nearly squeezing the breath from his lungs. He shoved her aside and lay panting on the ground. Exhausted, he wondered aloud why she felt increasingly heavy. Aila suggested that Leona's magic might be nearly depleted and urged him to hurry, but once her magic ran out, he would find her impossible to carry. He gulped, rested for a minute, then hoisted Leona again, chanting to himself to make one final push. He shouted and forced himself forward, though his speed was slower than his usual jog. Leona remained crushingly heavy and seemed to grow heavier. By the time he had covered 150 meters, he felt as if she weighed the equivalent of 300 Jin. Had he not kept in shape, he would have collapsed. Sweat streamed from his brow and drenched his clothes. Carrying Leona those 200 meters felt more exhausting than a 10-kilometer run. In the last 20 meters, her weight swelled beyond 300 Jin, and his legs trembled with every step. He dared not stop, fearing he would not be able to lift her again. Abandoning her in the forest was unthinkable. He pressed on, and upon reaching the cave, tossed Leona aside and collapsed to the ground, gasping and spent. Aila watched and shook her head, remarking that he need not have exerted himself so much if he had chosen not to rescue her. Zhang Ye smiled and said he could not ignore her. She was the first person he had encountered in this world, and she was a great beauty. A hero, he declared, must rescue the beauty. He added with a grin that perhaps if he saved her, she might teach him magic when she woke. Aila found his motives amusing. Yet Aila believed Zhang Ye did not save the woman solely because of her looks or the prospect of learning magic. He saved her simply because he wanted to, just as with Gujiao earlier. He acted out of a personal wish to protect and care. I'm hungry. After such a long time, Zhang Ye felt that the few stone crabs he had just eaten had been digested, and he was hungry again. So he decided to go out and find something to eat. He first caught some stone crabs from the river, then wandered around the woods, but found nothing. Green forest fruit, crisp and tender, slightly sweet, rich in various vitamins, edible. Red berry, soft and tender, sweet and sour, rich in various vitamins, edible. Rock mushroom, soft and bouncy, sweet, rich in various minerals and amino acids, edible. There were also inedible ones. Blueberry, unripe. Red berry, slightly toxic, not recommended for consumption. 7-step jujube, soft and sticky, sweet and greasy, highly toxic, inedible. Rock bear droppings, gritty texture, bitter taste, inedible. Zhang Ye. He quickly threw away what he had in his hands, his face filled with horror. What the heck, it's just dung. I thought it was some kind of mushroom. Aila watched and burst into laughter. Zhang Ye hurried to the riverbank to wash his hands, then happily headed back to the cave. Having gathered so many fruits, it should be enough to eat. Hee, thanks to nature's gifts. Here, Guqiu, have a mushroom. Zhang Ye handed the white mushroom to Guqiu on his shoulder, and Guqiu immediately wrapped it up, digesting it, its little eyes squinting with delight. Back in the cave, the abandoned copper pot from the adventurer came in handy. After Zhang Ye cleaned the copper pot, he also washed the stone crabs and white mushrooms several times, tossing them into the pot to prepare a soup. Let's do this. While the crab mushroom soup was cooking, Zhang Ye ate fruit, fed Guqiu, and chatted with Aila. By the way, it seems that Leona is being eroded by magical power. What's going on? Zhang Ye asked. There are many attributes of magical power erosion, such as fire magical power erosion, ice magical power erosion, etc. There are many classifications within them. Currently looking at her symptoms, it is unclear which attribute of magical power has eroded her. Aila paused and said, even if we know there's nothing you can do. So you should take this time to cultivate while she still has magical power to deter magical beasts. Otherwise, once her magical power runs out, magical beasts will dare to approach. At that time, she did not continue, but Zhang Ye understood and still asked, will she be in danger? Currently, it seems there should be none, but if time drags on, we don't know. Aila said, I see. Zhang Ye nodded and asked, how do I cultivate? Just like analysis of thought is enough, and the system will automatically assist you in cultivating, Aila replied. Oh, Zhang Ye nodded, focusing his thoughts. Suddenly, he felt some changes in his body. It seemed that an invisible force was drawing certain abilities from the surroundings into his body, making him feel warm and very comfortable. So this is cultivation. Does that mean I can cultivate at any moment, even while sleeping? Zhang Ye exclaimed joyfully. In theory, yes, but the speed of passive cultivation like this is not impressive. Only when you calm your mind and enter a meditative state will the cultivation speed increase. If there are special cultivation methods or magic arrays, it will be even faster, Aila said. So how do I meditate? Zhang Ye asked. Calm your mind, and gradually you will enter a meditative cultivation state. However, in that state you will be unguarded and your perception of the surroundings will be significantly weakened, Aila replied. Zhang Ye nodded. Then I should wait to meditate so the soup doesn't boil dry. Soon the crab mushroom soup was ready. After it cooled a bit, Zhang Ye picked up the pot and took a sip. Wow, so fresh, he exclaimed, but did not immediately start devouring it. Instead, he brought the soup to Leona's side. You aren't planning to feed her, are you? Aila asked. Of course, Zhang Ye nodded. Everyone needs to eat right. A magician is no exception. Upon hearing this, Aila did not stop him. Zhang Ye lifted Leona's head, gently pried her cherry lips open, and poured the soup gradually into her mouth. As the soup entered, Leona instinctively began to swallow. Hey, she's drinking. Zhang Ye smiled. Since she could drink soup, there was no need to worry about her starving for a short time. Aila watched this scene in silence. In fact, with the vitality of a saint-level magician, even if she didn't eat or drink for more than 10 days, there would be no life-threatening danger. As a powerful being proficient in both magic and martial arts, Leona's vitality was naturally even stronger. She could easily go a month or two without food or water. However, she did not say this. She felt that at this moment the careful way Zhang Ye was feeding Leona's soup seemed very gentle. However, shortly after she heard Zhang Ye mumbling, I've been so good to you that when you wake up you should definitely repay me. It is said that the first beauty you see upon arriving in another world is the heroine. So you must survive the magical power erosion and absolutely cannot die, understand? Aila retorted, by your logic, I should be the heroine. Zhang Ye glanced at her, continuing to feed Leona's soup, while saying, go away, you aren't even a fraction of my size. What heroine? Go play somewhere else. Aila. Ugh, so annoying. Ignoring the sulking Aila, Zhang Ye finished feeding an entire pot of soup to Leona, then drank the dregs clean and began to leisurely crack the stone crabs while eating the white mushrooms. This is so delicious, it's a pity you can't eat it, Zhang Ye said while eating, looking at the tightly closed eyes of Leona. Then he turned to Aila and asked, Aila, do you want some? Aila shook her head. I'm just a projection, not my true self. I don't need to eat. Well, even if I were my true self, I wouldn't need to eat. Zhang Ye nodded. Oh. Can others see you? Aila replied. No, and your conversations with me will be blocked by the world's laws. No one can hear them. So to avoid being seen as a fool talking to yourself, you can communicate with me through your thoughts. I see. Come, Guccio, eat crab. Zhang Ye nodded. Guccio, after eating and drinking to satisfaction, Zhang Ye burped and said, okay, let's start cultivating. Saying this, he sat cross-legged like in Taoist cultivation, facing the sky, which made Aila laugh and cry. Meditation doesn't require such a posture, but Zhang Ye liked it, so she didn't say much. Zhang Ye closed his eyes, mumbling, empty. Gradually, his breathing became calm and prolonged, and Aila could sense that the speed at which magical energy particles flowed into Zhang Ye's body was increasing. She was slightly surprised. He actually entered meditation so quickly. It should be noted that while meditative cultivation sounds easy, it is not simple. For most people, the first step in meditative cultivation is to perceive the magical energy between heaven and earth, then guide the energy into their bodies for circulation and refinement before integrating it. Although the system had omitted the guiding and refining process for him, the perception of magical energy was something Zhang Ye had to do himself. Typically, it could take a considerable amount of time for someone to perceive magical energy, at least a month or even several months. Those with poor aptitude might even take years or perhaps never perceive magical energy at all. Whereas Zhang Ye was able to meditate and cultivate in under a minute after closing his eyes. Even genius-level figures in this world would need several hours or even days to perceive magical energy. However, after the surprise, Aila felt it was expected. After all, he was a person chosen by the world. He couldn't be lacking, could he? Thus, Zhang Ye began to absorb the surrounding magical energy, and the speed of absorption grew faster and faster. His body acted like a vortex, crazily pulling magical energy particles into his body. He appeared to have entered a state of oblivion, losing all sense of time. When Zhang Ye opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. I actually cultivated for so long. Zhang Ye looked at the gradually brightening light outside, surprised. He thought he had only cultivated for a short while. While surprised, he also felt a bit of fear. During cultivation, he had no perception of his surroundings. If magical beasts had approached, they could have taken his life in an instant. Fortunately, with Leona around, the magical energy fluctuations she emitted would warn magical beasts, preventing them from daring to come close. He stood up, joyfully looking at his body. After cultivating all night and sitting cross-legged for the entire night, he not only did not feel sore all over, but instead felt invigorated, his body feeling unprecedentedly comfortable. So comfortable I need to go take a leak quickly. After pulling up his pants and returning, Zhang Ye carefully sensed the changes in his body. He could feel a force flowing within him, presumably magical power. This force could be controlled at will. He opened his hand, and immediately a faint glow appeared on it, a manifestation of condensed magical power. Wow! Zhang Ye exclaimed excitedly, saying, "Now I'm also a magician, right?" Aila crossed her arms and said, "You still have a long way to go. Most people in this world can achieve this. You have only just touched the threshold of magic. You need to be able to truly cast a first-tier magic spell to be considered a magician." Casting magic. Zhang Ye scratched his head. He indeed had magical power, but it seemed to only allow a part of his body to emit light. It was of no real use. No, it is still useful, like not worrying about peeing on my feet at night. Nightlight chicken he. Cough. It seems I need to learn magic. How should I go about it? According to Aila, as long as someone casts a spell, he can analyze it, and once the analysis is complete, he can master the spell. Therefore, he needs to find someone to secretly learn from. Thus his gaze fell upon the still, unconscious Leona. He sighed. She hasn't woken up yet, and there is no one around, so it seems he can only wait. However, he did not feel discouraged. First, I need to find something to eat. He went into the forest to find some edible plants, then caught a few stone crabs from the river, and even managed to catch a fish. The fish was a female roe fish that when in danger shoots out its unfertilized eggs to divert the attention of predators. It is a non-magical creature with delicious edible meat, while the male of this fish is called. This fish is a bit off. Zhang Ye looked at the roe fish that resembled a catfish with some disdain, but distaste aside, he still had to eat. As for other food sources, there were none nearby. Perhaps due to the magical fluctuations radiating from Leona, he saw no wild beasts or magical creatures around. So his current food sources consisted of edible plants from the forest and river fish. As for the more distant areas, he dared not venture. According to Aila, although he now had magical power, his rank was merely the lowest tier, and the power of his magic was just light, and a slight enhancement of his physique with no other uses. Even encountering a first-tier magical beast would be troublesome. Zhang Ye returned to the cave contented. After cooking a pot of soup with mushrooms and wild vegetables he gathered from the forest along with river delicacies, he first fed Leona some soup, while saying if she drinks so much soup will she need to pee. She won't wet herself, right? Aila replied. Your concerns are quite strange. You don't need to worry about that. The magical power within a mage will eliminate food residues, so the stronger the mage, the less the need for excretion. Only eating and not excreting. That's a bit overbearing. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Aila. After feeding Leona, Zhang Ye also filled his own stomach along with Gujio, and then he began his cultivation. He needed to cultivate to the first tier as soon as possible. Once he reached the first tier, his magical power could condense into a magic bullet which would provide him with a certain degree of self-protection. Given Zhang Ye's cultivation speed, by afternoon his body flashed, and he opened his eyes. Nice, I made it to the first tier. Zhang Ye exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist. He then spread his hands with a faint glow emanating from his palms. A white light sphere the size of a marble began to condense in his hand. Go Kamehameha. Zhang Ye struck a rather pretentious pose, then the magic bullet in his hand flew forward at a moderate speed, landing on the rock wall, with a pop exploding like a firecracker, leaving a small white mark on the wall. And that was weak. Zhang Ye scratched his head. Aila said, of course it's weak. You're only at the first tier. Once you reach the holy tier, a magic bullet condensed with all your magical power could destroy a city of 100,000 people. Is it really that powerful? Zhang Ye asked in surprise. Absolutely. However, the magic bullet is just the most basic use of magical power. The real strength lies in magic itself. The power of magic is several times, even dozens or hundreds of times more potent than that of a magic bullet. However, the magic bullet does have its advantages. It requires no chanting, no guidance, and no need to draw magic circles. Just condensing magical power is enough, which is very simple. So in battles among mages, magic bullets are also a very effective means of attack. It's like a basic attack, I get it. Zhang Ye nodded. Aila found Zhang Ye's straightforward and simple understanding somewhat amusing, but he was indeed correct. The use of magic bullets is akin to a mage's basic attack, just as a swordsman's slash and an archer's shot. However, other mages' magical powers have attributes while yours does not. Suddenly, Aila fixed her gaze on Zhang Ye's glowing hand. What attributes? Zhang Ye asked in surprise. Like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, thunder, ice. Each person's physique is different, and their corresponding attributes vary. Some are naturally more attuned to fire, meaning their magical power will lean towards fire. Those naturally attuned to water will have magical power leaning towards water. Before the third-tier mages can learn magic of all elemental attributes, which quickly enhances their understanding of magic. However, after the third tier, they must learn and break through based on their own attributes to progress faster and grow stronger. But you are different. Your magical power has no attributes. So if my magical power has no attributes combined with my ability to analyze magic, does that mean I can learn all types of magic without specializing in one, but rather in multiple? Mastering all attributes. Aila, you really are a little genius. You actually guessed it right. That's indeed the case. Aila nodded a bit helplessly. She was somewhat impressed by Zhang Ye's understanding of the rules. Generally, even if others have the same non-attribute magical power and can learn various attribute magic without conflict due to personal reasons such as learning efficiency, time, talent, etc., they usually cannot achieve mastery of all attributes, at most just multiple attributes. But with the help of the system, as long as you finish analyzing, you can perfectly master various magics, so your non-attribute magical physique indeed allows you to become a mage who masters all attributes without being restricted by attributes. Plus, leveling up by defeating monsters can enhance my physique and spirit, developing in all aspects. I will become a man without weaknesses. That's right, Zhang Ye interjected. Aila, yes. Ha ha ha, I truly am the protagonist. Zhang Ye laughed heartily, feeling very satisfied with himself, even wanting to give himself a thumbs up. By the way, now that I am at the first tier, has the copying slot been unlocked? Zhang Ye asked. Yes, Aila nodded. At the first tier, 2 copying slots are unlocked. You can copy any entity that possesses skills. The skills you copied can then be analyzed, and once the analysis is complete, you can directly master that magic. It can do that. Zhang Ye was thrilled, then turned his gaze to the unconscious Leona. Without saying a word, he performed a copy and checked the skill panel. Metal solidification. Second-tier magic condenses a piece of metal. Power negligible, can be used for shaping. Water droplet technique. Second-tier magic condenses a droplet of water. Power negligible, can be used for drinking. Spark technique. Second-tier magic condenses a spark. Power negligible, can be used for igniting. Light illumination technique. Second-tier magic condenses a light. Point. Power negligible, can be used for illumination. A series of second-tier magic left Zhang Ye stunned. So, I can only copy magic of the same tier or lower? Zhang Ye asked. Aila nodded. Not exactly. You can copy any magic that the other party has mastered. I need to clarify this with you. The analysis itself has no tier restrictions. As long as the other party casts magic and you see or perceive it, no matter the tier, you can directly analyze it. However, if the other party does not directly cast it, you can only analyze their magic through the copying ability, which is referred to as copy and analyze. There are no restrictions on copying and analyzing. However, for copy and analyze currently, you can only analyze magic that has been copied from the same tier. Currently, Zhang Ye seized on the main point. Aila nodded. Yes, currently. Once your tier increases later, analyze and copy will allow you to analyze and copy magic that exceeds your tier, but you probably need to reach the 4th tier for that. The 4th tier, 7th tier, and holy tier are all significant thresholds. Of course, this is for living beings. If magic is stored in books or wands, as long as it's within your perception range, you can analyze and copy any tier. Zhang Ye nodded. Copying and analyzing are two different concepts from copy and analyze, which is something to keep in mind. He then asked if the target releases a magic that is much higher than my tier, I can still directly copy and analyze it, right? Aila replied yes, but analysis takes time, and whether you can release what you copied is another matter. After all, some high-tier magic requires magical power far exceeding your current limit, and there are other restrictions. If your tier is insufficient, it's challenging to release it. Zhang Ye nodded seriously. Then let's raise my tier. He then focused on first-tier magic. Metal manipulation. First-tier magic condenses metal, can shape any metal. Metal hardness is low, power is very weak. Woodvine technique. First-tier magic summons wood vines for whipping and entangling. Resilience is low, power is very weak. Fireball technique. First-tier magic condenses fireballs for short-range attacks. Power is very weak. Light condensation bomb. First-tier magic condenses a light attribute magic ball for short-range attacks. Power is very weak. Well, very weak is still better than negligible power. Zhang Ye currently has only 2 replication slots, allowing him to copy only 2 spells, and due to the nature of the replication and analysis mechanism, he naturally prioritizes spells of the first tier. After some thought, he decided to replicate the golden transformation technique and the fireball spell. The golden transformation technique can condense metal and shape it while making it highly functional, and Zhang Ye felt it would be very useful. As for the fireball spell, he thought it must have higher damage compared to the waterball spell. Given the limited conditions, he chose these 2 for now. Replicate. Replication duration 15 minutes. Immediately, the casting methods for the 2 spells appeared in Zhang Ye's mind. Analyze. Analysis duration for first-tier spells 10 minutes. The analysis time was quite fast, taking only 10 minutes, but the replication duration is 15 minutes. This means that the mastery of the replicated spells can last for 15 minutes, but he must wait until the 15 minutes are up before he can replicate skills for analysis again. However, Zhang Ye was not greedy. On the contrary, he felt very content. He thought this setup was quite powerful. Now I can consider myself a magician. Zhang Ye spread his arms, conjuring a metal sphere the size of a marble in one hand and a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball in the other, smiling with pride. Guju. Beside him, Guju, seeing his happiness, also became cheerful and emitted a cute sound. Seeing Guju happy for him, Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Guju should also have magic. Let me take a look. Although there were no replication slots, he could still check. Replicate. Immediately spells from Guju appeared in Zhang Ye's eyes, revealing only one, which left Zhang Ye dumbfounded. Devour, an unranked innate magic capable of devouring everything and enhancing oneself. Replication duration 1 second. Analysis duration 1 second. Current replication slots are full, cannot replicate. Though it was only a brief 8-character introduction, the phrase devour everything and enhance oneself sounded incredibly powerful. With this skill, Zhang Ye essentially possessed Guju's abilities, able to devour everything such as stones and plants, which could all become nutrients to strengthen him. Even feces could. Ahem, that shouldn't be, definitely not. In short, it could devour everything to enhance oneself, which was very domineering. Such a skill would be considered top tier in any novel. Moreover, both the replication duration and analysis duration were only 1 second, which further demonstrated the uniqueness of this skill. Therefore, Zhang Ye decided that once the replication duration was over, he would immediately replicate and analyze this skill. Zhang Ye went outside to test the power of his magic. First, let's cast a fireball spell. With a flick of his hand, a fireball shot forward, moving faster than a magic missile. It struck a tree trunk not far away, producing a loud bang as the bark exploded, leaving behind charred marks and smoke rising. Zhang Ye hurried over and brushed off the embers from the tree, mumbling, "Setting fire to the mountains, the prison will be full." Ella. Then Zhang Ye looked at the marks on the tree and nodded. That would definitely break skin if it hit someone right. Ella, you can try it. Zhang Ye smiled awkwardly. Maybe that's better left alone. Then he moved on to the golden transformation technique. He opened his hand, forming a metal sphere the size of a marble, somewhat resembling copper, which could be molded freely. Zhang Ye shaped it into the form of a coin, grinning. With this golden transformation technique, can I condense gold in the future? Ella shook her head. High-tier gold magic can condense gold, but only gold from other realms which carries magical essence and cannot be used for spending. Zhang Ye nodded. True, otherwise every magician would be able to produce gold coins themselves. The golden transformation technique was much more fun than the fireball spell, as a lump of metal in Zhang Ye's hand was like modeling clay, easily shaped. So he molded it into a tiger claw and wore it on his hand, punching a few times with a semblance of skill. This first-tier magic consumes quite a bit of mana. After casting 4 first-tier spells, I used up nearly 1/5 of my magic power. This means that in a fully charged state, I can cast 20 first-tier spells, which isn't quite enough. Zhang Ye clicked his tongue. Ella shrugged. That's already quite impressive. The magic power within you is refined by the system, making it the purest form of magic. Moreover, your mana reserve is much greater than that of ordinary magicians. Generally, when a magician just advances to the first tier, they can only cast 5 first-tier spells at most, while you are much stronger than the average person. Zhang Ye nodded, scratching his head with a smile, feeling satisfied. Of course, as you continue to practice, both your mana reserve and the quality of your mana will gradually surpass others of the same tier. That's the benefit of the system, and of course, it's also due to your own physical constitution. Ella said, in your world's terms, you have a remarkable skeletal structure, naturally possessing more mana reserves than the average person. Zhang Ye said proudly, of course I am the protagonist. Ella, no, this guy cannot boast, he has no idea what humility is. Suddenly Guju called out, its small eyes fixed on the fireball in Zhang Ye's hand. Zhang Ye could feel the yearning emanating from their contract. By the way, Guju seems to be able to devour magic. Zhang Ye remembered, then crouched down and offered the fireball to Guju. Can you eat it? Zhang Ye asked curiously. Guju immediately jumped onto Zhang Ye's hand, wrapping around the fireball. The fireball rolled around inside it, and then vanished while Guju burped, its size increasing slightly. It can really eat it. Zhang Ye exclaimed in surprise. Ella said, of course, otherwise how could it be called the devouring slime? Moreover, magic is richer in mana compared to regular food, which is a great tonic for slimes. So you can cast more spells for it to eat, allowing it to grow faster. Alright. Zhang Ye nodded, conjuring another fireball. Eat up, Guju, grow quickly, as I will be relying on you to dominate the other world in the future. Guju happily called out, starting to devour the fireball. For every fireball Zhang Ye conjured, Guju consumed another. After devouring more than a dozen fireballs, Zhang Ye suddenly felt dizzy and slightly fatigued. He shook his head and said, so using up magic power has side effects, right? That's right. If your magic power is completely exhausted, you will feel unwell, and magic overexertion can lead to fainting or even life-threatening situations. Therefore, it is crucial for magicians to ensure their magic power is abundant. Ella nodded. Got it, so restoring magic power just requires meditation, right? Zhang Ye nodded. Yes, and when the system assists you in training, it will also accelerate your magic recovery. At this rate, without entering meditation, you can recover 10% of your magic power every 2 seconds. During meditation, the recovery rate can increase 3 to 4 times. Zhang Ye exclaimed joyfully. So that means even without meditation, my magic power can be fully restored in 20 seconds. As long as I maintain a frequency of 1 spell per second, I should be able to keep using my magic power, right? Ella nodded. Without further ado, Zhang Ye activated the system training, and from now on he would train without stopping. Zhang Ye immediately felt the surrounding magic power begin to flow into his body, and the magic power that had previously been depleted started to become abundant again. Alright, the duration is almost up, let's continue to replicate and analyze magic. Zhang Ye chuckled, then directly replicated and analyzed Guju's Devour. 1 second later the analysis was complete, and he mastered it perfectly. Zhang Ye felt the magical utility of this spell and nodded, saying, "Now I can eat everything just like Guju, including magic, and whatever I consume will be converted into energy, enhancing my physique, soul, and magic power. The more I eat, the more I enhance." Zhang Ye laughed. However, Aila shook her head. "That's how slimes work. For you the result has no limit, but the process does have restrictions. After all, you are not a slime. You can devour everything, but the energy you consume cannot exceed your physical limits, or you will burst." Zhang Ye nodded. He thought this was reasonable, otherwise in the early stages he could just find some rare treasures to munch on and become a saint in no time. Physical strength determines the devouring limit. After feeding Guju another dozen fireballs, it suddenly stopped eating, closing its eyes as the gel inside it transformed into a vortex beginning to spin like a washing machine. "What is Guju doing?" Zhang Ye asked curiously. "Digesting. After a slime devours a large amount of energy, it enters a digestive state. Currently Guju is still very weak. Those dozens of fireballs are already a significant boost for it. It needs some time to digest, but with the digestive capability of a slime it should finish in no time. Once it finishes digesting, it will also grow stronger, and its digestive capacity will improve further." "I see. But if Guju were to eat a holy tier spell all at once, would it burst?" Zhang Ye asked. "No, slimes are not like humans, their devouring limits are extremely high. Not to mention a single holy tier spell, even 100 holy tier spells given time, they can devour them. However, when devouring such massive energy, they will instantly enter a digestive state. Although they can continue to devour, their efficiency will be low until digestion is complete. Moreover, the more energy they devour, the longer the digestion time. If Guju were to devour 100 holy tier spells at once, it would probably take over a decade to digest. To grow to the point where it can instantly digest holy tier spells also requires time, so while slimes have nearly limitless appetites, their digestive capabilities still have restrictions and must progress gradually. Furthermore, when a slime is in a digestive state, it is very vulnerable. At that time, it is not immune to physical attacks. A single punch can scatter it, and then it would be dead. Thus, the easiest way to kill a slime is to feed it until it is full and then deal sufficient physical damage while it digests. Of course, this simplicity only applies in the early stages. A few low-tier spells can satisfy it and put it in a digestive state, but later on, to satiate a slime, even hundreds of holy tier spells may not be enough. "I see." Zhang Ye nodded, then carefully cradled Guju in his arms, saying, "I must protect it well." Seeing this, Aila smiled slightly, but said nothing. Zhang Ye then returned to the cave, checked on Leona, and resumed his meditation practice. He cultivated until nightfall. A flash of white light. Zhang Ye opened his eyes, their pupils shimmering with inner radiance. "Nice. I've reached the second tier." With 3 replication slots now available at this tier, he immediately initiated Replicate and Analyze upon Leona. Metal Blade Art, a second tier spell that condenses a metallic blade. Its offensive power modest. Vine Serpent Art, a second tier spell that summons serpentine vines for lashing and binding. Its efficacy limited. Water Cannon Art, a second tier spell that coalesces a pressurized jet of water, modest in force and short in range. Great Fireball Art, a second tier spell that conjures a blazing fireball, limited in destructive power and reach. Stone Armor Art, a second tier spell that manifests rocky plate armor, offering only marginal protection. Paralysis Art, a second tier spell that discharges electric currents to induce temporary paralysis, its effect faint. The replication window for second tier spells remained 15 minutes, while analysis required a full 30 minutes. Thereafter, Zhang Ye replicated 3 spells every 15 minutes and analyzed them, repeating this cycle patiently until he had fully deciphered every second tier spell Leona knew. After tending to his bodily needs outdoors, he slipped silently to the riverside under cover of darkness. Exploiting crab's phototaxis, he cast light emission art and gathered numerous stone crabs, 2 fish, and several shrimp. He simmered a fragrant river-fresh soup using the leftover mushrooms and wild greens from noon. As always, he fed Leona first. Only after she had finished did he savor the meal himself. By nightfall, Gujo had completed digestion and swelled to the size of half a basketball, plump and gelatinous like an enlarged gummy candy. Zhang Ye grew ever fonder, cradling Gujo close he refused to let go, and sank once more into cultivation. At his current pace, he estimated he would ascend to the 3rd tier within another day. Then by replicating and analyzing higher tier spells, he would finally be ready to venture forth, to hunt monsters and advance his strength. Eager and buoyed by visions of what lay ahead, Zhang Ye drifted into deep meditation. Midnight arrived. Immersed in stillness, he remained utterly unaware of his surroundings, while Gujo nestled in his arms slipped into peaceful slumber. Sleep was not biologically necessary for Gujo, but nestled against Zhang Ye, it felt so profoundly soothing that it fell asleep instantly. Pale moonlight spilled across the forest, bathing the dim night in silvery hush. Intermittent chirps, bird calls, and distant roars of magical beasts lent the woods an air of mystique, until suddenly the insects fell silent. The forest beyond the cave seemed muted, as if plunged into absolute stillness. Leona's eyes snapped open. Her right eye blazed crimson, fierce as living flame, while her left glowed violet, its scara drowned in inky blackness, exuding an eerie, otherworldly aura. Her heterochromatic gaze flickered in the dark. She did not rise. Instead, she turned her head slowly toward Zhang Ye. Her expression softened gently. Though her body lay unconscious, her awareness remained lucid, fully perceiving all that transpired around her, including how Zhang Ye had saved her, including how he had removed her garments, how he had muttered she was heavy, how he had carried her to the cave, fed her broth, and spoken to her tenderly. Every detail resonated within her consciousness. When he bore her weight and sensed her growing heavier, it was not due to waning magic, but her own deliberate exertion. She had tested him. Could he endure her steadily increasing burden all the way to the cave? And in part it was retribution for his careless remark about her weight. In the end, he succeeded. He never abandoned her. Nor did he overstep even once. All of it she witnessed clearly. She had not awakened earlier because she could not. Her body was besieged by demonic energy from the netherworld realm, demanding her full will to resist. That infernal power was overwhelming. She had nearly been subdued multiple times, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Should she succumb, her soul would be devoured and her body transformed into a mindless, slaughter-driven abomination, unleashed upon the world. So hold on through the demonic corruption. Don't you dare die, understand? Suddenly Zhang Ye's voice pierced her fading awareness, jolting her consciousness back, forcibly arresting the netherworld energy's advance. She had nearly failed. Had his voice not roused her in that critical instant, her soul would have already dissolved into nothingness. Thank you. Her lips formed the words, silent yet unmistakable in intent. Then she closed her eyes again. The demonic energy was not yet subdued. Her struggle continued. A faint, subtle smile curved her lips, minimal in motion yet breathtaking in its grace. Marry him. Let me survive first. Netherworld energy, submit. The next morning Zhang Ye stretched languidly, then hurried outside to relieve himself. He waved his hand and nodded confidently. I'll reach the 3rd tier tonight. Keep going, Ali Gay. Now time to eat. With that he conjured several great fireballs as Gujio's breakfast. At the riverside he glanced at the stone crabs beneath the water, and a sly grin spread across his face. Ha ha, this time young master won't need to wade in and soak his trousers to catch you. Standing at the bank he spread his palms wide. The river surged in response. Crabs, fish, and shrimp rose helplessly from the riverbed, trapped within rising orbs of water, until over a dozen shimmering spheres, each cradling fresh river fare, floated obediently to his side. Zhang Ye burst into triumphant laughter. The system's analytical power was truly extraordinary. Once a spell was fully deciphered, mastery became absolute. What did absolute mastery mean? Instantaneous casting, effortless without delay. Simultaneous casting, multiple spells unleashed at once. No incantations, no gestures, no arcane matrices. As long as his magical reserves held, a mere thought summoned any number of spells, freely, fluidly, even dozens in unison, consuming his entire reservoir in one dazzling cascade. Just now he'd used water cannon art to gather river fare, drawing water directly from the stream, enveloping prey within controlled spheres and guiding them to his side. Under absolute mastery, his command over magic was seamless, intuitive, precise, as natural as moving one's own limbs. Next he forged slender metal skewers to impale the catch, planning to boil half into soup and grill the rest. After days of broth alone, his palate yearned for richer flavor. He carried the haul back to the cave, conjuring a metal basin to hold it. Then he ventured into the woods to forage wild fruits and chilies for seasoning, and even encountered friendly neighbors, blossom bees. Blossom bees were sub-tier magical beasts, akin to Earth's honeybees, capable of producing golden nectar. Zhang Ye thus engaged them in amicable negotiation, and borrowed a generous supply of honey. Honey would elevate the barbecue's aroma and depth. Delighted, Zhang Ye prepared to depart, only to receive warm, buzzing farewells from his new neighbors. Touched by their enthusiasm, he circled back and borrowed just a bit more honey. This should suffice for several barbecues, he chuckled. Gratitude to nature's bounty. Back in the cave, he snapped his fingers. A tiny flame leapt from his fingertip, igniting the hearth. Such flare would make lighting a cigarette look effortlessly cool, and no need to gather firewood. He simply conjured branches with magic and tossed them into the flames. He built 2 fires, one for simmering soup, one for grilling, and worked with feverish energy. As honey glistened on sizzling skewers, fragrance bloomed rich and intoxicating. Zhang Ye inhaled, deeply entranced. Unnoticed beside him, Leona, eyes still closed, twitched her delicate nose, then surreptitiously swallowed. Should be done. Zhang Ye lifted a skewer of grilled shrimp, blew gently, and took a bite, his face alight with pure bliss. Delicious, he exclaimed, then devoured it with fervor, nearly scorching the metal skewer with friction. Gujio watched enthralled. Here, try my cooking, buddy. Zhang Ye grinned and offered the shrimp skewer. He expected Gujio to swallow skewer and all, yet instead 2 soft, dexterous hands emerged from its pliant body, grasped the skewer, and mimicked Zhang Ye's motions, feeding itself with eager rhythmic bites. Zhang Ye stared astonished, then erupted in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Gujio can skewer grill now. Excellent, excellent. And so the two, man and creature, feasted wildly shrimp, fish, mushrooms, wild greens, grilled, devoured, savored without restraint. After eating, Zhang Ye dutifully fed Leona broth. Gazing at her striking, resolute features, he murmured softly, "When will you awaken? I'm counting on you to teach me magic." Once Leona had finished, Zhang Ye resumed cultivation, persisting until nightfall when a radiant white light flared across his body. Ascension, third tier. Third tier. Zhang Ye opened his eyes and immediately began to replicate and analyze skills. Fireball, third tier. Fire magic conjures a fireball that inflicts damage in a targeted manner. Water whip, third tier. Water magic shapes water into a whip, inflicting damage with a swing of the arm. Earth spike, third tier. Earth magic summons earth spikes that inflict damage in a fan shape. Starting from the third tier, there is no longer an assessment of power, as according to AI law, the following spells will increase in power with the user's infusion of magical force and quality. Just like a third-tier mage casting fireball and a saint-tier mage doing the same, the latter's power is undoubtedly many times stronger than the former. The power depends on the individual and cannot be generalized. The duration for replicating third-tier magic remains 15 minutes, while the analysis takes 2 hours. It seems that the replication duration for magic at the same tier as Zhang Ye is also 15 minutes, while the duration for lower-tier magic can last longer. Since Zhang Ye needs to analyze more magic skills quickly, the efficiency of replicating magic at the same tier for analysis is the highest. He did not obsessively analyze zero-tier magic. Starting from the second-tier, magic possesses a certain lethality. For instance, a fireball can kill if it hits a vital spot, and after completing the analysis of fireball, Zhang Ye tried it out and found it could explode and burn a tree trunk as thick as a thigh, definitely fatal if it hit an ordinary person. Moreover, Zhang Ye's perfect control allows him to release multiple spells simultaneously. As long as he has sufficient magical reserves, he can even unleash dozens of fireballs at once. Being hit by dozens of third-tier spells would likely be enough to give even a fourth-tier beast a hard time, so Zhang Ye felt he was already capable of hunting monsters to level up. However, to be safe, he spent some time analyzing all the third-tier magic that Leona had mastered, then practiced for an entire night, improving both the quality and reserve of his magic, completing his skill analysis before preparing to hunt monsters the next day. Early the next morning, Zhang Ye was somewhat impatient. However, he still prepared a pot of soup to feed Leona before setting off to hunt monsters. This time his target was monsters below the third tier. Although his magical power is stronger than that of the same tier, and he can release spells instantaneously enough to kill others of the same tier, he has zero combat experience, so to be safe, he needs to find lower-tier monsters to practice on. Before leaving, he used the third-tier magic stone wall to seal the cave entrance, ensuring that Leona would be safe before stepping into the forest with Gujio. Where are the monsters? Zhang Ye looked around, unsure if it was due to Leona's magical fluctuations, but he couldn't see a single monster around. Although he is now at the third tier, he couldn't clearly sense the magical fluctuations from Leona. AI law said this was due to the large tier difference, and that Leona's magical fluctuations were not directed at him, but rather at the monsters. Coupled with Zhang Ye's lack of the keen instincts that monsters possess, he couldn't feel Leona's magical energy. With no other choice, he could only move farther away. As he walked, Zhang Ye used his magic to leave marks, so he could sense his way back when he returned, preventing him from getting lost in the forest. Zhang Ye still needs to strengthen his control over magic. After all, controlling magic and controlling magical energy are not the same thing. Fortunately, with perfect control over magic, he can also deduce the control of magical energy in return, continuously familiarizing himself with how to use magical energy. He believes that it won't be long before his control over magical energy reaches a perfect level. Due to the tier increase, his physical condition has also significantly improved. After walking several miles through the forest, Zhang Ye did not feel tired at all, but rather increasingly invigorated. Finally, 7 miles away from the rocky cave, he encountered his first monster, a fangtoothed rabbit. Indeed, it's the kind of first-tier monster that AI law said Zhang Ye couldn't defeat. The fangtoothed rabbit. The fangtoothed rabbit resembles a rabbit on Earth, but has 2 pairs of long ears, a size similar to that of a husky, and 2 sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth, which is where its name comes from. Fangtoothed rabbit, first-tier water monster. The fangtoothed rabbit is not a herbivorous monster, but rather an omnivorous monster, eating both grass and meat. Thus, when it saw Zhang Ye, the fangtoothed rabbit not only did not flee, but also stared at him, licking its lips, as if contemplating whether to treat this two-legged beast as food. Instantly, Zhang Ye felt a surge of anger. Hey, I haven't even eaten you yet, and you're already thinking of eating me. Fine, today it's roasted rabbit. With that, Zhang Ye was about to release his magic, but unexpectedly the fangtoothed rabbit acted first, opening its mouth to conjure a water arrow shooting straight towards Zhang Ye's face. Zhang Ye was startled and rolled awkwardly to evade. Aila. He shook the dust off his head. Indeed, novels are not to be trusted. Ordinary people struggle against wild beasts, let alone magical beasts. The reaction speed of magical beasts is much faster than that of humans, and they also possess innate magic. For example, the fangtoothed rabbit's innate magic is water arrow. Even if the power isn't great, it is enough to make the combat novice Zhang Ye feel a bit flustered. After all, this is his first time using magic in battle. Humans need an adaptation period, and Zhang Ye is no exception. Unless they are special forces or international assassins, it's absurd for an ordinary person to come to another world and immediately start battling and killing without blinking an eye. After regaining his wits, Zhang Ye immediately released magic. Low-level rock armor. Suddenly, a magical array appeared behind Zhang Ye, and a suit of armor made of rock appeared on his body. The rock armor enveloped his entire body, making him look like a heavily armored knight from the medieval era, greatly increasing his defense. The third-tier defensive magic can definitely withstand a first-tier water arrow. Indeed, the next moment, the fang-toothed rabbit shot a water arrow at Zhang Ye, which was blocked by the rock armor, leaving no trace. Only a few water spots remained. Zhang Ye was overjoyed while the fang-toothed rabbit was taken aback. Its low intelligence led it to realize that the two-legged beast in front of it was beyond its capability, so it decisively turned and fled. Ordinary rabbits can run at speeds of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, let alone magical beasts. Zhang Ye felt as if the fang-toothed rabbit flashed by and disappeared without a trace. What the heck? Zhang Ye exclaimed, wanting to pursue, but forgetting about the rock armor still on him. The rock armor was incredibly heavy, and even though it was infused with magic, it still affected his movement to some extent. Zhang Ye, not paying attention, tripped and fell flat on the ground. Damn it! Zhang Ye removed the rock armor, rubbing his chest as he got back up. Indeed, he was severely lacking in combat experience. Even a first-tier fang-toothed rabbit could toy with him. However, he did not feel discouraged, or in fact, he found this to be quite real. Though he was small and lacking in combat experience, he believed he would grow stronger soon. He wanted to enjoy the process of becoming stronger. Let's go and see if there are any more fang-toothed rabbits. If I don't eat rabbit today, then my surname will be the same as the Jade Emperor. What is the surname of the Jade Emperor? Aila asked curiously. Zhang Ye replied, Zhang. Aila responded. After walking for a while, Zhang Ye encountered a sharp-toothed rabbit, which was gnawing on a large beetle. Upon seeing Zhang Ye, its 4 ears stood up, alerting it to his presence. Zhang Ye's expression was serious. This time he must succeed. Currently, the farthest magic he could cast was the third-tier light magic, Ray. Ray condenses a light sphere the size of a marble, and in the next moment the sphere transforms into a beam of light as thick as a chopstick, striking the designated location at the speed of light. Of course, its power is limited. Its single target damage is half a tier lower than that of an exploding fireball, and its damage range does not compare to the latter, but it excels in range and comes with penetration. The maximum range of Ray can reach over 100 meters, with the damage at the farthest distance diminishing to a level similar to that of a second-tier fireball. That should be enough. At this moment, Zhang Ye was about 30 to 40 meters away from the sharp-toothed rabbit. To ensure the success of this monster hunt, Zhang Ye was very cautious, and with a wave of his hands, he conjured 20 light spheres around him. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the sharp-toothed rabbit was instantly terrified, its fur standing on end, and it immediately turned to flee. But how could Zhang Ye allow it to escape? Light wings unfold. With a loud shout from Zhang Ye, 20 beams of light shot out from behind him. From the front, it truly looked like the light wings unfold from some game. The visual effect was incredibly cool. The sharp-toothed rabbit squeaked in fear, desperately trying to dodge, but the rays traveled at the speed of light. No matter how fast it was, it could not evade light speed. Under Zhang Ye's perfect control, the 20 rays covered the area where the sharp-toothed rabbit was, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, the sharp-toothed rabbit lay there drenched in blood with multiple wounds piercing its body, instantly dead. At that moment, Zhang Ye felt an invisible energy flowing into his body, replenishing his stamina, making him feel stronger and his mind clearer. This must be the enhancement effect from defeating monsters. Zhang Ye thought joyfully. He had successfully slain a first-tier sharp-toothed rabbit. Aila, watching from the side, couldn't help but say, "Did you really need to unleash 23rd-tier spells to kill a first-tier sharp-toothed rabbit?" Zhang Ye chuckled. "Isn't it necessary? Even a lion goes all out to catch a rabbit." Just then a lizard crawled out from the nearby grass, and Zhang Ye immediately analyzed it. Green forest lizard, first-tier poison-type monster. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye raised his hand and unleashed 20 ray spells, enveloping the position of the green forest lizard with incredible speed. Moments later, the green forest lizard was done for. Green forest lizard, I was just out for a stroll. Aila. Well, this kid is indeed a severe case of firepower anxiety, and it's terminal, no cure. However, there are benefits to his approach. Going all out greatly reduces the chances of unexpected incidents. He ran over to inspect the corpse. The bloody carcass made Zhang Ye frown, feeling somewhat nauseous, but it wasn't too shocking, and he could endure it. Zhang Ye knew that as a newcomer seeking the path of the strong, he would undoubtedly face much bloodier and more brutal battles in the future, so he must adapt quickly. This is the quality that a protagonist should possess. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he quickly picked up the corpses of the sharp-toothed rabbit and the green forest lizard, tossing them into the magical basket he had conjured, preparing to return for dinner. Do these monsters have crystal cores? Zhang Ye asked. No, the probability of first-tier monsters having condensed crystal cores is very low. Third-tier monsters have a slightly higher chance, and only those above fifth tier will definitely have condensed crystal cores. I see. Zhang Ye nodded, continuing to walk through the forest, planning to see if he could encounter a third-tier monster and attempt to slay it. Roar. Suddenly a roar echoed from the forest ahead, and Zhang Ye immediately halted, listening intently. Roar. Ow. It was the roar of two types of monsters, one resembling a wolf and the other a bear. Just from the powerful and vigorous roars, it was clear that the roarers were formidable monsters. It seems there are two monsters fighting ahead. According to the usual pattern, this is a perfect opportunity for a fisherman to profit. Zhang Ye said, his eyes sparkling. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a blue light flashed over him. The third-tier wind magic gale could temporarily reduce wind resistance, enhancing his speed. This way he could escape if the situation went awry. After jumping in place to adapt to the increased speed, Zhang Ye cautiously made his way toward the direction of the roars. Roar. Ow. The two monsters seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle, and as Zhang Ye approached, he finally caught sight of the two beasts. One was a giant wolf with a greenish hue, and the other was a giant black bear. At this moment, Zhang Ye was about 40 meters away from the two monsters. He didn't dare to get too close, as this distance was already near the limit of his magical perception range. Typically, a third-tier mage's magical perception range is 30 meters, while Zhang Ye could reach 50 meters. Within this range, he could analyze it well. Analysis. Green-blade wolf, third-tier metal-type monster. Ferocious bear beast, second-tier dark-type monster. Third-tier fighting against second-tier. Zhang Ye was somewhat surprised. The green-blade wolf before him stood about 1.5 meters at the shoulder, larger than a Siberian tiger on Earth, and looked quite intimidating. The ferocious bear beast was even more impressive, entirely black with a red-shaped stripe on its chest, standing nearly 3 meters tall when upright. At that moment, the green-blade wolf was biting the ferocious bear beast, occasionally condensing a metallic blade to cut at the bear. However, the seemingly sharp blade only barely penetrated the bear's defenses, while a dark red glow appeared on the ferocious bear beast's body. With a single swipe, it could tear off a large chunk of flesh from the green-blade wolf. At this point, the second-tier ferocious bear beast was actually overpowering the green-blade wolf, which was clearly at a disadvantage. This is a young ferocious bear beast, Aila said. Ferocious bear beasts are extremely brutal monsters, and are considered quite powerful among monsters. Generally, monsters of the same tier find it hard to compete. So don't be fooled by this young ferocious bear beast being only second tier. Its strength is even greater than that of the third-tier green-blade wolf. Zhang Ye nodded. He could feel the surging magical power emanating from the ferocious bear beast, far stronger than the green-blade wolf. The dark red glow on its surface must be magic, right? Zhang Ye immediately proceeded to analyze. Green blade, third-tier metal type, innate magic conjures a green blade for damage. Rage, fourth-tier dark type, innate magic greatly enhances physique and significantly reduces pain. It was surprising that a second-tier ferocious bear beast could use fourth-tier dark magic. Aila explained, the magic of monsters is different from that of humans. It is innate magic instinctively mastered without the strict tier restrictions that humans have. This ferocious bear beast is only second tier, so it can only use the fourth-tier rage. If it reaches fifth tier, it could use the seventh-tier bloodthirsty rage, and by then, even typical seventh-tier monsters would not be its match. Adult ferocious bear beasts are at least seventh tier. No wonder the green-blade wolf is being overpowered. Zhang Ye nodded and then asked, can humans cast magic of a higher tier? Of course, but the conditions are quite strict. Firstly, one must have a decent understanding and mastery of magic. Secondly, one must possess sufficient magical power to support higher-tier spells, and the quality of that magical power cannot be low. If one meets these three requirements, they can cast higher-tier spells. Those who can cast higher-tier spells are often geniuses. Zhang Ye chuckled, like me. Without further ado, he directly proceeded to analyze the magic. The analysis time for the fourth-tier spell Rage reached 10 hours, and after those 10 hours, he would be able to unleash that spell. With perfect control, even though he was only third tier, he could still cast it. This is the benefit of system analysis. Seeing that the ferocious bear beast had mastered fourth-tier magic, Zhang Ye wanted to see if it had learned any other spells, so he used copy to check its magical repertoire. However, unfortunately, monsters are not humans. They have a limited number of innate spells. Currently, the only fourth-tier magic the ferocious bear beast had was Rage, alongside one third-tier magic. Dark Claw, third-tier dark type, innate magic condenses dark attribute magical power into claws for damage. As for the green-blade wolf, it only had a third-tier magic green blade and a second-tier magic blade edge, which Zhang Ye also copied and analyzed. Currently, Zhang Ye's analysis conditions require the target to have cast a spell or to have sufficient magical parameters, such as a magic book or magical records. If none are available, he can only rely on copy to check the magical items for analysis. Roar. Just as Zhang Ye finished copying the spells, the ferocious bear beast suddenly roared, and a dark red glow appeared on its massive paw, condensing into a black-red claw, several centimeters long, which it used to swat the green-blade wolf away. Instantly, the green-blade wolf suffered a severe injury with a deep wound visible to the bone on its shoulder. However, this strike from the ferocious bear beast also completely drove the green-blade wolf mad. It got up from the ground and howled in fury, its magical power surging as a 3-meter-long giant green blade condensed above its head. This is gathering all its magical power into the spell, intending to fight to the death, Aila said gravely. Zhang Ye observed this scene, clicking his tongue in wonder. The Green-Blade Wolf, desperately channeling all its magical power into the third-tier Green-Blade, would likely be able to rival a fourth-tier spell. Roar. Facing the gigantic green blade, the ferocious bear beast's eyes shimmered with fierce light. It did not choose to evade, but instead roared at the green blade and charged forward. Damn this young bear, Zhang Ye exclaimed. Is this bear cub too stubborn? In the next moment, the giant green blade came crashing down, while the ferocious bear beast flashed its black-red glow, dark claw. The two spells collided, unleashing a powerful gust that bent the surrounding plants, causing Zhang Ye to squint. In this duel, the ferocious bear beast emerged victorious. The massive Qingfeng blade cleaved through the claws of the violent bear beast, creating a tremendous gash that nearly severed them, also injuring its shoulder, revealing bone beneath the deep wound. After unleashing this full-force strike, the Qingfeng wolf collapsed to the ground. Roar. Despite suffering severe injuries, the violent bear beast did not wither. Instead, it let out another furious roar and lunged at the Qingfeng wolf. Seeing this, the Qingfeng wolf's eyes filled with despair. It wanted to flee, but its depleted magic and the injuries it sustained rendered its limbs powerless, leaving it helplessly watching as the violent bear beast charged toward it. Wings of light unfold. At that moment, 30 beams of light suddenly appeared, striking fiercely against the back of the violent bear beast. This time it was a full-on assault. Zhang Ye expended nearly 4/5 of his magic to unleash 30-fold light. At this distance, it was difficult for the massive body of the violent bear beast to evade the attack. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions came from the violent bear beast's body as it trembled violently. After the beams of light dissipated, it was drenched in blood, emitting wisps of smoke, and finally collapsed. Zhang Ye panted slightly. Consuming so much magic at once took a toll on him, but the fact that he could kill the violent bear beast made it worthwhile. After releasing the 30-fold light, Zhang Ye did not rashly advance, for he sensed that there was no amplification effect, meaning the violent bear beast was not yet dead. So he waited a moment. Once his magic fully recovered, he unleashed another 30-fold light. Aila. You must be joking. What kind of mage unleashes 30-fold magic right off the bat? The 30 beams of light struck the violent bear beast again, and this time, it was truly finished. It let out a reluctant low growl before completely losing its vitality. Zhang Ye could also feel a significant enhancement to his physical and mental state. Total annihilation, splendid. Zhang Ye sighed in relief, and then turned to the stunned Qingfeng wolf. With the violent bear beast down, it was its turn next. Just as Zhang Ye was about to deal with the Qingfeng wolf, it suddenly lowered its head, whimpering, with its beastly eyes gazing at Zhang Ye filled with pleading. Zhang Ye realized it wanted to live, thus he slowly lowered his raised hand. Aila, seeing this, asked, "You don't really intend to let it go, do you? Have you ever heard the saying?" Zhang Ye smiled slightly. Aila was taken aback. What? When a wolf turns back, it either seeks revenge or repays a favor. Zhang Ye said excitedly, "If I don't kill it now and it comes back to repay me, wouldn't I then have the chance to acquire a Qingfeng wolf as a mount? Oh, just thinking about it makes me a little excited." Aila. Enough already. The Qingfeng wolf looked at Zhang Ye gratefully, then struggled to rise, limping away toward the forest. Aila watched the Qingfeng wolf's retreating figure and said to Zhang Ye, "Doesn't this make you a saintly fool, a soft-hearted good guy? Who would be a saintly fool and benefit from killing a violent bear beast?" Zhang Ye self-deprecatingly replied, "This isn't about being a saint, I'd say, it's just following my heart. When strength matches, whether to kill or spare is still a matter of personal choice. Even demons have moments of compassion, and saints can also be malicious at times. So to be able to act according to my will in the world, I must become stronger still." Aila nodded in agreement. "Of course I let it go mainly because it looked quite adorable. Oh, I generally don't let go of the ugly ones," Zhang Ye suddenly said. Aila. "It's getting late, let's call it a day and go back to roast some rabbits." With that, Zhang Ye turned back. However, he soon circled back, rushing to the corpse of the violent bear beast, conjuring a metallic blade, and withstanding the nausea, he cut off the bear's paw, muttering, "I almost forgot, bear paws are a great delicacy, can't waste it." Aila. "By the way, does this violent bear beast have a crystal core?" "There's no accumulation of magic within it, so no crystal core has formed," Aila replied. "Well, that's a pity," Zhang Ye said, shaking his head, and then walked away holding the bear paw while humming a tune. Soon night fell. After Zhang Ye had left for a while, a massive figure appeared beside the corpse of the violent bear beast's cub. It let out a thunderous roar upon seeing the corpse, and with its crimson gaze it scanned the surroundings before finally locking onto the direction Zhang Ye had gone. In the cave while roasting the bear paw, Zhang Ye suddenly shivered. "Hiss. Feels like something bad is about to happen with this chill on my back. By the way, you mentioned that the violent bear beast was a cub. If I killed it, will its mother come looking for trouble?" Zhang Ye suddenly recalled something and asked. "It's possible," Aila replied. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, then said, "If its mother comes looking for me, I'm afraid I'll be done for. An adult violent bear beast possesses at least 7th-tier combat power, and encountering one now would surely be fatal for Zhang Ye. Don't worry, with Leona's magical aura around, even if an adult violent bear beast discovers you, it wouldn't dare approach," Aila reassured. Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, nodding. "Then it's no problem. Wow, this bear paw smells amazing. Add a bit of honey." After practicing for a whole night, Zhang Ye opened his eyes. Your magical aura has advanced from 3rd tier novice to early 3rd tier. I estimate that in 3 days you will break through to the 4th tier, Aila commented. 3rd tier to 4th tier should be a bottleneck, right? Yes, tiers below the 4th are considered low-level mages. Achieving the 4th, 5th, or 6th tier qualifies one as a mid-level mage. The 7th tier is a high-level mage, the 8th tier is a grand mage, the 9th tier is a mage tutor, and the 10th tier is a grand mage tutor. Beyond the 10th tier, one becomes a holy mage, also known as a holy mage tutor. Each tier within the first 10 levels is divided into novice, early, middle, late, and peak stages. Within the same tier, each small stage represents a level of combat power. Aila explained, but then she shrugged slightly. However, for you, the small stage divisions at the early levels aren't that crucial. With your no CD magic release, you can easily dominate within the same tier and even fight beyond your tier. That's for sure, Zhang Ye replied confidently. After handling breakfast, he sealed the cave and prepared to venture into the forest to hunt monsters and level up. In Zhang Ye's view, what he needed most now was to improve his combat skills, such as magic casting, magic transitions, and the application of pure magic. In this world, magic has many marvelous uses. For instance, magic can be directly converted into various attribute powers. Fire, wood, water, earth, light, dark, ice, wind, and thunder can all be done. However, due to individual attributes, the efficiency of converting attribute magic varies. For example, a person with a fire attribute physique can convert fire attribute magic more efficiently than others, achieving a conversion of 1 pure magic to 2 fire attribute magic. But if asked to convert to water attribute magic, which counters their physical attribute, it might be a conversion of 1 pure magic to half a water attribute magic. Moreover, as they practice and convert, the differences in conversion efficiency will become increasingly pronounced. These differences may not be obvious in the early stages, but they become more apparent in the later stages. This is also one reason why mages need to confirm their developmental direction after reaching the 3rd tier. If a fire attribute mage insists on practicing water attribute magic conversion, their achievements would surely fall short compared to their peers with extremely low efficiency. However, Zhang Ye had no such troubles. He was compatible with all attributes. Thus, his conversion rate for any attribute magic was the highest. Isn't that delightful? So Zhang Ye walked along, continuously converting the magic sphere in his hand into various attributes to practice magic conversion and improve conversion efficiency. He walked along the forest path, one hand gently stroking the chirping creature on his shoulder, while the other held a magical sphere that constantly changed colors: red, yellow, blue, green, black, and white. A dazzling array. However, after practicing for a while, he began to feel a bit dizzy. After inquiring with Aila, he learned that converting magic consumes mental energy. Having practiced all the way, his mental energy had been significantly depleted, which was why he felt a bit dizzy and fatigued. He had no choice but to stop practicing. Unlike magic, mental energy cannot be restored through training. It must recover naturally or be replenished with corresponding potions and magic arrays. However, for Zhang Ye, there was another option: hunting monsters. He planned to kill a few magical beasts to enhance and replenish his mental energy. But after walking for a long time, he had yet to encounter any magical beasts, having already walked out 7 or 8 miles. Moreover, the surrounding forest was eerily silent, devoid of any insect chirps or bird calls, creating an unsettling quiet. The stillness made Zhang Ye's scalp tingle. Usually when I reach here, I can hear some sounds, but today it's so quiet. Zhang Ye swallowed hard. In movies, this is usually when something happens. The more he thought about it, the stronger the ominous premonition in his heart grew. So he decisively turned around to leave. Hey, Aila looked at him in confusion. Aren't we supposed to hunt monsters to level up? That's only if safety is guaranteed. The further I go, the more I feel something is off. Although I haven't developed any danger intuition, yet I trust my judgment. There must be danger ahead, so I'd better retreat for now. Aila was somewhat speechless. You're too timid, aren't you? Zhang Ye shot her a glance. Hey, it's not about being timid, it's called being cautious. I'm not a mindless protagonist who charges in recklessly. I still haven't grown strong enough, though I can afford to be reckless later. Roar. Before his voice faded, a roar suddenly erupted from the forest behind, carrying a fierce scent. Zhang Ye felt a shiver run through his body, and without a second thought, took off running. While running, he exclaimed, "See, I told you there was danger. That roar sounds a bit like a bear. I suspect that bear's mother has come looking for it. This is an old cunning bear too. It even knows how to hide in the bushes. Because Leona's magical energy fluctuations deter it from approaching. If I hadn't been quite far away, I would have certainly been caught." Ella opened her mouth, but ultimately nodded. You're right. She couldn't help but admire Zhang Ye's foresight. As he ran, Zhang Ye kept looking back, causing his scalp to tingle. In the distance, roars echoed from the forest, and the trees and ground began to tremble. Zhang Ye could see a massive black figure rampaging through the woods, crashing through the ancient trees that could not withstand its colossal form, barreling straight towards him. Damn! Zhang Ye exclaimed, startled, and without thinking, he cast the swift wind technique, desperately fleeing towards the cave. Yet the figure behind him was moving at an incredible speed. Even though Zhang Ye had activated the swift wind technique, he could not match its pace, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. I knew it was coming for me. Zhang Ye gritted his teeth and sprinted furiously. If he had taken another 100 meters forward, just now that beast would have pounced on him instantly. He feared he wouldn't have escaped. but it was extremely dangerous. The figure behind him grew closer and closer, the distance that had been over 100 meters, swiftly shrinking to mere dozens. Zhang Ye could turn around and see its fearsome gaping maw. It was a berserk bear. An adult berserk bear. An adult berserk bear is a 5th-tier beast. A 5th-tier berserk bear can rival a 7th-tier existence. If Zhang Ye were caught, it would essentially be a death sentence. At this speed, he would definitely be caught in less than a minute. Zhang Ye was burning with anxiety, his mind racing. Iron chains of connection. With a wave of his hand, a magical array appeared behind him, and chains emerged from it, wrapping around the surrounding tree trunks to form an obstacle. If you have the ability, then break through this. Zhang Ye shouted back. Aila, it was too late for you to be cheeky now. However, the 3rd-tier iron chains of connection had little effect, as the berserk bear charged through, breaking the chains effortlessly, not even pausing in its stride. Zhang Ye bit his teeth. If one wouldn't work, then 10 would. Tenfold. Iron chains of connection. In an instant, the path he had traversed was covered with chains. Roar. This time the chains managed to impede its advance. The berserk bear swatted a paw, smashing the chains and tree trunks alike, but it caused its form to pause for several seconds. Those few seconds allowed Zhang Ye to sprint dozens of meters away. In a moment, the berserk bear was back on its tail. Damn, did Leona's magical energy fluctuations lose their effect? Zhang Ye exclaimed. Aila replied. You killed its child, it surely won't let you off easily. Furthermore, the berserk bear's resistance to fear increases in a frenzied state, so the effects of Leona's magical energy fluctuations have decreased significantly. You'll need to run within 3 miles of Leona for it to relent. 3 miles. Zhang Ye furrowed his brow. By now he had already been chased over 2 miles, and there were still over 5 miles to the cave. He had to run another 2 miles. At this rate, it was not impossible. Zhang Ye immediately stopped talking and continued running while releasing obstacles. What were tenfold iron chains of connection? What were tenfold earth steps? What were tenfold quicksand swamp? He used whatever he could to delay the beast. The berserk bear was constantly on the verge of catching up to Zhang Ye, but was repeatedly thwarted, allowing him to create distance. Thus, Zhang Ye managed to hold off the berserk bear forcefully with his no-cooldown magic and rapid magical energy recovery. Indeed, as Aila had said, once he got within 3 miles of Leona, the berserk bear's speed slowed down, its roars becoming less frequent, now filled with wariness. Finally, after chasing for several hundred meters, the berserk bear came to a stop, letting out a reluctant, furious roar before turning to flee. Seeing this, Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Leona's magical energy fluctuations were still effective, it meant that no beasts would dare approach within several miles. After such an ordeal, Zhang Ye lost all desire to hunt monsters and returned to the cave to begin his cultivation. Eating, cultivating, interspersed with addressing physiological needs and indulging in leisure, Zhang Ye went through this cycle for the next 2 days. Because Zhang Ye was unsure if the berserk bear was still lurking around, he feared being caught off guard after going outside. After all, he couldn't escape every time. If that berserk bear had learned to hide better, he wouldn't even know how he died. As 2 days passed, Leona still had not awakened. If it weren't for her steady and long breathing, Zhang Ye might have thought she was dead. Does she really not need to relieve herself? Zhang Ye sat beside Leona and couldn't help but ask. Aila covered her face, somewhat speechless. Isn't your point of concern a bit strange? Everyone else is worried about how beautiful she is or how great her figure is, and you're worried about her needing to relieve herself. Right, isn't that something to care about? Zhang Ye blinked and said, whether she's beautiful or has a great figure makes no difference to her, but if she holds it in too long, her bladder could burst, and she could get bladder cancer. That's life-threatening. Aila. She didn't know what to say. A saint-level practitioner of both magic and martial arts with a robust physique, almost impervious to ailments, yet bladder cancer. By the way, Aila, do you feel increasingly hot? Suddenly Zhang Ye fanned himself and asked. A bit, but it doesn't affect me. Even if I were in a volcanic hell, I'd be fine. Aila replied. But I am affected, Zhang Ye said. Since this morning during cultivation, I've been sweating profusely and feeling sticky. Oh, it's uncomfortable. I don't know if it's due to the weather warming up. Aila said. Impossible, it's currently the onset of winter. The temperature in the beast forest can only drop, not rise. Is that so? Zhang Ye said, then stood up and went outside the cave and indeed found it much cooler. So it seems the heat is only in the cave. But what is causing the warmth? The cave entrance was enormous, and Zhang Ye had controlled the fire to maintain ventilation, preventing carbon monoxide poisoning. There was no way for carbon dioxide to accumulate, so the source of the warmth couldn't be the fire. Then, was it Leona? Zhang Ye looked at Leona, reached out, and touched her forehead, instantly pulling his hand back as if shocked. Damn, she's so hot. Zhang Ye exclaimed, shaking his fingers. This was no exaggeration. A fever usually peaks at 40 degrees, but Leona was probably at 70 or 80 degrees. The heat was astonishing. Unnatural, extremely unnatural. Aila, what's wrong with her? Zhang Ye hurriedly asked. Aila shook her head. I can't tell just by looking directly. You need to cover her with magical energy. Oh, I'll check the energy flow. Okay, I'll give it a try. Zhang Ye nodded, spreading his hands, releasing gentle white magical energy, which gradually covered Leona's surface. Aila's gray eyes sparkled with light, her brows furrowing immediately. The moment your magical energy touches her surface, it gets absorbed immediately. I sense the flow of your magic within her body. It moves very quickly, and upon reaching her left eye and heart, it gets completely absorbed. So I deduce it's likely due to magical energy erosion within her body. She is currently fighting fiercely against the magical energy erosion within her body, but her magical energy is nearly depleted, and after resisting for so long, her mental strength is probably also nearing its limit, causing her control over her magic to plummet, leading to the chaos of her remaining magic. The fire attribute magical energy is in turmoil, and it's of saint-level quality. Once it completely erupts, the temperature of her surface. The temperature of a large surrounding area will skyrocket, turning into a sea of flames. In the end, the magical eruption will consume the last of her magical energy, and failing to resist the magical erosion, she will undoubtedly die. Zhang Ye was alarmed. What do we do? Supply her with magical energy. Aila said, you need to immediately supply her with magical energy, because she currently lacks it severely, which is why she is absorbing your energy as a supplement. As long as there's enough magical energy, she won't erupt with chaos. Alright, Zhang Ye didn't waste time, and immediately began supplying magical energy to Leona. However, the temperature in the room continued to rise, slowly reaching 40 degrees, and sweat began to bead on Zhang Ye's forehead. This isn't effective enough. If the magical energy just covers her surface, she will instinctively absorb it, but your magic will also dissipate partially, and the absorption rate is too slow to keep up with her magical consumption. Aila said, you need to make direct contact with her body and infuse magical energy directly. Infuse directly. Zhang Ye asked, won't that cause problems? With your level of magical energy, how could you cause any issues for a saint level? Aila shot him a disdainful glance. Besides, you don't even know if you have enough for her to absorb. Zhang Ye awkwardly smiled, took a deep breath, and grasped Leona's hand. Why, you asked, did he choose her hand? Come on, do you think Zhang Ye is the kind who would take advantage of her? Damn, her chest is so hot. Zhang Ye muttered. Aila. As the magical energy entered her body, Leona, who had been frowning, suddenly let out a soft moan, her voice filled with delight, prompting Zhang Ye to raise an eyebrow. I don't understand. Leona's surface temperature was estimated to be around 70 or 80 degrees Celsius and was still rising. Even holding onto her cooler arm, Zhang Ye felt as if his palm was about to burn. It was extremely hot. Moreover, when he grasped Leona's hand, the magical energy within him began to flow into her body at a terrifying speed. At this rate, in less than 20 seconds, his magic would be completely drained, and even if he could recover it, it wouldn't be enough. Immediately, enter meditation to accelerate magical recovery. Aila instructed. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Can we still cultivate at a time like this? Why not? Aila said, as long as you can meditate, you can still cultivate. Hurry up, or if the magical supply runs out, she could completely go berserk at any moment. At that time, you definitely won't be able to escape the range of her magic explosion. You'll have to accompany her to the grave. Who said I would run away? Zhang Ye gritted his teeth. In such a short time, his hands had already been burned. If it weren't for his physique reaching the 3rd tier, he would have long since collapsed. Yet, even so, the pain from his burned hands made him grit his teeth, and with the scorching heat assaulting his face, he felt his situation was dire. The magical energy within him was being violently absorbed, leaving a cold emptiness, while the outside was a continuous wave of heat, truly a world of ice and fire. Though Zhang Ye wanted the contrast of ice and fire, this wasn't what he meant. Once you wake up, if you don't pledge yourself to me, it will be a debt you owe me. Zhang Ye gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and forcibly ignored the burning pain in his palms as he entered meditation. He initially thought the pain would lessen after entering meditation, but the reality was, it still hurt just as much. But there was no choice, for under meditation his magical recovery was 3 times that of usual, barely matching the speed at which Leona was absorbing magic. At this moment, the magical energy within him had just been fiercely drained, leaving only 1/5, and from now on Leona's magical supply could not stop for a second, so he had to maintain this state. It hurts. It hurts. It really hurts. I was afraid of pain. He felt as if his hands were being boiled in hot water. The intense pain nearly made him tremble all over, and several times he almost exited meditation, but thanks to Aila's reminders he managed to hold on. But the agony grew more intense, and he even caught a whiff of a fragrant smell. Fragrance? What the hell are my hands cooking? Should I add some honey to make it taste better? But at this moment Zhang Ye could no longer care about so much. Because he had already lost the sensation in his hands, the burning feeling began to spread from his palms upwards. Gradually, a burnt smell wafted through the air. He knew that his palms had already been scorched, and next would be his arms. If he continued like this, his arms would also be cooked. The intense pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, and he even thought about fainting. Damn, it hurt so much. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't know how those firefighters endure the heat of the flames. Firefighters are truly great. Aila, is this really the time to be talking about that? Time passed second by second, and Zhang Ye didn't know how long he had endured. He only knew that his hair seemed to have curled due to being burned, all his clothes scorched to a yellow and wrinkled mess, and his whole body felt as if it was suffering from severe burns. His entire body was burned. The indoor temperature was around 40 to 50 degrees. Leona's surface temperature exceeded 100, and not to mention, he was so close to Leona that the temperature reached 80 to 90 degrees, which felt almost like being slowly roasted. He felt that he might be on the verge of being charred outside and tender inside. The wave of intense pain crashed over him, and he didn't even know how he was enduring it. Perhaps it was because he would die if he couldn't endure it. Or perhaps it was because his hands were already numb and couldn't be released. In any case, he persisted. In the end, his consciousness became hazy, and he was passively meditating. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. He had reached the 4th tier, and the analysis and replication magic could now exceed his own 2 tiers. This also restored some clarity to him. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. He had lost too much water, his lungs were burned by the hot air, and his throat felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Not a sound could escape. Suddenly, Leona's body temperature rapidly decreased, as if returning to normal, and Zhang Ye also felt that Leona was no longer absorbing his magic. Finally, is it over? He thought, having been burned like this, he didn't know if he could recover in the future. I can't let my handsome face be disfigured. However, this was a fantasy world where anything was possible, so it should be able to recover, right? As he pondered, his consciousness relaxed, plunging into darkness. As Zhang Ye fainted, Aila's figure also vanished. She was a system spirit and could only materialize when Zhang Ye was conscious. Once he fainted, she had to return to his consciousness space. In the very next moment after her disappearance, Leona opened her eyes. Her left eye was shrouded in darkness, the pupil displaying an eerie purple hue, but in the next moment, both the darkness and purple converged into her pupil, as if completely absorbed by a black hole, restoring her pupil to a fiery red like a ruby. Excitement flickered in her eyes. It succeeded. The power of the demon realm has submitted. From now on, this invading power from the demon realm will transform into her strength, making her even stronger. And all of this was because of the guy beside her. She turned to look at Zhang Ye, discovering him sitting beside her, holding onto her arm. When she was battling the power from the demon realm, and her magical energy was about to be exhausted, just as she thought she would lose everything, a surge of magical energy flowed into her body, the pleasant sensation making her unable to suppress a moan. Then she began to greedily absorb that magical energy, continuously absorbing without pause. She was also puzzled, where did this magical energy come from? Because when she had closed her perception to fight against the power from the demon realm, Zhang Ye was only at the 2nd tier and should not possess such a vast amount of magical energy, but now she realized she was wrong. In just a few days, she was astonished to find that Zhang Ye had already reached the 4th tier. Moreover, he possessed a magical energy reserve that was even greater than that of an ordinary 4th tier. However, at this moment, his aura had become extremely weak, his body severely burned, skin peeling, hair burnt to the point that it crumbled at a touch, and his hands were charred black, almost unrecognizable. Looking at Zhang Ye's face, which was burned beyond recognition, her gaze softened even more. She reached out her hand, gently caressing his face, her magnetic voice sounding. To let me pledge myself to you, is it worth going to such lengths, say? Not bad, kid. With that, gentle flames began to gather from her hands, covering Zhang Ye without causing him harm. Instead, his severe injuries began to visibly heal, and his dry, crumpled clothes slowly relaxed. Phoenix's breath. Soon his injuries were over 70 to 80% healed, leaving only his hands. His hands were burned too severely, and even Leona's healing magic could not heal them in a short time. She moved her arm and found Zhang Ye still tightly grasping her hand. At her movement, Zhang Ye let out a soft groan and began to inject magical energy into Leona's body. Leona was taken aback, but found that Zhang Ye was still in a comatose state. Looking at Zhang Ye, her gaze grew softer. Suddenly, she chuckled lightly, gently prying Zhang Ye's hand away, her slender finger lightly tapping his forehead, causing his tightly furrowed brows to relax, an expression of peace appearing on his face, and his breathing became steady. Leona laid Zhang Ye down flat. Why did you save me? She lay on her side, next to Zhang Ye, resting her chin on her hand, just gazing at his handsome face, softly asking, almost as if talking to herself. You clearly don't know me, so why suffer such pain to supply me with magic? An ordinary 4th tier shouldn't have as much magic as you do. Who exactly are you? At this point, a figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. That year she was 16. In Flame Lion City ruins, sea of fire screams. All of this was caused by her. The flames within her began to rage, and she thought she would perish alongside the entire city in the violent flames, but at the last moment, that person saved her. She asked why he saved her. She was clearly a sinner. Yet he said, is saving a person in need of a reason. She cried, sobbing loudly, and that person pinched her cheek, smiling. Don't cry, face life with a smile. But I caused all of this. I am a sinner. She cried. You are not a sinner, you are Leona. You are the one who will become the strongest Scarlet Flame Lion in the Carlo Meng family. But I am a girl. How can I become a Scarlet Flame Lion? What's wrong with being a girl? That person smiled and said, you must know that in the grasslands it's the lionesses that hunt. Here, have a piece of gum. This is called being magnanimous. Heh, magnanimous. Laugh to become strong. You must laugh to become strong. The more boldly you laugh, the stronger you will become. All right, time's up. It's time to say goodbye. That person smiled. Are you leaving? She asked, what is your name? Will we meet again? Yes, I am leaving. As for my name, you will know in the future. I promise we will meet again. At that time you must. Before she could finish, that person vanished before Leona. She could no longer remember his appearance, or rather he had been wearing a mask back, then making it impossible to see his face, and his voice also gradually became blurred with the memories. But Leona knew it was that person who changed her life. It was he who made her who she was today. She wanted to find him to show him how strong she had become, to let him hear how boldly she laughed. And today she encountered another guy? A guy who, like him, saved her for no reason. Wasn't he asking her to pledge herself to him? How could it be without reason? No, Leona could sense that he saved her without any intention of wanting her to pledge herself to him. Would someone risk their life for beauty? Perhaps some would, but definitely not him, because after so many days of unconsciousness he had not made any moves beyond boundaries aside from feeding her, and even physical contact was minimal. Would such a person risk their life for beauty? Impossible. She was very curious why Zhang Ye saved her. She decided to wait until he woke up to ask him clearly. Zhang Ye had a dream of a courtyard filled with children playing, and he too was transformed into a child. Yet he did not join the group of children, but squatted in a corner watching it all. Suddenly a little girl he had never seen before ran over and asked him, "What are you doing?" The little girl was entirely white, with white skin, white eyelashes, white short hair, and a white outfit. Everything about her was white except for her blood-red eyes. She appeared so pure. He stared at her blankly, and after a moment said, You can see me? Of course. Why aren't you playing with them?" He gazed at the children with hope, but his expression dimmed as he shook his head in silence. "Then let me play with you." Really? He couldn't help but lift his head, his gaze lost in thought. "Yes, let's go catch little fish by the river." "But the director won't allow it." He hesitated and shook his head. "Oh, it doesn't matter," the little girl said as she grabbed his hand and ran towards the river, asking as they ran, "What's your name?" Zhang Ye. That's a lovely name." He looked at the little girl's radiant smile and summoned his courage to ask, "What's your name?" "You can call me Xiaobai." "Xiaobai. Yes, call me Xiaobai." "Oh," he murmured, "Xiaobai." As he opened his eyes. Huh. He sat up suddenly, feeling a bit confused. Was that just a dream? Was it really a dream or a memory from his childhood? He had no memories before the age of 16. According to the doctor, he had lost his memory. But what was this dream about? Could it be a memory from before? Or was it simply a dream? He felt a bit lost and began to try recalling, but everything in the dream seemed to be fading away, and soon he could not remember anything. He only remembered a girl named Xiaobai, but he had forgotten what she looked like, forgotten who she was, and forgotten all memories related to her. Yet he vaguely remembered that she held some special significance for him. Xiaobai, he murmured as if trying to etch the name in his mind, when suddenly he turned his head to look. "Hey, where's Leona?" he exclaimed. Aila, I'm here." Aira's figure appeared. "Where's Leona?" Zhang Ye asked. "I don't know." Aila shook her head. "After you fell unconscious, I couldn't materialize, so I don't know anything. But your injuries have mostly healed. It must be Leona who healed you." As Aila spoke, her gaze shifted to the top of Zhang Ye's head, nearly bursting into laughter. However, Zhang Ye did not notice. "My injuries." Zhang Ye then realized that his wounds had nearly healed, though his hands still felt a bit numb, but there was a magical energy flowing within them, healing him, and he believed his hands would soon return to normal. But Leona was missing. He felt a sudden sense of loss. It felt as if he had been abandoned, as if everything he had done was meaningless. But he quickly smiled. "It's no big deal. This way I won't have to take care of her every day." "Oh, you don't want me?" Before he finished speaking, a tall figure appeared at the cave entrance, and a magnetic voice came through, causing Zhang Ye to be stunned as he looked towards the entrance. The sunlight from the entrance fell upon her, as if outlining her with a hazy glow. She was beautiful. Leona walked straight up to Zhang Ye, bent down, and leaned close to his face. Their faces were very close, and Zhang Ye could even feel Leona's warm breath, making him instinctively shrink his neck. "Then why did you save me?" Leona asked directly. Zhang Ye was taken aback and retorted, "Does saving someone need a reason?" Leona stood frozen, staring blankly at Zhang Ye. "Does it need one?" she murmured, then suddenly smirked. "Ha ha. No, it doesn't." She revealed a bold smile and patted Zhang Ye's shoulder. "Not bad, kid." In an instant, Zhang Ye grimaced. Leona's strength was too great. The two pats nearly knocked him back to the ground. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." He inhaled sharply. Leona laughed heartily, then turned and walked outside. "Let's go." "Where to?" Zhang Ye was taken aback. Leona turned around, smiling at him. "Aren't you going to ask me to teach you magic?" "Huh?" Zhang Ye stared at her blankly, suddenly blushing. "You can hear me." "I can hear you." Leona nodded, then revealed a meaningful smile. "Someone said while I was unconscious that I should offer myself to them." "Who was it?" She bit her lip, pretending to be puzzled, but her beautiful eyes continued to smile at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye took a step back, blushing, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "I was just joking." Before he finished, Leona flashed in front of him again, grabbing his collar and pulling him close. "I don't like jokes." Saying this, she turned around. A fierce blaze erupted from her body, which then formed into a lion's paw, clamping down on Zhang Ye's head, lifting him up and walking outside. "It's warm. Not hot." Seeing the fiery lion's paw on his head, Zhang Ye instinctively thought he was going to be burned, but to his surprise, the fiery paw was not hot at all, but rather very warm. "Wait a minute. Where's my hair?" Zhang Ye was shocked to find he was bald. "I'm bald, but I haven't become stronger." He felt like crying without tears, as if while Leona was channeling magic into him, his hair had been scorched away. Without looking back, Leona marched forward saying, your talent is the most monstrous I have ever seen. In just a few days you've gone from a powerless ordinary person to the 4th stage. And your magic was probably stolen from me. Zhang Ye smiled awkwardly. How can we call it stealing when it comes to a scholar? We call it borrowing. Leona. She laughed heartily. Interesting. You must be from another world, right? Zhang Ye was surprised. How did she know? Leona said you lack the aura of this world. You must come from another world, and people from other worlds often possess some miraculous abilities, so it's not surprising. Is that so? Are there many like me from another world? Zhang Ye pointed to himself and asked, completely forgetting that he was being lifted by Leona's lion's paw. Not many, and while people from other worlds have miraculous abilities, I've never seen someone as monstrous as you. Leona said, then turned her face, revealing a smile on her stunningly beautiful face. Kid, it's not easy to be my man. You need to be mentally prepared. Zhang Ye stared at her, taking a long time to react, his face filled with excitement. Are you really going to offer yourself to me? Leona shook her head. It's not about me offering myself, but whether you can let me offer myself. By the way, my name is Leona Kalaman. What's yours? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye smiled brightly. Zhang Ye. Brilliant Zhang. Radiant Ye. An interesting name from the East. Leona nodded, then said, I've given you a chance. I only have one requirement. Get stronger. Strong enough to defeat me. Only then will I consider whether to offer myself. No problem. Zhang Ye said excitedly, with my speed of leveling up, I'll surpass you soon. Is that so? Leona laughed heartily. I'll be waiting. In a clearing of the forest, Leona set Zhang Ye down and then asked, you can directly steal my magic, can't you? Zhang Ye was taken aback for a moment, but then realized that Leona was aware and conscious, while she was unconscious, knowing that he could gain magic through her. Since Leona knew Zhang Ye decided to be straightforward, nodding and saying, pretty much, and as long as you've cast the magic once, give me some time, and I can learn it. Is that so? A terrifying ability. Leona nodded, a spirited smile appearing on her valiant face. Then let's give it a try. With that, she opened her palm, clenched her fist, and instantly flames gathered in her hand, eventually forming into the shape of a claw. 4th tier magic. Flame Claw, can you learn it? Zhang Ye immediately copied it, then opened his hands and shouted, Flame Claw. In the next moment, a flame claw similar to Leona's gathered in his hand, though it appeared less formidable than hers. Though he had perfect control, Leona was a holitier, and her magic was naturally stronger than Zhang Ye's mere 4th tier. Give me half a day, and I can master it completely. Zhang Ye said. The analysis time for 4th tier magic was 10 hours. Not bad. Leona nodded, affirming Zhang Ye's impressive ability, then asked, so how many spells can you learn? As many as I can. Zhang Ye said with burning determination. Can I learn holy tier magic? Leona asked. Yes. Zhang Ye nodded, but then scratched his head, saying, I can learn it, but it will take a long time. The analysis time for a holy tier magic spell could be a year, which was indeed quite long. Alright, I'll now cast each tier of magic one by one. You can learn what you can, and if you can't learn it, just ask me, and I'll teach you. Saying this, Leona smiled mysteriously. We'll talk about what happens after you learn it. Zhang Ye immediately nodded. Although he didn't know what would happen after learning, he felt that Leona wouldn't harm him. After all, she was so powerful that if she wanted to do him harm, it wouldn't be this complicated, especially since he had saved her life and Leona had no reason to harm him. Moreover, the excitement of being able to learn various spells had him elated beyond measure. Kid, watch closely. With that, Leona erupted with powerful energy, and dozens of intermediate magic arrays unfolded behind her. She can release dozens of spells at once. Even if they are only intermediate spells, that's quite impressive. Aila exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ye looked at each spell, his face brimming with excitement, and began a flurry of copying. 4th tier, Lava Wave. 4th tier, Scorching Flame Flow. 4th tier, Fire Pillar. 5th tier, Ground Melting Flame Column. 5th tier, Flame Whip. 5th tier, Flame Roar. 6th tier, Lion Fireball. A complete collection of fire-type magic with spells from 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers. Seeing dozens of them left Zhang Ye dizzy, but he managed to analyze them all. 4th tier took 10 hours, 5th tier a day, 6th tier, 3 days. I've learned it. Zhang Ye declared. So fast. Leona was somewhat astonished. Zhang Ye chuckled. As long as I see it once, the rest is up to time. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a fiery lion's head appeared above him. 6th tier Magic Lion Fireball. However, although he could use it after copying 6th tier magic was incredibly draining, this one spell nearly depleted 1/5 of his magic power, and he instantly felt a significant void within. For a typical 4th tier spell, he wouldn't have such an enormous magic reserve. Little monster. Seeing this scene, Leona couldn't help but say, then burst into laughter. But you have to be a monster, ordinary people can't match me. Hearing this, Zhang Ye chuckled. This seemingly bold big sister was indeed quite confident. It was confidence, not narcissism, for Leona truly had the capital to be so. Continue, she commanded, then waved her hand, and dozens of magic arrays appeared behind her again, though this time the speed of condensation was not as fast as with intermediate magic. These were all advanced magic of 7th tier or above. 7th tier, Flame Fury. 7th tier, Soaring Flame Wave. 8th tier, Fire Rain from the Sky. 8th tier, Phoenix's Breath. 9th tier, Heavenly Prison Fire Domain. 9th tier, Blazing Flame Lion. 10th tier, Inferno Lotus Lion. 7th tier analysis time was 10 days. 8th tier, a month. 9th tier, 2 months, and 10th tier 6 months. Watching those advanced spells condense, Zhang Ye's eyes nearly bulged out, continuously exclaiming in amazement, then analyzing them all. Leona, all the while, had her arms crossed, appearing indifferent. I've learned it, Zhang Ye said. Leona nodded, then smiled and asked, do you want to learn holy tier magic? Yes, Zhang Ye replied without hesitation. To his surprise, the next moment Leona flashed in front of him and gave him a hard knock on the head. Thud. Was that nice? It was nice. Without any hair for cushioning, this knock felt particularly satisfying. Ouch. Zhang Ye crouched down, holding his head, then raised it and asked pitifully, why did you hit me? Leona grinned, revealing her sharp tiger teeth. You little one who hasn't even reached 9th tier, wanting to learn holy tier magic without possessing the power of the laws. Aren't you afraid of being crushed to pieces by the world's laws? Zhang Ye was taken aback, internally asking Aila, can't I learn holy tier magic? Aila shook her head. Ordinary people can't learn it, but you have a system so you can directly analyze it. However, after analysis, you still can't use it. Because holy tier magic is no longer within the realm of ordinary magic, it involves the power of laws. If you do not possess the power of laws and forcefully use holy tier magic, it could severely injure your soul, or worse, be backlashed by the power of the laws and be obliterated into nothingness. Zhang Ye was startled, then grinned sheepishly at Leona, saying, with my abilities I can learn it first. If I don't cast it, it should be fine. Leona looked at him and said, no aspiring too high will be detrimental to your future growth. Focus on mastering the magic you've learned to perfection first. I've already mastered it to perfection, Zhang Ye replied. But Leona shook her head, saying, what I mean by mastering to perfection is not just mastering the magic, but mastering how to release it. You have talent, but you lack combat experience. Even if you can instantaneously cast hundreds of spells at once, you won't be able to become a true powerhouse. So now that you've learned, go fight in real combat. What? Zhang Ye was a bit confused, but then saw a huge figure flying in from a distance. Zhang Ye squinted at it, suddenly shocked. What the hell? A rampaging bear beast. It's the same one that chased me away earlier. However, at this moment, the rampaging bear beast was caught in a giant fiery lion's paw, curled up in a ball, trembling, and didn't even dare to open its eyes. They'll take care of your little pet, Leona said, directly condensing the fiery lion's paw to take Gujio from Zhang Ye's shoulder and hold it in her hand. Gujio. Gujio let out a terrified cry, instinctively trying to devour Leona's magic power, but Zhang Ye hurriedly calmed it down, allowing Gujio to settle down. Your first task is to defeat it. With a wave of her hand, Leona set the rampaging bear beast down on the ground. Defeated it? Zhang Ye was shocked, saying, but it's a 5th tier beast, and it has the combat power of 7th tier. How could I possibly defeat it? How would you know it's impossible if you don't try? Leona laughed heartily, utterly confident. Don't you want to be my man? Isn't this achievable? Hearing this, Zhang Ye gritted his teeth and pounded his chest, saying, a man cannot say he can't do it. Let's go, I'm capable. Just right, I've copied 2 advanced spells, I'll use them to test it out. Not bad. Seeing Zhang Ye's fighting spirit, Leona nodded in satisfaction. Then let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Leona's figure vanished, and the enormous paw holding the rampaging bear beast also disappeared. The rampaging bear beast was momentarily stunned. Sensing the terrifying aura dissipate, it immediately raised its head and saw Zhang Ye looking at it with an awkward smile. Zhang Ye swallowed hard. Perhaps he could use the art of persuasion to win it over. How's the grass growing on your cub's grave? The rampaging bear beast. Roar. What the hell, why are you so angry? Facing the furious raging bear beast, it would be impossible to claim one felt no fear or nervousness. On the contrary, Zhang Ye was so tense that his body trembled and his breathing quickened in terror. However, fear aside, he knew he had to confront it. The path to becoming stronger would surely be fraught with challenges if he couldn't even deal with a 5th tier raging bear beast. Now how could he talk about dominating the other world in the future? How could he expect Leona to offer herself to him? Thus, despite his nervousness and fear, he did not shrink back. Calm down. Calm down. Zhang Ye repeatedly took deep breaths, telling himself in his heart. His current advantage was the advanced magic he had just copied from Leona. 5 slots for 4th tier and above magic. 1 4th tier spell, 1 6th tier spell, 2 7th tier spells, and 1 8th tier spell. The reason he didn't copy a 9th tier spell was that he considered his current magical power reserves. Even if he copied a 9th tier spell, he wouldn't be able to sustain its release. An 8th tier spell was already enough to deplete almost all of his magical energy. However, with an 8th tier spell in hand, he should be able to inflict damage on the raging bear beast. Moreover, although Leona was missing, she was surely watching him from the shadows, as she would not stand idly by and let him be killed. So, what was there to fear? Just do it. Roar. The raging bear beast let out an angry roar and lunged towards Zhang Ye. With its massive form, the overwhelming pressure making Zhang Ye's breath hitch. 7th tier, flame power surge. In an instant, intense flames ignited around Zhang Ye. The normal consumption for a 7th tier spell is more than 3 times that of a 6th tier spell, but because Zhang Ye's magical energy was extremely pure in his hands, the consumption of a 7th tier spell was merely equivalent to that of a 6th tier spell. Even so, the magical energy consumption was still severe. Just 1 flame power surge consumed 2/5 of his reserves. If it weren't for Zhang Ye's incredibly pure magical energy and high conversion rate combined with his reserves being greater than a 6th-tier mage's, he likely wouldn't have been able to sustain the release of a 7th-tier spell. Immediately afterward, Zhang Ye felt a powerful force surging within his body. The effect of flame power surge was to envelop him in fiery energy, greatly enhancing his bodily functions and amplifying the power of fire-based combat skills to a certain degree. This was a magic used only by those who practiced both martial and magical arts like Leona. Ordinary mages would not learn such body-enhancing spells. With his physical condition significantly improved, his speed increased. Facing the raging bear beast's rapid assault, Zhang Ye did not even hesitate and dove to the side, leaping nearly 10 meters away, instantly creating distance between himself and the bear. So strong. Feeling the surging power within him and the explosive speed he exhibited, Zhang Ye exclaimed. However, the next moment he stumbled, rolled a few times on the ground, and ended up with a mouthful of dirt. His strength and agility had increased, but because this enhancement was not something he had gradually trained, he couldn't fully control it, yet leading to him falling awkwardly. He hurriedly got up, shook his body, and finally managed to stabilize his unsteady stance, only to see the raging bear beast roar once more, slamming its hind legs on the ground, creating a shockwave that radiated outward from its center. 5th-tier innate magic, shockwave. Zhang Ye was alarmed and quickly raised his arms in front of him for defense, but the shockwave was too powerful, sending his body flying backward, crashing into a tree trunk. He felt a tremor within him, his entire body aching, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for flame power surge enhancing his physical condition, that shockwave might have rendered him unable to move at the mercy of the bear. Oh whoa! Then the raging bear beast lunged at Zhang Ye, its massive paw gathering dark red magical energy. Dark Claw. Feeling the surging magical energy from the raging bear beast, if that paw landed solidly on him, even flame power surge wouldn't save him. He quickly extended his hand. 3rd tier, Earth Steps. Immediately the ground around him rose in layers, and by the time it reached beneath him, the steps lifted him 5 meters high. But the next moment the bear's paw struck down on the dirt and rock steps, instantly causing the earth to shatter, and Zhang Ye hurriedly jumped up. 3rd tier, Air Cushion. His figure floated in the air like a feather slowly descending, but the raging bear beast, having missed its strike, stood upright below waiting for him. This won't do. If this continues, it will be a dead end. Zhang Ye gritted his teeth, extended his arms, and a massive fiery lion's head coalesced before him. 6th tier, Lion Fireball. The fiery lion's head let out a roar and then lunged down at the raging bear beast. Upon seeing this, the bear roared in fury, waves of energy rolling forth as a blood-red glow enveloped its body. 5th tier innate magic, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Boom. The next moment, the lion fireball struck the raging bear beast, heat exploding like a high-explosive grenade. The massive shockwave sent Zhang Ye, who was floating in the air, flying outward. He staggered and finally landed, watching the rising dust with a frown. Where there's smoke, there's no harm. This raging bear beast must be just fine, so better get out of here. Saying that, he took off running, not forgetting to analyze Bloodthirsty Frenzy as he fled. Leona. Sure enough, just as he had taken off, a roar erupted from the smoke, the waves of energy dispersing the mist, revealing the raging bear beast's figure once more. Its fur was slightly scorched and its arms blackened, but it was clear that it had not suffered serious harm. The burns on its body completely enraged the raging bear beast. After roaring, it charged towards Zhang Ye on all fours like a tank, causing the ground to tremble as it ran. Zhang Ye was struggling to adapt to the sudden surge of power to avoid being uncontrollably thrown off balance, but soon he heard the sound behind him. Turning around, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The raging bear beast was less than 30 meters away from him, and that distance was continuously shrinking. Without a second thought, he threw caution to the wind and ran for his life. The forest path was rugged, and with his drastically increased physical condition, he found it impossible to move quickly. Often he would take one deep step and one shallow step, stumbling after covering dozens of meters. If he could perfectly control the surging power, then at his speed, he could easily lead the raging bear beast on a chase rather than being as flustered as he was now, barely managing to keep pace with the bear's speed. Watching all of this from the shadows, Leona shook her head. His body control is too low. Although his adaptability is decent, he has almost no combat experience. The only redeemable thing is his mind. She watched Zhang Ye clumsily fleeing below, a smile creeping onto her face. If he hadn't decisively taken off earlier, he would have already been caught by the raging bear beast at this moment. However, with Zhang Ye running so clumsily, he probably wouldn't make it far before injuring himself. At that point, getting caught by the raging bear beast would just be a matter of time. So, what will you do? Leona hovered in the air, watching the scene with a spark of excitement dancing in her eyes. As he kept fleeing, Zhang Ye began to gain control over his body, but he paid a hefty price for it. His knees and elbows were bleeding, his body covered in scrapes, and he was dust-covered with his pants torn, revealing bright red underwear. Moreover, this rough escape was severely draining his stamina. If it continued like this, he would be exhausted after running another 5 or 6 miles. At that time, he would absolutely not escape the raging bear beast's clutches. Although Leona would definitely not let him die, Zhang Ye knew she wanted him to experience real combat. Firstly, to train him, and secondly, to see what he could achieve. If he merely ran away, got caught, and then was saved by Leona, she would surely be very disappointed, wouldn't she? That wouldn't do. If he started off by disappointing the heroine, how would he win her over later? The key was that the dashing and heroic Leona was exactly his type. No, for the sake of his future happiness, he absolutely couldn't let Leona down. Moreover, at this moment, the stubbornness of not wanting to lose began to rise within him. He also wanted to see what he could achieve. His mind started racing. Fortunately, when he copied skills earlier, he hadn't just copied the most powerful ones without thought. He had been strategic. He believed that after copying the skills, he would go out to fight monsters and level up, so he included skills from various aspects. For example, the 7th tier Flame Power Surge was to give himself a strong physique, so he could run even if he couldn't win. Another 7th tier spell was Flame Snake Binding. This was to bind the target while leveling up, buying enough time to cast the 8th tier spell Fire Rain, falling, completing a combo. That's right, this was his offensive strategy. So what he needed to do next was find an opportunity to use Flame Snake Binding to bind the Raging Bear Beast, and then release Fire Rain falling. But before that, he needed to test it out. How long can Flame Snake Binding restrain the Raging Bear Beast? He looked back. The Raging Bear Beast was hot on his heels, always staying within 30 meters of him, and his magical energy was gradually recovering during the escape. The higher the tier of magic, the shorter its effective duration when copied, so there were still over 10 minutes left for the 8th tier magic. He had to resolve this Raging Bear Beast within 10 minutes. Time was of the essence. Zhang Ye immediately made up his mind. As he jumped over a fallen giant tree, he slapped his hand down onto the ground. 3rd tier, Earth Quagmire. The originally solid ground immediately transformed into a marshy wetland, and Zhang Ye jumped out of the swamp's reach, while the violent bear beast crossed the giant tree and fell solidly into the marsh. The 3rd tier marsh magic could only delay the violent bear beast for a moment, but that was enough. Taking advantage of the bear's slipping feet and slowed speed, Zhang Ye shouted loudly, "Flame Serpent Binding." Instantly, a red magical array over 10 meters wide appeared above the violent bear beast, and in the next moment, 3 thick fire serpents emerged from the array, tightly wrapping around the bear beast. Not only that, but the body composed of the flame serpents would continuously burn the violent bear beast, causing it to suffer ongoing damage. The violent bear beast went berserk, almost losing its sanity, as its massive body struggled wildly, tearing apart the flame serpents on it. Zhang Ye frowned. The 7th tier Flame Serpent Binding could only restrain the 5th tier violent bear beast for 10 seconds. Normally, a 7th tier magic could bind a 5th tier beast for over 10 minutes. The strength of this violent bear beast was terrifying. However, this was also due to the bear's inherent strength combined with the massive power boost from Bloodthirsty Rampage, which allowed it to break free in such a short time. A typical 7th tier beast could not achieve this. But the violent bear beast was only stronger in physique and power compared to 7th tier beasts. Other 7th tier beasts could unleash large-scale spells, and if that were the case, Zhang Ye would have no way to escape. One 7th tier spell would surely end him. Thus, the physically fighting violent bear beast actually gave Zhang Ye quite a bit of room to maneuver. 10 seconds was not enough. Although the copied magic could be perfectly controlled and instantaneously cast, Rain of Fire did not deal explosive damage, but rather continuous damage, so accumulating enough damage to kill the violent bear beast would require more time. The key was, after he released Flame Serpent Binding, he wouldn't have enough magic power to cast Rain of Fire. He needed at least 8 seconds to recover his magic power before he could use Rain of Fire. This meant that Rain of Fire only had 2 seconds of lethal time, and Zhang Ye felt it was simply insufficient to kill the violent bear beast. 10 seconds would have allowed him to cast hundreds of low-level spells, but those spells would have felt like mere tickles to the violent bear beast. Although quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes, the quantity first needs to be sufficient. Merely 100 spells would definitely not be enough. So, Rain of Fire was Zhang Ye's only method. Zhang Ye thought to himself, then turned and continued to run wildly. He already had an idea in mind. One Flame Serpent Binding was not enough, so 2 seconds later, the violent bear beast broke free from all the fire serpents and continued to chase Zhang Ye. As its magic power rapidly restored, a cold light flickered in Zhang Ye's eyes, and he felt a surge of excitement. Time was running short and opportunities were limited. Finally, his magic power was fully restored. Flame Serpent Binding, he shouted loudly, directly predicting the bear's position and releasing the fire serpent binding in front of it. Sure enough, the violent bear beast saw this and tried to dodge, but its massive body had too much momentum to stop. It immediately entered the magical array of the Flame Serpent Binding, and the serpents dove in to bind it. Not finished yet. After confirming that the first Flame Serpent Binding hit, Zhang Ye showed no hesitation and immediately unleashed the second Flame Serpent Binding. 6 flame serpents tightly coiled around the violent bear beast. With 2 consecutive 7th tier spells cast, Zhang Ye's face had turned pale. 4/5 of his magic power had been drained, and that feeling was truly chilling. He felt dizzy, yet he still endured the discomfort and stood firm. In the sky, Leona watched all this, her brow slightly furrowed. Have you given up? At that moment, the violent bear beast was less than dozens of meters away from Zhang Ye. Once it broke free from the binding, it would reach him in less than 2 seconds. If she did not intervene to save him, Zhang Ye would undoubtedly die completely defenseless. However, she then sensed Zhang Ye's magic power rapidly recovering. What a terrifying recovery speed. Leona's beautiful eyes widened, and then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. So this is what you were planning. What a remarkable little fellow. The bound violent bear beast sensed an extreme threat and forcibly broke free one arm, grabbing a massive stone from the ground and throwing it at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye immediately dodged, but the exploding stone fragments still grazed him. The violent bear beast was extraordinary, constantly throwing anything it could reach at Zhang Ye. With its power, even a fist-sized stone could seriously injure him. Zhang Ye gritted his teeth and desperately dodged. Faster, faster, he screamed in his heart. He was also pushing himself to the limit. Releasing an 8th tier spell required all of his magic power. At this moment, he only had 1/5 of his magic power left, needing to recover 4/5 more. The violent bear beast kept throwing objects at him. In this situation, he did not dare to enter meditation to recover. He could only wait for natural recovery. 20 seconds would allow him to fully recover his magic power, so he needed just 16 seconds. 2 flame serpent bindings should be able to delay the violent bear beast for 20 seconds, right? 16 seconds to recover magic power. Instantaneously cast rain of fire and a 4-second damage accumulation. Would that be enough to kill the violent bear beast? Could it? He was taking a gamble. The roar of the violent bear beast echoed in his ears, and its tremendous momentum made Zhang Ye want to turn and run. Fortunately, he restrained himself and kept dodging the bear's ranged attacks. Finally, the 16 seconds were up, and a smile crept onto Zhang Ye's lips. 8th tier magic, don't let me down. Rain of fire. Damn, I'm going to die. Zhang Ye suddenly sat up, drenched in cold sweat. He saw that the violent bear beast was charging at him under the terrifying rain of fire, and with his magic power completely drained, he had no ability to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the bear's paw descended upon him, tearing him apart. He quickly checked his body and found he was completely unharmed. Instantly, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a dream. It was indeed a dream, for he remembered that when Rain of Fire was unleashed, it covered a circular area of 100 meters ahead, with dense flames pouring down like a torrential rain, destroying everything within that area, including the violent bear beast. The 4 seconds of accumulated damage turned the violent bear beast into a flaming bear. It screamed in agony and struggled desperately, but could not extinguish the flames on its body, ultimately being consumed by the fire in pain. When releasing this spell, Zhang Ye had calculated the distance, so he was not within the coverage of Rain of Fire, but the terrifying heat wave still allowed him to feel its might. 8th tier magic was truly terrifying. As for what happened next, he only lasted a few seconds before losing consciousness. His magic power was completely drained. No, it was not just his magic power that was depleted, his mental energy was also overdrawn. The consumption of 8th tier magic was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. It seemed that with his current magic power reserves, he was utterly insufficient to sustain the release of 8th tier magic. If he forced it, he would drain all his magic power and mental energy, and even if he did not faint, he would lose his ability to defend. If the enemy were not dead at that time, he would be the one dying. How fortunate, how fortunate. He sighed in relief, then looked around. Guju jumped onto him, looking concerned. I'm fine. Zhang Ye smiled, rubbed its round body, and conjured a fireball to feed it. Guju, have you seen Leona? Zhang Ye asked. He had not seen Leona since he woke up. Guju nodded, its soft body transforming into an arrow pointing toward the cave entrance. Zhang Ye nodded, placing Guju on his head as he was about to walk outside. However, as soon as he stepped out, he stumbled slightly. He looked at his body in surprise and exclaimed, my strength has increased so much. Of course, you killed the violent bear beast at a higher tier, absorbing its life force and soul power, which naturally enhanced your physique and spirit. Now your physique has reached the level of a latest stage 3rd tier warrior. Hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Zhang Ye's face. Originally, his physical quality was only slightly stronger than average at around the 1st tier level, but now he had reached the 3rd tier, making him a true dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. It was worth all the effort he put into killing the violent bear beast. After adapting to the enhanced power, Zhang Ye stepped outside the cave, his eyes widening in astonishment. He saw Leona sitting cross-legged next to a gigantic bonfire where large pieces of roasted meat were skewered over the flames, probably weighing several hundred pounds. Without looking back, Leona said, come over and eat once you're awake, holding a large skewer of meat in her hand, taking a big bite out of it. Delicious, she exclaimed cheerfully. Zhang Ye approached her, staring at the massive skewer, feeling momentarily at a loss for how to start. This is just too big. By the way, where did this skewer come from? It couldn't be from that violent bear beast, could it? Zhang Ye turned around and saw the hide of the violent bear beast hanging nearby, with 2 bear paws still on the skewers. It must be from the violent bear beast. Zhang Ye couldn't help but feel that the violent bear beast had suffered greatly. Its cub was killed by him, then the adult came for revenge and was also killed by him, and now Leona had turned it into skewers. This is just too delicious. Zhang Ye sat down beside Leona, picked up a skewer, blew on it, and took a bite, instantly feeling blissful. The meat of the violent bear beast was incredibly chewy, and Leona's cooking skills were exceptional. As he bit into the meat, juices splattered everywhere, the sense of satisfaction nearly bringing him to tears. After arriving in this world, it was either soup or crab, especially during those days when the violent bear beast blocked his way and he couldn't go out. Opportunities to eat meat like this were truly scarce. Is it delicious? Leona asked. Zhang Ye nodded vigorously. Delicious. Leona laughed heartily. Of course my cooking is the best. Then the two of them began devouring the roasted meat. After a while Zhang Ye was astonished to realize that he had eaten 3 to 4 pounds of meat. The key point was that despite eating so much meat his stomach didn't feel bloated, just slightly full. Aila explained, you possess the physique of a warrior, and warriors rely on their bodies to fight, which requires a terrifying amount of energy. Therefore your intake is high, and as long as you don't exceed your bonus energy storage limit you won't feel full. The meat of a 5th-tier violent bear beast contains considerable energy, so eating 4 to 5 pounds should be sufficient for you. It's normal for a 4th-tier warrior to eat over 10 pounds of ordinary beef in one meal. If you reach Leona's level you might need to eat several tons of ordinary beef in one sitting. Several tons. Zhang Ye exclaimed in surprise. However, Aila continued, of course that's because ordinary meat contains little energy. If you eat high-end ingredients with abundant energy like the meat of advanced magical beasts or various rare treasures you won't need to eat so much. Zhang Ye then displayed a look of understanding. Eating several tons in one meal would indeed be terrifying. But thinking about it, if Leona's weight wasn't maintained by magic her actual weight could reach several tons. Supporting such a body would definitely require immense energy. Gooch. Thinking this, Zhang Ye fed a piece of meat to Gooch who immediately absorbed it with a blissful expression. Leona watched this scene and asked, where did this slime come from? Zhang Ye wasn't worried about Leona being hostile towards Gooch. If she truly wanted to do something, he wouldn't be able to stop her. He replied, I found it in the forest. In the forest. Leona nodded, her expression darkening. As I thought those things have escaped through the rift. What things, Zhang Ye asked curiously. Leona glanced at him smiling. You're still more concerned about how to become stronger, aren't you? You can't touch those things yet. Zhang Ye pouted, just tell me, it would be good to have some idea, right? Leona thought for a moment and nodded. It's not a taboo, so it's fine to tell you. I was training in the beast forest when the space here suddenly fluctuated and a rift appeared. What is a world rift? Zhang Ye inquired. A world rift is when the laws between two worlds intertwine due to external forces eventually canceling each other out. This creates a void between the two worlds that lacks laws, magic, and matter. Meanwhile, the laws of both worlds automatically repair themselves, and the repaired laws merge together to form a channel. Leona immediately rattled off a lengthy explanation, leaving Zhang Ye bewildered. Zhang Ye, Epsilon. You don't understand, do you? Leona said. Zhang Ye nodded, I don't understand. Leona immediately grinned and patted Zhang Ye on the back. I didn't understand at the time either. Zhang Ye. In short, that's how the old man explained it to me. Leona ruffled her wild, fiery red hair. To put it simply, it means a door has opened between two worlds, allowing creatures from both sides to pass through into the other world. Zhang Ye smacked his palm in realization. Now I understand. Leona laughed heartily. Her laughter exuded a bold and carefree vibe, revealing sharp tiger-like teeth, her beautiful eyes narrowing with a hint of wildness accentuated by her natural red eyeshadow. She was a woman radiating power and wildness. A lioness of a woman. But then her expression turned serious. However, the other side of this rift leads to the demon realm. Creatures of this world find it hard to survive in the demon realm, but the beings from the demon realm can thrive here. Therefore, as soon as the rift opened, creatures from the demon realm immediately sought to invade this world. I discovered this and naturally couldn't let those beings invade, so I planned to seal the rift, but I was still a step too late. 3 of them managed to slip through, and they were incredibly powerful, strong enough to make me tremble. Seeing her serious expression, Zhang Ye listened intently. Leona continued, then I just smashed them to bits. Zhang Ye. Huh. What trembling? And then you just smashed them. Who should be trembling here? Leona scratched her head and laughed. But because I was too focused on the fight, I didn't notice if any other things slipped out of the rift. Afterward, when I tried to seal it, I didn't have enough magic, so I had to burn my life force to force the seal. But because I burned my life force, the power of the demon realm that seeped out took advantage of the gap. To resist that power, I fell into a deep sleep, fell into the river, and then you found me. What do you mean by found me? I saved you. Zhang Ye corrected her, as Leona had nearly drowned after choking on water. Even a saint would die from long-term lack of oxygen. Leona waved her hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. Then she looked at Gooch and said, it seems that quite a few creatures from the demon realm have escaped through the rift. What will happen then? Zhang Ye asked. Leona shook her head nonchalantly. No problem. Powerful beings cannot cross small rifts, so any creatures from the demon realm that evade my senses must be quite weak and won't cause any significant impact. Is that so? Zhang Ye fixed his gaze on her. Leona nodded yes. Is that so? Zhang Ye lifted Gooch and continued staring at her. Leona suddenly felt a bit guilty, but still said, yes. Is that so? Zhang Ye held Gooch up higher, still watching her. Leona felt increasingly uneasy and couldn't help but say, the slime is an exception and it's already been tamed by you. Other creatures from the demon realm certainly won't have the same potential as the slime, so it should be fine. You're setting up a flag. Zhang Ye pressed his forehead. What song are you talking about? Leona asked, confused. Zhang Ye sighed. In any case, since you say it's fine, there must definitely be a problem. Although there aren't many creatures like the slime, there may be even more in the demon realm. Even if these weak beings manage to evade your senses given time, they could still pose a terrifying threat. Just like Gooch, if given time to devour, it could even swallow the entire beast forest. Hearing this, Leona couldn't help but nod in agreement. So creatures similar to the slime have definitely come into this world. Zhang Ye exclaimed. There might even be slimes other than Gooch. How can you be so sure? Leona asked, looking at him. Zhang Ye replied seriously, it's a classic trope in novels. Indeed, it's this trope, a seemingly harmless little thing that could easily be eradicated is left unchecked only to become a formidable boss that the protagonist struggles to fight against. In the end, the protagonist has to exhaust all their strength, even lose everything to eliminate it. Zhang Ye certainly didn't want such a plot to unfold in his life. What is a novel? Leona asked, looking confused. Zhang Ye didn't elaborate, but said, in any case, just know that you need to find those creatures from the demon realm and deal with them. Why do we need to deal with them? Leona countered, isn't that a thankless task for us? Zhang Ye shook his head. Right now it might seem thankless, but later we might not even be able to afford the effort. If we don't resolve them quickly, what will happen when they grow strong enough to threaten us? Should we wait until they cause irreparable damage before regretting not dealing with them sooner? So since we've discovered them, we can't just sit idly by whether for ourselves or for this world. At this point, Zhang Ye grinned. The key is killing invading creatures from the demon realm must come with great merit, right? Yes, as long as it's a creature invading our world, killing it will earn merit and rewards, Leona replied. Then it makes sense. So by taking action early, we prevent future issues and can earn some rewards. How can that be thankless? But I don't need money, Leona said matter-of-factly. Zhang Ye looked her up and down. Indeed, how could a wealthy person like her afford to maintain her dual cultivation of magic and martial arts with high-level magical equipment? She was definitely a rich woman. Zhang Ye shook his head. You may not need it, but I do. Think about it, I just arrived in this world unfamiliar with the place. Even if I want to start a business, I need initial capital, right? I need money to level up and buy equipment, right? And when we get married, I have to prepare a betrothal gift, right? We need a car and a house, right? And I need to set aside funds for our future children, right? When the children need early education and schooling, they need to learn magic and buy equipment, right? And there are all sorts of daily expenses. So while it's fine not to lack for money, I definitely can't think there's too much of it. Hey, what do you think we should name our future child? How about naming him Zhang de Shui? Or maybe Zhang Dezhen Shui? Leona was taken aback by this and finally punched Zhang Ye. What the heck? I haven't even agreed to you, and you're already planning what to name the child. Zhang Ye rubbed his sore shoulders, smiling awkwardly. Leona was also baffled by Zhang Ye's thought process, but in the end she nodded. All right, you make a good point. Tomorrow we'll go look for them. As long as the creatures from the demon realm haven't escaped this forest, I can root them out. Great. Zhang Ye nodded, then added, how about naming him Zhang Deku? If we have a daughter, we can call her Zhang Demii. Hey, should we have a son or a daughter? How about twins, a boy and a girl? Leona suggested. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. That sounds great. Leona laughed in exasperation and gave him a light smack on the head. You think too beautifully. You expect me to give you twins, but it's a long way off. So it just means later, right? Zhang Ye said happily. Leona rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand. Go train, and tomorrow we need to continue with real combat. All right. In a dark corner of the forest, a pitch-black beetle lay on the ground, its crimson eyes gleaming with joy. Surrounding it were countless insect eggs. Soon the first egg hatched, and a black beetle with a fierce mouthpart emerged. Seeing this, the mother beetle let out a hissing laugh. As long as this beetle is given time, its army will develop, and who can stop it then? At that time, the insect race will conquer this world, and the demon lord will certainly praise this beetle. But why does this beetle have an ominous feeling? The next morning, Zhang Ye emerged from his meditative state, and upon opening his eyes, he found Leona squatting in front of him, staring intently. They were very close to each other. Goth. Zhang Ye was startled and asked, what's the matter? Leona replied, your cultivation speed is truly monstrous, even faster than mine. Just after one night, Zhang Ye had already advanced from a newly promoted 4th rank to nearly the early 4th rank. At this rate, relying solely on normal cultivation, he would reach the 5th rank in less than half a month. Such a cultivation speed far surpassed even the geniuses of the major powers. Zhang Ye immediately smiled and said, of course I am a genius. Leona rolled her beautiful eyes and said, you're just too weak. With your current combat power, I could easily defeat you even though we're both 4th rank. Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback and scratched his head, saying, not really. Leona responded, don't doubt it. When I was cultivating, I was also engaged in actual combat. My strength was forged through real battles. Your combat ability is too weak and you can't effectively utilize your talent and abilities. You can instantaneously cast multiple spells. Against a 5th rank violent bear, that should be more than sufficient. Just concentrate a little and simultaneously release 20 beams to hit the violent bear's eyes, and you can pierce through its eyeball, striking its brain. Even if you can't kill it, you can greatly diminish its combat power, making it easy for you to deal with. Leona said. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. It sounded simple, but the issue was how to concentrate and hit that violent bear's fist-sized eyes while it was in a frenzied state. He could perfectly control magic, maximizing its power and casting it instantly, without cooldowns, yet he couldn't perfectly control his own movements and timing of casting, much like having a perfectly functioning sniper rifle, but lacking the skill to shoot. Moreover, achieving what Leona suggested was akin to a sniper shooting an enemy's head from 1,000 meters away. For a trained sniper it was certainly possible, but for him, a novice in actual combat, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Leona understood this and smiled, saying, "Combat is the fastest way to grow stronger. Furthermore, I noticed that after you killed the violent bear, your physique improved significantly. Clearly, killing magical beasts can also make you stronger. This means that fighting will enhance your growth even more." Zhang Ye was slightly impressed by Leona's keen observation. This seemingly carefree woman had a remarkably delicate side as well. "So for the next step, you will engage in actual combat. I will set up a formation, and you will conduct your combat training within it," Leona continued. "The formation will ensure your safety. No magical beasts from outside the formation will harm you, and the beasts inside are all ones you can handle. I'll keep the crystal core from that violent bear for you, allowing you to fight at the 4th rank. This will also help solidify your own strength." Hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded and said, "Okay." Then he followed Leona into the forest, where a magic formation had already been set up, covering an area of 1,000 meters within, which were several magical cages containing magical beasts. Leona said, "All these magical beasts are 4th and 5th rank. Each time you kill one, another will be released in half an hour. Finally, there are 3 6th rank magical beasts. You can choose whether to fight them or not. If you choose to fight, just channel your magic into the cage, and it will automatically open." Leona crossed her arms and looked at Zhang Ye, saying, "My requirement for you is to eliminate all magical beasts under the 6th rank before I return." Zhang Ye looked at the trembling magical beasts crouching in the magical cages and nodded, saying, "No problem." He had already dealt with violent bears comparable to the 7th rank, so he believed he could handle these beasts. "All right, I'm off," Leona said, nodding. She turned and flew away. However, she returned in just 3 seconds, pulling Zhang Ye in front of her, and with a finger on his forehead, a red flame mark appeared between his brows. Zhang Ye touched his forehead and asked, "What's this for?" Leona smiled, saying, "Just to be safe. After all, you're my lifesaver. Before I offer myself to you, you can't die." Zhang Ye's breath quickened and he clenched his fist, saying, "Don't worry, I won't die that easily." Although he didn't know what die easily meant, Leona sensed Zhang Ye's determination and nodded with a smile before flying away. Watching Leona disappear into the horizon, Zhang Ye sighed. It's great to be able to fly. All right, let's start leveling up by defeating monsters. Guchu. Guchu bounced off Zhang Ye's head and called out. Zhang Ye immediately smiled and said, "Do you want to fight alongside me?" "Sure. Let's get started." As Leona departed, the magical beasts that had been trembling in the cages returned to normal and began to look around. The 3 6th rank magical beasts were still violently crashing against their cages, but Leona's magical cages appeared exceptionally sturdy, causing no ripples no matter how hard they crashed. After a few seconds, one of the magical cages opened, and a 3-meter-long lizard cautiously poked its head out, flicking its blue tongue. Without a word, Zhang Ye immediately cast a detection spell. Blue-tongued lizard, 3rd rank poison-type magical beast. Zhang Ye nodded, and then proceeded to copy its abilities. This was not a copy of magic, but a way to check the innate spells the blue-tongued lizard possessed. It had only 2, a 1st-rank spell called Poison Bite, and a 3rd-rank spell called Blue Poison Mist. Zhang Ye thought for a moment, and copied the Blue Poison Mist. After all, he could never have too much magic. Hissus. The blue-tongued lizard warily watched Zhang Ye. It sensed that the two-legged creature before it had a stronger magical energy than itself, so its first instinct was to flee rather than fight. But Zhang Ye wouldn't let it have its way. Without a word, he shouted, "Wings of light, unfold." 30 times, beam. Dense beams covered the area where the blue-tongued lizard was located. It barely had time to let out a shriek before being engulfed by the light. Moments later, its broken corpse appeared in Zhang Ye's view, and he felt his physique strengthen slightly. He had taken it down instantly. What more was there to say? On to the next one. Half an hour later, the 2nd, 3rd rank magical beast was released. It was a beast that resembled a monkey. Stonefist Monkey, 3rd rank, Earth-type magical beast. It possessed a 1st rank spell called Stone Throw and a 3rd rank spell called Stone Fist. Zhang Ye immediately copied the Stone Fist and released the spell, forming a pair of rock gauntlets on his fists that looked quite hefty. For a 3rd rank beast, this Stone Fist monkey will be perfect for training my close combat skills. Zhang Ye thought, gazing intently at the Stone Fist monkey. The Stone Fist monkey was smarter than the blue-tongued lizard. Once released, it immediately turned and ran. It had witnessed how Zhang Ye had effortlessly killed the blue-tongued lizard, so it wouldn't foolishly engage him in a fight. With a charged leap, it jumped over 10 meters high onto a giant tree and quickly swung away. Seeing this, Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Whoa, don't run." He immediately chased after it, and the man and monkey began a chase through the forest. However, the Stone Fist monkey was too cunning, and its speed, while leaping between trees, was so fast that even Zhang Ye, with his late 3rd rank physique, could not catch up. The Stone Fist monkey swung between the trees, using its tail and limbs while throwing stones at Zhang Ye and making faces, causing Zhang Ye's eyelids to twitch. "I'm going to catch you, monkey. Just wait until I figure out how to deal with you." Zhang Ye had initially wanted to use the Stone Fist monkey to hone his close combat skills, but since the monkey wouldn't engage, he had to abandon that idea. Spike. With a loud shout, two magic formations appeared at his waist, and iron chains burst forth, shooting out like spears, stabbing fiercely into a distant tree trunk. With perfect control, Zhang Ye could manipulate the chains to retract. As he quickly retracted the chains, his body flew forward. Woohoo! He let out a dragon roar, but it quickly turned into a scream. Whoa! Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Ye crashed into a tree. It didn't inflict much damage, but it hurt enough for him to grimace, while the stone fist monkey above danced around in mockery. This was a spontaneous idea he had. He wanted to see if he could use magic for high-speed movement, much like the three-dimensional maneuvering devices from Attack on Titan. However, it was clear that while his magical control had improved, his control over his body and distance was still quite lacking, leading to a rather intimate encounter with the giant tree. I refuse to believe this. Zhang Ye gritted his teeth, feeling stubborn. Spike could indeed pull his body forward like the hooks of a three-dimensional maneuvering device, proving that this idea was feasible, but something was still missing. How did characters in anime change direction? Besides the hooks, there were also the jet propulsion devices behind. As for propulsion, perhaps this could serve as a substitute. Zhang Ye thought to himself, and immediately began experimenting. Third-rank explosive flame, plus a lightness technique to make my body agile. Immediately a flash of light enveloped Zhang Ye's body, and a circular red magic formation appeared behind him, from which a column of flame shot out, giving Zhang Ye a powerful thrust. Zhang Ye was extremely excited. He first donned a fourth-tier fire armor to prevent injuries, then began to utilize the spiked iron chains and explosive flames, imagining the characters from anime who soared freely through the air, attempting to mimic them. At first he stumbled and bumbled about. The spikes would get tangled with branches, causing him to change direction incorrectly. Either the force of the flames was too great or too weak, leading him to overshoot or fail to reach his intended position. In any case, the process was extremely difficult, but in pursuit of soaring freely like those anime characters and fulfilling his dream, Zhang Ye persisted, even if it meant falling and crashing constantly. His persistence was rewarded. He had perfect control over magic. All he needed to focus on was how to manage the direction and retraction of the spikes, as well as how to gauge the force and angle of the flames. Under perfect magical control, he achieved results with half the effort. In just half an hour, he was able to soar through the air, moving far faster than he could run on the ground. However, he could only weave between the trees, requiring complete concentration. To train this as a reflex and to cast magic for locking onto and attacking targets during flight would require a long time of practice and accumulated experience. But this thrilled Zhang Ye. This mode of movement was incredibly exhilarating. Woo! In the forest, a figure darted between the giant trees with chains shooting forward, then tightening suddenly. Flames erupted from the magical array on his back as he shot forward at an incredible speed, brushing past the giant trees. Then, twisting his waist, another chain shot out, embedding itself in another tree, allowing him to make a sharp turn in the air and fly in another direction. So exhilarating. Zhang Ye shouted, his face brimming with excitement, while above him Gujo stretched out its tiny hands to hug his chin, resembling a soft pink safety helmet. Incredibly cute. Gujo. Zhang Ye let out an excited roar, and Gujo joined in. The duo, one big and one small, zipped through the giant trees, making sharp turn somersaults, accelerating and gliding, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Ahead of them, a stone fist monkey was jumping around in fright, screaming incessantly. Looking at the stone fist monkey ahead, Zhang Ye grinned wickedly. The spikes at his waist accelerated and shot out, flames intensifying behind him as his figure shot forward like an arrow. Catch this, you pesky monkey. Zhang Ye laughed heartily, already positioned above the stone fist monkey. The stone fist monkey was startled and quickly released the magic stone throw, conjuring several stones to hurl at Zhang Ye. But Zhang Ye had already controlled the spikes to change direction and dodged while countless magical arrays appeared before him. 30-fold explosive fireballs. In an instant, a barrage of fireballs covered the area where the stone fist monkey was, with several large fireballs directly hitting it. The stone fist monkey let out a tragic cry as it fell from the tree, severely injured. Zhang Ye landed and approached the stone monkey. Gigi. It lay on the ground, letting out a mournful cry, its eyes filled with the hope of survival. Zhang Ye stood before it and sighed. I know this is a bit cruel and unfair to you, but I'm sorry, this is just how the world is. I want to become stronger, so I can't let you go. Saying this, Zhang Ye shook his head and smiled. It seems I'm not such a soft-hearted person after all. He then gathered magic power in his hands. I don't seek forgiveness, just a good journey. With that, beams of light pierced through the stone fist monkey's head, while Zhang Ye's physique increased slightly. Zhang Ye estimated that killing the remaining 5 or 6 third-tier magical beasts in the cage would raise his physique to the peak of third tier. If he could kill a magical beast of the level of a ferocious bear, his physique might surge to 4th tier. Wow, I'm really strong. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within, and arrogantly declared, then returned to the edge of the cages, waiting for the next magical beast to be released. Several hours later, farewell. Zhang Ye panted heavily, looking at the magical beast that had fallen before him, revealing a bitter smile. I'm still too weak. Just a 5th-tier magical beast had made him the protagonist this helpless. It was a disgrace to the predecessors of time travelers. The 5th-tier with system magical beast with fragrance had extremely strong vitality and power. It took him over 10 minutes to defeat it with his instant spell casting and rapid recovery. Had he not relied on the magical version of the three-dimensional maneuvering device for quick movement, he would have been pierced by the wood fragrance's wooden spikes long ago. Even so, he was injured. A half-centimeter deep wound was inflicted on his waist by the wooden spikes, and his arms were bruised and sore from fending off the wooden whips. Having grown up in a peaceful era, Zhang Ye had never suffered such serious injuries. Looking at the bleeding wound on his waist, Zhang Ye sighed bitterly again, then approached the wood fragrance and retrieved its crystal core. The crystal core of the wood fragrance was a green crystal the size of a pigeon egg, much larger and more beautiful than those of third or fourth tier magical beasts, resembling an emerald. However, he did not absorb it, as he wanted to see what he could achieve at the fourth tier level. After the battle, his combat skills and body control had improved significantly, especially after several near-death experiences. He became more adept at using magic. Moreover, having killed so many magical beasts, his physique had also risen to the early 5th tier level, surpassing even his magical rank. He stored the crystal core in Gujio's body. As long as Zhang Ye didn't let it eat, it wouldn't absorb it. Then Zhang Ye turned his gaze to the 3 6th tier magical beasts languishing in the magical confinement. Should he challenge them? Zhang Ye hesitated. A 5th tier magical beast could pose a lethal threat to him. Several times, if he hadn't dodged in time, he might have died on the spot. Of course, Zhang Ye knew that the insurance left by Leona wouldn't let him truly die, but the feeling of being shadowed by the threat of death was really uncomfortable. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, his gaze gradually firming up. As the protagonist, how could he shrink back like this? If he backed down now, what if he encountered an even stronger opponent in the future? How could he expect Leona to pledge herself to him, or to have dragon and phoenix twins? No, he had to become stronger for the sake of the dragon and phoenix twins. After resting for a moment and recovering his strength through magic, Zhang Ye approached the cage of a 6th tier magical beast and reached out to touch the cage. Analyzing. Blade Tail Tiger, a 6th tier Gold Earth System magical beast. Copy. Skill panel. 1st tier Golden Claw. 2nd tier Gold Quake Roar. 3rd tier Blade Tail Extension Technique. 4th tier Strong Gold Blade. 5th tier Tiger Roar Earth Shock. 6th tier Gold Tiger Earth Armor. It was actually a dual attribute magical beast. Ella's figure materialized and said, dual attribute magical beasts may not possess the power of single attribute magic, but the various effects brought by dual attributes make dual attribute magical beasts have a more comprehensive combat capability, making them quite troublesome. Therefore, this 6th tier Blade Tail Tiger is not much inferior to the 5th tier Ferocious Bear. In a sense, it may pose an even greater threat to you than the Ferocious Bear. Indeed, the Blade Tail Tiger masters more innate magic than the Ferocious Bear. Although its physical power is not as strong, its agility and magic more than compensate for its shortcomings. After all, with Zhang Ye's current physical condition, any hit from the Blade Tail Tiger could cause severe injury or even death. Zhang Ye grimaced. Leona thinks too highly of me. Then he looked at the other 3 6th tier magical beasts. One was a forest monkey with dual goldwood attributes, and the other was a gold attribute claw bear. The forest monkey was similar to the Blade Tail Tiger, but was stronger and more difficult to deal with. The claw bear didn't even need to be mentioned, although it was singly attributed. Its strength lay in its physique and power. Thus, the 6th tier claw bear was on par with the 5th tier ferocious bear, making it the strongest among the 3 6th tier magical beasts. Zhang Ye grimaced and ultimately chose the Blade Tail Tiger. For training, one must progress step by step, right? As the magical energy surged in the magical cage quickly dissipated, and Zhang Ye immediately retreated to a safe distance, remaining vigilant against the blade-tailed tiger. The magical cage suddenly vanished, causing the blade-tailed tiger to pause for a moment before its piercing tiger eyes fixated on Zhang Ye, brimming with a desire to attack. This is true predatory intent. Zhang Ye felt an overwhelming pressure of just being stared at by the blade-tailed tiger, sent chills down his spine. The might of a fierce tiger is no joke. Those online claiming that a simple slide tackle can take down a tiger are talking nonsense without thinking. If he truly faced a fierce tiger, even from behind a cage, it would likely terrify him. A vicious aura enveloped him as the blade-tailed tiger began to pace, its sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Ye, letting out a low, rumbling growl. Zhang Ye kept a close watch on its movements with a magical array at his waist already prepared. The two of them, a man and a tiger, stared at each other for nearly 3 minutes. Finally, the blade-tailed tiger could no longer contain itself. This place made it extremely uneasy, and it wanted to escape. In its eyes, the only way to do that was to eliminate the two-legged beast in front of it. And it needed to be quick, otherwise once that terrifying female two-legged beast returned, it would be doomed. Thinking this, it could no longer remain still, letting out a roar towards Zhang Ye, its body crouched low, clearly preparing to pounce. Seeing this, Zhang Ye immediately reacted. The magic version of the three-dimensional maneuvering device activated. The magical array at his waist shot out sharp spikes to the rear, while the flame magic array that had originally been behind him also appeared in front of him, spewing a column of flames that pushed Zhang Ye backward. As the magical perception expanded, Zhang Ye could sense everything behind him, making it easy for him to use the magic version of the three-dimensional maneuvering device to retreat swiftly. In the next moment, the blade-tailed tiger attacked. Just as Zhang Ye got up, it slammed a paw onto the ground where he had just been, causing the ground to immediately sink, leaving behind a massive paw print and pit. Even an ordinary tiger on Earth can exert a paw strength of 1,000 kilograms, and Zhang Ye felt that the force behind the blade-tailed tiger's blow must exceed 100 pounds. The ground trembled and Zhang Ye's pupils constricted. As he retreated, a magical array appeared beneath the blade-tailed tiger. This was the fifth-tier copied magic from the wood-fragrant tree, giant wood spike. In the next moment, a massive wooden spike covered in sharp thorns shot up from the ground, aiming directly at the abdomen of the blade-tailed tiger. The wooden spike was over 2 meters in diameter with barbs longer than arms. The abdomen is a weak point for many fierce beasts. If it struck true, the blade-tailed tiger would surely be gravely injured. However, the blade-tailed tiger had already sensed the danger. At the very moment Zhang Ye released his magic, it leaped away the wooden spike, missing its mark. Roar! This successfully enraged the blade-tailed tiger. It let out a furious roar and charged at Zhang Ye, moving faster than a cheetah on Earth. It was unimaginable that its massive frame, 3 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long, could unleash such terrifying speed, leaping dozens of meters in a bound, swiping its paw towards Zhang Ye midair. Zhang Ye turned around, sensing the fierce wind behind him. Without a moment's thought, he manipulated the spikes to pull him away, dodging the blade-tailed tiger's claw swipe. But it wasn't over. The blade-tailed tiger was named for its razor-sharp tail. Blade-tail extension technique. In midair, the blade-tailed tiger forcefully twisted its body, its tail over 3 meters long, flashing with light. Then it elongated, instantly transforming into a whip-like tail over 10 meters long, striking towards Zhang Ye. The edge of the tail was as sharp as a blade. If it hit Zhang Ye, would surely die. Zhang Ye's eyes widened in shock. The explosive flame magic array appeared beneath him. Magical energy surged wildly, and the flames spouting from the array grew 3 times thicker, hinting at a change to blue. The terrifying thrust propelled Zhang Ye's limbs backward, his body shooting into the sky. Zhang Ye gritted his teeth as the overwhelming force jolted his spine, making it feel as if it would snap. In that moment, the counterforce he was enduring was almost unimaginable. Luckily, he managed to dodge. The blade-tailed tiger's tail swept past, and a giant tree over 2 meters in diameter was cleanly severed, the cut perfectly straight. Zhang Ye watched the massive tree fall from the air, unable to suppress a gulp. What terrifying power! No wonder Aila said the threat of the blade-tailed tiger was greater than that of the bear beast. The bear beast could also break such a thick tree with a single swipe, but that was due to its immense strength, not magic. Although the blade-tailed tiger's attack power is not as great as the bear beast, its attack range is larger, and its speed is something the bear beast cannot compare to. Both the bear beast and the blade-tailed tiger could kill Zhang Ye with a single blow, causing overflow damage. However, in other aspects, the blade-tailed tiger was much more troublesome, making it less powerful than the bear beast, but a significantly greater threat to Zhang Ye. Having missed its attack, the blade-tailed tiger landed on the ground, then charged up again, leaping onto a giant tree, using it as leverage to jump to another giant tree, and with 3 leaps it soared nearly 100 meters high, pouncing towards Zhang Ye in the air. Zhang Ye was astonished and immediately controlled the magic version of the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to evade. A man and a tiger began to chase each other through the forest, with Zhang Ye utilizing the magic version of the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to maneuver rapidly amidst the densely packed giant trees of the beast forest. The blade-tailed tiger was equally impressive, agile enough to quickly climb the giant trees and leap between them, not lagging too far behind Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's eyes twitched. Whoever told me that tigers can't climb trees, I would definitely knock some sense into them. Continuing like this was not an option. To maintain distance from the blade-tailed tiger, he needed to frequently release spikes and continuously infuse magical energy to keep the magic array spewing flames. The magical energy consumption was severe, already exceeding his natural recovery speed. At this rate, he would be caught within 3 minutes, and then his fate would be dire. He couldn't just sit and wait. Zhang Ye quickly organized a counterattack, moving at high speed while searching for openings, grasping the rhythm, and continuously using 3rd and 4th-tier magic to attack the blade-tailed tiger. However, these attacks were completely insufficient to inflict effective damage, only further provoking its ferocity. Roar! The blade-tailed tiger let out a deafening roar, waves of sound rippling from its mouth. Metallic resonance roar. The terrifying sound waves spread out, causing Zhang Ye to feel dizzy, but he could still endure. However, in the next moment, the spikes he shot out actually shattered in midair. The metallic resonance roar could cause metallic resonance, destroying metallic structures. The 3rd-tier spikes were utterly unable to withstand it. Once the spikes broke, Zhang Ye lost control of his body, crashing towards a giant tree. At such speed, even if Zhang Ye released defensive magic, the impact would be enough to seriously injure him. This is bad. Zhang Ye's face turned pale, but it was too late to release explosive flame to counteract the impact. In a critical moment, Guqiu made a shining entrance. Guqiu let out a cry, its body suddenly swelling, wrapping Zhang Ye within, and then crashed into the giant tree, bouncing off like a rubber ball, finally landing on the ground and bouncing twice, while Zhang Ye remained unscathed. Guqiu returned to its original size, looking at Zhang Ye as if seeking praise. Guqiu. Zhang Ye was momentarily dazed, then hugged Guqiu tightly. Guqiu saved his life, and this adorable and useful, especially adorable Guqiu, made Zhang Ye love it even more. Truly a little angel. Roar! The roar of the blade-tailed tiger came from behind. Zhang Ye hadn't forgotten that the blade-tailed tiger was still chasing him. Suddenly he had a thought, and asked, "Guqiu, can you absorb the blade-tailed tiger's magic?" Guqiu wobbled its body. Zhang Ye immediately grinned. "Then let's do this. Come at me, little kitty." Zhang Ye placed Guqiu on his head and shouted at the blade-tailed tiger behind him. The blade-tailed tiger obviously couldn't understand what he was saying, but the provocation was crystal clear. It let out a furious roar and lunged at Zhang Ye. Without a second thought, Zhang Ye took off running. Magical version of the 3D maneuver gear activated. Zhang Ye's speed instantly soared, matching the blade-tailed tiger's pace as the two engaged in a chase through the forest. Woohoo! Come on, little kitty, show me what you got. Zhang Ye turned in midair and made a face at the blade-tailed tiger. Roar! The blade-tailed tiger had developed a certain level of intelligence. Seeing Zhang Ye jumping around while it was chasing him, and still daring to provoke it, it let out a furious roar, its front paw gathering golden light. Seeing this, Zhang Ye's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. Its strong gold blade. Sure enough, the next moment the blade-tailed tiger leaped into the air and swiped its paw. In an instant, 4 crescent-shaped golden blades flew towards Zhang Ye. These 4 blades were over 10 meters wide, and everything in their path was slashed apart. Even 2-meter-wide giant trees were not spared. If one were to hit him directly, wouldn't that mean instant death? But facing those golden wave blades, Zhang Ye took a deep breath. "Guqiu, don't let me down. It's you, Guqiu." Zhang Ye shouted loudly. Guqiu. Guqiu immediately expanded, enveloping Zhang Ye. Inside Guqiu, Zhang Ye found he could breathe and see everything outside through Guqiu's translucent body. As the massive golden wave blade touched Guqiu's body, it instantly dissolved. It was as if cotton candy had been placed in water, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The golden wave blade was composed of magical power, and Guqiu's characteristic was to devour magic. Witnessing this, Zhang Ye immediately showed a joyful expression. Originally, he was worried that Guqiu wouldn't be able to absorb the magic, immediately fearing he would suffer some damage, so he had prepared defensive spells. But it seemed that Guqiu's devouring ability was even more formidable than he imagined. Nice, now it's time for counterattack. Zhang Ye grinned with the burping Guqiu balancing on his head and charged back towards the blade-tailed tiger. The blade-tailed tiger was stunned to see its innate magic devoured entirely without any effect. However, seeing Zhang Ye charging at it, a fierce light flashed in its eyes. What an overconfident bipedal beast. Roar. It let out a roar, the sound waves reverberating, attempting to use the sonic waves to affect Zhang Ye. Its gold shock roar could not only make gold-type magic below its own rank collapse, but also cause dizziness and other negative effects to targets within the sound wave range. As long as Zhang Ye could be affected and made to make even a brief mistake, it could slice him in half at lightning speed. However, its simple plan fell through. The moment the blade-tailed tiger released gold shock roar, Guqiu on Zhang Ye's head expanded again, this time just barely wrapping around Zhang Ye's head. As a result, the magical power contained in the sound wave was completely devoured by Guqiu. The gold shock roar turned into an ordinary roar, which, aside from being louder, had no effect on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye grinned and shouted, "Fear Claw Strike." Fear Claw Strike, 6th level gold-type magic, gathering gold, attribute magical power claws for attack. This magic came from the Fear Claw Bear. Zhang Ye had copied the Fear Claw Bear's magical skill using a copy bar before launching the blade-tailed tiger. Zhang Ye immediately gathered thick magical power in his hands, forming 2 massive bear-shaped claws. Then he clapped his hands in midair, and instantly 6 intersecting golden wave blades flew towards the blade-tailed tiger, even more powerful than the blade-tailed tiger's strong gold blade. At that moment, the blade-tailed tiger had just landed and had no time to react. The Fear Claw Strike was already upon it. The blade-tailed tiger's defense was not particularly strong, and if it were hit directly, this Fear Claw Strike would certainly deal enormous damage. Thus, the blade-tailed tiger didn't dare to be careless. Its body instantly glittered with yellow light. A layer of armor-like rock shining with a metallic sheen formed on its forehead, shoulders, back, and claws. The blade-tailed tiger's innate magic, gold tiger earth armor. With its defense greatly enhanced, the Fear Claw Strike struck. After a loud bang, the blade-tailed tiger was knocked back, its armor showing multiple cracks, but it successfully withstood the attack, only suffering minor injuries that were not fatal. However, Zhang Ye had anticipated this. His true goal was to close the distance. At the moment the blade-tailed tiger dodged, the grappling hook at his waist shot out, and the magic formation behind him spewed flames, propelling him forward. Earth Tiger Armor Fusion. His eyes sparkled with golden light as he shouted, "What the hell is Earth Tiger Armor? It's Gold Tiger Earth Armor." Copy. From the blade-tailed tiger. Zhang Ye's body was immediately covered in armor. The armor and the blade-tailed tiger's armor were made of the same material, but due to the perfect control brought by the system, the armor that formed on him covered not just parts of his body, but his entire body. Even his head was covered by a tiger-shaped helmet, leaving only his eyes exposed, and on the back of his hands, blade-like claws emerged. The entire armor gave a sharp impression, being hard, yet not heavy. It really did resemble the Earth Tiger armor. The effect of Gold Tiger Earth armor was to summon armor to cover the entire body, enhancing defense, while significantly increasing strength. Once the armor was on, Zhang Ye immediately felt a surge of power. His physique had already reached the early stage of the 5th level, but with the Earth Tiger. Oh no, with the Gold Tiger Earth armor, his strength directly soared to the 6th level. This was precisely what he needed to rely on to kill the blade-tailed tiger. Explosive flame injected tenfold. In an instant, 5 explosive flame magic formations appeared behind Zhang Ye, simultaneously erupting with intense flames. Because the 5 magic formations were evenly distributed, Zhang Ye's body did not lean backward. His speed surged and he transformed into a streak of golden red light shooting towards the blade-tailed tiger. He was moving so fast that he couldn't even open his eyes wide, only squinting and relying on magical power to sense the blade-tailed tiger's position. In the blink of an eye, he reached the blade-tailed tiger. Just as the Fear Claw strike's impact faded, and before the blade-tailed tiger could recover, it saw a figure pierce through the dust and instantly arrived before it. In his hand, he had already gathered the Fear Claw strike. Then he slammed down. Die for me, die. Boom. A loud explosion accompanied by the shrill roar of the blade-tailed tiger shattered the ground, stirring up dust and making it impossible to see what was happening. Finally, as the dust settled, Zhang Ye's figure stood unsteadily in the center of the chaotic pit. Beneath his feet, the blade-tailed tiger had long ceased to breathe, its head shattered, and its death was gruesome, with its eyeballs flying out over 10 meters. Zhang Ye trembled all over. This strike was immensely powerful and incredibly fast, leaving the blade-tailed tiger no time to evade, directly killing it. But this strike also placed a tremendous burden on Zhang Ye's body. After the blow, his arm could hardly bear such immense force, bending at an unnatural angle. It was fractured. His shoulder was dislocated. The magical power within him was almost depleted. The Gold Tiger Earth armor dissipated, revealing Zhang Ye's bloodied and bruised arm. The acceleration brought by tenfold explosive flame and the burden from the Fear Claw strike nearly rendered his right arm completely useless, excruciating pain coursing through Zhang Ye's nerves, causing him to tremble to the extent that he overlooked the nauseating sight of the blade-tailed tiger's gruesome death. This had hurt so much. Zhang Ye gasped, forcing a smile. You can still smile even in pain. Ella's figure appeared, looking at him speechlessly. No one said. That pain has to be accompanied by tears. Zhang Ye chuckled, but it pulled at his wounds, making him grimace. Gujiao. Seeing Zhang Ye in so much pain, Gujiao called out and jumped onto Zhang Ye's shoulder, gently rubbing against him as if trying to comfort him. Zhang Ye smiled, rubbing his face against Gujiao's soft body. I'm fine, he said with a smile. This time I owe it all to Gujiao. Indeed, if it weren't for Gujiao blocking the blade-tailed tiger's attacks twice, Zhang Ye would have never been able to approach and scathe, let alone kill the blade-tailed tiger. This time the little angel Gujiao deserves all the credit. After slaying the blade-tailed tiger, Zhang Ye's physique underwent another enhancement, rising from the early stage of the 5th rank to the mid-stage, almost reaching the late stage. With his still functional hand, he dug out the crystal core of the blade-tailed tiger and limped back to the center of the formation, sitting cross-legged to recover his strength. The remaining 2 6th-rank monsters were beyond his current capabilities to handle. Guchu wanted to use its liquid to heal Zhang Ye's arm, but he stopped it. Just repairing a small wound on his finger nearly reverted Guchu to its original form. Repairing an entire arm would be quite a challenge, even with Guchu having grown significantly. Thus, Zhang Ye did not intend to let Guchu expend its energy to heal him. After all, energy for a slime was akin to life force for humans. Guchu was using its life force to heal Zhang Ye, which he felt reluctant to accept. Anyway, Leo Na was so powerful that she could heal him even with burned hands, so she would surely be able to mend his arm's fracture. At this moment, a small pile of crystal cores had already accumulated before Zhang Ye. 18 3rd-rank monsters had produced 8 3rd-rank crystal cores. 12 4th-rank monsters had produced 9 4th-rank crystal cores. 5 5th-rank monsters had produced 5 5th-rank crystal cores, along with 1 6th-rank crystal core from the blade-tailed tiger. Oh, and there was also a 5th-rank crystal core from the berserk bear with Leona. These crystal cores should be enough for you to advance to the early stage of the 5th rank, said Aila. Zhang Ye nodded, and just as he was about to absorb the crystal cores, a figure descended from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Zhang Ye waved away the dust and looked at the figure. Sure enough, it was Leona. After glancing at the crystal cores in front of Zhang Ye, Leona smiled widely and said, Not bad, kid. I thought you would only manage to deal with the 5th rank monsters at most. Zhang Ye was taken aback and pitifully extended his arm, saying, Aren't you going to check on my injuries first? Leona strode over to him, then chuckled as she punched his injured arm, saying, What's this minor injury? A man should endure it. Zhang Ye trembled in pain and just stared at Leona, saying nothing. He just kept looking, and looking. Leona felt unnerved under his injured little beast-like gaze and finally said, All right, I'll heal you. As she spoke, she extended her hand and soft flames ignited on Zhang Ye's body, neither scorching nor painful, but extremely warm. His arm automatically realigned and the injury began to heal rapidly. Without a word, Zhang Ye initiated an analysis. 7th rank fire type healing magic, Phoenix's Breath. He quickly analyzed it. As long as someone used magic, Zhang Ye could directly analyze it without needing to copy it first. In less than 30 seconds, Zhang Ye's arm returned to normal and his other injuries fully healed as well. Zhang Ye moved his body, his face filled with surprise. Was the effect of 7th rank healing magic really this remarkable? Aila explained in real time, 7th rank healing magic is most effective on targets below the 7th rank. The lower the rank, the stronger the effect, and vice versa. Of course, it also depends on the caster's strength. Zhang Ye nodded, estimating it was related to his physique. The stronger the physique, the better the quality and activity of the cells, thus requiring more magical power for healing, and conversely. You will face many battles in the future, so you can't afford to be hindered by such minor pain, Leo Na said seriously after the healing was completed. Zhang Ye immediately replied, "Yeah, I'm really not afraid of pain at all. Leo Na. I believe you sure." Leo Na rolled her eyes, and Zhang Ye merely laughed heartily at her without saying anything. "Hey, what's that?" Suddenly Zhang Ye noticed something floating behind Leo Na. It looked like a monster restrained by flame claws. Hey, this scene felt somewhat familiar. The deceased berserk bear. Leo Na waved her hand, and the monster was brought before her by the claw. It resembled a large beetle over 2 meters long, more than a meter tall, pitch black, with antennae on its head and 2 pairs of crimson eyes. Surprisingly, it looked a bit cute. "You were right, something extraordinary did sneak into the forest," Leo Na said. Hearing this, Zhang Ye chuckled. "That's called foresight. This is called the dark demon bug, one of the lowest creatures in the demon realm," Leo Na explained. Zhang Ye blinked with curiosity and asked, "Then why is it said to be extraordinary?" Compared to system analysis, Zhang Ye preferred Leo Na's little mouth for the explanation. "Because this is a mother bug," Leo Na said. "Dark demon bugs are weak and rely on numbers to win. Their individual combat power is not strong. However, the mother bug can continuously produce dark demon bugs. One mother bug can lay hundreds of eggs daily, which will hatch within 5 days," she continued. "Moreover, as the mother's rank increases, the efficiency and rank of producing dark demon bugs will also rise significantly, and it can even produce lower rank mother bugs to increase production efficiency. So if this mother bug is given a few months, it can create an army of tens of thousands of bugs." Dark demon bugs eat anything and possess strong vitality. They can level up quickly with sufficient food, so once the swarm forms, it will be unstoppable. If this mother bug is left unchecked for a while, the beast forest will probably be gone. When I discovered this mother bug, it was already at the 3rd rank and had produced a lot of bugs, but I wiped them all out. Zhang Ye was slightly surprised. "Isn't this the insect race? In games, the insect race wins by numbers, and their swarms are in the billions. Oh, once the swarm forms, it will be overwhelming and terrifying. The demon realm is too frightening. Even such things exist," Zhang Ye couldn't help but say. With the demon slime and the dark demon mother bug, these are all things that could pose a threat to the world once they grow up. The demon realm is simply a hell-level dungeon. Lei Ona nodded. "That's how the demon realm is. Thus, if the demon realm invades the divine creation world, the consequences would be unimaginable. This world is called the divine creation world, vast and rich home to myriad races. Then why not just eliminate it directly and bring it back?" Zhang Ye asked. Leo Na smiled, looking at Guchu on Zhang Ye's shoulder. "Since you can tame the demon slime, I want to see if you can tame this dark demon mother bug. If you can successfully sign a contract, then it and the swarm it produces will fight for you, providing tremendous support." "But can't you sign a contract?" Zhang Ye asked, reasoning that someone as strong as Leo Na should be able to do so. However, Leo Na shook her head. "I can't, or rather it's difficult for beings from the demon realm to be contracted. Perhaps it's because I am a native human of the divine creation world, causing demon realm beings to reject us fiercely and prefer to die rather than submit to a contract. Forcing enslavement would also trigger a backlash from the demon realm being's soul, making it impossible to survive. If I hadn't sealed its source, it would have self-destructed by now. But you're different. You are a person from another world, so you might not trigger rejection or soul backlash, and you've successfully signed a contract with the demon slime, which is why I want you to give it a try. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to kill it again." Zhang Ye showed an expression of understanding and nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." He threw an analysis at the dark demon mother bug, but the introduction he saw differed somewhat from Leo Na's explanation. Dark demon mother bug, a demon realm creature, early stage of the 3rd rank, capable of producing 100,000 dark demon bugs each month, able to give birth to dark demon mother bugs, and special dark demon bugs possessing stronger reproductive and evolutionary abilities than dark demon mother bugs. Dark demon mother bug. Even more powerful than the dark demon mother bug. Wow, this thing is hiding quite a bit. Even Lei Ona didn't notice. Producing 100,000 dark demon bugs in a month is terrifyingly fast. It's practically a round-the-clock baby factory, far more prolific than any production team. And this is just one dark demon mother bug. If it produces another dark demon mother bug, the production speed will increase geometrically. If Zhang Ye hadn't said a few extra words causing Lei Ona to capture it, the beast forest would be in dire straits. But can this thing really be contracted? By the way, how do you contract it? Zhang Ye asked. Moi. Lei Ona was taken aback. "You don't know the contract magic?" Zhang Ye shook his head. "I don't know. Guchu contracted with me voluntarily. Oh, I don't have mastery over contract magic." Lei Ona nodded, and then demonstrated the contract magic for Zhang Ye to see, prompting him to analyze it immediately. Slave contract, a non-rank contract type magic used for forcibly enslaving beings of lower rank than oneself. The contracted being becomes the slave of the contractor, subject to their control of life and death. Since it's a non-rank magic, both the copying and analysis durations are 1 second, and Zhang Ye analyzed it instantly. Then he looked at the dark demon mother bug, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. No. 520 dark demon queen larva felt deeply aggrieved. Having barely evaded detection by that woman, she had at last found a suitable site to establish her nest, and after great effort birthed countless offspring ready to launch her grand invasion. Yet suddenly that woman reappeared, annihilating all her brood and capturing her alive. Humph. Ignorant humans, what do you hope to gain by seizing this sovereign larva? This sovereign larva pledges absolute fealty to His Majesty the Demon Sovereign, loyal beyond death, unwavering till the end. You shall extract nothing from her. No. 520 had resolved the moment opportunity arose she would end her own life, denying these humans any leverage whatsoever. What does this human youth intend? Daring to draw so near. Dare he test whether she'll spit venom straight into his face? Zhang Ye approached now. 520 studying her with quiet curiosity before chuckling softly and saying with deliberate delicacy, "Little darling, would you be my loyal hound?" No. 520 dark demon queen larva. Truly exquisitely delicate indeed. Why? Why can she comprehend his speech? How dare he command her to become his hound? Why not feast upon the excrement of intestinal millipedes instead? Baring her mandibles, no. 520 prepared to unleash a torrent of corrosive spittle. Tui. Zhang Ye leapt aside just in time. The vile mucus struck a nearby tree, instantly eating through its trunk and leaving a gaping smoking crater. I'd sooner cease birthing than kneel as your hound, she hissed. No. 520 shrieked in guttural sibilance. Zhang Ye froze, astonished. He could understand her meaning. Then it dawned on him. The system's translation function. So this dark demon queen larva belonged to an intelligent species. No matter. Communication was possible, and that was what mattered. Unfazed, Zhang Ye smiled gently. Don't speak so absolutely. Surrender to me, and there are rewards awaiting you. Begone, ignorant human. This world shall fall beneath the dominion of the nether realms. His Majesty the Demon Sovereign will lead legions beyond counting to crush every race beneath his heel. Long live His Majesty the Demon Sovereign. No. 520 hissed fiercely. At those words, Zhang Ye's expression shifted instantly to one of stunned disbelief. You cursed His Majesty. Edge. No. 520 recoiled, then erupted in fury. Preposterous. I did no such thing. I serve His Majesty with unshakable loyalty unto my final breath. Zhang Ye countered calmly. Deny it all you wish. But you proclaimed His Majesty's reign shall last only 10,000 years. Yet his lifespan spans eons beyond measure. That is a curse, and you uttered it. No. 520 faltered, bewildered. Was such logic even valid? Is that truly so? She murmured, dazed. Indeed, Zhang Ye nodded sagely. Such devotion requires refinement. Submit to me. I shall teach you true flawless fealty to His Majesty. What say you? No. 520 stared, then recoiled in sudden realization. You seek to turn me. Know this, human. It shall never be. I would rather self-destruct, be devoured whole by wild beasts, or hurl myself from the dragonfall abyss, than bow before you. Dream on. Tui. Zhang Ye dodged swiftly, brow furrowing slightly. Though seemingly naive, this larva proved remarkably difficult to deceive. Aila stood nearby, arms folded, voice cool and detached. Your slave covenant grants perfect control, capable of overriding soul rebellion entirely. Simply activate it upon her. Zhang Ye replied, I see. With that he snapped his fingers. Slave covenant. No. 520 watched the dark arcane array manifest before her, and sneered, foolish human. You know nothing. As a noble upper-tier demon race, I bear innate soul protection. Your pitiful covenant cannot enslave me. Before her sentence finished, the covenant's sigil dissolved into her form, and an irrevocable bond flared between Zhang Ye and No. 520. Zhang Ye sensed with crystalline clarity that a single thought from him could extinguish her life, or restore it. No. 520's eyes widened in utter disbelief as she stared at Zhang Ye. This cannot be. How could you possibly enslave me? It is impossible. Zhang Ye burst into laughter, then leaned close, whispering conspiratorially, You may find this hard to believe, but I am the Demon Sovereign, merely disguised as a human conducting incognito inspections. You understand, yes? No. 520 gaped silently at him, then slowly parted her mandibles. By the abyss. This build-up, it's a supreme-grade corrosive loogie. Zhang Ye cried out sharply, freeze. The slave covenant activated instantly, locking No. 520 rigid in place. Even the viscous, fully charged spittle dripped helplessly from her jaw. Outwardly calm, yet within the ambient magical resonance, No. 520 was already hurling torrents of scathing invective at Zhang Ye. No. 520, wretch. You think to trick me? Do you take me for some simple-minded grub? Zhang Ye shook his head. Why won't you believe me? I am the Demon Sovereign. No. 520, spew forth the spiraling black bile of hellfire molten giants. Zhang Ye wore an expression of pure, unfeigned sincerity. I am the Demon Sovereign. Why won't you trust me? No. 520, you don't even have Bobo. and yet you claim to be the demon's sovereign. Zhang Ye blinked baffled. Bobo. What in the nine hells is Bobo? The bad woman's Bobo. With smug pride, no. 520 flicked her gaze toward Leona. His Majesty's Bobo dwarfs hers, by a vast margin. Zhang Ye. Right. No wonder the lie collapsed the moment it left his lips. So, the demon's sovereign was female. Well then, case closed. Still, Leona's Bobo was already sizable, surely at cup. Then how colossal must the demon's sovereigns be? Ah, pure academic curiosity. Absolutely no ulterior motive. Truly. Zhang Ye cleared his throat. Fine. I'll confess since childhood I've sworn to become the demon's sovereign. No. 520. You're not even worthy to be a lowly black maggot larva. Yet you dream of being His Majesty's consort. Itoe. Zhang Ye bristled. Oh, your tongue's been dipped in Mount Neo-land's finest venom, hasn't it? Fine. Let's duel insults. Leona. Her perspective at that very moment. Queen larva SSSSSSS. Zhi. Zhang Ye SSSSSSS. Queen larva Zhi. TUI. Zhang Ye Zhi. Tatuichui. Queen larva. TUI. Zhang Ye he gulp. Cough cough. Flustered Zhang Ye turned to Leona. SSSSS. Ah, forgot to switch terms. Pointing indignantly at No. 520 he pleaded. Leona, she's out insulting me. Help me counterattack. Leona. She couldn't hold back, bursting into unrestrained, echoing laughter. You actually traded barbs with a bug. Ha. That sibilant exchange was in fact demonic insect tongue, a language Leona hadn't expected Zhang Ye to master. Though she couldn't decipher their words, it was clear he was losing the verbal duel. In Leona's view, Zhang Ye might well be the only being capable of trading venomous retorts with a dark demon queen larva. Enough. Now that she's bound, confine her to the Covenant realm. Plenty of time later to train her. Leona waved dismissively, her sides aching from laughter utterly spent. Zhang Ye nodded reluctantly. With a mere thought, No. 520 vanished into the Covenant realm. Once activated, the Slave Covenant manifests a dedicated Covenant realm, where bonded creatures may be stored at will. Within it, environments naturally adapt to suit each creature's needs. The Covenant grants absolute authority over the bonded creature's life, death, and physical autonomy, including the power to immobilize them, preventing suicide or self-destruction. Zhang Ye immediately enforced full restraint, lest she detonate upon relaxation or attempt to bite him to death. Her every motion was now under total lockdown, yet she continued her tirade unabated. Wretch, release me. Grant me 1 month, and I shall challenge you to single combat. Zhang Ye pursed his lips. 1 month. She'd likely summon her 10th Sandstrong brood for a swarm assault. He wasn't that foolish. Refusal is fine, but perhaps you'd first birth me a few hatchlings to play with. Zhang Ye asked hopeful. Never. Not even under death, declared No. 520. My children shall never entertain you. Zhang Ye sighed. He could command her body and life, but not her reproductive will. Release me at once, or His Majesty will make you pay dearly. I am His Majesty's most cherished larva. Hey, wretch, are you listening? Zhang Ye ignored her, musing aloud. First, let's bestow upon you a proper name. No, I am No. 520, and need no name from you, she shouted. Zhang Ye clicked his tongue appreciatively. Even your designation, 520, echoes I love you. Clearly your heart leans toward virtue. Thus your new name shall embody benevolence and radiance. Let us call you Godan. No. 520 I. Zhang Ye kidding, your name shall be Tet. After all, you're forever tuatuatuing. Tet, itui. Ignoring Tay-Tay, Zhang Ye asked, have the demonic creatures in the beast forest been dealt with? Leona nodded. Yes, they have been completely eradicated this time. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment, and then said, is it possible that the 3 powerful demonic creatures you killed are actually still alive? Leona chuckled. You're being too cautious. Zhang Ye waved his hand. It's better to be careful. Who knows if those monsters might suddenly resurrect? What if they only need a drop of blood to come back to life? Leona laughed heartily. That's amusing. Don't worry, those 3 guys have been burnt to ashes by me, not a drop of blood left, so they can't possibly come back to life. Hearing this, Zhang Ye continued, is it possible they are just dead in body but their souls are still alive and they can possess and resurrect? Leona shook her head. Those 3 demonic creatures are only at the 3-star saint level. To rely on their souls for resurrection, they would need to be at least 9-star saint level. Alright, little guy, don't worry so much. Just absorb those crystal cores first. Zhang Ye pouted. I'm not small, I'm already 23. After a moment of silence, he added, I'm not just talking about my age. Leona looked at him with surprise, then smiled widely, suddenly stepping forward to lift Zhang Ye's chin with her finger. 23 years old. I'm already 26, 3 years older than you. Do you still expect me to offer myself to you? Zhang Ye's heart raced, and his face turned slightly red. Oh my, this woman is so fierce. He chuckled. There's an old saying in my hometown, a woman 3 years older is worth a gold brick. Besides, as long as there's love in the heart, age is not a problem. Leona burst into laughter, playfully ruffling Zhang Ye's bald head. You've got quite the mouth. There's not much time left. Hurry up and absorb the crystal cores. Saying this, Leona tossed the previously mentioned bare crystal core to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye caught it and quickly asked, not much time. Are you leaving? Seeing Zhang Ye's anxious expression, Leona smiled. It's not that I'm leaving, but it's that we need to leave. This excursion was only applied for 3 months, and now there's only 1 month left. The enrollment for the Magic Academy is also in a month, so I will take you back, then allowing you to experience human civilization in this world. To prepare for the enrollment at the Magic Academy, I need you to improve your strength as much as possible within this month and pass the entrance examination. Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as Leona doesn't abandon him, that's enough. He then picked up the crystal core and asked, "Are you a student at the Magic Academy?" Leona smiled and shook her head. "I used to be, but now I'm a mentor, though I'm currently only a nominal one and haven't started teaching yet." "What is the Magic Academy like?" Zhang Ye asked curiously. "What are the requirements for the entrance examination?" Leona didn't show any impatience and sat cross-legged in front of Zhang Ye, explaining. The Magic Academy is a top-tier magic institution in the north region of the Western continent, renowned for its inclusivity of all races. Unlike other magic academies that only admit humans or their own kind, the Magic Academy accepts almost any intelligent race on the continent. It can be said that as long as you meet the enrollment requirements and pass the entrance examination, even a goblin can enter the Magic Academy. However, the enrollment requirements are very high. Every year, out of hundreds of thousands of applicants, less than 3,000 manage to get in. The elimination rate is that high, eh? Zhang Ye exclaimed. Then how stringent are these enrollment requirements? First, the age must not exceed 25 and the rank must be at least mid-level 4-star. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye replied, "That's not too difficult. I can definitely meet the requirements." At this point, he was already at early 4-star level. If he couldn't reach mid-level 4-star in a month, he might as well just end his life and stop being the protagonist. Leona laughed. "Of course it's not difficult. Many people can reach mid-level 4-star before the age of 25, but that's just the first test. There are a total of 3 tests. After passing the rank test, the next is the control test. Regardless of whether you're a warrior, archer, or mage, at all depends on magical power. The stronger your control over magical power, the higher the efficiency, power, and accuracy of your spells. This second test will eliminate 2/3 of the participants. The last test, which is also the most important, is the practical combat test. You will need to face a magical beast of the same rank as yourself, and you must win to pass. This is not only a test of your own strength, but also a test of fate. Fate. Zhang Ye immediately reacted and said, "There are also very powerful beings among the magical beasts of the same rank, like the 5-star bear beast that can rival 7-star creatures. So if I draw the short straw, I could end up facing such a beast, right?" Leona snapped her fingers. "Smart. But this 3-test process shouldn't pose much of a problem for you. Given your pace of improvement, you will soon meet the rank requirements. I will also focus on training your control over magic and practical combat in the coming days. What you really need to worry about is the enrollment examination after the 3 tests. The content of the enrollment examination remains unchanged. All candidates who pass the 3 tests will be sent into a secret realm. Within the secret realm, you need to continuously kill magical beasts and collect soul essences. The more soul essences you collect, the higher your rank and the more points you will earn. Finally, the top 3,000 students based on points can become official students. Furthermore, the top 500 will receive rewards with better rewards for higher ranks." Zhang Ye nodded. Having read many novels, he was naturally well aware of such settings. However, you need to be cautious that in the secret realm, there are not only magical beasts, but also many dangerous areas. Once you step into those dangerous zones, just a moment of carelessness could result in death. The danger level is extremely high, and even with the Academy's protection, casualties are still possible. But the most dangerous aspect is not these, but humans. Zhang Ye interjected. Leona looked at Zhang Ye with a hint of surprise, and then nodded. "It seems you understand." "That's right, it's humans. The secret realm cannot connect with the outside world, so everything that happens inside is unknown to the outside. Therefore, many students, in order to compete for rankings, will resort to killing other students to seize the soul essences they have collected or the treasures on them, or to settle personal scores. This is also why there can be more than 10,000 participants in the enrollment examination, yet often the ranking of 3,000 cannot even be filled. But won't allowing such mutual killings waste talent resources?" Zhang Ye couldn't help but say. With over 10,000 people entering, less than 3,000 returning alive is too high a death rate. After all, these individuals all have the potential to become powerful mages. Of course, Zhang Ye misunderstood this part, as Leona hadn't mentioned that those who voluntarily exit or fail the tests wouldn't be counted on the leaderboard, so the actual death toll might only be 1 or 2,000. Nonetheless, even so, the death rate is not low. Leona shook her head. The Academy trains mages and warriors, strong individuals who can fight in battles, not sheltered flowers. If you can't even pass the enrollment examination, then don't even think about getting stronger. In this world, strength is paramount. The path of the strong cannot be smooth sailing, it is bound to be filled with bloodshed. This is the first lesson the Academy teaches its students. Those who cannot pass or escape the secret realm are not worthy of being called talents. Zhang Ye nodded seriously upon hearing this. A survival rate of less than 30% is indeed cruel, but just as Leona said, the path of the strong cannot be smooth sailing. Which strong person hasn't walked over the corpses of magical beasts and enemies? Thus all this is inevitable. Seeing Zhang Ye's serious expression, Leona smiled widely, her sparkling tiger teeth, causing Zhang Ye to feel momentarily dazed. I have only one requirement of you, and that is to pass the enrollment examination with a place in the top 3 of the new student rankings. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Top 3. What if I can't achieve that? Leona smiled. Then I will beat you. Zhang Ye was astonished. What if I can't even pass the enrollment examination? Leona laughed even brighter. Then I will kill you. Zhang Ye shrank his neck. That shouldn't be necessary. I after all am your lifesaver. Leona nodded. That's true, but you are also my first student trained by Leona. If my first student can't even pass the enrollment examination, where will I put my face? How will I survive in the mage community in the future? Zhang Ye fell silent. When the spirited Leona said this, she exuded an undeniable charm and swagger that made Zhang Ye's heartstrings tremble. So during this month for your own life you must train with all your might. Moreover, as she said this, Leona suddenly leaned forward, grabbing Zhang Ye's collar and pulling him closer. Zhang Ye felt as if his nose was almost touching Leona's nose, and he could feel her warm breath and a fragrance emanating from her. To make me offer myself to you, you must show some of that manly spirit, right? My man cannot be a coward. Hearing this, Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with passion. He smiled widely, radiating strong confidence. Of course. Leona explained to Zhang Ye the precautions for absorbing the crystal nucleus, stating, to absorb the crystal nucleus, you need to inject magical power into it, guiding the magical components within into your body for circulation and refinement. Although the efficiency of cultivating with crystal nuclei is not as high as with magic crystals currently, there are no magic crystals available, so we have to settle for less. It is important to note that absorbing a crystal nucleus requires a corresponding physique. For instance, a fire attribute physique can only absorb fire attribute crystal nuclei because the magical attribute within the crystal is already determined. If the physique does not match and one forces the absorption, it will cause conflicts within your body due to the differing magical attributes. In that case, the efficiency of enhancement will be very low, wasting the crystal nucleus, and in severe cases it may even lead to chaotic magical energy within your body, affecting your cultivation progress. Zhang Ye chuckled, saying, I don't have such worries because I am compatible with all attributes. Leona was taken aback and chuckled. That is true. She had already checked Zhang Ye's magical energy, which was indeed attributeless, meaning he could cultivate any attribute of magic and absorb any attribute of crystal nucleus. It can be said that it is quite convenient. As Zhang Ye picked up the crystal nucleus and was about to inject magical energy to guide it, Aila suddenly spoke up. Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. The system's cultivation function can directly eliminate the steps of guidance and refinement. As long as you concentrate, the crystal nucleus will be absorbed by you at the fastest speed, transforming into your cultivation level. However, some other components within the crystal nucleus cannot be absorbed. But you have analyzed Guzhou's ability of devour, right? You can directly eat the crystal nucleus, which ensures that no waste occurs. Zhang Ye was taken aback, recalling that he had that option. But eating the crystal nucleus. The third-tier crystal nucleus was manageable, being only the size of a broad bean, while the fourth-tier crystal nucleus was equivalent to a grape. However, the fifth and sixth-tier crystal nuclei were a bit large for Zhang Ye. How do I eat this? Zhang Ye swallowed hard. According to Aila's explanation, the crystal nucleus contained not only magical energy, but also some nutrients. Crystal nuclei have many uses, such as for cultivation, alchemy, forging, enchanting, and arranging formations, among many others. Many functions rely on the substances within the crystal nuclei. If Zhang Ye absorbed those substances, he would also gain some benefits, such as enhanced resistance to corresponding attribute magic and improved conversion efficiency. However, absorbing a single crystal nucleus only provides very slight enhancements. Unless the quality of the crystal nucleus is sufficient, achieving significant effects requires devouring a large number of crystal nuclei. Yet it is better than nothing. To increase his power quickly, Zhang Ye ultimately chose to devour and absorb it. He picked up a third-tier crystal nucleus and tossed it into his mouth, causing Leona to look on in shock. You can't be serious about eating the crystal nucleus, right? Leona exclaimed hurriedly. Crystal nuclei cannot be consumed directly. They cannot be digested. Spit it out. Zhang Ye waved his hand, saying, it's fine. I learned Guzhou's ability and can devour anything like a slime. Leona was taken aback and curiously asked, can you eat poop? Zhang Ye was left speechless. Why did that sound so wrong coming from your little cherry mouth? No, he replied irritably, then activated devour. As expected, the crystal nucleus held in his mouth rapidly transformed into torrents of magical energy, flowing into Zhang Ye's body, while the remaining crystal material turned into liquid and flowed down his esophagus into his stomach. The absorption rate was no joke. Zhang Ye could clearly feel his cultivation level advancing. He estimated that once he absorbed all these third and fourth tier crystal nuclei, he would be able to break through to the late fourth tier. Zhang Ye smacked his lips in delight, exclaiming, sour and sweet, it's delicious. Hearing this, Leona swallowed hard, asking, really? Is it delicious? Seeing her reaction, Zhang Ye knew she was a foodie. He chuckled and tossed another crystal nucleus into his mouth, absorbing the magical energy, but he did not swallow the remaining nutrients right away. He held them in his mouth, looking quite tempting. Want to give it a try? Leona raised her sword-like eyebrows and promptly delivered a light smack on Zhang Ye's forehead. Thud. The sound of a smack on a bald head was quite loud. Ow! Zhang Ye yelped, nearly spitting out the nutrients. You disgusting creature. Hurry up and absorb it, or once you're done I'll teach you how to control magical power, Leona said impatiently. Oh. Zhang Ye nodded regretfully, then grabbed a handful of crystal nuclei and began to devour them. As he ate, he mumbled, "This one is what attribute him. It has an aloe taste, a bit bitter, but after the bitterness it turns sweet, leaving my throat feeling incredibly refreshing. This golden attribute one tastes like orange, sour and sweet, but with a stronger sourness. It's quite rich and appetizing. While this would attribute one actually tastes like lychee, it's very sweet. The earth attribute." Leona was listening with her mouth watering, and finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and snatched a crystal nucleus from Zhang Ye's hand, popping it into her mouth. I don't believe it. Although I can't directly devour it, I can use my magical power to separate the components within the crystal nucleus. She began to savor it carefully. No taste. Leona frowned. After separating the magical energy, the crystal nucleus turned into magical power and nutrients, but Leona did not detect any flavor. It was like drinking water. Narrowing her eyes, she looked at Zhang Ye, saying, I suspect you are playing a trick on me. Zhang Ye was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Why would I trick you? It's really delicious. It must be because your magical power separation hasn't activated the flavor of the crystal nucleus. You need to use my devour magic. If you don't believe me, try it. This one is lychee flavor. Saying this, Zhang Ye held another crystal nucleus in his mouth and opened it toward Leona. To be fair, Leona did catch a hint of sweetness from his mouth. Leona looked at him and finally gave him a light smack on the head with an expressionless face. Zhang Ye covered his head, feeling wronged. It really was delicious. Just eat if you want to, don't talk. Leona said angrily. How infuriating. I'm so tempted. She had grown up eating thousands of types of magical beasts and developed thousands of cooking methods for them, yet she had never tried crystal nuclei. Having been teased by Zhang Ye, she was utterly craving it. In the end, she simply ignored him and flew off to hunt magical beasts, planning to come back for a barbecue. You stay here, I'm going to hunt. After saying this, Leona flew away. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes, thinking, missing out on such delicious crystal nuclei is your loss. Then he continued to devour the crystal nuclei. Soon all the 3rd and 4th tier crystal nuclei had been devoured, and his cultivation level had also risen to the late 4th tier. While he couldn't feel a significant improvement in magical resistance and magical energy conversion, yet there was surely some enhancement. Then Zhang Ye picked up a 5th tier crystal nucleus the size of a lychee and stuffed it into his mouth. The magical energy contained in the 5th tier crystal nucleus was considerable, nearly equivalent to 4 or 5 4th tier crystal nuclei, and it contained even more nutrients. The key point was, it's delicious. The higher the tier of the crystal nucleus, the richer and more flavorful it became. The crystal nuclei on his tongue were simply amazing. Gujio suddenly jumped into Zhang Ye's arms, looking at him with hope. Zhang Ye smiled and said, You want to eat too, huh? Here. He then picked up a 5th tier crystal nucleus and fed it to Gujio, who immediately cheered and swallowed it, lying in Zhang Ye's arms to digest it. The two continued to enjoy the crystal nuclei together. As the last 5th tier crystal nucleus from the violent bear beast went down, a flash of light enveloped Zhang Ye. He had reached the 5th tier. Zhang Ye was extremely excited, then prepared to take the chicken egg-sized 6th tier crystal nucleus and stuff it into his mouth. Burp. However, before he could even do so, he felt a wave of fullness in his body and let out a burp that tasted like the crystal nucleus. Zhang Ye was taken aback. His stomach wasn't distended. Why was he already full? Inquiring with Aila, he learned that it wasn't his stomach that was full, but rather that the energy from the absorbed crystal nuclei had reached the limit his body could handle. He needed to wait until his body fully digested the magical energy and nutrients before he could continue to devour more. Zhang Ye nodded, feeling the magical energy within his body. After absorbing the crystal nuclei, his magical energy had reached the newly advanced 5th tier, and the process of digesting the magical energy was equivalent to solidifying his cultivation level. With his current digestion speed, he estimated he could devour again in a few hours. Zhang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Having reached the newly advanced 5th tier, he had already surpassed the admission standards of the Wanling Magic Academy. Next would be controlling magical power and practical combat. At that moment, Leona had just returned her magical energy, surging as a massive flame claw emerged from the layer of magical energy around her, grasping a wild boar. Zhang Ye tossed over an analysis. Water magic boar, 7th tier water attribute magical beast. Zhang Ye was taken aback. It was indeed a 7th tier magical beast. He analyzed again, wanting to see the characteristics of the water magic boar, and the analysis content changed according to his thoughts. Water magic boar, 7th tier water attribute magical beast, living deep in the 10,000 beasts forest. It possesses powerful strength and defense along with strong resistance to water attributes. It can control the power of water, and due to the nourishment of water magic, its meat is very tender and is an excellent ingredient. Leona landed with the nearly lifeless water magic boar and snorted, What's so delicious about crystal nuclei? Let me show you how to roast a whole pig, and you'll know what true delicacies are. As Leona waved her hand, a series of high-quality ingredients, such as heavenly olive oil, special sauce, fiery cloud, chili, lightning, numbing pepper, and red crystal salt, appeared around her. Zhang Ye looked utterly bewildered. That should be a spatial ring on your finger, right? Why do you have a bunch of seasoning stuffed inside it? With a flick of her small hand, a fire pit appeared on the ground while the water demon pig was wrapped in Leona's magical power. The scene unfolded like a master chef at work as it was skinned, eviscerated, separated, cut, and filled with ingredients in a seamless flow. Before long, the water demon pig was transformed into a whole pig roasting over the fire. Olive oil brushed on, and the spices of chili and pepper were crushed and mixed in the air, sprinkled over the roasting pig, soon making it sizzle and emit an enticing aroma. With a swipe of the special sauce, the fragrance intensified, and Zhang Ye couldn't help but drool. This is so fragrant. Not only is this red-haired lioness beautiful, but she also cooks so well. I'm truly smitten. Before long, the whole pig was done. Without needing Leona to call him, Zhang Ye approached, having already conjured metal cutlery with magic ready to feast. Leona smiled slyly, causing the roasted pig to float away from Zhang Ye. What are you doing? That's for me to eat. She looked at Zhang Ye, a smirk dancing on her lips. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Don't do that. I wasn't trying to tempt you on purpose. The crystal cores are really delicious. Leona waved her hand dismissively. Then you go eat your crystal cores. As she spoke, she waved her small hand, and a piece of roasted meat was magically cut off, the crispy skin crackling while the tender pork juices flowed. Then the roasted meat was sent to Leona's mouth, and she immediately displayed an expression of ecstasy, letting out an enticing moan on purpose. Perfectly roasted, the skin separating from the meat, crispy, yet not charred, the fat beneath the skin melting and absorbed by the meat. Coupled with the water demon pig's tender quality, nourished by the water magic, the combination was rich, yet not greasy, sliding smoothly in the mouth like milk. So delicious, it's a pity someone only likes eating crystal cores. Zhang Ye's mouth hung open, drooling. Though his body was filled with energy, his stomach was still empty. The aroma of roasted meat spurred his hunger instantly. Coupled with Leona's lethal flavor commentary, Zhang Ye couldn't help but salivate, his stomach growling. Leona, look, I've been fighting for so long, and I'm hungry. Zhang Ye fidgeted his hands, awkwardly leaning closer. Leona pointed her finger at his forehead. Don't you like eating crystal cores? Aren't they lychee flavored? Go away, don't interrupt me while I'm eating meat. As she said this, Leona flicked her finger, and Zhang Ye was sent flying. Zhang Ye clumsily got up from the ground, prideful. If I don't eat it, then I, Zhang, would rather be chased by a violent bear or a blade-tailed tiger, even drown in the river, than eat a bite of your meat. Leona looked at him in surprise, then waved her hand. No level, miso technique. Suddenly the aroma of roasted meat intensified dozens of times, and as soon as Zhang Ye's words fell, drool dripped down. Zhang Ye, no way. Why does a fire element saint-level mage know such strange magic? Zhang Ye first analyzed it, then awkwardly ran to Leona's side. Leona, what? Can I have some? Where's your dignity? I'm making soup. Seeing that Leona ignored him, Zhang Ye began to feign shyness. Leona, Leona, seeing Zhang Ye's feigned shyness, Leona immediately felt a chill shivering slightly, quickly stopping him. Fine, you can eat. Zhang Ye immediately cheered, rushing over to tear off a piece of meat and shove it into his mouth, looking utterly blissful. Wow, this is really fragrant. Seeing him like this, Leona couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head, and the two began to indulge in the roasted meat. To be fair, Leona's cooking was truly exceptional, and Zhang Ye was eating with grease running down his mouth, utterly delightful. Leona, where did you learn this culinary skill? I figured it out myself. While eating heartily, Leona said, I used to train in the forest, and the only food I could rely on was my hunting and cooking. To eat better, I often pondered how magical beasts ate, and after a while I got the hang of it. The miso technique is what I developed myself, which can enhance flavor threefold and aroma dozens of times. Leona proudly tilted her chin up. Zhang Ye couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. This is incredible. How many magical beasts do you have to eat to develop such culinary skills? Even being able to develop magic is truly impressive. After eating several pounds of meat, Zhang Ye felt full, and he watched as Leona continued to feast, eating quickly and beautifully. The massive water demon pig was soon half eaten, and the remaining half was stored in Leona's spatial ring reserved for the next meal. Zhang Ye held a few pig ribs deep in thought. He wondered if devouring crystal cores could enhance his cultivation, then would devouring bones enhance his bone strength? What's wrong? Is it so good that you want to eat the bones too? Leona laughed. Zhang Ye quickly nodded, yeah. Then she saw Zhang Ye really stuffing the bones into his mouth, and with a few crackling sounds, he actually swallowed the ribs that were the length of his forearm. Leona. It turned out Zhang Ye's idea was correct. After the devouring was activated, his bite became exceptionally strong, even the hard pig bones were chewed through. Moreover, as he devoured the pig bones, Zhang Ye felt a warm sensation throughout his body, clearly indicating that his bones had been strengthened. Leona was astonished, unable to help, but say, you don't need to go this far, do you? Leona's roasted meat, I can't waste it no matter what. After saying that, he crackled and finished all the bones he had just eaten. Seeing this, Leona shook her head and smiled. This kid. After you're full, let's start with magic control training. Standing in the open space, Leona said to Zhang Ye. There are many ways to train magic control, such as evenly coating magic on the body surface to form a thin layer, creating magic skin, which can isolate from the outside, and for example condensing magic into threads for precise control. But what I want to teach you is the most effective training method, drawing formations. Drawing formations? Zhang Ye asked curiously. Is it to draw magic formations? Leona nodded. Exactly, it's drawing magic formations, but what I want you to do is not just any drawing, but high-intensity precise formation drawing. What you need to do is condense magic into threads, then draw the magic formation in midair, while simultaneously controlling multiple magic threads to draw. As she spoke, countless threads of red magic as thin as hair appeared around Leona. The magic threads danced around her, and as the magic flowed into them, the threads moved rhythmically quickly, drawing out a magic formation in front of Leona. In less than a second, the formation was completed. Zhang Ye's pupils constricted. An eighth-tier rain of fire. The magic formation shimmered with light, slowly rotating, indicating that as long as magic was poured in this formation, could be activated. The speed of this formation drawing was astonishing. There were at least hundreds of magic threads drawing the formation simultaneously, without any confusion or chaos, completing an eighth-tier magic formation in an instant, leaving Zhang Ye in awe. Now it's your turn. I first condense the magic threads, Leona said. Zhang Ye nodded. Okay, I'll give it a try. Saying this, he began to exert all his effort to control the magic, gathering it in his hands, and slowly a magic thread extended out. Though it was called a thread, it was more like a rope. This magic thread was too thick compared to Leona's hair-thin magic threads. Zhang Ye wasn't discouraged. He continued to control it, and the magic thread became longer and thinner. Finally, after a moment, a thread as fine as hair floated in front of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye beamed. How is it? Can I do it? Leona was astonished. The speed of improvement is unbelievably fast. When she condensed her first magic thread and controlled it to be as thick as a hair, it took her a whole day. And Zhang Ye, in less than 10 minutes. This is simply a monster. However, she did not praise Zhang Ye, but said, you're still far off. You need to condense at least hundreds of such fine magic threads at the same time and be able to control them freely to be qualified. Now practice for me. Alright, don't forget to simultaneously cover your body with a layer of magic to form magic skin. Both need to be done at the same time, so you can enhance your magic control faster. I will set up a magic gathering formation so you don't need to worry about lacking magic. By the end of today, I want to see you condense 10 magic threads simultaneously and cover one arm with magic skin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded firmly. Alright. In the afternoon, as twilight descended, colorful stars ascended into the night sky, rendering it dreamy and beautiful. The magic gathering array on the ground emitted a faint blue light, with Zhang Ye standing still at its center. His upper body radiated with glowing magical energy, and countless slender strands of magic extended from the thin layer of power, gently swaying. There were dozens of them. Leona, arms crossed, gazed at Zhang Ye, unable to suppress her astonishment. How could there be such a prodigy in the world? In less than 2 sandglasses, 4 hours, the magical skin had already covered half of his body, and the strands of magic could simultaneously condense into dozens, far exceeding the standards Leona had set for Zhang Ye. Such a pace of improvement was beyond her reach. At this rate, in a month, Zhang Ye's mastery of magic would likely rival hers. Zhang Ye opened his eyes and exhaled. Training in magical control requires immense concentration and consumes both mental and magical energy. With the magic gathering array in place, his magic would quickly recover, so he didn't need to worry about exhaustion. However, his mental energy could not be restored. After 4 hours, his mental reserves were nearly depleted, which left him feeling quite fatigued. Nevertheless, the improvement was quite significant. At this rate, he estimated that by tomorrow he would be able to fully condense the magical skin and over 100 strands of magic. That's enough for today, Leona nodded. From now on, you must engage in practical combat training every morning and magical control training every afternoon. All right, Zhang Ye nodded, then grinned mischievously. Leona, it's getting late. Shouldn't we go to sleep? Leona looked at him speechlessly. When this guy was serious, he was quite handsome and determined, able to persist in magical control training for so long. But when he was not serious, how could he be so infuriating? Seeing Zhang Ye's eager expression, Leona flicked her finger, and he was immediately wrapped in magic and transported into the cave, where Leona's power firmly held him down. Sleep? No, it's time to cultivate, Leona instructed. Zhang Ye pouted, but said nothing, tossing a 6th-tier crystal core into his mouth, and then took the 7th-tier crystal core of the water magic pig and entered a cultivation state. Sleeping with Leona was just a joke. He had no expectations. Watching Zhang Ye enter the cultivation state, Leona chuckled, shook her head, and sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, closing her eyes to rest. Night fell, enveloped in silence. The entire beast forest was suffused with a sense of oppression. Leona slowly opened her beautiful eyes, magical energy rippled slightly, and a magical barrier enveloped Zhang Ye, isolating him from the outside world. Then a fierce glint flashed in her fiery red eyes as she gazed into the forest outside. Something seemed to be approaching from the dark woods. Finally, a colossal figure emerged from the forest. As it moved, the ground trembled beneath it. It stopped 100 meters from the cave, remaining motionless, its emerald green eyes fixed on Leona. It was a gigantic deer. Leona looked at it and said calmly, "Leave, or I won't mind replacing you as the king of the beast forest." The giant deer, hearing this, flashed a hint of anger in its eyes. "You have killed the offspring of the violent bear beast king," it spoke, its voice a gentle feminine tone. As the king of the beast forest, I must seek justice for my subjects. Hey, you can only seek justice, can't you? Leona sneered coldly, then released a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Either let it come on its own, oh I happen to want to eat bear paws, or get lost. The dreadful pressure rippled, forcing the towering trees to bend. The giant deer looked at Leona, its eyes filled with turmoil, before finally sighing. I am not your opponent. The aura from the magic realm fissure has stirred the beasts, and you have killed the violent bear beast king's direct subordinate. It is already furious and wishes to incite a beast tide. Saying this, the giant deer slowly lowered its head, its antlers resembling jade touched the ground. So please leave, or I cannot suppress the wrath of the beasts. Leona nodded in her heart upon hearing this. This was indeed the last concession of the king of the beast forest. The magic realm fissure's aura had indeed affected the magical beasts, making them somewhat irritable. Fortunately, the fissure had been dealt with in time, so the impact was minimal. In fact, if Leona had not resolved the fissure issue and saved the beast forest, even if the giant deer couldn't defeat her, it would never have stooped so low. However, Zhang Ye had killed 2 violent bears, which incited the wrath of the violent bear beast king. Under the influence of the magic realm aura, the king was even angrier and intended to incite a beast tide, but was suppressed by the master of the beast forest. If a beast tide were incited, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of magical beasts would surge out of the beast forest, causing devastating effects on the surrounding nations. To quell the beast tide, those nations would also send strong beings to suppress it, which would be detrimental for both the beasts and humans. Now that humans were strong, the only ones who would pay a painful price would be the beast forest. The magic realm aura made the violent bear beast king irritable, but the king of the beast forest remained unaffected. For the sake of peace and to avoid rivers of blood, the king of the beast forest had no choice but to bow to Leona. We will naturally leave in a month. Leona replied. The giant deer nodded upon hearing this, and then slowly turned to leave. It wasn't until the giant deer's aura completely vanished that Leona finally let out a breath. The king of the beast forest, giant forest deer. A powerful magical beast at the late stage of 5-star holy rank, 2 major ranks above Leona's late stage of 3-star holy rank. Although Leona could rely on her powerful combat ability and attribute advantages from dual cultivation of magic and martial arts to not fear the giant forest deer, a fight would not yield her many benefits. This outcome was certainly the best. Leona sighed slightly. The relationship between humans and magical beasts had become increasingly tense, and she wondered when this situation would be broken. Waking up in the morning, Zhang Ye's first task was to rush to relieve himself. Last night, Leona had forced him down to cultivate, leaving him no time to relieve himself in advance. Now his bladder felt like it was about to burst. Guju be good, don't look, or you'll get pinholes. Shivering slightly, Zhang Ye stepped out from the bushes, his gaze resolute. He must cultivate to the holy rank. That way he wouldn't be woken up by a full bladder in the morning. Alas, my goal of becoming stronger is so simple and unadorned. Hey, where's Leona? Zhang Ye looked around puzzled. As soon as he spoke, Leona's figure descended from the sky. What do you want? She asked. Zhang Ye glanced behind her. Sure enough, the enormous flaming lion's paw was clutching another magical beast. Zhang Ye asked in confusion, wasn't there still half of the roasted pig left from yesterday? Leona blinked and said, I got a bit hungry last night, so I ate it. Zhang Ye blinked back, saying, eating a late-night snack. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Leona chuckled. I have a physique that doesn't gain weight. Zhang Ye retorted. You're full of it. Last time I carried you, you weighed over 300 pounds. Wow. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Ye was knocked into the ground by Leona. You should eat dirt then. With that, Leona flicked her magic cloak and flew off. Who knows where to roast meat? Zhang Ye pulled himself out of the dirt, rubbed his sore shoulder, and grinned at Guju. She's so fierce, I really like it. Guju. Zhang Ye stretched his limbs. After one night, he had already reached the mid-stage of the 5th tier. If he had only meditated to cultivate, it would have taken him several days to advance from a new 5th tier to the mid-stage. But he had eaten a 6th tier crystal core and then absorbed the 7th tier crystal core of the water magic pig using the system all night, which had skyrocketed his cultivation to this level. The crystal core of the water magic pig had been absorbed by it for 2/3, and the remaining third was directly tossed into his mouth as breakfast. After consuming the water magic pig's crystal core, his cultivation was pushed to the late stage of the 5th tier, almost reaching the peak. Then he released several spells to feed Guju and prepared to begin practical combat. However, the next moment, Leona descended from the sky holding a massive roasted pig leg in her hand. She tossed the pig leg towards Zhang Ye, saying, hurry up and eat. After you're done, it's time for combat. Zhang Ye caught the pig leg, stunned, then beamed with a radiant smile. You really do love me. Leona shot him a glare and replied, today's only requirement is to kill the forest magic ape and the claw bear. There were still 2 6th tier magical beasts left from yesterday. Today was just right for Zhang Ye to practice. Guarantee completion of the task. Zhang Ye mumbled with his mouth full of meat. After finishing off the meat and bones, he turned to look at the 2 magical beasts still locked in the magic cage, smiling confidently. When he was at the early stage of the 4th tier, he could already defeat the blade-tailed tiger. Now that he had reached the late stage of the 5th tier, his strength had increased exponentially, and he was sure he could take down the forest magic ape and the claw bear. Seeing you so confident, let's add some difficulty, Leona suddenly said, then gently snapped her fingers. Instantly, the magical cages of the two magical beasts were released. Zhang Ye's eyes widened, and then he looked at Leona with a face full of disbelief. You can't be serious. Zhang Ye's strength is certainly several times greater than when he was at the 4th rank, but to confront both the forest demon ape and the fearclaw bear at the same time, to be honest, he felt a bit insecure. The forest demon ape possesses both gold and wood attributes, ranking alongside the blade-tailed tiger, and boasts formidable combat power. As for the fearclaw bear, it is even more formidable, being on par with the savage bear beast. This mid-stage 6th rank fearclaw bear has the strength of a later-stage 7th rank. Zhang Ye is confident about taking on one of them alone, but facing two at the same time, the difficulty is no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This is to train you. When I was at the 5th rank, defeating 3 of these magical beasts was no problem for me. Leona revealed a stunning smile. If you want to be my man, it's not that easy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye took a deep breath. All right. For the sake of the dragon and phoenix twins, he would give it his all. Soon Leona pointed her finger, and a faint red glow emitted from Zhang Ye's body. The two magical beasts, who had been wary of each other, instantly turned their gaze towards Zhang Ye. I cast a bait technique on you, so these two magical beasts will prioritize killing you as their target. By working together against you, it will also prevent you from taking advantage of the situation and will maximize your practical combat training. So how about it? Isn't that considerate? Zhang Ye said. Thank you very much. His mouth twitched. You are just too considerate. Leona laughed heartily. Exactly. Zhang Ye, feeling helpless, looked at the two magical beasts that had started baring their teeth and sighed. Take it easy. Roar. As the fearclaw bear fell, Zhang Ye's body swayed, and he sat down on the ground, leaning against a tree. Gentlemen, take care, he whispered to himself. At this moment, his body was already covered in wounds. A scratch on his back, nearly traversing half of it, and a bruise on his shoulder made his left arm droop with shattered bones. Zhang Ye lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. In his life, he had never suffered such severe injuries. The intense pain made his entire body tremble, and he felt like his teeth were about to shatter. The two magical beasts were truly too ferocious, forcing him to expend all his strength, and with his cheating ability to replicate several 7th rank spells from Leona, he barely managed to defeat the two magical beasts. However, he himself was also severely injured, with both his magical energy and spiritual power nearly depleted. Leona landed in front of him and nodded. Well done. First, take your time to feel the pain in your body. This way, your ability to endure pain in the future will also become stronger. During battle, the ability to endure pain also determines your limits. With the same injuries, if your endurance is stronger, you can make quicker and more accurate decisions than your opponent, thus dominating the outcome of the battle. Zhang Ye nodded silently, his body trembling slightly as he endured. An hour later, he couldn't hold back anymore and looked up at Leona with a face full of grievance. Why are you looking at me? Endure it. The longer you endure, the better it will be for you. I went through this myself back in the day. To become strong, you must endure pains that ordinary people cannot. Zhang Ye remained silent, still gazing at her. Leona, seeing him like this, for some reason felt her heart skip a few beats. She had softened her heart. She bit her lip and finally said, all right, let's leave it at that for today. Saying this, she extended her hand to heal Zhang Ye's wounds. Soon Zhang Ye's injuries had mostly healed. He then beamed. Thank you, Leona. Leona sighed, covering her forehead. Originally, she thought her mindset was as hard as iron, but for some reason, looking at Zhang Ye's pitiful expression, she couldn't help but soften. This won't do. It's not good to continue like this. From now on, after every battle, as long as it doesn't affect your training, I won't heal your injuries. Even if you are seriously injured, you must at least endure 1 gold hourglass to train your endurance and willpower. Understand? In this world, 1 sand hourglass, 10 minutes, 1 silver hourglass, 1 hour, 1 gold hourglass, 2 hours. Zhang Ye nodded. Got it. And you can't look at me with that kind of expression anymore. Got it. What expression? Zhang Ye asked, puzzled. Leona replied. None. She feared that if Zhang Ye looked at her that way, it would affect her mindset. She absolutely couldn't soften her heart in the future. This is for his own good. Lunch consisted of fearclaw bear. Leona once again showcased her exceptional culinary skills, making the front paws of the 2 bears incredibly fragrant and delicious. As Zhang Ye ate, he laughed. If I marry you in the future, I will be truly blessed. Leona rolled her eyes at him. You can't stop talking even while eating. She felt that being with Zhang Ye had caused her to roll her eyes for a lifetime. After finishing the meal, he absorbed the cores of the 2 magical beasts and practiced for a while, and once again a glow flashed from Zhang Ye's body. He had advanced to the 6th rank. This made Leona unable to help but exclaim in wonder. How long had Zhang Ye been cultivating? Adding it all up, it hadn't even been 10 days, and in less than 10 days he had risen from no rank to 6th rank. This speed was simply terrifying. She herself had taken more than a year to reach this level. However, advancing too quickly isn't necessarily good. Initially, the progression needs to be consolidated. Zhang Ye had a devouring skill, so digestion is consolidation, but digestion also requires time. The higher the rank, the longer the digestion time. Furthermore, the cultivation he had gained through meditation also needed consolidation. Otherwise, if the rank increases too quickly, it could lead to an unstable foundation, and his control over magical power would also decline. Lastly, there's the mindset. As the rank rises, the mindset must also keep up. Zhang Ye's mindset was what Leona was most concerned about. She felt that this guy was a bit unserious. When he was serious, he was very earnest, but more often than not he was unserious and quite mischievous, acting like a child. The strange thing is she actually didn't dislike Zhang Ye like this. After all, she was a strong woman and despised effeminate men the most. Perhaps it was because Zhang Ye always took concrete actions, but not disliking him doesn't mean she thought Zhang Ye must have a strong mindset, and otherwise no matter how high his rank, he would absolutely be unable to achieve great things and become strong. Leona was somewhat satisfied with Zhang Ye's current performance, but she wasn't sure if he possessed a true strong person's mindset. If not, she would need to guide him. This requires time to observe. The afternoon was dedicated to practicing magical power control. After 6 continuous hours of practice, Zhang Ye stopped when his spiritual power was nearly depleted, and by this time, he had already gained a strong control over magical power. His magical skin could now cover his entire body, and could simultaneously condense out 120 magical threads, each as fine as a hair. The next step is to draw formations. You need to maintain the magical skin while using the magical threads to draw magical formations. To start, you can use all the magical threads to draw a low-level magical formation. Then move on to the intermediate and high-level ones. After that, you need to multitask, controlling multiple threads to simultaneously draw several magical formations. The more magical threads you control at the same time, the more magical formations you can draw simultaneously. The higher the rank, the faster the speed, and the stronger your magical control will be. Leona explained. Zhang Ye sat on the ground, took a sip of water, and curiously asked, "How many magical formations can you draw at the same time?" Leona smirked. "For first-rank magical formations, I can draw thousands at once." Thousands? Zhang Ye opened his mouth. Just now he had also tried to control the magical threads to draw formations. Although the diagrams for first-rank magical formations were very simple, controlling hundreds of magical threads to draw the formations with precision was something he found difficult. If Leona could simultaneously draw thousands of first-rank magical formations, how strong must her magical control be? However, he was not discouraged. He believed he would eventually reach and surpass Leona. Seeing the glimmer in Zhang Ye's eyes, Leona smiled slightly. This kid was even more impressive than she had imagined. Suddenly Zhang Ye said, "Leona, I want to eat roasted whole pig." Leona raised an eyebrow. "Are you ordering me around?" Zhang Ye replied, "Let me rephrase that. Oh, my dear Miss Leona, could you please prepare a delicious roasted whole pig feast for your lovely student?" "My dear Miss Leona, I assure you won't regret it. Your student will be immensely grateful, and you will be the best mentor in the world." Hearing Zhang Ye's string of flattery, Leona couldn't help but laugh. "What a greasy talker you really are, and ashamed." Zhang Ye chuckled and shook his head. "I'm not ashamed. If I can eat the roasted whole pig you make, I'd give my life for it." Leona rolled her eyes. "Always saying such unlucky things. Just wait." Saying this, she flew away. Watching Leona's figure vanish into the distance, Zhang Ye revealed a radiant smile, his face full of happiness. Does he really just love eating roasted whole pig? Not necessarily. Perhaps what he truly desires is that feeling of having someone to rely on. "Oh, I'm full, completely satiated." Zhang Ye lay sprawled on the ground, patting his belly. Leona's culinary mastery was simply unparalleled. Each meal left him pleasantly overstuffed. "Finish eating and begin cultivation immediately. My expectation is that you reach the early 7th rank within 1 month," Leona instructed. "Only then will you stand a chance of securing a top 3 position in the Wanling Academy entrance examination." Zhang Ye sat up, eyes widening in disbelief. "Surely not. Only early 7th rank to even possibly contend?" he asked. "Are these candidates truly that formidable?" Leona nodded solemnly. "To you, yes, they are exceptionally strong. Each recruitment cycle draws prodigies from across the kingdom's influential clans and even powerful factions of other races. None of them are to be taken lightly. Take last year's intake as an example. The top 50 freshmen were all newly ascended 7th ranks at minimum. The top 10 were all mid-7th rank or higher. The valedictorian of that cohort had already attained late 7th rank. This year, however, numerous elite families are dispatching their most promising heirs due to an imminent event, making this cohort arguably the strongest yet. It is entirely plausible that 8th rank candidates will appear. Moreover, most possess the rare ability to fight beyond their rank. A mid-7th rank cultivator can match a newly ascended 8th rank. Thus, only by reaching early 7th rank can you hope to compete with them. Zhang Ye tilted his head curiously. What event could possibly cause such a surge? Some legendary treasure vault opening, or perhaps a fabled realm revealing itself? Leona paused, then fixed him with an oddly amused glance. "Truly." Zhang Ye's eyes lit up instantly. "Tell me, quickly." Leona replied, "I do not know the precise details, but a unique secret realm under Wanling Academy's jurisdiction is set to open soon. Within it lie treasures of incalculable value. To secure entry rights, great families are sending their most gifted youth to vie for limited slots." "Ah, I see," Zhang Ye murmured, thoughtfully nodding. Leona continued, "You must claim one of the top 3 positions on the freshman ranking list. The top 3 are guaranteed access to the realm. Do you want me to enter and help you seize those treasures?" Zhang Ye asked. "You'll be helping yourself," she corrected gently. Leona smiled. Treasures within the realm often catalyze extraordinary breakthroughs, benefiting you immensely. You may even uncover artifacts of world-shaking significance. Securing a slot would thus profoundly shape your future growth. Hearing her words, warmth bloomed in Zhang Ye's chest, and he broke into a radiant smile. Understood. Just one rank in a month. Child's play, Zhang Ye declared confidently. Leona rolled her eyes. For most cultivators, ascending a single rank after 6th rank demands months, even years, of arduous effort. Even with rare spirit herbs or divine treasures, progress remains painstakingly slow. Even Leona herself had required over 4 months to advance from newly ascended 6th rank to early 7th rank. Only Zhang Ye, it seemed, dared utter such words so lightly. Yet Leona did not believe he spoke idly. Zhang Ye possessed a talent unprecedented in her experience. His cultivation speed surpassed even hers. Coupled with his slime's innate assimilation ability, which accelerated absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, ascending from 6th to 7th rank within a month was not merely possible, it was plausible. Then what are you waiting for? Go cultivate now, Leona urged. Zhang Ye chirped, first let me relieve myself. Care to join? Leona wordlessly raised her hand. Zhang Ye paled, instantly clutched his bald head, and fled in panic. Watching him scramble away, she shook her head, then burst into quiet, affectionate laughter. That boy. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn the next day, Zhang Ye stretched languidly. His cultivation advanced steadily, but he had yet to break through to early 6th rank. He still needed time to fully integrate the 2 spirit crystals he'd acquired. For now, he focused on meditation. By tonight, he expected to achieve early 6th rank. Just as he rose to wash at the riverbank, his trousers tore with a sharp yipe. He looked down, mortified. Last night's battle had left his pants half slit by the terror-claw bear's claws. A tattered strip hung loosely. Stepping on it, he yanked, and the fabric split clean open, leaving him abruptly, chillingly exposed. His shirt, too, was now little more than ragged shreds after days of relentless wear. Scratching his head, Zhang Ye began weaving a simple earth magic spell to conjure iron-reinforced trousers, when Leona suddenly entered the cave. Zhang Ye snatched his hands to cover himself, shrieking in sheer panic. Ah! Leona stared, brows knotted in exasperation. What is it now? My trousers are torn, Zhang Ye mumbled. Leona appraised him once, up and down, then said calmly, I have a set of Wanling Academy uniforms. Would you like one? Male or female cut, he asked. Just say yes or no, she replied. Yes, he blurted, nodding vigorously. With a flick of her wrist, Leona summoned a complete uniform and tossed it to him. Zhang Ye caught it, then flashed her a bashful, teasing grin. Would you like to watch me change? Leona fell silent, then turned without a word and strode briskly out of the cave. Only then did Zhang Ye chuckle softly and slip into the uniform. He studied himself thoughtfully. The uniform resembled a refined suit, white base accented with gold and sapphire blue, elegant and striking. Articulated joints ensured unrestricted movement in combat, and the fabric itself possessed subtle defensive properties. Stylish, though the skirted lower half carried a faint air of coquettish defiance. Indeed, it was clearly designed for women, a hybrid skirt pants ensemble, graceful, modest, battle-ready, with flowing wind-kissed panels. The bodice felt slightly loose, ventilated almost, and carried Leona's distinctive, delicate fragrance. Zhang Ye was certain this was her own garment worn before. All changed. Hearing footsteps behind her, Leona turned, and flushed instantly, barely suppressing a laugh. There stood Zhang Ye, playfully lifting the hem, with delicate fingertips spinning once with theatrical flair. Well, am I not stunning? Remarkably, the ensemble suited him, not poorly at all. His features were naturally striking, sharp, noble brow, while his eyebrows had been singed off and hadn't regrown yet. But his star-bright eyes gleamed, his nose was elegantly aquiline, and his overall presence remained undeniably handsome. From the waist up, he was the very picture of a dashing young man, his baldness lending him an unexpected bold charisma. But the skirt pants below, utterly jarring. Leona lost all restraint, slapping her thigh as she erupted into unrestrained, joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye sighed, defeated. This hemline simply clashes with my heroic bearing. After long minutes of mirth, Leona wiped tears from her eyes and grinned. It's the uniform I wore at 18. You blossomed beautifully at 18, he remarked, tapping the taut, subtly stretched bodice. To fill it so fully, you're quite impressively developed. Leona, unfazed by his teasing, merely rapped his skull with a playful knuckle. No anger, no embarrassment, just easy, unguarded affection. I have no other garments. If it truly troubles you, just tear off the skirt portion, she offered, smiling. Zhang Ye spun again, watching the panels flutter. Then jaw set, he declared, no, I'll keep it. This is your studentary uniform. It holds meaning. History. I won't desecrate it. It's just cross-dressing. Bro, I look fabulous in it, trust me. Leona smiled softly, her gaze warm and tender. Let's go. Time for practical training. Yes. By the way, can we have water demon boar for lunch today? Still craving it. Will you eat the species into extinction? It's delicious. Everything I cook is delicious. Today I'll surprise you, spiced pepper roast vine serpent, so fiery you'll swallow your own tongue. Deal. Jow. A sharp cry echoed through the forest as a figure leapt agilely among colossal trees. Zhang Ye darted forward at breakneck speed, maneuvering his magical, three-dimensional mobility device, while behind him swarmed a dense horde of Qingting serpents. Qingting serpent, a 5th-rank magical beast of dual wood and poison affinities, winged, venomous, swift, and fiercely communal. Did I just raid a Zhao nest? Zhang Ye shouted, glancing back at the shrieking swarm. These serpents not only flew but bore fleshy rooster-like crests that emitted that unmistakable grating Zhao cry. 200 to 300 of them pursued him relentlessly, wings flapping, fangs bared, voices shrieking Zhao in chilling unison, so numerous their very presence sent shivers down his spine. It's unavoidable, Leona remarked, coolly, arms crossed as she soared effortlessly beside him. Qingting serpents are communal by nature. Disturb one and you awaken the entire nest. She floated midair with the serene poise of someone standing on solid ground, while Zhang Yi zigzagged, frantically dodging and weaving like a leaf caught in a gale. And each serpent yields barely enough edible flesh to satisfy a single meal, so you'll need to hunt several, perhaps a dozen, Leona added. Zhang Yi glanced back and instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Though merely 5th rank, their overwhelming numbers more than compensated. Their venom was exceptionally potent, capable of debilitating even higher-rank beasts. 200 or 300 converging at once would force even an 8th-rank entity to retreat in haste. Earning a taste of my cooking won't be easy, boy. Push yourself. With a faint, enigmatic smile, Leona vanished in a ripple of air. Zhang Yi felt utterly exasperated. How on earth was he to deal with 200 or 300 of them? The Qingting serpents could fly, and fly with terrifying velocity. Even at full throttle, his magical, three-dimensional mobility device allowed only desperate evasion. Fall behind, even slightly, and they'd unleash corrosive venom arrows. Those arrows dissolved wood on contact, like thick, rancid phlegm. Zhang Ye had no intention of testing their sting firsthand. Leona would intervene only if his life were truly in peril, so he couldn't rely on her. He was on his own. Glancing back at the unrelenting swarm, Zhang Ye clenched his jaw. He made his choice. Twisting midair, he reversed course, guiding himself by divine sense alone, while countless arcane arrays shimmered into existence around him. Hundredfold, explosive fireball. Qingting serpents were wood-affiliated, hence vulnerable to fire, and possessed negligible defensive resilience. Built for speed, their carapace matched only 4th-rank beasts. Thus, even a 3rd-rank spell amplified 100-fold by his 6th-rank cultivation struck with devastating effect. Higher cultivation always magnified lower-tier spells. Power never diminished with rank. Zhang Yi didn't expect annihilation, but hoped to cripple their momentum. 100 crimson arrays spun violently, launching a barrage of massive fireballs straight into the swarm. The serpents scattered instantly, yet the barrage was too swift, too dense. Full evasion proved impossible. Dozens of thunderous detonations shook the air. Scores of serpents shrieked and plummeted from the sky, incapacitated though not slain. The blast scattered the swarm in panic. Only 24 remained in pursuit, tight, furious, and closing fast. A wry grin flickered across Zhang Ye's lips. His objective was achieved. Now came the critical phase, luring these survivors away from the main horde, isolating them one by one, turning chaos into opportunity. Zhao. Enraged by their kin's wounds, the remaining serpents blazed with emerald light, their bat-like green wings thrumming faster than sight, as their bodies snapped taut, transforming into 20 razor-sharp projectiles hurtling toward him. Qingting serpent's 3rd rank innate art, soaring serpent barrage. Zhang Ye analyzed the technique instantly, then activated 2 explosive flame arrays beside him. Raw magical energy surged forth, propelling him sideways in a violent evasive burst. Puff, puff, puff. 20 serpents pierced straight through a towering ancient tree, exiting cleanly from the far side, their venom instantly corroding the newly formed tunnels. A direct hit wouldn't just pierce him, it would turn him into a sieve, then dissolve him into sludge. Zhang Ye broke into a cold sweat, awestruck by the sheer lethality of these beasts. This forest teemed with bizarre and formidable magical creatures. While dodging the serpents, Zhang Ye accidentally collided with a vast silken web, awakening its monstrous inhabitant. He swiftly analyzed it, arboreal birdcatcher spider, a 6th-rank poison-affiliated beast. It wove colossal webs between ancient trees to snare avian prey, but readily devoured humans as appetizers before the main course. Zhang Ye. The spider spanned 5 meters across, massive, grotesque, and began crawling toward him the moment he struck its web. Half his body was already ensnared. The web's adhesive strength rivaled tempered steel, its fibers nearly unbreakable. Zhang Ye thrust out his hand without hesitation. 5th rank, blazing handblade. He'd completed its arcane analysis just hours earlier, and now unleashed it without pause. His palm hardened into a blade wreathed in searing magical flame, extending 2 meters into a blazing crescent of incandescent heat, then slashed downward in one decisive motion. The web recoiled from the fire, severed cleanly. Zhang Ye tumbled from the tree and ignited his magical, three-dimensional mobility device to flee. That brief delay cost him dearly. The surviving 20 serpents closed in while the scattered main swarm reorganized and surged forward anew. Zhang Ye dared not hesitate. Weaving through the canopy, he widened the gap between the vanguard and the main horde, while simultaneously striking back at his pursuers mid-flight. Tenfold explosive fireball. Tenfold flame edge. Stay back. I summon the flame halo. Damn it. How dare you spit at me? Do you think you're some mythical beast? I'm unleashing every fire spell I know. First my apologies, then my farewells, then my New Year's blessings, and finally, die. With a thunderous roar, over 100 crimson arrays erupted around him, large and small, first rank to fifth rank, all flaring simultaneously. His magical reserves plummeted to near exhaustion. He crashed onto the forest floor face ashen. Feels like my soul's been hollowed out. He croaked bitterly. Such utter depletion was agonizing. Yet the result was spectacular. Flames engulfed a 100-meter radius. The 20 serpents had nowhere to flee, swallowed whole by inferno, shrieking as they fell from the sky. Before the main swarm arrived, Zhang Ye sprinted forward, dispatching the wounded serpents with precise strikes, then binding their corpses with conjured vines and hoisting them onto his back before bolting away. After half an hour of relentless flight, certain the horde had lost his trail, he finally slumped against a tree, gasping, "Mercy, I'm spent." Carrying 20 serpents' carcasses was brutal, even for a 6th-rank physique. Altogether they weighed several thousand gene. Without his hardened constitution, he'd have collapsed under the load. All this, for lunch. Was that fair? Leona materialized before him, nodding approvingly. Good. This will suffice. But your mana expenditure just now contained grave flaws. You possess extraordinary versatility, yet your tactics were reckless. Such indiscriminate casting drains mana catastrophically and delivers poor efficiency. Next time, minimize expenditure, maximize lethality. On the battlefield, a Pyrrhic victory is indistinguishable from defeat. Remember that. Zhang Ye nodded solemnly. Understood. Leona then instructed him in optimal spell synergies, how to achieve maximum destructive yield with minimal mana investment, and taught him to employ Divine Sense for precision targeting, dramatically improving spell accuracy. Divine Sense fused perception and spiritual awareness, functioning like a warship's fire control radar. Mastery was non-negotiable. Even 1,000 spells per second meant nothing if none struck true. As she lectured, Leona deftly prepared the serpents for roasting, her expertise both enlightening and mouth-watering. When crushed chili flakes met open flame, a brilliant fireball erupted, ushering forth the final masterpiece, spicy roasted Qingting serpent, crisp, aromatic, and fiercely invigorating. Your verdict, esteemed gourmet? Leona asked, arms folded, a playful glint in her eyes. Zhang Ye waved modestly. I dare not presume. Let me sample. The first bite meets crisp caramelized skin, yet beneath lies perfectly preserved collagen, yielding a sublime contrast of snap and spring, utterly unique. Beneath the skin, the meat yields with resilient tenderness, moist, succulent, entirely free of gaminess. Only then does the chili's fire bloom across the palate, liberating, exhilarating, profound. Truly exquisite. So fiery, so thrilling. He raised a thumb high. A divine chef, no, a culinary sovereign descended from heaven. Thank the heavens for guiding me to you and granting me this transcendent feast. Yet curse those same heavens for having me taste your art. How shall I ever stomach ordinary fare again? Ah, this heartache, he lamented, tearing off another generous bite. Leona couldn't suppress a soft, genuine smile. Who doesn't cherish sincere praise? All women delight in admiration. Even a woman like Leona, whose spirit burned with warrior's intensity. Flattered beyond measure, she laughed aloud and gently pinched Zhang Ye's cheek. What a silver tongue you have. Zhang Ye grinned. How do you know? Care to test it? Another classic self-sabotage moment. Please everyone remain seated. Test it. How? Shall I slice it off and roast it? Leona tilted her head, genuinely perplexed. Zhang Ye. Right. She wasn't just straightforward. She was titanium-grade literal. Yet to Zhang Ye that very quality was enchanting, a peerless, battle-hardened beauty, radiant and commanding, yet utterly innocent of flirtation's subtle language. The contrast was irresistible. In the afternoon, looking at Zhang Ye, who was simultaneously drawing 10 third-tier magic arrays with threads of magical energy, Riona nodded slightly. Indeed, it was no challenge for him. Once the number of magical threads reached over 100, Zhang Ye began attempting to draw the magic arrays. Having mastered magic perfectly, he naturally understood the method of drawing the magic arrays. Furthermore, as he grasped more spells, his comprehension of magic progressively deepened. Currently, what limited him was merely the control over the magical threads. Controlling over 100 threads to draw 10 third-tier magic arrays where each thread represented 10 was quite challenging for him. However, as time passed, he became increasingly proficient and the speed of drawing the magic arrays accelerated. As the sky darkened, Zhang Ye was already able to draw 20 third-tier magic arrays simultaneously and at an incredible speed, finishing all 20 within 10 seconds. However, to prevent Zhang Ye from becoming arrogant, Riona crossed her arms and said, not enough. You won't be considered truly qualified until you can simultaneously draw 30 8th-tier magic arrays within 3 breaths. Each breath lasts 2 seconds. It could be quite the challenge for Zhang Ye to simultaneously draw 30 8th-tier magic arrays and complete them within 6 seconds, requiring exceptional control over magical power and understanding of magic. Yet Riona believed Zhang Ye could do it. Zhang Ye nodded, indicating his understanding, and then began to tease. Xiaonana, what are we having for dinner? Riona extended her hand into a fist, smiling as she said, what did you just call me? Zhang Ye glanced at her fair fist, then at her chest, revealing a look of sudden realization. Banana. Bang. As expected, Zhang Ye was sent flying over 100 meters by a punch from Riona. Strangely, while this punch sent Zhang Ye flying far away, it only left him in considerable pain, without causing any substantial harm. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that as Zhang Ye flew away, he was enveloped by Riona's magical power protecting him. Naturally, Zhang Ye was aware of this. He knew Riona wouldn't hurt him, which is why he dared to tease her. He then scampered back. Dananai. Bang. Zhang Ye was once again sent flying. Then he ran back. Dana. Bang. Duh. Bang. Bang. I hadn't even spoken yet. After being punched away 12 times, Zhang Ye ran back with a sulky expression, hands on his hips, declaring, "If you have the guts, just kill me. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven comes today, you are still Danana." Riona looked at him, finally dispersing the flames around her fist, pouting, "Do as you wish." This guy, knowing she wouldn't be too harsh, kept teasing her. After being knocked away so many times and persisting, Riona couldn't help but admire his spirit of teasing. Moreover, she knew that while she wouldn't hurt Zhang Ye, she could definitely make him feel considerable pain. However, this guy had been punched away 12 times and still wore a mischievous smile, showing no signs of pain. Was he enduring all this just to call her Danana? So she decided to let it go, let him be. However, thinking about it still felt a bit unfair, so Riona grinned and said, "Go catch some green vine snakes back." Xiao Yi. Zhang Ye's eyes widened, glancing down, then sternly said, "No way, you have to call me to Yi." Riona, unable to resist, she sent Zhang Ye flying over 100 meters again. "Don't come back without catching the green vine snake king." Riona's voice echoed back, and Zhang Ye rubbed his head, grimacing in pain. Then he paused. "What the heck? Green vine snake king? Aila, what is the green vine snake king?" After listening to Aila's explanation, Zhang Ye gasped. The green vine snake king was a 7th-tier magical beast and only appeared when there were at least 500 green vine snakes in its nest. This meant that to catch a green vine snake king, he would have to face at least 500 5th-tier green vine snakes, and then fight the 7th-tier green vine snake king. The green vine snake king wasn't like the violent bear beast that relied on brute strength. That creature not only could fly, but did so at incredible speeds far beyond what his magical version of a mobile device could compare. The key was that the green vine snake king could also use large area magic, and its venom was deadly on contact, posing an even greater threat to Zhang Ye than the blade-tailed tiger. Zhang Ye rubbed his bald head, feeling quite pained. How was he supposed to catch it? He touched his forehead, where there was a fiery mark left by Riona earlier. With that mark, he was certainly safe from death, but how to catch the green vine snake king was a problem. He pondered as he walked toward the forest. After walking for 10 minutes, he felt like his scalp was about to break, still unable to come up with a good plan. Where there were green vine snake kings, there would be snake hordes, and he could never confront a snake horde hidden. Moreover, the green vine snake king was powerful. Even if he managed to divert the snake horde, he might not be its match, and it would certainly recall the snake horde if threatened. What should I do? I can't win. Zhang Ye rubbed the sticky mess on his bald head, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I can't win, but I can find someone who can. Zhang Ye struck his palm. At this moment, Aila appeared. Who are you looking for? You're not thinking of luring a magical beast here for a fisherman's gain, are you? Only someone who knows me like Aila would understand. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Since I can't defeat it, I can lure a beast that can, or one of equal strength, to fight the snake horde, and then I can reap the benefits. Aila replied, a magical beast that can contend with 500 5th-tier green vine snakes, and a 7th-tier green vine snake king must at least be an 8th-tier beast. Aren't you afraid of not being able to escape when you attract the monsters? Or what if you miscalculate and end up getting surrounded by the snake horde and magical beasts? If that happens, you'll be in serious trouble. Zhang Ye chuckled. That's why I need to plan ahead. The first step is to find a nest with a green vine snake king, and then set up a magic array at a designated location to help me escape the monster's aggro range. Then the monsters I lure need to meet several requirements. First, it can't be an agile type, or I won't be able to escape. Second, it must have sufficient defense, so otherwise it won't withstand the snake horde's attacks. Third, it must be large enough to attract the snake horde's attention. Considering all this, I think a magical beast similar to the violent bear beast would be great. That guy has tough skin and plenty of meat. It's settled, let's go. With that, Zhang Ye set off deeper into the forest. After searching for over an hour, he finally found a massive green vine snake nest. The nest was located in a mountain gorge resembling a beehive, but crafted from vines. He could see many green vine snakes wriggling within, and at the center of the cave, there was a particularly large opening with a diameter of at least a meter. I bet a bag of spicy strips that there's definitely a green vine snake king inside, Zhang Ye said. Aila replied, no one would bet with you. Gujio. Zhang Ye rubbed Gujio's head, and then began to circle the gorge, searching for a spot to set up the magic array. Fearing to disturb the snake horde, he suppressed his magical energy fluctuations as much as possible and dared not approach within 300 meters of the nest. I'll set up a 3rd-tier earth pit here, then combine it with earth construction to create a large hole underneath so that when the time comes I can jump down and hide. I might need to set up several, and the large hole below must have an escape passage to avoid any accidents. Zhang Ye continuously extended magical threads from his body, drawing the magic arrays on the surface. Once the magic arrays were completed, they would sink into the ground. Unless someone particularly sensed the magical aura, no one would discover that there were magic arrays here. At that time, Zhang Ye would only need to inject magical power to activate the magic arrays. The magic arrays drawn directly with magical power do not last long, at most 1 or 2 days, which was sufficient for Zhang Ye. After spending more than an hour setting up dozens of pits, Zhang Ye nodded in satisfaction. However, to be safe, he activated one magic array to test it. As soon as he stepped in, the magic array activated and Zhang Ye was swiftly engulfed underground, where an underground space was immediately opened up, complete with an escape passage at the other end. Zhang Ye scratched his head, looked up, and then added a first-tier earth cover and blooming grass to the magic array. With this, after he fell into the pit, the top would automatically cover over and sprout flowers and grass, leaving no trace on the surface. Zhang Ye was very pleased, calling this combination the underground warfare array. Just then a flash of inspiration struck him. The underground warfare array is composed of 2 third-tier earth pit and 1 third-tier earth construction, along with 2 first-tier earth cover and blooming grass magic arrays. Could these magic arrays be combined to form an integrated magic? As his understanding of magic improved, Zhang Ye increasingly felt that this idea was feasible. If this idea could truly be realized, he could even achieve a genuine underground warfare array through multiple combinations of magic. Just imagine, with a stomp on the ground, there would be no visible change on the surface, yet countless interconnected passages and spaces would emerge underground. Perhaps even an underground castle. The thought alone was exhilarating. Additionally, the magical version of the mobile device could also be experimented with, combining those assembled magics into a single integrated magic, making control even simpler. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhang Ye became, but he hadn't forgotten his main task. He set aside the matter of combining magic for now. What he needed to do was find the target magical beast. Cough the victim. This wild boar looks rather large, but unfortunately it's only at the 6th tier. Ah, this bear seems decent. Never mind, it's only at the 7th tier. This 8th tier. Damn, it's so ugly, forget it. After wandering in the forest for more than half an hour, Zhang Ye finally found a magical beast that looked promising. It was a lizard over 20 meters long, basking in the sun on a riverbank. Rockland giant lizard, 8th tier, earth-type magical beast, possessing remarkable earth control abilities, with a dragon-like bloodline, a powerful physique, and formidable defense. With a dragon-like bloodline, it is even stronger than an ordinary 8th tier magical beast. From over 100 meters away, Zhang Ye could feel the powerful fluctuations emanating from the Rockland giant lizard. Zhang Ye was within the sensing range of the Rockland giant lizard, but this creature clearly did not consider the mere 6th tier Zhang Ye a threat. As he approached, it did not even lift its eyelids. Gujiao, what do you think of it? Gujiao. Zhang Ye grinned. It's you. However, this was still an 8th tier magical beast, and after a deep analysis, it was actually a latest stage 8th tier beast, so for safety, Zhang Ye moved back over 100 meters. At a distance of 300 meters, how could he lure the Rockland giant lizard over? Zhang Ye thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand, causing a white magic circle to appear in front of him. 3rd tier magic, light. Although light is just a 3rd tier magic, that doesn't mean its power is necessarily weak. At Zhang Ye's current level, light possessed a power close to that of 5th tier magic. The difference among various tiers of magic lies in their base power and damage multiplier, but as long as the magical energy quality is sufficient and the amount of magic infused is enough, these gaps can be bridged. At that moment, Zhang Ye directly infused 1/3 of his magical power into this magic circle. The circle, originally the size of a plate, suddenly expanded to over 2 meters in diameter, spinning wildly as a basketball-sized light orb condensed in its center. In the next moment, the light orb burst forth, and a beam as thick as a wrist instantly crossed 300 meters, striking the side of the Rockland giant lizard's face. In an instant, the scales and stone armor on the side of the Rockland giant lizard shattered and scattered, its massive head tilted as dust flew everywhere. At that moment, the light infused with 1/3 of Zhang Ye's magical power reached a power level of at least 7th tier. This was not 50 times light. Rather, it was 50 times multiplier light. This is one of Zhang Ye's strengths. His magical energy reserves far exceeded those of others at the same tier. His magic was incredibly pure, and both the efficiency of his magical conversion and the power of his spells reached their peak. This also meant that Zhang Ye could unleash 100% or even 200% damage at any time. Light's characteristics lie in its speed, long range, and concentrated damage. Thus, at that moment, a fist-sized crater appeared on the side of the Rockland giant lizard, with even the outer layer of its rocky armor pierced through, leaving its flesh scorched. However, the Rockland giant lizard, being an 8th tier magical beast with dragon blood, had an incredibly strong physique. Even this powerful blow from Zhang Ye merely created a hole on its side, which compared to its massive size felt like a mere pinprick, painful but hardly causing significant damage. However, this was enough to catch the attention of the Rockland giant lizard. In Zhang Ye's divine sense perception, the magical fluctuations of the Rockland giant lizard became intense, its divine sense sweeping the surroundings before finally locking onto him. There was no other reason. The magic circle in front of Zhang Ye had yet to dissipate. This little guy was thinking of launching another attack. He was locked on. Zhang Ye chuckled, casually casting a 10 times light at the Rockland giant lizard's nose, causing it to jerk its head, its eyes filled with rage. Roar! It let out a roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Even from 300 meters away, Zhang Ye felt as if he could smell the stench from its mouth. Taking advantage of its roar, Zhang Ye shot another light into its mouth. The rockland giant lizard. Oh no, what have I done? This young man has no sense of martial ethics, ambushing this sunbathing 138-year-old lizard. Furthermore, he even threw magic into its mouth while it was angrily roaring. Does he not know I have oral ulcers? Damn it. In the next moment, the rockland giant lizard charged towards Zhang Ye, its momentum akin to that of a tank, unstoppable as it smashed through several massive trees. As it charged, rocks and dirt around it began to float, coalescing into several massive stone spikes that shot directly towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye quickly maneuvered the magical version of the three-dimensional maneuver gear away from his original position. In the next moment, several stone spikes struck where he had just been, the rocks exploding and sending debris flying. Zhang Ye was secretly amazed. This 8th-tier magical beast was truly formidable. He then retaliated with 2 lights aimed at the rockland giant lizard. The rockland giant lizard. Roar. It was thoroughly enraged, disregarding everything as it chased Zhang Ye, who swiftly darted through the forest towards the lair of the ivy snake. Soon he arrived at his destination while the rockland giant lizard was closing in behind him. Zhang Ye grinned, positioning himself at the entrance of a tunnel warfare hole and waving his hand. 3rd-tier magic stone spike. 3 times. 20 times. 3 massive stone spikes infused with 20 times the magical power quickly formed, aiming at the lair of the ivy snake in the gorge. Go, Zhang Ye thought, and the moment the stone spikes flew out, he sank into the ground. As he descended, the deep pit on the surface rapidly merged, and a small red flower blossomed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds echoed as 3 stone spikes with 6th-tier power pierced into the ivy snake's lair, exploding and scattering broken vines while directly hitting the ivy snake, killing it on the spot. Moreover, Zhang Ye specifically aimed one of the spikes at the large hole in the center of the ivy snake's lair. Thus, the ivy snake king felt quite distressed. As autumn approached, time was running out for the ivy snake king to reproduce. At the critical moment, a stone spike suddenly shot in. The ivy snake king's feathered crown stood upright with anger, its cold eyes filled with fury. Who did this despicable act? With a furious roar, the ivy snake king charged out of its lair, accompanied by a group of little minions searching for the one who disturbed its peace. At that moment, the rockland giant lizard arrived just in time. It realized that the human it sensed had disappeared, unable to lock onto its aura, shaking its head in frustration. The ivy snake king saw this scene and was even angrier. So it was you, beast. Do you think I will fear you just because you are 8th tier? Hiss. The ivy snake king let out a roar at the rockland giant lizard. The rockland giant lizard was taken aback, then opened its mouth to roar back at the snake group. Roar. You roar, what the hell? I'm in a good mood here. The ivy snake king was enraged to see the rockland giant lizard daring to roar back, its roar filled with righteous indignation. Originally wary of the rockland giant lizard's latest stage 8th tier cultivation, it could no longer hold back at this moment. It was at the peak of 7th tier with over 600 little minions at 5th and 6th tiers. It was not necessarily afraid of the rockland giant lizard. Recently, the aura from the breach in the demon realm had affected the magical beasts in the 10,000 beast forest, making them irritable. Now both sides roared at each other, and it was impossible to hold back. Rockland giant lizard, roar. Ivy snake king, hiss. The general meaning was, you roar, whatever do you believe, I will take you down. Then the 2 hot-tempered creatures began to fight. The rockland giant lizard conjured a massive stone with a diameter of 10 meters and hurled it at the ivy snake king. The ivy snake king was startled, quickly dodging, but its lair behind could not escape being smashed to pieces by the giant stone, with snake eggs falling out and shattering on the ground. Now the entire snake group was thoroughly enraged. Destroying my home and injuring my offspring, it's either you die or I die. The snakes fiercely charged at the rockland giant lizard, launching venom arrows like raindrops. The rockland giant lizard did not back down, its body covered in thick stone armor roaring as it charged into the snake group, its massive tail sweeping across, sending countless stone shards flying like buckshot. The 2 sides instantly clashed together, the ground shaking violently. Meanwhile, hiding underground, Zhang Ye was stifling a laugh. At this moment, he was covered in a magical skin, masking his presence and suppressing his magical fluctuations, which is why the rockland giant lizard could not find him. From the sounds, it seemed like a fierce battle had broken out. Zhang Ye was incredibly curious, so he crawled out through the escape tunnel. A small flower was lifted by a pink slime rising steadily to reveal a little bald head. With a whoosh, it ducked behind a tree, peeking out with half of its head showing. Zhang Ye and Gujog Omega, observing secretly, watching the epic battle between the snakes and lizards in the distance. Zhang Ye found it thoroughly amusing, quickly sneaking out to pick a lot of ivy flower seeds in the forest, then conjured a small stool and found a relatively open spot. With the small stool set up, it was time to eat melon and watch the show. Hee, this is perfect. Leona was sitting cross-legged on the stone slab in front of the cave, her entire body radiating magical energy, clearly in the midst of her cultivation. As a 3-star holy rank, she naturally needed to cultivate as well, but she couldn't do so simultaneously with Zhang Ye, or she would absorb all the surrounding magical energy particles, leaving Zhang Ye with none to cultivate. The ground around her was faintly glowing with magical patterns, and the magic from the forest was gathering towards this spot. This was a mid-level magic gathering formation set up by Leona to enhance the cultivation speed of both Zhang Ye and herself. She was not a professional formation master, so without materials, she couldn't lay out a high-level magic gathering formation. After all, to counteract the magical erosion, everything in her spatial ring that could be converted into magic had already been used up, otherwise she might not have survived until Zhang Ye rescued her. Suddenly, she opened her beautiful eyes, and a flamered lotus flickered within them. She raised an eyebrow and looked into the distance. She could sense Zhang Ye's aura right there along with other magical fluctuations. That magical fluctuation was nothing for Leona, but it was definitely deadly for Zhang Ye. From the looks of it, it seemed like two magical beasts were fighting, and Zhang Ye was very close to them. Could it be that Zhang Ye was being attacked by two magical beasts at once? However, the power she had set within him did not provide any warning of danger. Leona was somewhat curious, her fiery red hair gently swaying, as if the space trembled slightly. A powerful divine sense emanated from her, instantly enveloping the area within dozens of miles. Within that area, everything was within Leona's perception. It was as if she had a god's perspective, and she immediately spotted the two magical beasts locked in combat. The rock-ground giant lizard and the vine snake king. There were many vine snakes around as well. And over 300 meters away there was a small bald figure. Leona. At that moment Zhang Ye was sitting on a small stool with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds, and watching intently, even finding time to commentate on the fight. While the rock-ground giant lizard let out a furious roar, WDNMD. Then it unleashed a move called Earthquake Spike. But it doesn't matter. The vine snake king can fly. The vine snake king felt very angry after being attacked, and directly swung its large tail at the rock-ground giant lizard's face, which was also poisoned, causing both physical and magical damage. At this moment both sides were in a stalemate, but it was clear that the vine snake king had the upper hand because it still had hundreds of little brothers. Cough cough, I spoke without punctuation and got choked. Could you keep eating sunflower seeds? Could you? Hey, it's strange, I remember the rock-ground giant lizard seems to have a skill it hasn't used yet. The rock-ground giant lizard opened its mouth, it used it. It's the 8th level magic earth roar, capable of causing sound wave damage while shielding itself, plus a powerful taunt effect. Damn it, taunted me, I can't hold back. Provoked by the taunt, Zhang Ye jumped up from the small stool without a second thought and directly cast a 100-fold light ray at the rock-ground giant lizard, smashing against its shield. The light magic had extremely strong penetration, and the 100-fold magical enhancement of the light ray had reached the 8th level. That beam, thicker than a thigh, penetrated the shield and struck the rock-ground giant lizard's chest, causing the armor there to explode instantly. At that moment, the Vine Snake King also happened to charge toward the rock-ground giant lizard, and by coincidence, it collided with that beam of light, resulting in its tail losing a small chunk. Rock-ground giant lizard. Vine Snake King. Leona. Zhang Ye. Guju. Who told you to taunt me? Zhang Ye muttered, then dashed away, not forgetting to bring along the small stool and Guju. Leona witnessed this scene and couldn't help but laugh heartily, slapping her thigh with delight. Ha ha, this kid. She brushed away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with joy. This kid was simply too amusing. Moreover, he was quite clever at sensing the holes around Zhang Ye. She realized this was all planned by him, and this battle between the snakes and lizards was also instigated by him. To become a strong person, strength is fundamental, mindset is essential, and intelligence cannot be overlooked. It seemed that this kid's intellect was definitely not low. Besides, he, a mere 6th rank, dared to scheme against an 8th rank latest stage beast, which showed he had quite a bit of courage. He just seemed a bit clueless, sitting on the small stool watching the fight, and even providing commentary. Watching the small bald figure sprinting with the stool, Leona couldn't help but feel a bit mischievous. With a grin, magical energy surged. Pure magic domain. A powerful yet formless magical wave spread out, immediately enveloping Zhang Ye's position. From a god's perspective, Leona extended her hand, pinched her finger, and gently swiped it across the back of Zhang Ye's head. On the other side, just as Zhang Ye had left his original spot, a massive rock came crashing down. As the instigator, the rock-ground giant lizard harbored a grudge against Zhang Ye. Seeing him dare to attack it naturally became displeased. However, the Vine Snake King wouldn't let it go. After losing part of its tail, its anger flared, and its combat strength increased instead of decreasing. The two giant beasts wrestled with each other. Unaware of this, Zhang Ye thought that the magical beasts were chasing him and ran away without stopping. Just moments ago, he had been dumbfounded, not expecting to be taunted from such a distance. When he was taunted, he got angry. Seeing the rock-ground giant lizard, his commentary had gotten a bit too excited, and without thinking he had cast a spell. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed thrilling. He ran while laughing, feeling quite proud. Just then, the magical energy at the back of his head suddenly coalesced without warning and gently brushed across his scalp. Uh-oh. Zhang Ye shivered, and then took Guju off his shoulder, placing it on his head. Guju, stop messing around, he said. Guju. Leona couldn't help but laugh heartily again, gently brushing Zhang Ye's head once more. Uh-oh. Zhang Ye shivered again, shrinking his neck. That icy feeling touched his bald scalp, like someone slipping a cold hand into his neck in the dead of winter. It was incredibly stimulating. Guju, stop messing around, we're in a life-or-death situation. Zhang Ye took Guju off his head again and held it in his arms, seriously educating it. Brother can't be disturbed while he's escaping, understand? Oh. Before he could finish, a chill swept across the back of his head again. At this moment, Guju was looking at him with wide, eager eyes. Guju. Was that not Guju? Could it be a ghost? He slowly stopped running, looking around in confusion. Is it a ghost? He murmured. This was a magical and vibrant otherworld. Surely there are ghosts here too. He looked left and right, but found no traces. Was it really a ghost? Was it really? The light in his eyes was not fear, but anticipation. Guju watched Zhang Ye at that moment, and suddenly let out a cry. Guju. Zhang Ye was taken aback and slowly came back to his senses. Ghost? What ghost? It's me. Just then Leona's voice echoed in Zhang Ye's mind. Danana, Zhang Ye instinctively said. Then he received a light thump on his forehead. This time Zhang Ye clearly saw that it was a hand of a deep blue color made of magical energy. At the same time, magical energy gathered, finally coalescing into Leona's form. It turned out it was Leona doing this. He thought it was a ghost, and he felt foolish for getting excited over nothing. Danana, how did you do that? It's just a pure magic domain. Within the domain, magic can be freely manipulated at any spot to cast spells. As she spoke, a lion's fireball appeared in front of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye exclaimed in wonder, and then asked, can I do that too? You can, but you need to increase your rank. To condense a pure magic domain, you must at least reach the level of a magic tutor, Leona replied. A magic tutor? That means reaching the 9th rank. The road ahead is long. Zhang Ye nodded, then rubbed his hands together and smiled. Well, Danana, you see those two magical beasts have almost finished fighting. How about you wrap it up? Leona raised an eyebrow with a smile. What? You stirred this up and now can't clean it up. Zhang Ye immediately straightened his neck and replied, how could I not clean it up? I just don't want Nana to go hungry. Leona chuckled and waved her hand, saying, no way, work must be done from beginning to end. What you started you must resolve. Hearing this, Zhang Ye could only sigh. After spending time together these days, he had somewhat grasped Leona's personality. He knew that Leona meant well, so he nodded and ran back with his small stool. Alright, I'll continue watching the show. When Zhang Ye ran back, the battle was almost over. Although Zhang Ye had managed to create a hole in the rock giant lizard's ultimate move, it still had considerable fighting power, brutally slaughtering over 600 green vine snakes down to just over 100. The green vine snake king had also lost a segment. Originally over 30 meters, it was now reduced to just over 20, covered in wounds. But that was where it stopped, for this battle was won by the green vine snake. At that moment, the green vine snake king was constricting the neck of the rock giant lizard, which had already rolled its eyes on the verge of death. Zhang Ye panicked. He intended to reap the benefits of the fight. If the green vine snake king killed the rock giant lizard, he would be unable to enhance his spirit and physique. No, I must act immediately. Steal the kill. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and a dull yellow glow rippled around him, forming a heavy earth element magic shield. 8th tier copying skill, Earth Roar. In the next moment, Zhang Ye tensed his abdomen, releasing a wave of magical sound. Big mudfish, come at me. As the sound wave spread, the power of the 8th tier magic immediately manifested. The hundreds of flying green vine snakes in the sky froze, directly knocked unconscious, and fell from the air. The green vine snake king was also dazed by the shock. Not only that, but the magic contained within the sound wave filled it with immense rage, as if Zhang Ye was the only one in its entire field of vision and perception, igniting an endless fury within. The taunt effect. Moreover, it was enhanced by magical taunting combined with verbal taunting, a double taunt. Coupled with the perfect mastery effect of the copied magic, the taunt effect reached its peak. The green vine snake king's eyes instantly filled with blood. Damn, why does this kid look so infuriating? It made me so furious that my head is in knots. Humans all must die. At that moment, the green vine snake king had only one thought: kill him. It immediately released its grip on the rock giant lizard's neck and rushed towards Zhang Ye with incredible speed, looking as though it would not stop until it was dead. Zhang Ye shrank his neck, feeling a bit apprehensive, but he was not afraid, for he had Big Nana with him. The thought of Leona watching gave him confidence, and he absolutely could not let Leona think less of him. As he thought this, a red magic array appeared beneath him, exploding flames. Infusing 1/10 of his magic power, flames erupted, instantly melting the ground, while Zhang Ye soared into the sky at an astonishing speed. Infusing 1/10 of his magic power transformed the exploding flames from red to blue, generating a terrifying thrust. For a moment, Zhang Ye felt as if he were Iron Man. Soaring into the air, the green vine snake king charged directly at him, while Zhang Ye quickly turned midair. His target was the gravely injured rock giant lizard. He brought his hands together, forming a gun shape with a confident smile on his face. Copy Vine King's arrow. Before him, green magic surged, forming a massive arrow over 10 meters long, entwined with vines. In the next moment, the vines on the arrow shot out, wrapping around the rock giant lizard, while the gigantic light arrow was tautly pulled by the vines. Snap! Zhang Ye lightly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the vines loosened and the giant light arrow surged forward with terrifying momentum towards the rock giant lizard. The rock giant lizard watched this scene, utterly powerless to change its fate, its eyes filled with despair. Farewell, Zhang Ye murmured. However, his whisper was drowned out by the violent explosion. The rock giant lizard's head was pierced through, and the explosion obliterated its skull, granting it a swift death. Zhang Ye knew he could not be a saint. The law of the jungle was fundamental. The only thing he could do was grant these magical beasts who should not have died a swift and merciful end. Next up was the Green Vine Snake King. An 8th-tier magic combined with a 7th-tier magic and a 10-fold exploding flames had severely drained Zhang Ye's magic energy. He needed some time to recover, so he ran without looking back. Real men never look back at explosions. The Green Vine Snake King was somewhat dazed. That massive light arrow wasn't that its innate magic. Why can a human use its innate magic? Is this world so insane? If humans can also learn the innate magic of magical beasts, then do magical beasts still have a chance to survive? Humans. In an instant, the Green Vine Snake King's eyes were covered in a blood-red hue and a dark aura began to surge. In the distance, Leona frowned. This has it fallen into madness. Entering madness requires extreme conditions and the laws of the demon realm. Leona did not expect that this Green Vine Snake King would directly fall into madness. Its bluish-green body rapidly filled with red and purple patterns, and its aura soared dramatically. Why does this Green Vine Snake King harbor such hatred towards Zhang Ye? Leona furrowed her brows. It's important to note that entering madness and gaining the power of the demon realm is not simple. The demon aura leaking from the rift of the demon realm brings the laws of the demon realm, but the laws are merely a prerequisite. Moreover, there must be extreme emotional fluctuations, and these fluctuations need to be very pure and extreme. Even death would hardly satisfy such pure and extreme emotional fluctuations. The only possibility is that this Green Vine Snake King does not harbor hatred solely towards Zhang Ye, but rather towards all of humanity. Such immense hatred is the true reason for its entry into madness. Its momentum surged higher and higher. The shackles of the peak 7th tier were shattered in an instant. 8th tier ascendant. 8th tier peak. It directly crossed several minor realms. This also meant that this was not the Green Vine Snake King's limit. Thus, 8th tier ascendant, early 9th tier, mid 9th tier, late 9th tier, peak, break, 10th tier ascendant. Leona was astonished. To what extent had this Green Vine Snake King's hatred for humans reached? How could it receive such a transmission of power from the demon realm on its first communication with it, directly elevating it to the 10th tier? Just 100 meters away, Zhang Ye felt an extreme chill enveloping him. He instinctively turned his head, looking at the Green Vine Snake King, now completely shrouded in black, with a bewildered expression. Well, why did it change color? The analysis didn't tell me that the Green Vine Snake King could change color. And what's with this terrifying wave of magic? Zhang Ye felt as if he would be crushed into dust at any moment. Terrifying. Humans. The Green Vine Snake King opened its eyes, its emerald green gaze transformed into a deep crimson, and it even spoke human words. Why? So unfair. Are we to have our innate abilities stripped away? It looked up at the sky and finally let out a piercing howl. The sound wave reverberated, causing Zhang Ye to fly backward, spitting blood. Why? Not even a glimmer of hope left. Slaughtering my tongue snake royal family, and not even sparing our innate abilities. Are we born to die? Roar. Leona watched this scene, gradually understanding. So it turns out to be a descendant of the tongue snake royal family. The tongue snake royal family was exterminated by human powerhouses, and it is no wonder that it harbors such hatred against humanity. Moreover, Zhang Ye could even learn the innate magic of magical beasts, leading to the misconception that Zhang Ye had stripped them of their innate abilities, which triggered the Green Vine Snake King's deep-seated hatred, causing it to fall into madness. Leona sighed. Given the situation, she had to intervene. The 10th-tier magical Green Vine Snake King was not something Zhang Ye could contend with. Zhang Ye struggled to rise from the ground. After being shaken by the Green Vine Snake King, he felt as if his whole body was falling apart, spitting blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Goodness, just a shout from 100 meters away could injure him this badly. This Green Vine Snake King must have gone berserk. He coughed up blood and was about to flee, but in the next moment a black figure appeared right in front of him. Its massive mouth opened, and a red arrow began to condense within. Zhang Ye instinctively analyzed the situation. Demonic Transformation Vine King's Giant Arrow 10th Tier Wood and Magic Dual System Innate Magic. Due to demonic transformation, the analysis, duration, and magic consumption are the same as 7th tier, but the power is equivalent to 10th tier magic. It was actually a 10th tier magic, and the consumption was only at the level of 7th tier, simply outstanding. It could be used as a trump card. He needed to analyze it quickly. But what does this demonic transformation mean? Watching the black light arrow take shape, Zhang Ye looked at the demonic Green Vine Snake King with an expression of calm. Although this demonic Green Vine Snake King was beyond his capability to handle, he was not anxious because he knew Leona would not just stand by and watch him die. She would definitely intervene. He believed in Leona. Humans die. The killing intent in the Green Vine Snake King's eyes flashed, but before it finished speaking, a massive fiery lion's paw hundreds of meters in size grasped the Green Vine Snake King. The several dozen meters long Green Vine Snake King was like a worm in the paw of the fiery lion. Looking at the fiery lion's paw, Zhang Ye felt his mind ease. Big Nana had intervened. You shall die. A cold voice echoed through the skies, exuding immense pressure. The flames of the lion's paw surged, and in an instant the green vine snake king was reduced to ashes. A powerful 10th-tier, demonic magical beast, just like that, died. Zhang Ye stared blankly at this scene. This is the might of the holy tier. Leona's figure appeared before Zhang Ye. This was not a magical projection, but her true self. However, Zhang Ye couldn't help but reach out and pinch Leona's cheek. So elastic she is real. Leona swatted his hand away and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhang Ye grinned, "I'm fine." Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Leona looked at him with a blank expression. "Showing off," she said, rolling her eyes before releasing the breath of the undying phoenix to heal Zhang Ye. As Zhang Ye enjoyed Leona's healing, he asked, "Why did that Qing-Tung Snake King end up like that?" "It fell into demonic corruption," Leona explained. "Why did it fall into corruption?" Zhang Ye inquired. "And what about the things it said?" Leona gently placed a finger on Zhang Ye's lips and said, "Those things are still too distant for you. Just listen to me. I will tell you what you need to know, and for the rest wait until you grow stronger and seek the answers yourself." Zhang Ye nodded. Leona slowly explained, "Falling into demonic corruption means successfully communicating with the demon realm and gaining its power, transforming into a demonic entity. Demonic entities possess far greater power than before their corruption. The strength after corruption is closely related to the individual's own power. The stronger the individual, the stronger they become after corruption, while the difficulty of corruption increases correspondingly. The conditions for corruption require adherence to the laws of the demon realm and extreme emotional fluctuations. For example, hatred. The Qing-Tung Snake King's successful corruption is due to its ancestral clan, the Tung Snake clan, being exterminated by humans, and it should be a descendant of that clan. As a human, you displayed its innate magical ability in front of it, which made its heart consumed by hatred, intensifying its hatred towards humans to the extreme. Extreme hatred means that it can be infinitely magnified by a single trigger, and you are that trigger. After corruption, demonic entities will follow the obsessions they had before, even if their souls are ultimately consumed by the power of the demon realm, and they lose their rationality, they will still fight according to their obsessions. Although they retain consciousness for a while after corruption, it's only a matter of time before they are completely eroded by the power of the demon realm. Is the erosion by the power of the demon realm irreversible? Zhang Ye asked. It is reversible, but the erosion of demonic entities by the power of the demon realm is not, because the reason they can communicate with the demon realm is that they are willing to pay any price for their obsessions, thus they have lost the fundamental ability to resist the power of the demon realm. Ordinary people, as long as their mindset is strong enough and their power sufficient, can suppress the erosion of the demon realm's power or even devour it and use it for themselves. You must understand that the power of the demon realm is one of the most formidable powers known so far. Once successfully absorbed, your strength will multiply it. As she said this, Leona suddenly smiled brightly. But don't think about deliberately absorbing the power of the demon realm, because the chances of being eroded far exceed the chances of you devouring it. Just like me. If you hadn't supplied me with magical power back, then I might have also been completely eroded and turned into a demonic entity. Hearing this, Zhang Ye scratched his bald head and laughed sheepishly. Leona continued, "As for the Tung Snake clan, I don't know much, just that a few years ago over a dozen holy tier members of the church teamed up to hunt down the Tung Snake clan, and the last news was that the Ting Snake clan was destroyed. The reason for exterminating the Tung Snake clan was that they stirred up a beast tide to attack the human empire, ultimately angering the church. The Qing-Tung Snake King should be a descendant or a tribe of the Tung Snake clan, but not a direct descendant, as pure-blooded Tung Snakes reach at least the holy tier when they mature." "What is the church?" Zhang Ye asked curiously. "The Church of Light." You know it." Leona was taken aback. Zhang Ye chuckled. The Church of Light appeared in many novels, often portraying a villain acting under the banner of light, doing things that anger both gods and men. He wondered if the Church of Light in this world was the same. The Church of Light is a colossal entity standing on the entire Western continent, one of the most powerful forces in the West. "One of them?" Zhang Ye asked with curiosity. "What other forces can stand alongside the Church of Light?" "If we're talking about equal standing, there's only one. The Dark Demon Cult." Zhang Ye's eyebrows shot up. Leona smiled. "You must have guessed it. Yes, it is related to the Dark Mother Worm of the Dark Demon, and this Dark Demon Cult has a tremendous connection to the demon realm. It is precisely because of this that the Dark Demon Cult can stand firm against the pressures from the righteous forces on the continent and still contend with titans like the Church of Light. Next are the Wizard Alliance, Assassin's Blade, Orc Totem, and other forces. You will gradually learn about these as you enter human society. I won't bore you with details now." "All right." Zhang Ye nodded, then looked up at the dissipating ashes in the sky, murmuring, "Dinner is gone." Leona responded with a blank stare. Leona lightly tapped his forehead and said, "But there's still the rock lizard. It's much tastier than the Qing-Tung Snake King." "Is it? Then hurry up and cook him, starving." Zhang Ye exclaimed excitedly. Leona raised an eyebrow. "Are you giving me orders?" Hearing this, Zhang Ye immediately corrected his attitude. "I meant, Great Chef Nana, could you please prepare a sumptuous dinner for your lovely student?" Leona then smirked. "Now that's more like it. Wait here." As she waved her hand, the corpse of the rock lizard and some relatively intact corpses of the Qing-tongue snake were lifted by magical power, along with Zhang Ye soaring towards the cave. Suspended in midair, Zhang Ye discreetly glanced at the place where the Qing-tongue snake king had died, silently saying farewell. He always held a fundamental respect for all things in the world. In order to grow stronger, he could lure trouble away for his own benefit, but he would not recklessly slaughter magical beasts. To grow stronger, he couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. He could only wish that those magical beasts that died because of him could find peace and not encounter him in their next life. Moreover, the words of the Qing-tongue snake king made him feel a sense of pity for it. After this incident, Zhang Ye understood a principle more clearly. Only the strong have the right to show compassion. Also, only the strong have the right and capability to survive. He must become stronger quickly, though otherwise if he encounters such a situation again, Leona might not be able to rescue him in time. What's wrong? Leona sensed something and turned to ask. Nothing. By the way, what about the Qing-tongue snake king's core? Zhang Ye inquired. The core of a demonic entity transforms into power to reinforce its entire body at the moment of corruption, so there is no core left. Leona said, suddenly becoming serious. Also, demonic entities are incredibly unpalatable, and consuming them will lead to poisoning, so absolutely do not try it. You've eaten it, haven't you? Zhang Ye teased, unable to hold back his laughter. Leona turned her face away, her cheeks slightly flushed. How would I know that it would taste so bad? Leona retorted, but Zhang Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter. Great Nana was just too cute. This greedy cat wanting to eat demonic entities was truly something else. Leona felt flustered from Zhang Ye's laughter. She couldn't help but recall the time she impulsively ate a demonic beast. The feeling of disgust was something she would never forget. She even suffered from food poisoning, and her father thought she had been poisoned by the dark mages of the Dark Demon cult, going on a rampage to eliminate 8 dark mage hideouts to find the antidote. Looking back now, she felt her face flush. This was one of her few embarrassing histories. It was utterly humiliating. Yet Leona was bold and open-minded. Someone else might have buried this dark history deep in their heart. Yet this girl, who was quite the tough one, was also being made shy and angry by Zhang Ye's laughter. You keep laughing, Leona said through gritted teeth, her hair igniting in flames, puffing up like an angry lion. Zhang Ye's smile froze, and he lowered his head, looking obedient. Great Nana, I was wrong. Seeing his sincere apology, Leona calmed down and said sternly, a man cannot casually mock others. Even if you want to laugh, you must hold it in you, otherwise it could trouble others. Do you understand? Understood. I promise there won't be a next time. Zhang Ye replied earnestly. He felt that Leona was truly a very cool big sister. Leona nodded and smiled. Let's go find some honey later, or we're out of honey. Zhang Ye immediately nodded. No problem, I'm familiar with all the good neighbors around here. Leona's culinary skills remained exceptional, as Zhang Ye devoured the meal with satisfaction, his mouth watering. Having eaten his fill, it was time for meditation and training. Leona pondered for a moment and said, next you need to practice magic thread condensation and array drawing in actual combat. This will combine the training of magic control with practical combat training, greatly enhancing efficiency and your improvement. Zhang Ye nodded. No problem. Leona continued. Then you also need to conduct mental strength training. As your mental strength increases, your control over magic will improve as well, and mental strength is also a crucial factor for breaking through to the saint level, so it cannot be neglected. Zhang Ye nodded again. No problem. Leona added. Also reduce your 3 meals a day to just 2 meals every other day. Zhang Ye nodded. Wait. There's a problem. This is a serious issue. Absolutely not. 3 meals a day, not a single one can be missed. It cannot be reduced. Otherwise I will be in great distress. Leona opened her mouth in surprise and couldn't help but say, is that really necessary? Zhang Ye seriously nodded. It is necessary. Extremely necessary. If I can't eat the roasted meat made by Nana, my life will be utterly meaningless. What would be the point of becoming stronger? I might as well just end it. Ouch. Before he could finish, Zhang Ye was flicked on the forehead by Leona. She shot him a glare and said, stop saying such ominous things all the time. Zhang Ye covered his forehead and nodded, then, with a hopeful expression, said, so about the 3 meals. Leona chuckled. No changes, it's settled. Zhang Ye immediately cheered. Seeing his excited expression, Leona couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that he truly enjoyed the meal she prepared. For some reason, she felt a sense of accomplishment. By night, Zhang Ye had digested most of it and immediately devoured a pile of crystal cores, only stopping when he reached his digestion limit. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the 6th level, and his physical body had improved to the early stage of the 7th level after defeating an 8th level latest stage rock giant lizard, surpassing his magical prowess. Nana, can you teach me some close combat techniques? Zhang Ye asked. Sure, Leona replied. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts indeed requires close combat skills. How about this? I'll teach you how to wield the strongest weapon tomorrow. Great. By the way, what is the strongest weapon? A knife or a sword? Zhang Ye asked eagerly. Leona smiled slightly and teased, you'll find out tomorrow. Zhang Ye nodded and said, Nana, I won't be training tonight. Trying to slack off. Leona glanced at him with beautiful eyes. Zhang Ye shook his head. No, I want to try to combine the magic arrays and see if I can form an integrated magic array. It would make casting more convenient. Studying magic arrays, huh? That's fine, it'll benefit your understanding of magic, Leona nodded. Since you won't be training, I'll start my training. Remember to wake me up tomorrow morning. Okay, Zhang Ye nodded. Though he wasn't meditating, he was actually cultivating through the system training, without pause, albeit at a much slower pace than meditation. Additionally, he had devoured so many crystal cores from the green vine snake that he would probably break through to the mid-6th level soon. He then saw Leona sit cross-legged, her body emanating flames of magical energy, her fiery red hair flowing slightly like a lion's mane. The surrounding magical energy quickly converged towards her, illuminating her and accentuating her ethereal beauty. This woman was like a lion, a beautiful lioness. Zhang Ye quietly admired Leona's profile for a moment before shaking his head and beginning to confirm his suspicions. Multiple magic arrays integrated. He summoned threads of magical energy that quickly drew 4 magic arrays in midair: earth trap, soil construction, soil coverage, blooming grass. Zhang Ye carefully observed the patterns of the 4 magic arrays, perfectly deducing the meaning of each magical pattern and rune through his mastery of magic. After pondering for a moment, he extended his hand, and the magic threads coalesced, erasing certain magical patterns on several arrays. Simultaneously, he drew several different leveled magic arrays nearby, for reference, murmuring silently. The 4 magic arrays take Earth Trap as the lead, retaining the magical energy supply trigger sequence of Earth Trap and optimizing based on that. The magical energy supply trigger sequence for the 6th level magic array. Soil Construction ranks 1st and 3rd in the sequence, triggering simultaneously with Earth Trap and integrating a triggerable soil coverage that has the magical pattern formula of Soil Coverage and Blooming Grass form a first sequence small subsequence, triggering simultaneously, with the main sequence connecting to the first sequence triggering formula to achieve controllable surface coverage. The second sequence includes 5 soil constructions with escape routes set at 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, integrating soil coverage to form a valve magical pattern group, defined as controllable by the caster. In the main sequence, multiple pivot magical pattern groups are included to achieve multiple combinations. After more than 2 hours, a 2-meter diameter, yellowish-brown magic array slowly rotated before Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye nodded and began to analyze it. Tunnel Warfare Combined Array, 6th level Earth Magic. Zhang Ye's face lit up with joy, filled with a sense of accomplishment. His hypothesis was correct. Those magic arrays could indeed be combined as long as the configuration of the magical patterns and runes was correct, the formulas were right, and there were no conflicts. The magical energy could flow smoothly, allowing the magic arrays to be integrated, achieving multiple magic array integration. This not only greatly reduced the time needed to set up the arrays, but also significantly enhanced the applicability, practicality, and power of the magic. Of course, the greater the amplification, the more magical energy would be consumed in proportion, so the magical energy supply sequence had to be completed first. These were the insights Zhang Ye had gained from his continuous attempts to combine magic arrays, and his understanding of magic was rapidly improving as a result. During the process of combining magic arrays, he would constantly analyze the constructed arrays. Only upon successful combination could they be defined by the system as realizable magic, allowing for analysis. Moreover, as long as the magic was created by him, the analysis time would be greatly shortened, merely 1/3 of the time required for magic of the same level. Additionally, based on a series of comprehensive evaluations such as magic conversion efficiency, magic transmission power, magic array operation rate, and power enhancement ratio, the higher the completion level, the shorter the analysis time. This represented Zhang Ye's mastery over the magic array. It could be said that this was Zhang Ye's greatest discovery. When Ella mentioned that the system's detailed functions needed him to explore himself, this must have been what she meant. Thus, Zhang Ye could rely on this system function to gradually debug and perfect the magic array spells, even creating new spells. In just over 2 hours, he had completed the construction of a 6th level spell. Next, he would further refine this Tunnel Warfare Combined Array. Moreover, countless magical combinations awaited him to explore in his mind. For instance, magical version of 3D maneuver gear, or Ice and Fire Dual Attribute Magic Combined Array. For example, electrolysis water to produce hydrogen and oxygen fire attribute enhancement array. Numerous ideas surged in his mind, unforgettable and ever-present. He wanted to present these spells one by one. With this thought, Zhang Ye fully immersed himself into the integration of multiple spells. He referred to this process as magical innovation. Danana, Danana, and Leona slowly opened her eyes, only to find Zhang Ye's face hovering inches from hers. What is it? She asked. And Zhang Ye's face lit up with excitement. Come out quickly. I'll show you a spell I devised myself. Ni's so-called original spell was in truth the deconstruction and resynthesis of others' magic, meticulously dissected then reborn in his own design. Curious, Leona wondered what this young man had conjured in just one night. And they stepped onto an open field where Zhang Ye stood proudly. Watch closely. Don't blink for even a second. Arms crossed, Leona nodded coolly. Go on, show me. Magic surged around Zhang Ye. His skirt fluttered in the wind. With a sharp slap against the earth, over 100 shimmering threads of arcane energy shot forth, swiftly weaving a colossal ochre-hued magical array. Within 3 seconds, the formation flared outward, sinking deep into the ground. And then, a riot of vibrant, multicolored blossoms burst forth across the surface. Leona fell silent. And that's it. She arched a skeptical brow. In one night, you've mastered mass-scale blooming grass. He wagged a finger playfully. No, no, my dear, you're far too naive. And then he tapped the ground. Try extending your divine sense downward. See what lies beneath. Leona blinked, then instantly unfurled her spiritual sense. And instantly the subterranean world unfolded before her mind's eye. And this is a... Her eyes widened in awe, and when she turned to Zhang Ye, her gaze shimmered with unreserved admiration. In above ground, nothing seemed extraordinary, merely a broad expanse of wildflowers and tender grass. But beneath the soil, tens of meters down, reality transformed entirely. A vast underground chamber. No, not just one, but many. Each chamber spanned at least 30 square meters, connected directly to the surface by corridors over 10 meters long. And surrounding each chamber ran several more passageways, each leading to yet another chamber. Dozens of such chambers existed, interlinked like veins in a living organism. Across a subterranean zone nearly 100 meters wide and deep, the earth itself had been reshaped into a colossal subterranean palace. Moreover, layers of magically reinforced earth, soft yet resilient, hovered above each chamber, dramatically dampening seismic tremors from above and shielding the depths from external shock and harm. Each corridor housed arcane mechanisms, infused them with magic, and they would open or seal at will. Even the dozens of vertical shafts piercing upward were equipped with enchanted stone platforms, rising smoothly on magical impulse. And this was quite simply an ideal subterranean sanctuary. And Zhang Ye had forged it all in under 3 seconds. It was not a collection of effects, but a single unified spell. And feeling its profound arcane resonance, Leona murmured, voice hushed, 6th tier. A 6th tier spell capable of such sweeping geomantic transformation and such staggering complexity, truly a prodigy. This time Leona withheld no praise. To wield a 6th tier spell with such mastery, I've never seen its equal in my entire life. Remarkable. Utterly remarkable. If the arcane researchers at the Royal Academy witnessed this, they'd tear each other apart fighting for you. And haha. Excellent, excellent. Flustered by such lavish acclaim, Zhang Ye flushed, but soon broke into a confident grin. And there's more. He snapped his fingers. Arcane filaments erupted once more. This time 2 distinct currents swirling side by side. One stream blazed sapphire blue, the other burned crimson red. Leona felt it unmistakably. The opposing essences of water and fire. For most mages, simultaneously channeling 2 antithetical elements would trigger catastrophic magical backlash, chaotic surges, volatile disintegration, or even self-immolation. Yet Leona held her tongue, not out of doubt, but certainly Zhang Ye would astonish her again. The dual streams wove in perfect synchrony, etching a single unified array. Water and fire runes interlocked seamlessly without flicker or friction, deepening Leona's astonishment with every passing second. 10 seconds later, a radiant cobalt-tan crimson array hovered before Zhang Ye. He aimed it at a distant giant tree and poured magic into its core. In an instant, a torrent of water and a pillar of flame erupted from the array. Yet instead of canceling each other, they fused midair, water enshrouding fire, forming a spiraling lance azure without scarlet within, slamming into the trunk with devastating force. A thunderous detonation split the heavens. The colossal tree, several meters thick, shattered cleanly in 2. Its severed surface bore countless precise incisions, while its center blackened into charred ruin. Leona's eyes widened in disbelief. And this too was a 6th tier spell, yet it fused the 3rd tier blast flame and grand water jet. Not only did its tier ascend to 6, its destructive power soared beyond, into 7th tier magnitude. How did you do it? Leona cried, breathless with wonder. Why don't water and fire annihilate each other? And Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Steam. By precisely calibrating the conversion efficiency between fire and water essence, raising flame temperature to a critical point while matching water evaporation rate with molecular permeation, you generate a stable steam membrane between them. Then using my custom arcane sustenance runes embedded in the array, I inject minimal magic to stabilize that membrane, ensuring the 2 forces coexist without conflict. At the moment of impact, the membrane shatters. Water and fire merge explosively. The fire doesn't vanish, instead it's propelled forward by the high-pressure water jet, transforming into a superheated hyperpressurized blade, enhancing cutting power exponentially. Meanwhile, the central flame erupts, vaporizing massive volumes of water into scalding steam, delivering secondary concussive damage. Thus, a spell born from 3rd tier foundations achieves unparalleled might. Of course, the conversion ratio must be exact, and the output array must reach at least 6th tier refinement to maximize its potential. Zhang Ye elaborated calmly. Leona stared blankly, then abruptly clapped a hand over his mouth. Enough. I can't follow a word of that. It was like a soldier who could fire and disassemble a rifle, but would falter utterly if asked to forge each component by hand. She could learn the spell. She could trace the array, but grasping its theoretical architecture, that was beyond even this formidable woman's reach. She sighed softly. A talent like yours, sent to the Arcane Research Institute, would be revered as a living treasure by those venerable scholars. What Zhang Ye had achieved left her profoundly awestruck. Ni's crystalline understanding enabled him to fuse diametrically opposed elements, yielding explosive multiplicative power. Had such mastery emerged from some ancient theory-obsessed archmage, she might have accepted it. Yet Zhang Ye had studied magical arrays for mere days. Less than a week, and already he was nothing short of monstrous. In such a genius, entering formal arcane research could well herald a new epoch in magical evolution. Zhang Ye was her student, and the brighter his star burned, the deeper her pride swelled. At that moment her gaze softened with quiet joy, her smile radiant with maternal pride. Don't rush, there's still more. Zhang Ye grinned, waving a hand. This time no arcane filaments appeared. Instead a violet-blue array coalesced before him, fully formed. An unranked spell, so Zhang Ye had simply deconstructed and reconstructed it on the spot. And this is... Leona paused, sensing its resonance. A dual-element lightning-water array. Yet its arcane signature was faint, no obvious destructive potency. What purpose could it serve? Zhang Ye smiled, faintly snapped his fingers, and the array expanded to 3 meters in diameter. Danana, aim your fire spell through it. At that tree. Though intrigued, Leona complied without hesitation. She stepped behind the array, extended a finger toward the giant tree, and intoned, Lion Fire Orb. A colossal orb of roaring flame erupted into being, crackling with raw heat. This was deliberately restrained at her full strength. As a 3-star Saint Tier mage, her Lion Fire Orb would obliterate everything within miles. Here she held back, keeping its power calibrated to roughly 7th tier magnitude. Roaring like a caged beast, the orb hurtled forward, plunging straight through the violet-blue array. Emerging from the opposite side, the fiery sphere had transformed, now blazing cerulean, and swollen several times in size. Its aura intensified violently, slamming into the tree with cataclysmic force. A shockwave ripped across the land. The mighty tree exploded skyward, shattering into splinters. And Leona stood frozen, mouth agape, eyes wide and unblinking. Zhang Ye nodded, satisfied. But in the next breath, Leona materialized before him, seized his collar, and yanked him close, her eyes alight with feverish exhilaration. Teach me. Zhang Ye stared blankly at the close proximity of Leona. At this moment their noses were almost touching, so close that they could almost kiss. Zhang Ye swallowed hard and hurriedly supported her shoulders, saying, Dita Nana, please. Calm down. Leona, upon hearing this, stepped back slightly, but continued to gaze intensely at Zhang Ye. Teach me that magic. Leona exclaimed excitedly. She could clearly feel that the Lion Fireball's power had increased at least 3 or 4 times after passing through that magical formation. In that moment she realized that this was not an offensive magic, but rather a strengthening type of magic. All fire-type magic that passed through this formation could be greatly enhanced. If she learned this formation, her fire magic's power would increase exponentially. Indeed, this was a no-rank magic, which meant that even at the saint level the enhancement from this magic would still be considerable. This is the power of no-rank magic. It was hard to imagine that Zhang Ye could create such a powerful magical formation. Zhang Ye swallowed again. The proximity was overwhelming, allowing him to catch the scent of Leona, and even the firm contact of her chest against his made his heart race. It was a bit too much. Forcing down his inner turmoil, Zhang Ye forced a smile and said, All right, no problem, could you step back a bit? He wanted to show respect to Leona, while he just suddenly felt timid. Once Leona stepped back, Zhang Ye explained this magical formation is called the electrolysis water hydrogen oxygen fire magic enhancement formation, abbreviated as hydrogen oxygen enhancement formation. I used the magic of aggregation water and strong current in combination by adjusting the magical power output, allowing strong current to act on aggregation water, causing the water elements produced by aggregation water to undergo electrolysis, generating hydrogen and oxygen. Leona blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, What is kissing gas and tickling gas? Zhang Ye, seeing Leona's naive curiosity, couldn't help but tease, saying kissing gas is the gas produced from kissing, while oxygen is the gas produced from tickling. Both can enhance flames. Leona raised an eyebrow and said, Really? Why do I feel like you're just fooling me? Zhang Ye replied, He, how could I fool you? Well, yes, I was fooling you. Unable to bear deceiving Leona, Zhang Ye confessed. And Leona smirked, saying, So you were trying to get me to kiss you, right? Zhang Ye replied, He, am I that kind of person? Yes. Upon hearing this, Leona burst into laughter, finding Zhang Ye extraordinarily cute at that moment, clearly wanting her to kiss him, yet he ended up being the one to back down. Zhang Ye cleared his throat and said seriously, All right, back to the main topic. Hydrogen and oxygen can exponentially increase the power of flames. The role of oxygen is to assist combustion, increasing the burning efficiency of flames, while hydrogen causes explosive combustion, raising the temperature and power of flames. After infusing magical power, the formation will continuously produce these 2 gases and store them within the formation. When fire-type magic passes through the formation, the output magical patterns will activate, mixing the 2 gases with the fire-type magic, thus enhancing its power. The enhancement is linked to the amount of magical power injected and the caster's rank and purity of magical power. In other words, the stronger the caster, the greater the enhancement of fire-type magic, at least doubling its power. The included magical patterns are... Zhang Ye spoke endlessly while Leona listened intently. Although she could directly learn magic, as long as she learned how to draw formations, she would be able to master this magic. However, she believed that this was a magic created by Zhang Ye, so she needed to understand it. Moreover, the terms kissing gas and tickling gas were quite amusing to her, so during Zhang Ye's explanation Leona would ask questions, and he answered each one. In that moment it felt as if Zhang Ye was the teacher, while Leona was a student eager to learn new knowledge. It is said that true masters always possess the heart of an apprentice. Although Leona was not a master, she was a true powerhouse, so this principle was equally evident in her. Next came the magic learning process. Leona learned at an incredibly fast pace, and she was astonished to discover that absorbing Zhang Ye's theories made her learning significantly more effective. Understanding how to utilize magical patterns to store gases and how to adjust the output magical patterns became second nature to her. This was also due to her solid foundation in magical theory. In just half an hour, Leona thoroughly learned the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement formation. Danana, you can try incorporating the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement formation formula into the magical formation you use, perhaps enhancing it directly on the basis of the magic, skipping the step of transcendence enhancement. Zhang Ye contemplated stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, Leona excitedly nodded and eagerly began to experiment. Indeed, under Leona's immense power output, the enhancement effect brought by the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement formation was terrifying. The enhancement multiplier for fire magic below the saint level could even exceed 10 times. For magic above the saint level, due to the power of the laws, the enhancement effect was not as pronounced, but the power could still increase by at least 2 or 3 times. This would greatly enhance Leona's strength. It could be said that with the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement formation, Leona could take on 3 of her former selves. The flames transformed from red to blue, instantly obliterating the forest within a radius of several hundred meters. Leona's face radiated with an excited smile, beaming with joy, making her cheeks glow red, which was very beautiful. Zhang Ye watched this scene, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. If Leona was happy, then he was happy too. Swish! Suddenly Leona's figure flashed, directly appearing beside Zhang Ye. Before he could react, she pecked him on the cheek. Zhang Ye was taken aback, staring blankly at Leona. Her cheeks were flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from excitement or shyness. Ha ha ha, being able to enhance myself so much, what's the harm in kissing you? Leona laughed excitedly, patting Zhang Ye's back with a loud thud. While this tough girl probably didn't understand what shyness was, so her flushed cheeks were definitely from excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was still immersed in the warmth of that kiss, his heart pounding. That thrill, how long had it been since he felt it? He gently touched his cheek where there was still a hint of warmth and fragrance. Suddenly, he smiled brightly, saying, as long as you're happy. Huh. Leona laughed heartily, her hair igniting with flames from excitement, making her look like a lion. Beautiful and powerful. Love it, love it. Alright, since you taught me such powerful magic, I can't hold back either. Now let me teach you how to use the strongest weapon in the world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye was instantly excited. So what is the strongest weapon in the world? Leona grinned, revealing her sharp canines, and lightly tapped Zhang Ye's chest with her finger, saying, it's your own body. Zhang Ye was taken aback, looking down at his body and the proud little skirt fluttering in the wind, his face turning red as he clutched his chest, saying, in no way. Leona, with a black line on her forehead, said, I meant you should train your body into the strongest weapon. Fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, head. Your body is the weapon you truly need to master. Swords and blades, spears and shields, these are external weapons that may be taken away at any moment. Even some weapons with intelligence might betray you, but your body will not. Turn your hands into blades, your arms into swords. Turn your legs into spears, your shoulders into shields. Even turn your head into a hammer. Turn your knees into spikes. These are the fundamentals of your strength. You want need to enter the forest for practical training today. Your opponent for this practice is me. Leona set her eyes ablaze as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye suddenly felt as if he were being watched by a large feline predator. A stunningly beautiful big cat. Zhang Ye nodded and asked, so, how do we practice? Leona replied, your physique is currently at the early stage of the 7th level. I will suppress my strength and speed to match yours, and my magical power will also be aligned with yours. We'll start fighting, and during the process it'll teach you how to train your body. She added, however, you cannot use any magic during the duel. You can only enhance your physical strength with pure magical energy. Do you understand? Okay. Zhang Ye nodded, feeling a sense of eagerness. He was curious to see what he could achieve at the same level. Of course, defeating Leona was something he would never dare to hope for. As a saint-level powerhouse, and as she claimed her abilities were honed through real battle, her combat skills were certainly formidable. Winning against her, that would be a matter for another time. So can I go first? Zhang Ye asked. Go ahead. Leona nodded, crossing her arms with a smile. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, channeling magical energy into his feet, and felt a surge of power. He understood that injecting magical energy into his body temporarily enhanced his physique. The next moment, Zhang Ye took a step forward and charged at Leona, throwing a punch at her chest. It wasn't that he was a pervert. Alright, he was, but at that moment he simply didn't want to strike Leona's beautiful face. Even though he knew he couldn't hurt Leona, he still didn't want to. Hitting her chest was fine, the sensation was good, haha. When Leona saw this, she slightly tilted her body, and Zhang Ye's punch grazed past her chest without making contact. Seeing this, Zhang Ye didn't hesitate. He stepped down, twisted his waist, and swept a punch towards Leona. After days of practical training, his Boda's coordination had improved greatly, making such movements not difficult. However, even such a swift strike was easily dodged by Leona. For the next 10 minutes, Zhang Ye continuously attacked Leona, yet he could not touch her at all. She maintained a relaxed demeanor, arms crossed, her movements subtle. Although her body didn't sway much, it made it impossible for Zhang Ye to land a hit, always missing by mere inches. Moreover, Zhang Ye knew that the reason for those inches was entirely due to Leona's deliberate avoidance. This inch could in fact be understood as infinite. Zhang Ye was just a billionth away from Leona. When the 10 minutes were up, Leona made her move. With a slight shift of her body, Zhang Ye felt a blur before her figure appeared right in front of him, and she flicked her finger. Zhang Ye sensed the magical energy within Leona operating in a fascinating rhythm, then converging at her fingertip. Bang! In the next moment, Zhang Ye was sent flying, tumbling several dozen meters before crashing into a tree. Cough, cough. Zhang Ye clutched his chest, his breath in disarray, taking a while to regain his composure. He looked up and asked Leona, why is it that with just a flick your strength is so immense? Though their physiques were suppressed to the same level, that flick was incredibly more powerful than his full-force punch. Leona shook her head, not immediately answering his question, but instead said excessive movements and large amplitude waste energy while creating significant openings. Your striking technique is even worse than mine was at 10 years of age. Hearing this, Zhang Ye scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. His hair had grown a little, and it felt nice to scratch. Then Leona finally answered Zhang Ye's question. This is how a warrior utilizes magical energy. Unlike mages who utilize magical energy externally through spells, chants, and formations, a warrior uses it internally, causing magical energy to operate in various patterns within the body to form techniques, also known as combat skills. The fundamental difference between magic and combat skills lies in the external versus internal use of magical energy. Leona continued, the strength of a mage lies in their ability to project magical energy to create spells resulting in destructive effects. Conversely, a warrior's strength is derived from enhancing their physique with magical energy, using their body to inflict damage. If magic is the weapon of a mage, then the body is the weapon of a warrior. My flick was a basic technique formed by the internal use of magical energy. It may appear light, but the force at that moment was greatly amplified, and when my finger made contact with you, the magical energy contained within would explode instantaneously, resulting in such immense power. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye showed an enlightened expression. And because a warrior needs to endure the internal operation of magical energy, they must train their physique. This can be achieved through the circulation of magical energy within and external training, creating a cycle. Zhang Ye nodded. This was also why there were far more warriors than mages. Mages require innate talent for cultivation. Only with strong talent can they enhance the quality of their magical energy and unleash powerful spells. Thus, those without talent find it difficult to become strong mages. Warriors, on the other hand, have much lower requirements for cultivation talent. As long as they possess magical energy and undergo training, their physiques can be enhanced, allowing them to exert formidable combat power with a small amount of magical energy. Of course, this doesn't mean that warriors are more favored than mages. In battles of the same level, the damage caused by magic is certainly higher than that caused by physical strength. Now I will teach you the combat skill I just used, called flick dash. Zhang Ye was taken aback and instinctively replied, flick and dash. It's flick dash. Flick and dash. Flick, forget it, do as you wish. Leona said, watch closely, extend your divine sense, and observe the flow of my magical energy. Zhang Ye nodded and immediately extended his divine sense to observe carefully. Under Leona's guidance, he could see the flow of magical energy within her body. In Zhang Ye's perception, the flow of magical energy was quite orderly. Merely a small amount of 6th-level magical energy. After completing a cycle within Leona's body, the magical energy's aura suddenly surged, gathering at her fingertip. Then Leona slowly extended her finger and flicked it gently. Boom! A loud explosion resonated in the air, shockwaves rolling, and Zhang Ye was left dumbfounded. Was that a sonic boom? It must be a sonic boom. A flick of a finger creating a sonic boom would surely blow someone's mind off, wouldn't it? How terrifying. Now you try it. After demonstrating, Leona said. Zhang Ye immediately nodded okay. Then he closed his eyes, calming his mind, and the pattern of magical energy's operation in Leona's body emerged vividly in his mind. He operated the magical energy within him following that pattern. Soon the magical energy converged at his fingertips. He opened his eyes, and a dazzling light flickered within them. Flick dash. Duong. Feeling the shockwave bursting from his fingertip, Zhang Ye was incredibly excited. This is so powerful. Will I be able to send someone flying with a flick now? But is that sonic boom sound a bit off? Leona wore an expression of as expected. Zhang Ye not only learned magic quickly, but also picked up combat skills swiftly. Although flick dash was merely a 6th-level combat skill, he was the first to master it so quickly. Of course, merely mastering it wasn't enough for proficiency. Unlike Zhang Ye's analytical magic, learning combat skills entirely depended on himself, requiring gradual progress. He couldn't expect to master it perfectly right away. Nevertheless, even so, his learning speed was quite astonishing. Not bad. Leona praised. Next, I will focus on training your combat skills and teaching you more techniques. Also, we will strengthen your physique, turning your body into a weapon. She said, be prepared, you might get hurt in the process. Hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded. Since Leona said there might be injuries, then injuries were certain. He was afraid of pain. But it's okay. Then he would have a reason to ask Leona for comfort. One morning Zhang Ye was practicing with Leona, leaving the training ground in disarray. Zhang Ye was also covered in wounds. Afraid of ruining Leona's school uniform, he took it off, leaving only his shorts, and put on a grass skirt made of condensed magic to practice with Leona, now covered in injuries, especially on his forehead, which had swollen into a huge bump. That was a result of a bet he made with Leona after mastering a combat technique called silent continuous strike. The bet was whether Zhang Ye could land a hit on Leona. If he lost, he would be hit on the head. He lost, being sent flying over 100 meters by Leona, his forehead swelling like a unicorn's horn. After a morning of training, the results were significant. Zhang Ye learned 6 combat techniques, and his physical coordination, combat skills, and awareness improved greatly. However, he still couldn't match Leona. Throughout the entire morning, he hadn't managed to touch her, even once, completely being pinned to the ground. But he learned a lot. For example, Leona taught him to turn his body into a weapon, attacking with his fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, and head as the deadliest weapons. Every muscle, joint, inch of bone, and tendon must be trained to be incredibly coordinated in order to perfectly guide and unleash all of one's strength. Leona patiently taught him how to fight and how to maximize damage with his body, which greatly benefited Zhang Ye. Finally, after practice ended, Zhang Ye changed back into his school uniform and wobbled over to Leona for treatment. Leona couldn't resist him. After all, that bald head sporting a horn was too eye-catching. For lunch, Leona instructed Zhang Ye to find materials himself, with the requirement of hunting a 6th-tier magical beast without using any magic, relying solely on the skills and techniques he learned. Moreover, Zhang Ye was required to maintain the condensation of magical threads and magical skin during the battle. In the end, Zhang Ye completed the task, but at the cost of serious injuries. As Leona treated Zhang Ye, she helplessly remarked, "I told you to target the vital points, but I didn't say you had to go for the groin. Look what you did." Zhang Ye smiled awkwardly. Leona taught him to look for weaknesses and openings in his enemy. His opponent was a 6th-tier forest magic ape, a male one. As everyone knows, the vital points of all males are the same. So Zhang Ye recklessly focused his attacks on that area. He almost pushed the forest magic ape into madness. It was determined to kill Zhang Ye. Otherwise, during normal combat, Zhang Ye wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. He didn't even know how many ribs were broken. Thankfully, he could still manage a smile. However, from this battle, Zhang Ye's combat skills had solidified considerably. The flow of magical energy within him strengthened, and the release of his combat techniques became increasingly smooth. Given time, Zhang Ye's combat skills would surely rival Leona's. When combined with his terrifying magical talent, his combat power would undoubtedly crush others of the same rank. In the following days, Zhang Ye trained in real combat with Leona every day. During mealtimes, he would search for magical beasts to fight based on Leona's requirements, using them as ingredients. Once the digestion time was up, Zhang Ye would immediately consume the crystal cores to enhance his cultivation. In the afternoon, he would spare some time for innovative magic. At night, he would continue meditating and cultivating. Thus days passed by, and soon it was time for the 1-month deadline that Leona had mentioned. In the forest, a figure leaped swiftly among the trees, relying solely on physical prowess without utilizing any magic, moving at a terrifying speed. Eventually, he spotted his target, a mid-tier earth rift tiger. It was a tier lower than the earth giant lizard he had faced before, but regarding the threat to humans, the earth rift tiger was a league above. A month ago, if he had encountered such a magical beast, he would have bolted. However, now he felt no fear. "Guju, what do you think of it?" Zhang Ye rubbed the Guju that clung to his shoulder, smiling. Over the past month, Guju's size hadn't changed, but Zhang Ye was sure that the energy within Guju had reached a terrifying level. After all, he fed it a large amount of magic and energy-rich food daily. Even Leona had grown fond of the adorable slime, occasionally using her high-quality, 3-star holy magic to feed it. So at this moment, Guju could expand to a size of over 100 meters if it wished. Guju nuzzled Zhang Ye's cheek, making a cute sound. Zhang Ye chuckled, "All right, let's have tiger tendons for lunch." With that, he suddenly stepped forward, bending the branches beneath him to their limits, and shot towards the resting Earth Rift tiger like an arrow. The Earth Rift tiger immediately sensed danger, its tiger eyes wide open. But before it could react, Zhang Ye was already in front of it. "Take this fire cloud kick," Zhang Ye shouted with magical energy surging within him. He unleashed his technique, flames erupting around his legs, and kicked directly at the Earth Rift tiger's face. The massive body of the Earth Rift tiger was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and it hurriedly rolled over to get up, spitting out a dozen or so teeth. Earth Rift tiger. What the hell? The Earth Rift tiger was enraged. It glared at Zhang Ye sitting on the branch, its eyes burning with fury. "Owl!" It roared, but at the moment it opened its mouth, Zhang Ye threw a fireball straight into its mouth. Earth Rift tiger. Are you even adhering to the rules of combat? Didn't you know not to interrupt someone when they're showcasing their strength? Ouch! The Earth Rift tiger spat out blood again, along with a few teeth. This time it learned its lesson, slamming its paw down, causing dozens of boulders to soar into the air, directly smashing towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye chuckled, his figure darting out as his feet created afterimages in the air. The boulders were kicked apart mid-flight, and then Zhang Ye spread his arms. Tenfold, flame serpent bind. 10 layers of 7th-tier magic formations instantly enveloped the Earth Rift Tiger, with flame serpents emerging to tightly wrap and bind it. The Earth Rift Tiger struggled frantically, but even with its mid-meteor strength, escaping the tenfold stacked flame serpent bind was no easy feat. Zhang Ye, however, wouldn't adhere to any rules of combat and unleashed a seamless series of attacks. Tenfold 6th-tier hydrogen-oxygen enhancement, Lion Fireball, followed by threefold 8th-tier hydrogen-oxygen enhancement, Rain of Fire, and then a 100-fold lower-tier hydrogen-oxygen enhancement, Spark Art, to add dazzling visual effects. The blue flames from the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement instantly engulfed the Earth Rift Tiger, its roars blending with explosions, turning the area within 100 meters into ashes. Countless blue sparks lit up the heavens, twinkling beautifully. The effects were maximized. After the magic, the Earth Rift Tiger surprisingly was still alive, unleashing its strongest, innate magic-rending claw of the fierce tiger towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye remained unafraid, his magic formations activated. Several sharp spikes pierced into the nearby tree trunks, while blue flames surged from the other side, swiftly carrying Zhang Ye away from his original position. Rending Tiger Slash passed by, creating 3 enormous trenches dozens of meters deep and hundreds of meters long, without harming Zhang Ye in the slightest. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, pouring magical energy into explosive flame. Using the powerful thrust of the flames, he instantly appeared in front of the Earth Rift Tiger, launching into a series of seamless close-range attacks. Silent continuous strike. He unleashed the fastest and most furious combo, not giving the Earth Rift Tiger a chance to catch its breath. The already heavily injured Earth Rift Tiger had no means to retaliate at this moment, its massive body of over 10 meters long suspended in the air. With Zhang Ye's final strike, the angry lion flame fist the rocky armor covering the Earth Rift Tiger exploded piece by piece, sending it flying over 100 meters, crashing to the ground lifeless. After completing all this, Zhang Ye exhaled, then cupped his fists towards the corpse of the Earth Rift Tiger. Rest in peace. Indeed, that's how battles should be fought. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. A magnetic voice echoed as the beautiful Leona descended from the sky. Zhang Ye scratched his head. After a month, his eyebrows and flowing black hair finally grew back. He chuckled, "This isn't even my full strength yet." Leona smiled upon hearing this, saying, "I know this full strength refers to the limit your opponent can withstand, not your own limit. After all, one must always leave some room for maneuver." Zhang Ye nodded. In just 1 month, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 7th rank, and his physique had even achieved the mid-stage of the 8th rank, an immense improvement. Moreover, the ability to analyze and replicate could also replicate magic beyond his own 4th rank. In this past month, he had stealthily analyzed numerous spells from Leona and the magical beasts, accumulating over 100 spells of the 7th rank, with more than half analyzed, and many 8th rank spells with only a few days left for analysis, along with a plethora of unfinished 9th and 10th rank spells, and even sacred rank spells. In short, there was a lot. Additionally, regarding combat skills, Zhang Ye had mastered all the techniques he could handle thoroughly, and his combat skills had greatly improved through Leona's training and practical battles against magical beasts. His spellcasting control, magical power control, and mental strength control had also advanced by leaps and bounds during this month. Through the innovation in the magical arts, he had created various marvelous and powerful spells. His combat power surged. The most significant manifestation of this was during his sparring with Leona, where he could now actually exchange blows with her, unlike a month ago, when he couldn't even touch the hem of her garment. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhang Ye now had the confidence to defeat 100 versions of his former self. Was he strong or what? Among all this, what made Zhang Ye the proudest was the transformation within himself. To enhance his combat skills and physical coordination, Leona had him wear resistance bands to improve his body's resilience, which caused him considerable pain. However, now he could proudly declare he was able to do the splits. Isn't that impressive? He was quite pleased with himself. "It's about time we set off," suddenly Leona said. Zhang Ye was taken aback, then excitedly exclaimed, "Are we heading to the Magic Academy?" Since arriving in this world, he had been staying in the Thousand Beasts Forest with only Leona for company, and he was eager to experience the wonders of this different realm. Leona smiled and nodded. "But before that, we need to make a trip to the Lionheart Empire." "What kind of place is the Lionheart Empire?" Zhang Ye asked curiously. "The royal city of the Lionheart Empire, home to the Carlo-Magnon lion clan, my family," Leona replied with a smile. "I'll get you a proper outfit. Do you really want to wear a dress to the enrollment test?" Zhang Ye glanced at the proud little skirt he was wearing and chuckled awkwardly. As for wearing women's clothing, that was just for Leona to see. He couldn't bear to do it in front of everyone. He then revealed an excited expression. "Are we going to meet the parents?" "Parents?" Leona was momentarily taken aback, but being clever, she quickly figured out what he meant and rolled her eyes, saying, "Of course not. I haven't been home in a year. It's just a visit." "Can I come?" Zhang Ye asked. "No," Leona shook her head. "Hey, why not?" Zhang Ye questioned. "If my old man finds out that a 7th rank little brat wants to be my man, he might just tear you apart, believe it." Leona laughed. Zhang Ye said, "But I could tell him about my talent. He'd surely accept me as his son-in-law with my abilities, right?" "It's not that simple." Leona narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Your talent is unique, plus you can replicate others' magic, sparing no magical beast. You could say you're the only one in the entire world." If such a person's existence got out, all major powers would fight to claim you, and what would those who can't get you do? Zhang Ye swallowed hard. They would destroy what they can't obtain. Leona smiled slightly. Looks like you understand, and at that time even my family might be implicated. The more people know, the greater the risk. Therefore, to be safe, your talents and abilities must remain concealed, even from my father. Keeping it to ourselves is best. After all, the old man loves his drink. When drunk, he'll say anything. So once you grow stronger, I'll take you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded solemnly. Okay. Leona continued, this trip to Lionheart City will also allow you to experience the grandeur of the empire. Zhang Ye was extremely excited. So, when do we set off? What's the rush? We'll leave after lunch. Alright. They had boiled flood magic fish and roasted two-headed giant chicken for lunch. As for the Rift Tiger, the tiger whip soup was too overwhelming. In the end, Leona disdainfully chose not to make it, and Zhang Ye could only decompose it for materials. The two of them each held a large drumstick, occasionally sipping the delicious fish soup while letting out satisfied sighs. By the way, take this. Suddenly, Leona tossed a ring over. Zhang Ye was taken aback, then slipped the ring onto his ring finger, blushing. I do. Leona. Having become accustomed to Zhang Ye's antics, Leona could now mostly ignore them, though sometimes she couldn't help but reward him with a playful smack on the head. This is a high-level space ring. The magical beast cores I've collected over these days are all stored inside. It should be enough for you, Leona said. During these days, Leona hadn't been idle. After training Zhang Ye, she would dive into the depths of the forest, and Zhang Ye suspected she was hunting magical beasts. However, he didn't expect that Leona was gathering cores for him. Because Zhang Ye's cultivation involved not only meditation but also consuming cores, and generally people wouldn't do that, they mostly used cores for crafting and alchemy, as direct absorption was less efficient compared to consuming magic crystals. But with Zhang Ye's devour ability, he had no such concerns with absorption at max efficiency. Zhang Ye felt touched. Leona, you're so good to me. Leona laughed heartily. You're my lifesaver, and my first student. Who else would I treat well if not you? Alright, stop being so sentimental. Just drop some blood to recognize the ring's ownership. Sure. Zhang Ye beamed, then extended his finger to his mouth, but hesitated to bite down for a long time. What's wrong? Leona asked. Zhang Ye swallowed nervously. It hurts. I'm afraid of pain. Is there a way to draw blood without hurting? Leona didn't know what to say. This kid could laugh even after breaking 10 ribs, but now he was acting as if he would die from pricking a finger. Leona said nothing. She directly grabbed his finger and put it in her mouth, biting it with her sharp canines, causing it to bleed. Leona, what's so painful about this? It doesn't hurt at all. Zhang Ye, that's my finger. Of course you wouldn't feel pain. He quickly dripped blood onto the ring, then sucked on his finger to stop the bleeding. Seeing him suck on his finger, Leona couldn't help but ruffle his hair. You're just like a little kid. Then she added, still the bald head feels nice. Zhang Ye, should I shave my head? Zhang Ye asked. Leona shook her head. No need, you look good like this. As the space ring recognized its owner, Zhang Ye checked inside, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Leona. The cores inside the ring were piled high like a small mountain. Estimating roughly, there were thousands of them, and each was no less than the 5th rank. 5th rank cores wouldn't greatly enhance Zhang Ye's current abilities, but they could serve as candy for him. Not only that, but there were also many glowing plants that looked impressive. They should be the legendary spiritual materials. Zhang Ye felt his eyes redden with emotion. Leona, can I give you a kiss? Leona punched him playfully. Don't take advantage of me. After eating and drinking well, they set off. Leona waved her hand, and a small boat appeared floating in midair. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up as he asked, what is this? A magical device. Magical propulsion flying boat. Injects some magical power, and it can maintain long-distance flight, Leona replied with a smile, then led Zhang Ye onto the flying boat. The magic core in the propulsion chamber had previously been dug out by Leona from magical energy supply, but as long as magical power was injected, it could maintain flight, which was much more efficient than consuming one's own magical power. This is amazing, Zhang Ye said, stroking the boat's white jade-like exterior. The flying boat was 10 meters long, streamlined in shape, crafted from an unknown jade-like material, entirely snow-white, with golden edges adorned with magical runes that emitted a bluish glow when infused with magical power, looking incredibly splendid, even more impressive than a Lamborghini on Earth. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Oh, it's not worth much anyway, Leona said. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Not worth much. How much is it worth? Just a few million gold coins, Leona said. Though he didn't know the purchasing power of currency in this world, a few million certainly didn't sound cheap. Rich lady, can you support me? Zhang Ye couldn't help but ask. Leona flicked his forehead. Sit tight, we need to speed up. If you fall out, I won't save you. Alright. Zhang Ye immediately dove into the cabin of the flying boat alongside Leona. With Leona's control, the flying boat swiftly ascended, and the magical array behind it glowed, causing the boat to accelerate, soon surpassing the speed of commercial airplanes on Earth. Zhang Ye leaned against the window, looking outside with excitement and gasping, wow. Ugh. Leona turned to look at him and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, just a bit seasick. Zhang Ye waved his hand, leaning against the window excitedly while gagging. It's just too beautiful. Ugh. The mountains below are so vast. Ugh. They must be. Ugh. Over 10,000 meters high. Leona couldn't help but say, stop talking and lie down. As she spoke, she pointed a finger, and the seat Zhang Ye was in transformed into a bed. The magical array appeared, and Zhang Ye immediately felt his mind relax with the nausea diminishing significantly, gradually drifting off to sleep. Goo. Gugu also jumped beside Zhang Ye's face, nuzzling his chin to sleep. Watching this scene, Leona couldn't help but smile. This made her feel warm inside. Zhang Ye slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He had slept so soundly that even the seasickness had vanished. Gujio, upon sensing Zhang Ye's awakening, Gujio also woke up, emitting an adorable sound. Zhang Ye smiled, holding it up and giving it a gentle rub. Turning to look, Leona was still maneuvering the flying boat. Awake. Leona turned her head and smiled, saying, just ahead is the royal city. Royal city. Zhang Ye immediately got up and looked out the window. He saw that the forest below had completely disappeared, replaced by a vast plain dotted with fertile fields and houses clearly entering human territory. The Lionheart Empire Lionheart Royal City is also the residence of the Flame Lion family, Leona said slowly. Zhang Ye exclaimed excitedly, so the Wanling Academy is also in the Lionheart Empire. Leona shook her head. The Wanling Academy is in the Wanling Empire. The top magic academy in the Lionheart Empire is called Lionheart Academy, but it only recruits humans. Zhang Ye asked curiously, they are both top magic academies, so why not go to Lionheart Academy? Wouldn't that be closer to the Flame Lion family? Leona smiled and shook her head. Although both are top magic academies, their natures are different. Lionheart Academy mainly selects and cultivates talent for the Empire. Graduates are often forced to join the Lionheart Empire's army or family corps, essentially serving as a high-level training ground. On the other hand, Wanling Academy aims to cultivate powerful individuals, and compared to Lionheart Academy, it is more pure, freer, and has a better atmosphere. Besides, if you went to Lionheart Academy, you would surely be advised to withdraw. Why? Zhang Ye asked. Leona laughed. With your character, it would be a miracle if you could get along with those guys. Within Lionheart Academy, most are royal offspring, each more serious than the last. With your unserious demeanor, even a minor conflict could lead to major issues, and I can't rest easy about that. Zhang Ye protested. Why am I not serious? Would a serious person argue with a bug? Leona countered. Zhang Ye replied, what bug? That's my pet Tet. I will eventually change its ways. Leona was somewhat speechless, but her gaze towards Zhang Ye softened. She could tell he wasn't joking. Over the past month, he had let Tet out often to have heart-to-heart talks. Although in the end it was mostly just one person and one bug arguing. The key is that Zhang Ye couldn't even win the argument. Moreover, letting you go to Wanling Academy is not only because I am an honorary mentor there, but also because Wanling Academy has a deeper foundation than Lionheart Academy. Leona continued, the Lionheart Empire has only been established for a few thousand years, but Wanling Academy has a history of 10,000 years, and its foundation is far beyond that of Lionheart Academy, which will benefit you more. Moreover, Wanling Academy includes all races. Since you are new here, being able to interact with more races will help you integrate into this world. Hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded. Leona was certainly looking out for him. And between an academy for only humans and one that includes all races, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. There was no other reason. He was simply full of curiosity about this world. He wondered if there would be legendary elves, dwarves, or beast-eared girls in the academy. We have arrived, Leona suddenly said as she walked outside, and Zhang Ye immediately followed. Upon reaching the deck of the flying boat, he saw it slowly descending, and the scenery below quickly grew larger. Towering walls stood dozens of meters high, adorned with many city defense mechanisms. From the magical patterns on them, it was clear that these were magic-powered devices. Dana, what are those? Are they treasures? Zhang Ye asked. Leona shook her head. No, they are magical devices. Magical devices. What's the difference? Zhang Ye inquired. Leona explained, treasures require rank restrictions to unleash their maximum effect and power, but magical devices only need to be infused with magical power to be used. In other words, as long as one can provide enough magical power, even an ordinary person can wield a magical device with holy tier power. Zhang Ye nodded, somewhat astonished. Magical devices represent the magical technology of this world. They are truly impressive. Then Zhang Ye turned his gaze towards the city, where countless Western-style buildings were within the walls, and further in the distance, he could see many tall structures like manors, cathedrals, and huge statues in the square. At the very center of Lionheart Royal City, there stood an imposing castle. That is the palace of the Lionheart royal family, where the Lionheart King resides. The Lionheart King? Zhang Ye asked, is he named Arthur? Leona responded, the Lionheart King is named Oscar Wainies. Why did you think the Lionheart King would be called Arthur? Zhang Ye chuckled awkwardly, it's nothing. The flying boat descended and docked at a temporary mooring area in the air, where there were numerous other flying boats of various styles and sizes. Zhang Ye spotted one that was over 300 meters long. It was immensely huge. Unrecorded flying boats, please dock at the temporary mooring area and await registration and state your intentions. A few soldiers soared into the air and announced. Upon reaching the 5th rank, one can use magical power to float themselves for a short period, and upon reaching the 7th rank, one can fly freely. Leona said nothing but tossed out a token which floated in the air and then revealed a magical pattern. Upon seeing this, the soldiers immediately became respectful. Welcome back, my Lord Duke. Leona nodded and said, just continue with your duties. Yes. Zhang Ye looked at the soldiers and asked, you're still a duke? Leona nodded. The Kalaman family is also known as the Kalaman royal family, closely associated with the royal family, and every direct descendant holds a noble title. Achieving the holy tier makes one a duke. As she spoke, she revealed a smile. I also have a territory in the Shikaden Fire Mountain area west of the royal city. The hot springs there are my favorite, I will take you there to try it later. Zhang Ye excitedly nodded, okay. After entering the city area, Leona tossed Zhang Ye a ring, saying, inside there are 500,000 gold coins. You can explore on your own for a bit, I will return to my family briefly and find you later. Zhang Ye instantly felt that the small ring was incredibly heavy. He nodded, okay. Then Leona flew away while Zhang Ye held the ring, laughing to himself. Am I being kept? Gugio. He rubbed Gujia's head and then walked towards the bustling city area. Wow, so this is Lionheart Royal City. As expected of an imperial royal city, it was exceptionally prosperous. The main road was lined with all sorts of shops, and the Western style was very evident. Zhang Ye excitedly looked around, unable to take it all in. And people cast strange glances at Zhang Ye. This guy had black hair and black eyes. Was he from the East? To them, Easterners were mysterious and powerful. Moreover, it was rumored that Easterners liked to wear skirts. For instance, look at Zhang Ye. He was still wearing a skirt, and the hem danced, showcasing his charm. Zhang Ye was completely oblivious, immersed in the allure of this other world, unable to extricate himself. There was truly everything here. Food stalls, taverns, clothing shops, weapon shops, magical tool shops. While there was even an old lady selling delicious roasted toxic lizard tails that would cause diarrhea. This other world is just amazing. Wait. Zhang Ye wandered around with Gugio and suddenly noticed a tavern where many people had gathered. With a mindset of enjoying the spectacle, Zhang Ye approached. Take a look, Cloud Tavern has just opened and all friends who come to support can participate in the lottery. Third prize, 20 off drinks. Second prize, unlimited drinks for beverages under 20 gold. First prize, a bottle of Cloud wine worth 300 gold. Grand prize, enjoy a permanent 50 discount at Cloud Tavern plus receive a bottle of Cloud wine and 200 gold coins. Even if you don't win, you can still get a chilled mug of beer. Come on, lottery participants, line up over here. Seeing this, Zhang Ye immediately ran over to line up. Joining in on the fun while having a chance to win a prize was truly interesting. Zhang Ye wasn't even hoping to win, he just wanted to participate. Soon it was his turn to draw. The lottery item was a wooden barrel with a crank. When the crank was turned, the barrel would spin and many beads inside would fall out, with the color of the beads determining the prize. The shop owner joyfully shook the crank, then paused as a golden bead fell out. The shop owner was taken aback, then excitedly raised the golden bead, saying, everyone look, a lucky winner has emerged. This little brother has drawn the only grand prize from our shop. Let's give him a round of applause. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they clapped enthusiastically, their faces showing envy and jealousy. Edge. Zhang Ye was a bit dazed. Wow, did I win? Then Zhang Ye entered the shop to claim his prize. When he came out, he looked at the exquisitely packaged bottle of wine, a bag of gold coins, and a permanent 50 off card, still in a daze. He hadn't even regained his senses. Was he really this lucky? Did he just hit the jackpot? Could this be the protagonist's halo? Before Zhang Ye could figure it out, a flash of light appeared, and a figure suddenly materialized at the tavern entrance. Boss, bring me 2 bottles of Cloud wine. The person was tall and muscular, and as soon as he appeared, he shouted at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper couldn't gauge this person's cultivation level, but recognized him as a powerful individual, so he hurried out to say, I'm sorry, my lord, we only received 20 bottles of Cloud wine today, and they have been snatched up. You can make a reservation first. Sold out. The man was astonished. He had just heard that Cloud Tavern had opened in the royal city, and he hurried over to buy Cloud wine, but it was sold out just because he arrived a little late. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Ye beside him. To be precise, he was looking at the Cloud wine in Zhang Ye's hands. Then he instantly appeared in front of Zhang Ye, excitedly saying, little brother, can you sell me that wine? I'll pay whatever price you ask. Zhang Ye was already shocked at this point, staring blankly at the character description. Oscar Waney's 6-star holy tier possesses powerful light, attribute magical power, along with a strong physique. I can't believe it. Just as that man suddenly appeared before Zhang Ye, he was startled by his speed and instinctively performed an analysis, only to discover that the man before him was actually the Emperor of the Lionheart Empire. No way. Why on earth would I encounter the Emperor of the Lionheart Empire while drawing a prize by the roadside? The key question is, why would this emperor come here to buy wine? Isn't there any wine in the palace? Besides, the man before him did not resemble an emperor at all. He wore ordinary attire, and apart from being slightly taller and more robust, was not particularly striking in appearance. The only thing that could be considered impressive were his hair and eyes, which were both a dark golden color. So what do you say, brother? Oscar, without a trace of imperial arrogance, asked with an eager expression. No problem. Zhang Ye snapped back to reality and immediately replied. Of course, how could he refuse when an emperor asked to buy wine? A 6-star saint level. Plus, he was skilled in both magic and martial arts. If he offended him, even Leona might not be able to protect herself. However, at the moment, this emperor seemed quite easygoing. He must be visiting incognito. Zhang Ye thought little of it and promptly handed over the Cloud liquor. Thanks, little brother. Oscar immediately broke into a radiant smile and then handed over a pouch of coins. Zhang Ye accepted it with a grin. He didn't even count the money. After all, the liquor wasn't meant to be sold, so whatever he received was a profit. However, it was still quite heavy to carry, and an emperor should not lack for money, right? Gulp, gulp, gulp. Oscar took the bottle and directly blew into it. Within 10 seconds, he downed more than a liter of liquor. Refreshing. The liquor from the Sky City is indeed the best, he exclaimed. What kind of place is the Sky City? Suddenly Zhang Ye asked from the side. Oscar was taken aback. You haven't left yet. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. You downed the liquor the moment it passed into your hands. Been such a short time. Where could I have gone? Ahaha, that's true. Oscar gave an awkward smile. Perhaps having drunk the liquor his mood was quite good, and he explained, the Sky City is a realm above the clouds. Their castles are built on the clouds, and this cloud liquor is brewed from special clouds. You can build cities in the clouds. Zhang Ye felt it was incredibly magical. Of course. Oscar nodded, suddenly staring at Zhang Ye, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. Zhang Ye. He felt a chill run down his spine. Why was this big guy looking at him like that? Was it possible he had a preference for handsome men and was feeling flustered after drinking strong liquor? Oh no. He was a 6-star saint. If he really targeted him, Zhang Ye couldn't defend himself. He swallowed hard and asked, What do you want to do? Oscar chuckled, suddenly placing a large hand on Zhang Ye's shoulder. In the next moment, Zhang Ye felt the scene shift, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a vast expanse of green grass. The grass swayed, a gentle breeze brushed his face, and the distant Lionheart royal city appeared majestic and grand. Wait, why was he outside the city? Zhang Ye looked at Oscar in terror and tightly hugged his plush toy. Don't come any closer. I can scream. Seeing this, Oscar laughed heartily. Relax, little guy, I won't harm you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye swallowed again, looking at him with suspicion. Then why did you bring me so far? It's not convenient to talk there. We might be discovered. He said with a carefree smile, then added, I just didn't expect to encounter a person from another world while buying some liquor. Zhang Ye was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. If Leona could sense that he didn't belong to this world, then Oscar, being a 6-star saint, could definitely sense it too. Alas, the aura of the other world he carried was too strong, glaringly visible to the powerful, like a lighthouse on a dark sea. He needed to quickly advance to the saint level to conceal his otherworldly aura. So what do you want? Zhang Ye asked cautiously. Relax, I just want to ask you a few questions, Oscar replied with a smile. What is it? Zhang Ye was taken aback. In the next moment, Oscar's expression turned fervent, his dark golden eyes sparkling with excitement. What is your other world like? Is it powerful? What abilities do you have? Can you show me? And what's the breed of this little guy in your arms? Ah, Zhang Ye gaped. You brought me to this desolate wilderness just to ask this. Are you out of your mind? How can you govern a country like this? Zhang Ye took a deep breath. I said, will you take me back? Of course, I'm just curious. Well, I absolutely won't harm you. Oscar nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice, his face full of anticipation. Why does his strong physique, paired with this expression, feel somewhat endearingly mismatched? All right, listen carefully. My name is Yi Fan and am from the Doa continent, where there are no flashy and colorful spells. What's present is merely the peak of battle chi. In my world, peak powerhouses can even shatter the void and devour the starry sky. Upon hearing this, the stars in Oscar's eyes seemed ready to pop out. This is not an exaggeration. His eyes were genuinely shining, sparkling brightly. Are light-type powerhouses really that domineering? When excited, his eyes looked like light bulbs. As for my ability, don't be scared when I tell you, Zhang Ye said with a serious expression. You tell me, I promise I won't be scared. Oscar nodded immediately, his face full of excitement. My ability. Zhang Ye looked solemn. Oh, Oscar nodded. Executing justice. Wow, what? Oscar looked dumbfounded. Executing justice. What kind of ability is that? Can you demonstrate it? I can't, Zhang Ye shook his head, gravely stating. Justice cannot be executed casually. Upon seeing his reaction, Oscar also understood Zhang Ye would naturally not casually disclose his abilities to a stranger. He chuckled. I was being abrupt. Let me introduce myself. My name is Oka, a 9th-tier light-type warrior. Zhang Ye secretly laughed in his heart. Keep pretending. If I didn't have analysis, I would have believed your nonsense. A 9th-tier can bring me out here. Find me one. How about this, brother Yi Fan? If you tell me your ability, I will agree to one of your conditions. What do you say? Oscar suggested. Zhang Ye looked at him strangely and asked why. Is it worth it? The condition of an emperor is quite tempting, yet Zhang Ye still felt curious. Oscar laughed heartily. To be honest, I have always had a dream to witness all the magic in the world, all the races, and all the beings from other worlds. I want to see the abilities of beings from other worlds and the worlds behind them. As he said this, Oscar's face revealed a longing expression, his eyes full of yearning, not sounding deceitful. That dream of yours is quite difficult to fulfill, Zhang Ye remarked. All the magic in the world. Not to mention the magic created by humans, even the innate magical abilities of magical beasts are countless. A single magical beast can possess many innate magical abilities. How many types of magical beasts are there in this world? Countless. So this is an impossible dream. Perhaps that's why it's called a dream. Haha, even achieving a bit is better than nothing. I've been interested in these since childhood. So will you tell me? Oscar laughed. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment, then smirked. You said you are a 9th-tier, right? Yes. All right, as long as you can unleash all your magic or battle techniques once and agree to one of my conditions, I'll tell you. Zhang Ye chuckled. No problem. Oscar immediately replied. It's just unleashing magic below the 9th tier for him, a 6-star, saying it's as easy as drinking water. However, his current setting is a 9th tier warrior, so he couldn't appear too relaxed. The two found a wide open plain. Watch closely, little brother, Oscar said, then a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Zhang Ye immediately opened his magical perception, observing the fluctuations of Oscar's magic ready to analyze at any moment. Oscar sensed this too, but he was not flustered. After all, it was only magic below the 9th tier, and he didn't believe that Zhang Ye could learn it just by watching once. 3rd tier battle technique, golden light, slash. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the longsword, and a golden edge shimmered on the sword, lengthening it by several feet, before he struck down heavily, a golden light directly carving a trench into the ground. 3rd tier magic, golden light blade. He flicked the long sword again, and magic energy gathered at the sword, sending a golden light blade spinning out. 4th tier battle technique. 4th tier magic. 5th tier. 6th tier. Next, Oscar unleashed dozens of battle techniques and magic in a row. Since he was set as a warrior, there were mostly battle techniques. By the time he released the 9th tier magic, he still looked solemn, veins bulging, appearing to exert all his strength. Zhang Ye chuckled inwardly. Keep performing, keep it up. 9th tier magic. Lionheart light sword. Oscar gritted his teeth, thrusting the sword into the ground. A massive golden magic array emerged from beneath his feet, rapidly ascending into the sky. In the end, it transformed into a gigantic golden magic array, 200 meters wide, and a several 100-meter long golden light sword pierced down from the array, creating a massive pit in the ground, with a lethal radius reaching 500 meters. Good heavens, thank goodness this is a plane. If it had landed in a densely populated area, this sword could cause unimaginable casualties. Little brother, how about it? Oscar panted heavily, his face slightly pale and covered in cold sweat, as if he had truly exhausted his magical energy. If it weren't for the analysis, Zhang Ye might have almost believed it. Good heavens, your real name is Oscar the Little Golden Man, right? You're quite the actor. Truly remarkable. Zhang Ye exclaimed, eyes alight with exhilaration, his heart brimming with quiet triumph. He had mastered over a dozen light elemental spells and memorized the precise flow of magical energy for dozens of combat techniques. This was an unparalleled windfall. Light elemental magic truly was extraordinary. Having assimilated so many spells, Zhang Ye's combat prowess would undoubtedly surge once full analysis was complete. I'll begin now, Zhang Ye announced. Oscar immediately leaned in, starry-eyed with anticipation. My ability is contracting. Contracting? Oscar frowned, puzzled. Zhang Ye chuckled knowingly, not ordinary contracting, by any means. Do you know what breed of slime resides in my arms? What kind? What kind? Oscar asked, breathless with excitement. An angelic slime, Zhang Ye declared, beaming with pride. Isn't it utterly adorable? A little celestial being, truly. Guju, the slime chirped on cue, adorably tilting its gelatinous form. Oscar's eyes widened almost comically, then blazed with fervent longing. May I touch it? Zhang Ye instantly cradled the slime protectively. Absolutely not. It's my dearest treasure. If you wish to pet one, find your own. With that, he gently placed the slime atop his head, ignoring Oscar's crestfallen expression, and continued, my ability allows me to form binding contracts with any creature whose cultivation rank falls below my own. Moi. Oscar blinked, perplexed. How is that different? Zhang Ye's expression turned solemn. I can even contract beings from the demon realm, and with absolute 100% success. At those words, Oscar recoiled in stunned disbelief. Contracting a demon realm entity. Among all known life forms, demon realm beings ranked among the most impossible to bind. Unless they willingly surrendered their will, such a pact was utterly unattainable. Born with innate hostility toward all beings of this world, only 3 verified cases of successful demon realm contracts had ever been recorded. Yet Zhang Ye claimed 100% success. Was such a thing even conceivable? Can you demonstrate it? Oscar demanded, gaze burning with intensity. His curiosity was overwhelming. A power guaranteeing absolute demon realm contracts held staggering strategic potential if fully cultivated. Even forced contracts, where the bound demon refused to fight, would still impose absolute control. Such creatures could be captured alive for research, yielding revolutionary breakthroughs. Zhang Ye snapped his fingers. A colossal insect materialized upon the ground. Oscar's eyes flared wide. The dark demon queen worm. Zhang Ye arched a brow, impressed. No wonder he ruled the Lionheart Empire. Oscar's erudition was profound. Even Leona had mistaken the creature for a mere dark demon mother worm, yet Oscar recognized it instantly. Precisely, the dark demon queen worm. Zhang Ye grinned triumphantly. Just before the furious creature could unleash a torrent of demonic telepathic scolding, he swiftly recalled it into his contracted space. Convinced now? Zhang Ye asked, smiling. Utterly convinced. Oscar nodded firmly. After all, when undeniable proof stood before him, disbelief was no longer an option. That was the dark demon queen worm, a sovereign entity of the demon realm sworn eternally to the demon's sovereign, its soul directly governed by his majesty. Binding it was deemed cosmically impossible. Yet this young man Yi Fan had done exactly that. Truly the powers of otherworldly beings were awe-inspiring. Satisfied, Oscar nodded and smiled. Very well. Honor demands I fulfill my promise. State your condition. So long as it lies within my capability, I shall grant it without hesitation. Ah, I haven't decided yet. May I defer it? Zhang Ye scratched his head. After all, naming a demand now would limit it to within the scope of a 9th-rank warrior's abilities. But once Oscar's true identity was revealed, that same condition would expand to within the scope of a 6-star Saint-tier sovereign and emperor of the Lionheart Empire. Even a child could deduce the optimal course. Oscar paused, then laughed, agreed. Come to me when you've settled on a condition. Zhang Ye blinked. But how do I find you? Every 7 days Cloud Drift Tavern receives a fresh shipment of cloud wine. I am always there, though never for long. Should urgent matters arise, ask the tavern master to relay your message. So long as you remain within Lionheart Imperial City, I shall locate you without delay. Truly impressive, Zhang Ye remarked, though inwardly he knew full well Oscar's capabilities. Outwardly he feigned hesitant skepticism. You're not deceiving me, are you? Never, Oscar declared with solemn gravity. I swear it upon the Lionheart Empire's sacred oath of loyalty. In this world, oaths carried irrevocable weight. Nodding, Zhang Ye replied, very well, I trust you. But first please return us to where we began. Consider it done. Oscar swept his hand, and in an instant they reappeared before Cloud Drift Tavern, startling several passers-by. By the way, brother Yi Fan, call me Zhang Ye. Is Zhang Ye also your given name? Indeed, I bear many names: Zhang Yefan Zhang, Xiaoyan Zhang, Tongsa Zhang, Lihai Zhang, Tsongming. Zhang Ye rattled them off effortlessly, leaving Oscar utterly dumbfounded. Ha ha, otherworldly folk are delightfully eccentric. Very well, I shall call you Yi. I know a roast meat shop whose fare is legendary. Shall we go together? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Riding that sky barge left me ravenous. Ha ha ha. But hold on a moment. With that, Oscar vanished, then reappeared moments later holding 3 bottles of cloud wine. Zhang Ye gaped. Where did those come from? Oscar winked. I purchased them from the suppliers. My offer was simply irresistible. Zhang Ye shrugged. No matter. Let's go. I'm starving. And so they strode toward the roast meat shop, their banter drifting along the cobblestones. Yi, I'll trade you 1 bottle of cloud wine for a story from your world. Deal? You bring the wine. I bring the tales, and far more than just tales. Ha ha ha. Shortly thereafter, within the private chamber of Little Flame Roast House, chi condensing into steeds, truly terrifying. Oscar gasped, drawing a sharp breath after hearing Zhang Ye's account. Zhang Ye nodded, taking a bite of roasted meat, then added, enough about me. Tell me of your world. Of course, what would you like to hear? Oscar sipped his wine, smiling. Zhang Ye was endlessly fascinating. His tales were rich with drama and suspense, far surpassing the staid narratives he'd endured within the Imperial Castle. Tell me of the Lionheart Empire, Zhang Ye said casually. I understand it is one of the Western continent's 12 great human empires. How formidable are these 12? Formidable indeed, Oscar replied, stuffing a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. Each of the 12 empires stands as the pinnacle of human dominion on the Western continent, each ruling over hundreds, even thousands of vassal kingdoms. Where does the Lionheart Empire rank? Zhang Ye asked. Oscar scratched his head, then raised 2 fingers. Zhang Ye blinked in surprise. Second. Oscar 12th. Zhang Ye. So it's last then? Zhang Ye grinned. Oscar waved dismissively. Don't mistake last place for weakness. The Lionheart Empire is young, that's all. The other 11 empires boast legacies spanning 10,000 years, or even longer, while ours, founded merely 3,227 years ago. Our history is brief by comparison, yet therein lies our greatest strength. A nation forged in mere millennia dares stand equal to empires rooted in eternity. Grant us but a few more centuries, and I have no doubt the Lionheart Empire shall ascend as the supreme empire of all. Zhang Ye nodded thoughtfully. If true, the Lionheart Empire's latent potential was extraordinary. Then, is the Lionheart Emperor the empire's strongest being? Zhang Ye asked curiously. Was a 6-star Saint-tier sovereign truly the apex? Certainly not, Oscar shook his head. How could a 6-star Saint-tier sovereign claim such a title? Before the Imperial Guardian Mage, he is but a fledgling. Zhang Ye, is it wise to speak so candidly of oneself? Just how powerful is this Guardian Mage? Oscar smiled. He is a demigod. This was no secret within the Lionheart Empire. It is precisely his presence that elevates us to the ranks of the 12 empires. The criteria for inclusion among the 12 extend beyond military might, economy, or territory. One non-negotiable requirement is the possession of a demigod. Why? Zhang Ye asked. Consider it, the Western continent is finite. Each new great empire fragments scarce resources further. Surely others resist such expansion. Oscar explained. Other empires possess demigods of their own. Beneath the demigod, all else are insignificant as ants. Only another demigod can counterbalance such power. 1,000 saints would be meaningless. Only when a nation produces a demigod does it earn recognition and immunity from invasion by rival empires. Zhang Ye understood at once. It was strategic equilibrium. A realm without a demigod was akin to a nuclear-free state powerless to challenge those wielding ultimate deterrence. Solely through the possession of a demigod could a nation command authority. Even if that demigod proved weaker than others, his very existence imposed mutual restraint. No empire dared deploy its own demigod for conquest lest catastrophe strike and leave it vulnerable to opportunistic rivals. Thus arose the delicate interlocking balance of power. Thereafter their conversation flowed freely and deeply. Zhang Ye recounted Earth's wondrous tales and marvels of science. Oscar shared stories of extraordinary magical beasts and arcane phenomena he had witnessed. Their rapport deepened until they stood shoulder to shoulder, clinking glasses in warm camaraderie. Is that thing called a nuclear bomb really that powerful? Oscar exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ye nodded. It's even more powerful than you think. The true danger of a nuclear bomb lies not in its explosive force, but in the nuclear radiation contamination. The area where a nuclear bomb has exploded cannot be inhabited for decades, otherwise the radiation can cause mutations in the human body. How terrifying is that? To put it simply, having a son without proper means. Oscar shivered. That's truly terrifying. Not only that, if a nuclear bomb of a billion-ton class were to explode, the shockwave and the resulting natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, and storms, would be enough to kill hundreds of millions. Oscar gasped, realizing that world was indeed too horrifying. Not only did they possess powerful fighting spirit, but they also had such terrifying things that it was truly unimaginable. Just as Oscar was pondering this, he suddenly paused and said, "Wait a moment." With that, he directly flickered and disappeared. Zhang Ye was not surprised. He leisurely continued eating the roasted meat. On the other side, Oscar appeared in an empty alley, and the next moment a magical projection appeared in front of him, displaying a human face with golden hair and golden eyes, wearing gold-framed glasses, looking very elegant and refined, but his face was filled with anger. "Lord Oscar," the person gritted his teeth. Oscar waved his hand with a smile. "Don't be angry, Ulrich. I just want to buy some cloud wine. You know I love cloud wine." "Lord Oscar, you have many things left undone. Please return to the palace immediately," Ulrich said angrily, his eyes flashing with helplessness. This guy truly showed no semblance of an emperor at all. He left a pile of tasks undone and ran out to buy wine. What kind of wine is not available in the palace? Yet he insists on going outside to buy it simply to play around. Don't be such a killjoy, Ulrich. I've made a friend from another world while I was out. Oscar laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Ulrich said seriously, "Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the Lionheart Empire. Many people may have ill intentions towards you, so you cannot let your guard down. This concerns the fate of an entire empire." Oscar's eyes sparkled as he smiled. "He doesn't know my identity, and besides, you know I can tell he is a good person. That doesn't matter. There are too many people who wish to exploit you. You must ensure your own safety," Ulrich insisted. All right. Oscar waved his hand, and then muttered softly, clearly only 35 years old, yet acting like a 350-year-old old man. "No wonder you don't have a wife." "I can't hear you," Ulrich replied. Oscar scratched his head. Then let me find you a wife. I think the princess of Nuka Kingdom would be pretty good." Ulrich rubbed his aching temples and said, "I do not require your Majesty's assistance in matters of marriage. Please return immediately. We still have much to do." "Sire, I understand. He'll go back right away." With that, the magical projection vanished, and Oscar returned to Zhang Ye's side, saying, "Sorry, Yi, I have something to attend to and must leave first. It's fine, we can gather again when you have time. I will tell you all about the various cultures of our world then." Zhang Ye smiled. "Really?" Oscar was filled with curiosity, but remembering that Ulrich was waiting for him to return, he could only nod. "All right, it's a promise." Then Oscar flickered and vanished. Zhang Ye stood up, just about to leave, when his body suddenly paused. That guy didn't pay. Never mind. Zhang Ye opened the pouch Oscar gave him to prepare for payment, but when he looked into the pouch, he was instantly bewildered. What is this? Not money. Not gold coins. What are these piles of purple crystals? Can they be used as currency? Zhang Ye was filled with questions, but he finally tossed the bag of purple crystals into his spatial ring, then took out the ring given by Leona. "Boss, I'm ready to settle the bill." "Coming." Instantly, a young girl rushed out from the store. It was the same girl who served the dishes earlier, around 17 or 18 years old, with a small round face, chestnut braided hair, freckles, and striking green eyes. She had a fresh scent. Upon seeing Zhang Ye calling to settle the bill, the girl immediately ran to him and smiled. "Are you friends with Mr. Oka?" "I suppose so." Zhang Ye nodded. "I see." The girl nodded and smiled. "Then you don't need to pay." Zhang Ye was taken aback. "Why not?" "Mr. Oka helped me before. If it weren't for him, this shop would have closed down. Therefore Mr. Oka and his friends can dine here without charge. That guy is quite nice." Zhang Ye thought to himself, then nodded and smiled. "But it should still cost something." "No, it can't be done." The girl shook her head, her face filled with seriousness and stubbornness. Seeing this, Zhang Ye took a handful of gold coins and shoved them into the girl's hand before turning and running. The girl hurriedly tried to chase after him, but how could she catch up to Zhang Ye? In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. She was stunned for a moment, then holding the dozens of gold coins, she smiled. "Mr. Oka and his friends are all good people." Running out onto the street, Zhang Ye sighed in relief. He didn't know what was going on. A paying felt like running away from a free meal. After eating and drinking to his fill, he continued shopping. Along the way, many people were looking at him. How strange, had they never seen a handsome guy before? It seems that being too handsome really draws attention. Zhang Ye shook his head helplessly. Suddenly someone patted him on the back. Zhang Ye turned around and immediately broke into a smile. "The Nana." Leona looked him up and down, and then said helplessly, "Giving you money was to buy yourself a set of clothes, but you ended up wandering around in a little dress all day." Zhang Ye's face stiffened as he looked down at the hem of his little dress fluttering in the wind, quite proud. He covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Leona chuckled and said, "Let's go buy you a few sets of clothes." "Okay." Zhang Ye returned the ring to Leona. Leona did not take it, but said, "You keep it. You'll need to spend money outside anyway." "All right." Zhang Ye was not polite, then took out the pouch of purple crystals Oscar gave him, asking, "Leona, what is this?" "Moi." Leona looked inside the pouch and immediately wore an odd expression. "This is a purple crystal coin. A 1 is equivalent to 100 gold coins. Where did you get these purple crystal coins?" Zhang Ye was slightly surprised. These purple crystal coins were actually this valuable. There must be about 30 of them in this small bag, which means Oscar spent 3,000 gold on a bottle of cloud wine. Earlier when he was in the tavern, he saw that a whole bottle of cloud wine cost 300 gold. That guy directly paid 10 times the price. "It's great to have wealthy friends." "A friend gave them to me," Zhang Ye said. "What friend? Do you believe me if I say it's the Lionheart Emperor?" "I don't believe it." "Okay, fine, I found them." Leona nodded. "Lucky you." Zhang Ye. "In this day and age, speaking the truth still results in no one believing you." Zhang Ye said helplessly, "Do I need to return them?" Leona smiled. "Anyone who can use purple crystal coins is either royal or noble. They won't miss this little amount. They probably belong to some young master who lost his pocket money. It's no big deal. You found them, so they're yours now." Zhang Ye felt relieved as he pocketed the purple crystal coins and followed Leona toward the city center, eventually arriving in front of a clothing store. The clothing store was called Dream Silk. Dream Silk was close to the central castle, clearly a high-end place. Just look at the outfits displayed in the exhibition windows. Each piece exuded magical fluctuations, clearly possessing remarkable magical effects, and the prices were exorbitant. A pair of silver-edged magical underpants was priced at 100,000 gold. This little treasury of mine could only buy 5 pairs of underpants. Zhang Ye was taken aback as soon as he entered Dream Silk, suddenly feeling a divine sense sweep over him. If it weren't for his significantly stronger perception than others of the same level, he would not have been able to detect it. Leona smiled. "Kaya YSI, why aren't you coming out to greet customers?" Instantly, a charming voice came from deep within Dream Silk. "What do you mean by greeting customers? You still don't know how to speak properly." Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, a captivating figure slowly emerged. She wore an elegant hat adorned in exquisite and fashionable attire of a crimson hue, making her appear as stunning as a rose, yet devoid of any vulgarity, perfectly outlining her voluptuous figure and igniting one's imagination. Her face was equally exquisite, with fiery red hair, luscious crimson lips, and elongated beautiful eyes. A delicate pipe dangled from her mouth, lending her a lazy demeanor akin to a cat. A beautiful woman. At the same time, a very strong woman. The moment Zhang Ye laid eyes on her, he was struck with an analysis from the past. Xiao Yasi Kalua 1-star, saint rank, possessing formidable, would attribute magic power. This woman is actually a 1-star saint. Indeed, geniuses often have many genius friends. Leona's companions are mostly of the saint rank. "What wind blew you here?" Xiao Yasi gently took a puff from her pipe, speaking as the smoke curled around her. Her voice was seductive and magnetic, akin to a kitten scratching at one's heart. Leona smiled. "I need you to make me some clothes. I know you have the best skills among those I know." Xiao Yasi looked at her with a hint of grievance. "Is it only when you want my help that you remember me?" Leona scratched her head and laughed heartily, then pushed Zhang Ye forward. "Next time I come back, I'll bring you thorn black roses, but for now, just help me with this." Xiao Yasi exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded with a smile. "All right, but it's not because of you, but it's because this little handsome guy is quite to my liking." As she spoke, she strode over to Zhang Ye, and he felt the fragrance intensify. A floral scent, rich, yet not overpowering. However, as she drew closer, Zhang Ye couldn't help but take a step back. Xiao Yasi paused in surprise, then laughed. "Little brother, am I so frightening?" Zhang Ye swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Xiao Yasi. Looking at Zhang Ye's resolute expression, she felt a moment of insecurity. Then Xiao Yasi let out a soft laugh and turned to Leona. "It's your first time bringing a man to my shop. Tell me, what's your relationship with him?" Leona grinned. "He's my first student." "Student? Just a student." Xiao Yasi's beautiful eyes narrowed. Leona knew well what kind of person she was. Despite her outgoing demeanor, she had never been this close to a man. This guy was practically pressed against Leona. "What did you expect?" Leona ruffled Zhang Ye's hair and said, "Hurry up, he's in a rush for the enrollment at Wanling Academy tomorrow, so after making the clothes, I need to borrow your teleportation array for a bit." Xiao Yasi rolled her eyes. "Remember, at least 3 thorn black roses. I want to make a black rose evening gown." "No problem." Leona readily agreed. Xiao Yasi nodded, looking at Zhang Ye. "Come with me." As she spoke, she threw a flirty glance at Zhang Ye, then turned her slender waist and walked deeper into the Dream Silk. Zhang Ye shivered and looked at Leona. She smiled. "Don't worry, her skills are excellent. The robe I'm wearing was made by her." Zhang Ye's mouth twitched. Was that what he was worried about? He was more afraid of losing his virginity once he entered. "I'll go prepare some things. Await for me here for a bit." As Leona said this, her figure flickered and vanished. Zhang Ye was on the verge of tears. "Did all you big shots enjoy teleportation?" Oscar was like this, and so are you. I want to do that too in the future. Zhang Ye sighed, gazing into the depths of the dream silk, ultimately revealing a resolute expression as he stepped forward. Passing through a beaded curtain, his vision suddenly cleared. This is a botanical garden. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Ye was utterly stunned. The exterior of the shop was a luxurious and upscale space, while the interior resembled a transparent roofed botanical garden with various plants neatly arranged, and in the center, there was even a spacious lawn, which had a bed. Zhang Ye glanced around, analyzing the surroundings, and immediately felt a shiver down his spine. Poisoning grass, 7th rank spirit material already tamed, contains potent toxins and will emit destructive sound waves when stimulated, highly dangerous. Feast grass, 8th rank spirit material already tamed. Untamed individuals will actively attack surrounding creatures with attack strength comparable to 7th rank warriors, highly dangerous. Carnival flower, 8th rank spirit material already tamed. Untamed individuals will actively attack surrounding creatures with attack strength comparable to 7th rank warriors. If it grows alongside feast grass, they will form a symbiosis ready to launch a carnival feast, extremely dangerous. Carnival feast grass and carnival flower rapidly seed and grow, covering a wide area, devouring all flesh and blood creatures within. Indulge in this. It is a feast of flesh and blood. Zhang Ye swallowed hard. Goodness, everything here is dangerous. These were still relatively low-tier. Zhang Ye noticed a purple carnivorous plant, which the analysis indicated was a 1-star holy material capable of inflicting harm on saints. Era, what do these spirit materials and holy materials mean? Zhang Ye inquired in his heart. Era appeared, saying, spirit materials and holy materials are plants and medicinal materials that contain powerful magic and have significant uses. The rank of spirit materials corresponds to the rank of magic. An 8th rank spirit material will be effective against 8th rank beings. If the user exceeds the rank, the effect will be greatly diminished, and vice versa. Holy materials are similar. They are valuable against holy beings, but many medicinal materials possess offensive capabilities. This offensive capability is not entirely related to the rank of the material itself. For example, the feast grass and carnival flower of the 8th rank can only inflict physical damage equivalent to a 7th rank warrior individually, but if combined, even a 9th rank may not withstand it. Hence, the offensive power mainly depends on the species. Of course, for the same species, the higher the rank, the greater the offensive power and effectiveness. After Era's explanation, Zhang Ye understood, but why are there so many dangerous plants in this botanical garden? That bunch of carnival flowers and feast grasses are all growing together. Aren't you worried they'll eat the guests? Don't be afraid, they won't harm you. Suddenly, Qiao Yassi's voice came from within. Zhang Ye naturally understood that although these medicinal materials had high offensive capabilities, they were all tamed. He believed Qiao Yassi wouldn't allow them to harm him. If anything happened, he'd go to Leona to complain. Zhang Ye strode into the center of the botanical garden, where Qiao Yassi was sitting on that bed. Lie down. Qiao Yassi crossed her legs and patted the bed. Goodness, still in black silk. Zhang Ye swallowed hard, feeling a bit alert, but still lay down obediently. Seeing this, Qiao Yassi revealed a seductive smile, so cooperative. Zhang Ye laughed. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? He certainly wasn't narcissistic enough to think that Qiao Yassi would take a liking to him upon their first meeting. Although he was handsome, one should have some self-awareness, right? The memory foam enveloped Zhang Ye, leaving only his head exposed. Following Qiao Yassi's instructions, he tensed his body, spread his arms, and turned over with bent legs, completing the measurements 10 minutes later. Zhang Ye quickly put on his clothes, and Qiao Yassi smiled without saying a word. She gently waved her hand, causing a small tree nearby adorned with 7 flowers of different colors to tremble. The flowers then released 7 strands of colored silk that floated before Qiao Yassi. As her fingers moved, the strands intertwined and gathered in midair. Moreover, various plants around them emitted different substances, powders, liquids, and even toxins, melding into the fabric that was continuously taking shape. Zhang Ye watched with shining eyes, carefully observing every movement of Qiao Yassi. She turned to him and smiled. So can you understand? I can't comprehend it yet, but I believe I can learn, Zhang Ye replied. Qiao Yassi smiled slightly, not paying much attention, and said, you can go outside to have a look. Just take whichever piece of clothing you like. It will be charged to Leona's account. No need, I'll just watch here. Who knows, I might learn something. If you learn it, you can't compete with your sister for a meal. She laughed, clearly not taking it seriously. Zhang Ye nodded and continued to observe closely. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours had already passed. 3 magical outfits were also floating before Qiao Yassi. One was a casual outfit, loose in style, featuring various magic arrays to enhance comfort in addition to basic defense and amplification. The second was formal attire, somewhat resembling a suit, but more extravagant, combining black and metallic blue. Zhang Ye believed that wearing it would make him the most handsome one around. The last was a battle suit, which took Qiao Yassi half the time to create. This one was the simplest, resembling a thin piece of innerwear. This casual outfit is called Sunshine Night. It contains a constant temperature magic array and a cleaning magic array, which can help you clean automatically. There's also a defensive magic array that can withstand attacks of level 9 and below, Qiao Yassi explained to Zhang Ye. So I want you to bathe while wearing it, right? Zhang Ye asked. Xiao Yasi opened her mouth slightly, somewhat speechless at Zhang Ye's focus, but nodded correct. This formal attire is called Night Banquet Prince. It has everything necessary for parties or formal occasions, and its feature is that it enhances your personal charm. Zhang Ye pondered, stroking his chin. Doesn't that mean it'll be exceptionally handsome? How can others compete with that? Xiao Yasi replied. She pretended not to hear and continued. This battlesuit is called Parallel Guardian. It can withstand attacks of level 10 and below and has 3 preset magic arrays. When you return, let Leona cast a defense on it, so it can at least withstand 3 attacks from a 3-star Saint-level opponent, and it has 3 purifying effects. Saying this, she smiled proudly, though fatigue was evident in her eyes. This one is my masterpiece, made from a holy grade fabric. Therefore it has a unique feature named Parallel Guardian, just like its name. Once it recognizes its master, it will merge into your body, not occupying any equipment slot. As long as this magical garment is not completely destroyed, any attack will be diverted to it. This means that even if there's just a corner left, you won't suffer any harm. Hearing this, Zhang Ye looked at Xiao Yasi with gratitude and said thank you. He had watched Xiao Yasi craft the garments throughout the process. The first 2 outfits took about 40 minutes each to create from scratch, but this Parallel Guardian took a full hour and a half. And that was with the garment fabric. What is garment fabric? It's a near-complete magical outfit. Leona only made minor adjustments to fit Zhang Ye's measurements, which took an hour and a half. Starting from scratch would likely take dozens of hours. One must understand that Xiao Yasi is a Saint-level craftsman. If someone below that level were to make it, wouldn't it take several days, or even months? Zhang Ye didn't know what a Saint-level garment fabric meant, but he was sure it was incredibly precious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yasi waved her hand, saying, "You are her first student and the first man she brought here. Consider this a gift for your meeting." Anyway, this was something I owed Leona in the first place. Zhang Ye could sense that there was a story between Leona and Xiao Yasi, and their bond ran deep. Hearing this, Zhang Ye solemnly said, "Thank you." Xiao Yasi suddenly smiled and said, "Since you're so grateful to your sister, how about giving her a kiss?" Zhang Ye was taken aback, stepping back a few steps while holding his clothes, awkwardly laughing. "Let's just charge it to Leona's account, ha." Xiao Yasi rolled her eyes at him. She was so beautiful that others would crave a kiss, yet this guy was trying to evade it. However, she was only joking. If he dared to really kiss her, Xiao Yasi would genuinely send him into the jaws of a man-eating flower. "Go on, making these outfits has drained me. I need to rest," she said, waving her hand. "Call me when Leona arrives." Zhang Ye nodded, thanked her again, and turned to leave the interior. The curtains of the exterior display case fell, and a sign automatically flipped over indicating that Dream Silk was temporarily closed for business today. It seemed that creating these 3 magical outfits was indeed mentally exhausting. Zhang Ye then walked to the fitting room to change clothes. After painfully recognizing it as his own, the Parallel Guardian merged directly into Zhang Ye's body. As long as he thought about it, he could summon it, and it fit his body like innerwear, not occupying any equipment slot, causing no burden, and was very comfortable. Zhang Ye then tried on the Sunshine Knight and Night Banquet Prince. To his surprise, wearing the magical outfit not only felt incredibly comfortable, but his appearance also elevated to a new level. Especially with the Night Banquet Prince, once he donned it, Zhang Ye truly felt like a prince admiring himself in the mirror. In the end, Zhang Ye chose to wear the Sunshine Knight because it was more comfortable. Just as he was admiring himself, Leona returned. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Zhang Ye in the Sunshine casual outfit, her eyes lighting up. Wearing the Sunshine Knight, Zhang Ye exuded a sunny aura. Coupled with his naturally bright and lively personality, the outfit suited him perfectly, making him look like a sunny boy. "Not bad, very handsome." Leona approached and ruffled Zhang Ye's hair, laughing heartily. Zhang Ye grinned, and then shared with Leona how Xiao Yasi crafted the Parallel Guardian for him, causing her to show mild surprise followed by a broad smile, clearly delighted. "Dana, is this Parallel Guardian very precious?" Zhang Ye asked curiously. "Of course it is, quite expensive." Leona nodded and smiled. "Xiao Yasi's shop isn't open to everyone. It's primarily for royalty and nobility. If you hadn't come with me, you probably wouldn't have even seen this shop. The reason is that the clothes she makes are not affordable for ordinary people." Zhang Ye nodded in deep agreement. A pair of pants costing 100,000 gold is something ordinary people can't afford. If these 3 magical outfits were put up for auction, each would fetch no less than 3 million gold, and the Parallel Guardian could even sell for several tens of millions. "So expensive?" Zhang Ye exclaimed in shock. Leona chuckled. "Of course, so it seems that 3 thorny black roses are still not enough." "What are thorny black roses?" "They are holy materials. 1 thorny black rose can sell for 7 to 8 million gold, Leona replied, smiling. "Next time, bring her a few more." Zhang Ye felt emotional. This is the world of the wealthy, where a piece of clothing is so costly. However, there is a reason behind the price. The Parallel Guardian, once enhanced with a defensive magic array, can withstand Saint-level attacks, and its damage transfer effect, combined with not occupying any equipment slots, is enough to prove how powerful this garment is. Anything associated with Saint-level will undoubtedly be formidable and not cheap. "He'll go call her," Zhang Ye said as he walked towards the store, but Leona stopped him. "Let her rest for a while. Adjusting the Saint-level garment fabric is quite draining." Leona smiled. "This time she helped you a lot." With this outfit, if you don't make it into the top 3 freshmen, it would be a disgrace to her reputation, you know. Don't worry, if I don't make it to the top 3, I'll wash my hair upside down. Hearing this, Leona's eyes instantly lit up. Actually, rather than the top 3 freshmen, I want to see you wash your hair upside down. How about? Zhang Ye looked at her in fear. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Look at how scared you are. Leona laughed heartily, patting Zhang Ye's shoulder. Zhang Ye asked, then why do you look so disappointed? Leona replied, as a mentor, I feel it is necessary to teach you a principle: a true gentleman should not be petty. Zhang Ye responded with silence. 2 hours later, Xiao Yasi woke up and squinted as she walked out. Why didn't you wake me up? Perhaps still half asleep, she appeared a bit dazed. Leona stepped forward and hugged her, ruffling her hair with a smile. I let you rest a little longer. Xiao Yasi nuzzled against Leona's hand like a kitten, then suddenly remembered that Zhang Ye was still there and swatted Leona's hand away. We're not kids anymore, yet you still like to pat my head. Leona laughed. You're still so adorable. Come on, let's prepare for the teleportation. Xiao Yasi shot her a glance, then walked inside, and the two immediately followed. It was still the same room, but the bed that used to be in the middle had vanished, replaced by a glowing magical array. Zhang Ye immediately began to analyze the magical array. Small long-distance teleportation array, a 10th tier magical array used for long-distance teleportation, requiring positioning and the injection of necessary magical power to teleport back and forth between 2 arrays, capable of transporting up to 10 people. While analyzing, Zhang Ye's gaze continuously swept over the magical patterns and runes that made up the array. Analysis takes time, but as long as he remembers the structure of this array, he can replicate it. Long before this, Zhang Ye had already showcased his terrifying memory. Thus, sometimes relying on memory was more efficient than system analysis. Positioning. Xiao Yasi projected a magical screen, which displayed a map with many markers, presumably indicating the locations of various teleportation arrays. Wanling Empire, Wanling Mountain Range, Bailey City, Leona said. Bailey City. Are you taking this little one to the enrollment office there? Isn't the difficulty of the 3rd assessment there much higher than at other enrollment offices, eh? Xiao Yasi asked. Because that place is backed by the Wanling Mountain Range, and the magical beasts for the 3rd assessment are captured there. The beasts there are significantly stronger than in other areas. I know, I believe he can handle it, Leona nodded. Xiao Yasi nodded and began to operate the array, saying, this enrollment for Wanling is different from previous years. They say a secret realm is about to be opened. So many prominent families have sent their seed candidates. Your brother is going too. Moi. Leona raised an eyebrow. He's going too. Then this Wanling enrollment is likely to cause quite a stir. Zhang Ye, listening from the side, couldn't help but ask, what's up? Is there something going on? Leona looked at Zhang Ye and smiled. I originally thought that having an 8th tier candidate would be enough, but if my brother is participating, it means there will likely be many 9th tier candidates this time. Clearly the allure of that special secret realm is greater than imagined, enough to entice my family. No wonder I didn't see my younger brother when I returned. The old man was also acting mysteriously. Zhang Ye was bewildered and asked, 9th tier. Your brother is 9th tier. Yes, 22 years old, early 9th tier, impressive, right? Zhang Ye swallowed hard. So I might have to face your brother. In the end, everyone has to enter the secret realm for the exam, so there's a good chance we will face each other. 9th tier. Zhang Ye grinned. He currently had no pressure fighting against mid-8 tier opponents, but against early 9th tier. He hadn't tried that yet. If my brother is attending the enrollment, it also means other prominent families will send their core descendants who are similarly strong, so you need to be cautious during this enrollment. Leona said, if you face my brother, you can help me test his strength. Test? Zhang Ye was taken aback. You want me, a late 7th tier, to test the strength of an early 9th tier? May I ask, is your brother also double cultivating magic and martial arts? Yes. Zhang Ye replied. You think too highly of me, don't you? Early 9th tier plus double cultivation in magic and martial arts. To be honest, Zhang Ye felt a bit uncertain and lacked confidence. Of course, this is under the premise of not copying 10th tier magic and not using trump cards. Otherwise, with full firepower, Zhang Ye felt he could even take on a 10th tier opponent. Leona laughed. I believe you can do it. Zhang Ye opened his mouth and finally nodded. It was clear that the Nana had high expectations for him. Since she believed he could do it, he definitely had to succeed. However, he still needed to be nervous. After all, he was facing a genius who could also battle across tiers. Moreover, according to Leona, there might be more than one such existence, which meant it was very likely that even stronger opponents would appear. Why on earth would a preliminary test requiring a 4th tier enrollment attract so many 9th tier candidates? Is this a hell-level difficulty? Is that special secret realm really worth so many prominent families sending so many core candidates? And hey, Nana, why do you seem to know so little about these matters as a named mentor at Wanling Academy? Forget it. When I encounter a 9th tier opponent, I'll just go all out. Ooh, I don't believe I can't defeat him. Right now, even I don't know how strong I am when I go all out. All right, step onto the array, Xiao Yasi said. Zhang Ye and Leona stepped onto the magical array, which then began to activate. A beam of light rose from the magical array beneath their feet, and Zhang Ye suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness that intensified. Xiao Yasi looked at Zhang Ye and smiled slightly. Little brother, don't let Leona down. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Ye's vision was enveloped by a spectrum of rainbow light. The intense sensation of weightlessness and the colorful light surrounding him made Zhang Ye instinctively feel uneasy. However, a warm yet firm hand grasped his, and when he turned to look, Leona was smiling at him, easing his heart. This feeling lasted only a few seconds, and then the colorful lights disappeared, leaving Zhang Ye feeling grounded. A wave of nausea hit him, and he suppressed it, feeling a bit speechless. Why do I get seasick, and now I'm also getting sick from teleportation? What kind of strange constitution is this? The first time you teleport, your body may feel uncomfortable, but it won't happen again after that, Leona said, then cast a dispel on him. Only then did Zhang Ye feel a bit better. He nodded and looked around. The platform they were on was a base for a magical array surrounded by armored soldiers standing guard. Nearby was a huge square with several teleportation platforms like the one they were on. After the arrays lit up, people began to walk out from them. Leona led Zhang Ye out of the teleportation array and toward the interior of Bailey City. There, that's the enrollment office. Leona pointed not far away. Zhang Ye looked over. The enrollment office was just a small counter, but there was a long line in front of it. Those were presumably people coming to enroll, and not just humans. Zhang Ye counted at least a dozen different races. The short ones must be dwarves. Goodness, even though they're short, they're robust. Their arms are about as thick as Zhang Ye's thighs. And those with blue skin, are they? Navi. That one covered in rocks can't be a stone golem, right? Zhang Ye was very excited. Should I go enroll now? Go ahead, I'll wait for you here, Leona nodded. Zhang Ye immediately ran over to queue up, analyzing those races along the way. Wanling Academy truly lives up to its reputation for attracting all races. The variety here is indeed astonishing. Zhang Ye's analyses counted dozens of races, each of which had many subtypes. For example, the Dwarven race branched into Lowland Dwarves, Highland Dwarves, and Cave Dwarves. Lowland Dwarves are shorter and stockier, Highland Dwarves are taller and slimmer, and Cave Dwarves are more balanced, though they have less hair. However, to Zhang Ye they all appeared to be stout. None of them were taller than 1.5 meters. Another example is the blue-skinned people called Paiyu. Their blue skin comes from living in high-altitude areas, forcing them to synthesize a large amount of hemoglobin to adapt to the environment, which fills their blood vessels and gives their skin a blue hue. Then there are the rock spirits. They are humanoid, but have evolved skin as hard as rock. Due to living in areas rich in earth elements, this race is naturally excellent as earth warriors or mages, but they can only comprehend earth elements and have very low control over magic of other elements. And more. This dazzling array of races greatly satisfied Zhang Ye's thirst for knowledge and curiosity. Oh, everything seen in novels, whether real or imagined, could be found here. Zhang Ye suddenly began to understand Oscar's dream. This world is truly magical and beautiful. If possible, he would love to see everything in the world. Hi, hello. Suddenly Zhang Ye felt a pat on his shoulder. He turned around and instinctively analyzed. Lena, Venice Peak, 7th year, possessing immense light, attribute magical power, and an extraordinary physique. Waynes, isn't that the same surname as Oscar? Then he looked at the girl in front of him. About 1.65 meters tall with short golden hair, she had a somewhat androgynous appearance, yet her delicate little face was slightly chubby. She wore boy's clothes, but her voice was crisp, making her a tomboy. Looking into her eyes, which were dark, golden, and sparkling, perhaps due to the excitement of the admissions process, little stars twinkled in her bright apricot-shaped eyes. A breakthrough from the little golden people clan. Seeing Zhang Ye turn around, the girl beamed with a radiant smile, revealing shiny little tiger teeth. Hello, my name is Lena. In an instant, her voice and appearance merged with that of a virtual character from a certain game on Earth. Is it you, Overwatch? Zhang Ye nodded. My name is Zhang Ye. Is there something you need? Zhang Ye sounds like an Eastern name. Are you from the East? Lena asked. I guess you could say that. Zhang Ye nodded. After all, he was indeed from the East on Earth. The little stars in Lena's eyes shone even brighter. Wow, you really are from the East. I've never met anyone from the East before. Lena exclaimed excitedly. I've only heard my father say that Easterners are incredibly strong. You must be the same, right? Zhang Ye heard this and laughed heartily. Of course. Lena nodded, then asked. You're here to participate in the admissions for the Wanling Academy, right? Yes. Then shall we team up? Lena said with great anticipation. Team up, eh? Zhang Ye was taken aback, then quickly realized. The final secret realm test is disconnected from the outside world. To ensure safety and rankings, many people will likely team up, since forming a group is generally seen as better than going solo. Zhang Ye thought for a moment and nodded sure. This little girl should be from the Lionheart Empire's royal family, related to Oscar. Perhaps her father is Oscar. He gets along well with Oscar, so teaming up with this girl wouldn't be a bad idea. But Zhang Ye found it strange why the Lionheart royalty wouldn't enroll in the Lionheart Academy, but chose to participate in the Wanling Academy's admissions test instead. No idea. Then it's settled. Lena seemed very happy. Zhang Ye nodded and added, but remember, once we enter the secret realm, you must listen to me. Lena was taken aback, thought for a moment, and nodded. All right, as long as we can pass the admissions exam. Zhang Ye laughed. I can guarantee that. Although there will be 9th-tier opponents appearing this time, such individuals will certainly not be numerous. Thus, while Zhang Ye couldn't guarantee a top 3 finish, he was 99% confident in securing one of the 3,000 new student slots. If he couldn't ensure passing even with that, he might as well go home and farm, playing the role of a mere protagonist. Moreover, since this girl is from the Lionheart Empire's royal family, if her father is indeed Oscar, she likely won't be lacking either. How old are you? Lena asked. Are you referring to my age? Lena was taken aback. What else? Zhang Ye smiled and replied, I'm 23, how about you? I'm 19, you're 4 years older than me, so I'll call you Brother Ye. Lena said with a smile. Zhang Ye nodded, that works. 19 years old, and at the peak of the 7th tier, she's exceptionally talented. If given 3 more years, this girl will surely be able to become a 9th tier powerhouse, like Leona's brother. Indeed, all the participants in this Wanling admissions are geniuses. As Zhang Ye chatted with Lena and waited, he noticed that this girl had a very lively personality, always smiling and radiating positivity, making her quite endearing. Wow. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Zhang Ye and Lena were taken aback and turned to look in the direction of the noise. A group of people emerged from the teleportation array, led by a girl with blue hair. Her long hair reached her waist with a slender waist and delicate features, making her a stunning beauty. No wonder everyone was gasping in admiration. This blue-haired bowtie's looks were hardly inferior to Leona's, but she bore an air of aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. Zhang Ye analyzed her. Samantha Gali, early 9th tier, possessing powerful wind, attribute magic. She is actually at the early 9th tier. Is she also a participant in this session? Under the gaze of the crowd, Samantha and her team did not head towards the registration area, but headed straight into the depths of the 100-spirit city, where many people also came out to welcome them. Brother Yi, did you see that? Suddenly, Lena's voice came from beside him. Zhang Ye looked over and found that her eyes were practically sparkling. What has happened to this girl? Slurp. Lena actually made a slurping sound, then excitedly exclaimed, she is Samantha Gali from the Gali family. Zhang Ye nodded. Oh, what's the matter? The Gali family is a famous wind magic family, also known as the Wind Spirit family, on par with the Flame Lion family. Lena said excitedly. And Samantha just broke through to the 9th tier 2 months ago. At only 23, she has already become a 9th tier mage, the most talented genius of the younger generation in the Wind Spirit family, even more talented than her brother. Oh, I see. Zhang Ye nodded. Edge. Lena looked at him in confusion. Aren't you surprised? She's a 23-year-old 9th tier mage. Zhang Ye nodded. I am surprised. I'm very surprised. Samantha's appearance did indeed surprise him, but it was mainly due to her beauty. As for her cultivation, Leona could easily outpace her by 10 streets, and besides, Leona was prettier and had a better figure, so what was there to be surprised about? Really? Lena looked at him suspiciously. After all, Zhang Ye claimed to be surprised, but his expression was rather calm. However, she quickly became distracted, staring at Samantha's back with wide eyes, sighing. She's really beautiful. I wish I could marry her. Zhang Ye. This girl is acting strangely. Quickly analyze her in depth. Lena Waney's gender female. No doubt about it, but why? Oh, Zhang Ye suddenly understood. This girl isn't a lesbian, is she? No wonder she's dressed in boy's clothes with short hair and an androgynous handsome appearance. If it weren't for her voice, Zhang, you would have thought she was a young boy. By the way, Overwatch was also a lesbian. However, Zhang Ye didn't discriminate against such matters. After the initial surprise, he returned to normal. Homosexuality is common on Earth. Just wonder if Oscar knows about this. After a brief interlude, it was soon Zhang Ye's turn to register. The registration process was quite simple. Oh, just fill out a form with name, age, birthplace, and so on. Zhang Ye directly wrote down Lionheart Royal City for his birthplace. Hey, you're also from Lionheart Royal City. Lena glanced at Zhang Ye's form and smiled. Zhang Ye looked at her form, and indeed her birthplace was also Lionheart Royal City. She must be from the Lionheart Royal family. After filling out the form and receiving their candidate number plates, Zhang Ye was number 6666 and Lena was number 6667, which is quite a lucky number. Then Lena asked Zhang Ye, I need to find a place to stay. Do you want to come with me? Zhang Ye was somewhat puzzled. Didn't the Lionheart Royals arrange accommodation for her? He shook his head. No, someone is waiting for me. I see. Lena nodded, then pointed to a street lamp not far away. Then let's meet there at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The admissions test starts at 7 o'clock. In this world, a day is divided into 24 periods, with each period roughly equivalent to 1 hour. 6 o'clock tomorrow morning means 6 o'clock. Zhang Ye nodded. All right. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Seeing Lena cheerfully run toward 100 Spirit City, Zhang Ye also turned to head toward Leona. Leona was still by the teleportation array, holding 2 skewers of big meat skewers. Seeing Zhang Ye approaching, she handed him one and said with a smile, 100 spirits roasted meat made from 100 different magical beasts' meat. Give it a try. Looking at the huge skewer over a meter long, Zhang Ye couldn't help but marvel at how much people from other worlds know how to enjoy life. I finished registering. Ooh, what's next? Zhang Ye asked while eating the meat skewer. Next, you need to prepare food, Leona replied with a smile. The admissions test will take place in the secret realm for 3 days, so you'll need to prepare food for 3 days. Is there no food in the secret realm? Zhang Ye asked. What about magical beasts? They taste terrible, Leona said. The stuff in that secret realm is notoriously awful. All right. Zhang Ye nodded. If Leona said it was terrible, it must be extremely bad. You can find the ingredients in tonight's accommodation yourself. It's a good opportunity for you to adapt to this world and integrate quickly. Leona said, a friend just contacted me. She's one of the examiners for this session. I need to go see her, so you'll be on your own from here on out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded. No problem. By the way, what's your brother's name? How do I find him? His name is Rienomen. As for finding him, you won't need to look. If you encounter him, you'll instantly know he's my brother, Leona said confidently. Watching Leona leave, Zhang Ye took out the ring that Leona had given him earlier, deep in thought. Perhaps it was due to a slight sense of male chauvinism. Zhang Ye felt that he should refrain from spending the money Leona had given him. If he were to spend, it should be his own earnings. Therefore, he planned to use the money Oscar had given him earlier. Combined, it amounted to several thousand coins, which should be enough to buy some food and stay at a hotel for a night. After wandering around in the city of Larks for a while, Zhang Ye found a food stall where he spent 300 coins to buy a lot of food. To ensure he had a good meal, he also purchased some seasonings and fruit juices. This food would last him for over 10 days, and given his current physique, he could easily go 10 days without eating. The preparations were merely to keep himself from starving. Being well-fed would surely provide him with more strength than being hungry. After that, he strolled around again and bought some useful items, storing them in the ring. Finally, Zhang Ye was looking for a hotel to stay for a night. However, after searching 3 hotels in a row, all were fully booked, which left Zhang Ye somewhat frustrated. There were too many people checking in. Could it be that every hotel in the city was fully booked? Fortunately, he inquired and learned that a small inn located in the western part of the city was relatively obscure and should still have vacancies. Zhang Ye hurried over, hoping to avoid it being fully booked later. The inn was named Greengrass. It was not large, but as Zhang Ye walked in, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Hunter. Oh no, it was Lena. Boss, can you make it a bit cheaper? Just a little. Lena was negotiating with the owner at the counter, looking very cautious. The owner replied exasperatedly, "Little girl, this is already the cheapest inn in the entire city of Larks. Never mind, just tell me a number." Zhang Ye was somewhat taken aback as he glanced at the price list. A standard room cost 3 silver coins per night, which indeed was the cheapest. He had checked those inns, and even for a standard room, it would cost several gold coins for a night's stay. But the problem was, as a member of the Lionheart royal family, couldn't she afford even 3 silver coins? 2 copper coins. Lena cautiously extended 2 fingers, only to quickly retract her neck. 2 copper coins. As expected, the owner could no longer hold back and shouted, "You might as well say it's free." Lena's eyes lit up. "Is that possible?" The owner replied. Zhang Ye looked at the scene in disbelief. The owner, now impatient, said, "Get out, get out. If you have no money, go find a spot by the bridge. Don't. Let's negotiate again. How about 3 copper coins? Go away." The owner grumbled. "You look pretty well dressed, yet I didn't expect you to be this poor. You could at least beg on the road for more than 3 silver coins." It's true, Zhang Ye had seen several beggars along the way with bowls containing a dozen copper coins along with a couple of silver coins. In other words, this girl was poorer than a beggar. Zhang Ye couldn't bear to watch any longer and walked over. "Move aside, don't block the way for others." Seeing someone come in, the owner waved his hand and smiled at Zhang Ye. "Guest, are you looking for a room or a meal?" Lena, looking dejected, was about to leave, but turned around to see Zhang Ye smiling at her. "Ye Goe." Her face instantly lit up, but then she awkwardly scratched her head. "You saw everything." Zhang Ye smiled and said to the owner, "2 top-notch rooms and 2 water-cut chicken sets, please." As he spoke, he handed over a purple crystal coin. The owner, upon seeing this, immediately beamed. "All right." The 2 top-notch rooms and 2 water-cut chicken sets cost only 20 gold coins. The owner skillfully handed Zhang Ye 80 gold coins and 2 room keys. Zhang Ye took them and casually tossed 1 room key to Lena. After she clumsily caught at her face, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Yigo, I will pay you back." Zhang Ye smiled and nodded, walking upstairs with Lena while asking, "Did you come out by yourself?" "Yeah." Lena nodded. Zhang Ye found it odd that the Lionheart royal family would let this girl out alone. Moreover, she seemed to be out of money. Is she really from the Lionheart royal family? Zhang Ye began to doubt his judgment. Perhaps noticing Zhang Ye's confusion, Lena awkwardly smiled. "Actually, I originally brought out 500 gold coins, but I saw an old lady who looked very pitiful on the way. So I..." Her voice grew quieter. "You gave all your money to her?" Zhang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Lena shook her head. "No, I gave her 100 gold coins, and then she invited me to dinner. When I went back with her, I found out she was actually the head of an orphanage, living off selling vegetables and taking care of 12 children. However, on that day, her vegetables were crushed by a cart, and she had no money, so the children could only eat rotten vegetables. I felt so sorry for them, so I spent money to buy them some staple food, enough for them to live on for a few months. And then you ran out of money." Zhang Ye blinked. Lena shook her head again. "Not yet, I still had 200 gold coins left, but I didn't expect the teleportation to cost 200 gold coins, so I ended up with no money." Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh heartily, finding this girl quite amusing. She spent 300 gold coins to help others, and then had 200 gold coins left for teleportation, resulting in just a few copper coins in her pocket. So the question arises, did your family only give you 500 gold coins? Zhang Ye asked. The Lionheart royal family shouldn't be so poor, right? Oscar had spent 3,000 gold coins on a bottle of cloud wine. Lena shook her head. "My family didn't give me any money. I ran away myself. This 500 gold coins is what I saved up myself." Zhang Ye nodded. So she had sneaked out. It made sense. The children of the Lionheart royal family should attend the Lionheart Academy, not the Myriad Spirits Academy. However, there was still a question. Even if the Lionheart royal family didn't give Lena money as a member of the Lionheart royal family, her pocket money shouldn't be just 500 gold coins, right? When Zhang Ye had mentioned finding a purple crystal coin worth 3,000 gold coins, Leona had regarded it as pocket money belonging to some royal family young master. Surely royal family pocket money would be more than that. Yet this girl had only saved up 500 gold coins. It didn't add up. Zhang Ye believed that either this girl had a low status in the royal family, or she wasn't actually from the Lionheart royal family and her surname was just a coincidence. Zhang Ye leaned towards the former. After all, it should be impossible to share a surname with the royal family in this place, as that would be a desecration of the royal family. What Zhang Ye didn't know was that Lena had actually prepared 50,000 gold coins stored in the ring, which was kept in the pocket of her magical coat. However, after all her efforts to escape, she found she wasn't wearing the coat. You might ask why she didn't wear the ring on her hand. Because the girl thought she needed to hide her identity, and wearing the spatial ring on her hand would not only easily expose her, but also attract unwanted attention, so she chose to hide it in her pocket. This little princess who had never encountered the outside world was extremely curious, yet cautious about everything outside, but she had made extensive preparations. However, who would have thought that she would stumble at the very first step? Fortunately, she had more than one ring. It was just that those rings contained some equipment, and she was left with a mere 500 gold coins. She had originally planned to painfully sell a precious item for money, but unexpectedly Zhang Ye rescued her. Thus at this moment her fondness for Zhang Ye soared. After going upstairs, Lena didn't rush to her room, but came to Zhang Ye's room, chatting while eating the water-cut chicken. Yigo, I heard there are many powerful figures participating in this recruitment. For instance, Samara Gali from the Wind Spirit family, Reynold Montcalm from the Flame Lion family, Nan Long from the Thunder Roar family, and Paiji Beichi from the Rhythm family. They broke through to the 9th stage long ago, and they are probably at the early 9th stage now. Lena seemed to know a lot, clearly having done her homework before coming. Zhang Ye listened with great interest, and then asked, so are we looking to team up with them? Better not, many of them already have their own teams, and I don't trust them. Lena shook her head. Zhang Ye blinked. If you don't trust them, then trust me. Upon hearing this, Lena smiled proudly, pointing to her eyes, and saying, I trust my eyes. I can see the true good people, and only good people can earn my trust. In fact, I was right. She wore a radiant smile on her face. Zhang Ye was amazed. You have this ability. Of course. Zhang Ye suddenly remembered that the analysis had mentioned this girl possessed an extraordinary constitution. Could it be the reason behind her ability to see good people? Can she see good people? Am I being considered a good person? Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yagu, is this just a slime or a poly? Lena looked at the little creature on Zhang Ye's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Ye chuckled. It's an angel slime. Isn't it cute? So adorable. Lena nodded. Can I touch it? No, you have to find your own to touch, Zhang Ye replied. That's just a joke. If Oscar can't touch it, why should you? This little angel Gujo is mine. Lena sighed in disappointment, and then asked, where can I find an angel slime then? Zhang Ye replied, in the demon realm. Lena was puzzled. Angel slime. In the demon realm? Lena asked, utterly confused. Shouldn't it be in the divine realm? Zhang Ye nodded solemnly. Yes, indeed. Well, I guess I won't be able to find one then. The demon realm is a place where humans go to meet their doom, Lena said, looking dejected. However, the girl quickly brightened up again, chattering away while eating like a lively lark. She was quite the chatterbox, so Zhang Ye just enjoyed listening to her. I'm so full. After finishing her meal, Lena smiled and said, Yagu, do you want to go outside? I saw many beautiful girls in Baling City. Zhang Ye looked at her in disbelief. Oh, she was clearly a girl, yet she acted like a mischievous boy. No, I want to cultivate and see if I can break through to the peak of the 7th tier before the exam. Zhang Ye shook his head. At this point, he was at the late stage of the 7th tier, and with one more step, he could reach the peak. That would give him a better chance against those at the 9th tier. Seeing that Zhang Ye wasn't going, Lena nodded. Then he'll cultivate too. Yagu will come wake you up at 6 tomorrow morning. Zhang Ye nodded. Okay. After Lena left, Zhang Ye took a crystal core from his ring and tossed it into his mouth. With his current physique, he only felt satisfied after devouring over 38th tier crystal cores. Perhaps due to his extremely pure and abundant magical power, each stage of his improvement required 10 times more resources than most at the same tier. Perhaps this was the cost of being invincible at the same level and advancing quickly. After feeding Gujo a few crystal cores, Zhang Ye closed his eyes and began to meditate and cultivate. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Knock, knock, knock. A clear voice from Lena rang out. Yagu, wake up. It's time for the enrollment test. Zhang Ye opened his eyes, and the fluctuations of his magical power faded away. He had reached the peak of the 7th tier. Stretching, he went to open the door, only to find a knight in armor. The Emperor Hero. Is that you, Emperor Hero? Are you? Lena. Zhang Ye asked, confused. Yes. Lena smiled as she lifted her helmet visor. This is what I prepared for the enrollment test. Isn't it cool? Zhang Ye could sense the magical fluctuations from the armor, and it was indeed formidable. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was 9th tier armor called Lionheart. The Lionheart armor was a blend of white and gold with a golden lion head on the chest and a helmet shaped like a lion's mouth. The shoulder pads had protruding lion claws, making it incredibly ornate. At first glance it did give off an emperor's armor vibe, except it was missing a transformation belt. Impressive. Zhang Ye nodded. I have more, do you want some? Lina smiled. More? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Lina nodded. I brought 8 spare sets. 8 sets. Alright, this girl must definitely be from the Lionheart clan, otherwise she wouldn't have so many sets capable of withstanding 9th tier attacks. And with so much armor, she likely had plenty of other treasures as well. Zhang Ye smiled. No need, I have the Earth Tiger armor. Earth Tiger armor. Lina's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Can I see it? Zhang Ye chuckled. Of course, watch closely. Earth Tiger armor. Fusion. Immediately a set of armor made of metal and rock material enveloped him. At the peak of the 7th tier when he released the Golden Tiger Earth armor, the armor became even more magnificent and its defensive capabilities increased significantly. While it couldn't compare to Lina's armor, it certainly held its own in looks. Moreover, this is magic. Even if it gets damaged, it can be repaired or summoned again. Lina immediately exclaimed, wow, as she circled around Zhang Ye looking at him from all angles. Cool, right? Zhang Ye said with a smile. So cool. Lina nodded and laughed. My armor is called Lionheart armor, and yours is the Earth Tiger armor. Why don't we call ourselves the Lion-Tiger duo? This girl played a little trick by putting lion before tiger. Zhang Ye didn't mind, he found it quite amusing and nodded. Alright, let's go have breakfast, and then we'll head for the enrollment test. When they arrived at the square again, they found many people had already come early. The two chatted while waiting idly. For this enrollment, many had changed into their gear. After all, one's background is also part of their strength. The enrollment exam prohibited the use of scrolls, battle puppets, and battle golems, but it did not forbid candidates from using protective gear and weapons provided by their families. Even if you bring holy artifacts, that's fine. Of course, below the holy tier, it's basically impossible to use holy artifacts. Even if you could, it would come at a heavy cost. Having equipment doesn't necessarily mean the higher the tier, the better. If the tier is too high, one's own magical power may not be able to wield it, making it hard to utilize. However, most others' gear was around the 7th or 8th tier, with very few at the 9th tier. Thus, Lina's Lionheart armor was definitely one of the most eye-catching in the square. Zhang Ye had removed his armor during breakfast, but the girl had not, and was still enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd. Time passed by and more people gathered in the square. Soon a flying carriage arrived, and a beautiful woman stepped down from it. It was Samandra, but this time she wore a set of 9th tier light armor called Wind Spirit, which perfectly fitted her figure, showcasing her tall stature and making her look incredibly beautiful. Behind her were a man and a woman from her clan, one at the late stage of the 8th tier and the other in the mid-8th tier. They weren't as strong as Samandra, but they weren't weak either, both wearing Wind Spirit armor of different styles, but of the 8th tier. As soon as the Wind Spirit clan members arrived, a wave of gasps erupted. Samandra was simply too beautiful. Even Lina was starry-eyed, her helmet almost unable to conceal her awe. At 7 o'clock, several figures appeared high above the square, each exuding powerful auras. 7 holy tier experts. Leona was among them. As the 7 descended, a stir once again swept through the square, and everyone looked up at the 7 with reverence. Holy tier experts are revered wherever they go. Many of the strongest from small kingdoms are merely at the holy tier. One could say that achieving the holy tier is the life goal of many present. After the 7 descended, several 9th and 10th tier experts also appeared, but their brilliance was overshadowed by the 7 holy tier figures. As soon as she landed, Leona locked her gaze on Zhang Ye and gave him a bold smile. Confident, powerful, and striking, this smile dimmed everything else and left many people spellbound. Even Samandra felt inferior. This woman was too powerful, too beautiful. As the daughter of a prominent family, Leona was a 3-star holy tier, while Samandra was merely at the early stage of the 9th tier. At her age and level, she was already considered top-notch, but Samandra knew she was far behind Leona. She was 23 years old, Leona was 26, and Samandra understood that she would never achieve the same accomplishments as Leona by the age of 26. Even her older brother, who was 4 years older than her, was only a 2-star holy tier. Seeing Leona smile at him, Zhang Ye returned the smile. Dana was so cool and beautiful. You go. She is Leona. The Leona of the Flame Lion clan. The Red Lotus Lion. Oh my gosh. Lina was already too excited to contain herself. She's smiling at me, really. So beautiful, I feel like I can't breathe. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes, unwilling to break her illusion. Wake up, girl. Leona is a woman you can never have. The enrollment test for the All Spirits Academy officially begins. At that moment, the first elder among the holy tier experts spoke, his voice resonating across the area. All applicants, please proceed to the examination site. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder waved his hand, and a massive spatial gate opened at the front of the square, revealing an empty field surrounded by a forest. It seemed that this examination site was located within the All Spirits mountain range. Zhang Ye stared at the spatial gate, instantly analyzing it. No learning would be wasted. Large spatial gate, 10th tier spatial magic capable of opening a spatial gate for traversal, can create a 100 by 100 large spatial gate. Goodness, it's a 10th tier spatial magic. Analyzing. Let's go, Yago, Lina said, her voice brimming with excitement. All Spirits Academy, here we come. Zhang Ye smiled and followed her. Upon passing through the spatial gate, the group arrived at an open area only to discover a magical barrier rising from the surrounding forest beyond, which loomed terrifying magical beasts. Each magical beast exhibited a magical fluctuation of no less than 4 levels, with some even reaching the 9th level. Yet rather than attacking one another, these beasts continuously assaulted the magical barrier, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Most onlookers turned pale at the sight, but a few remained calm and resolutely made their way to the examination site. Zhang Ye was one of them. Lina, watching the magical beasts, couldn't help but swallow hard, closely following behind Zhang Ye. Seeing his calm demeanor, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ye, aren't you afraid that these beasts might suddenly break through the barrier and charge out?" Zhang Ye chuckled. "What is there to fear? 7 saint-level experts are standing above us. Why should we be afraid of these beasts?" He continued, lowering his voice slightly. "Moreover, this new student test actually began the moment we stepped through the spatial gate. This is the first test set by the organizers. Due to these beasts, many will be frightened, leading to subpar performances and subsequent elimination. If those beasts behind the barrier can scare people into underperforming, then the magical beast confrontation in the third test will surely terrify them even more, not to mention hunting beasts in the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Lina looked around and indeed found many participants turning pale at the sight of the magical beasts. Although the beasts were blocked outside, their fierce attempts to breach the barrier were clear to everyone. Many participants witnessing this scene began to rethink their choices. "Let's go and take the first test," Zhang Ye said, and Lina immediately followed. With over 8,000 candidates, 20 positions were tested simultaneously. The testing process was quite simple. Candidates presented their ID tokens to the examiner, began the test, placed their hands on a testing pillar to inject magical energy, and determined their magical attributes based on the color of the light column, while the height of the light indicated their level. Once the level requirements were met, the examiner would inject magical energy into the ID token, otherwise the token would be confiscated. ID 1542, peak of the 4th level, Earth attribute passed. ID 3248, a late stage of the 6th level, wood attribute good passed. ID 2250, mid stage of the 5th level, fire attribute fair passed. Most candidates who arrived for the assessment were aware of the testing rules, so the majority passed. During the test, some individuals caused quite a stir, such as ID 36, early stage of the 9th level, wind attribute perfect passed. ID 37, mid stage of the 8th level, wind attribute perfect passed. ID 38, a late stage of the 8th level, wind attribute perfect passed. 3 consecutive announcements of perfection clearly stunned the examiner, and the crowd gasped, turning their attention to that exam position. There stood Samara, calmly retrieving ID 36, seemingly unfazed, as if this was expected. The young man and woman behind her wore expressions of undisguised pride. "As expected, early stage of the 9th level, truly impressive," Lina exclaimed. Zhang Ye replied with a smile. "You reached peak of the 7th level at 19, you won't fall behind her in the future." Lina responded, "Really? Huh?" She beamed with a bright smile, yet the sparkle in her eyes dimmed slightly. ID 3, a mid-stage of the 9th level, lightning attribute perfect passed. Just then a voice from a distant exam position was heard, slightly cracking, clearly indicating that the examiner was equally astonished. Zhang Ye's pupils contracted. Mid-stage of the 9th level. This was unprecedented. There was actually someone at the mid-stage of the 9th level participating in the recruitment. This year's recruitment was truly filled with hidden talents. The exam position was too far for Zhang Ye to see clearly. Just as he was about to fly up to see which expert, it was a grand voice echoed from the sky. "Maintain silence and order. Violators will receive a warning, and after 3 warnings they will be expelled from the exam." It was a saint-level speaker, and those candidates who intended to fly up had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and continue with the test. Soon it was Zhang Ye's turn. He presented his ID token to the examiner, stepped forward, and placed his hand on the testing pillar, injecting magical energy. In the next moment, the magical pillar erupted in a dazzling array of colors, leaving the examiner utterly bewildered. What in the world is this? What kind of magical energy is this? The light on the magical pillar also hovered at the very end of the 7th level, nearly reaching the 8th level. The examiner did not immediately announce the results, but fell silent for a moment before soaring into the sky to communicate with the few saint-level individuals above. Many candidates witnessed this scene and felt puzzled. Numerous beams of light fell upon Zhang Ye, their eyes filled with scrutiny. After a moment, the examiner returned, infused the ID token with magical energy, indicating that Zhang Ye had passed the first test, and then announced, ID 6666, peak of the 7th level, dual attributes of gold and fire perfect passed. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Dual attributes of gold and fire. Perfect pass. He had observed that the passing standard was mid-stage of the 4th level, fair for mid-stage of the 5th level, good for mid-stage of the 6th level, excellent for mid-stage of the 7th level, and only perfect for mid-stage of the 8th level and above. How had he achieved a perfect pass at peak of the 7th level? Could it be due to the dual attributes of gold and fire? Gazing at Leona, who nodded at him from the sky, Zhang Ye understood that she had helped him conceal his attributeless constitution, thereby boosting his assessment, garnering attention without being too shocking. After all, an attributeless constitution meant complete compatibility with all attributes for him. This was truly one of a kind across the entire continent. Next was Lena. ID 6667, peak of the 7th level light, attribute perfect past. This girl also achieved perfection. Clearly the assessment considered not only the magical level, but also attributes. For instance, light, dark, and lightning attributes were deemed quite powerful and rare, thus enhancing the evaluation. However, this assessment did not represent the final evaluation, as subsequent adjustments would likely depend on age. The younger the candidate, the higher the potential talent, and thus the higher the final assessment. That's great. It's perfect, Lena exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Ye curiously asked, what does perfect mean? If one can achieve perfection in all 3 tests and pass the recruitment exam entering the Wanling Academy, would at least guarantee a spot in the blue class. Lena explained. Wanling Academy has 8 classes categorized as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and rainbow. The red class is the worst, while the rainbow class is the best. The better the class, the better the cultivation resources and teaching quality. Zhang Ye nodded, realizing it was similar to elite classes. The assessment in the test significantly influenced subsequent class placements aside from the most crucial evaluations. Several hours later, the first test concluded with over 7,000 candidates remaining, having eliminated fewer than 1,000. Next came the second test. This time, everyone would take the exam together. A saint-level expert waved his hand, and neatly arranged magical squares appeared on the ground. Everyone sit within the squares. Once ready, the second test will begin. Everyone quickly found nearby squares to sit in, and soon prepared themselves. In the sky, 3 saint-level experts raised their hands simultaneously, and before each candidate floated a winding magical pathway with a magical orb at its center. Operate the magical energy to envelop the magical orb, guiding it through the magical pathway. Each person has 5 attempts. If the orb touches the pathway, 1 attempt will be consumed, and they must start over. Only when the orb successfully passes through the pathway is it considered a pass, with a time limit of half a silver leak. Raise your hand when finished. Now begin. Zhang Ye nodded. 5 attempts corresponded to 5 evaluation levels. Observing the magical pathway and orb before him, Zhang Ye appeared relaxed. The magical pathway was 11 millimeters wide, while the magical orb had a diameter of only 10 millimeters, leaving a mere 1 millimeter of tolerance for the orb. Moreover, the pathway twisted and turned, stretching 3 meters in length. For most, navigating the orb through without hitting the walls would be a daunting task. No wonder Leona said the second test would eliminate the majority of candidates. Looking up, Zhang Ye noticed that some anxious participants had already used 2 of their attempts. In just a few seconds, Zhang Ye completed the second assessment and raised his hand to signal. Turning around, he realized he was the first to finish. Feeling a bit proud, an examiner walked over, gently nodded, and transmitted, "Perfect, you passed. Now be careful not to make any noise and do not assist or maliciously interfere with other candidates' tests." Zhang Ye nodded, feeling somewhat speechless. If one were to talk about interference, wouldn't those magical beasts outside be the real interference? A casual roar would startle some candidates who were not confident enough, causing them to lose their chances. In such an environment, eliminating half the candidates would be considered a small matter. After Zhang Ye completed the second assessment, he noticed a purple figure nearby, signaling completion as well. However, when he realized he was not the first, his gaze turned cold as he looked towards Zhang Ye. He said nothing, merely glanced at Zhang Ye before turning away to rest his eyes. Zhang Ye felt a flicker of attention upon him, but when he looked around, he found no one staring back. It must be Leona watching him, Zhang Ye thought happily. In fact, Leona was indeed observing him. In the sky, several saint-tier individuals were watching him. "Leona, this little guy you brought back is quite impressive. His control over magical power even surpasses that of the heir of the Thunderclap family," a blue-haired woman said with a smile. Leona crossed her arms, laughing heartily. "Of course. He is my first and currently only student. Where did you find such an otherworldly person?" An elder of the Saint tier asked curiously. Leona shot him a glance, chuckling. "Rather than saying I found him, it's more accurate to say he found me. Don't even think about making a move on him, or don't blame me for turning hostile." The crowd sighed in admiration. Having such an otherworldly individual as a student was indeed enviable. Most otherworldly individuals not only possess high talent, but also some extraordinary abilities, so they felt Leona was truly lucky. It's worth noting that the value of an otherworldly person is even higher than that of heirs from major families or the holy sons and daughters of the church. Zhang Ye was unaware of the conversation among the saint-tier individuals in the sky. He turned to Lena and nearly burst out laughing. Lena's little face was almost pressed against the magical orb, cautiously extending her finger as golden magical energy enveloped the orb, slowly passing through the magical pathway. Her eyes were nearly crossed. Fortunately, although her pace was slow, it was steady. The girl's control over magical power was also impressive, and she should be able to pass the second assessment perfectly. As time passed, the talents from major families completed the second assessment one after another, perfectly passing. Lena also passed the second assessment, albeit at a slower pace, but received a perfect evaluation. Half an hour later, the second assessment concluded. Only slightly less than 2,000 candidates passed. This time, 4,000 to 5,000 candidates were eliminated, which was an astonishing rate. Candidates who did not pass the second assessment, please do not be discouraged. Go back and train. The enrollment of the Wanling Academy in 2 years will still welcome everyone. The earlier elder of the Saint Tier said these official words, then waved his hand to open a spatial portal for those who did not pass to leave. Then he addressed the candidates who passed the second assessment. Next, please proceed to the practical test arena. He opened another spatial portal revealing a massive ground similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, but larger, divided into 10 smaller arenas where 10 battles could take place simultaneously. The third assessment, which is the practical test, has simple rules. Draw a magical beast of the same tier for combat. Instructors will follow to evaluate, and 10 battles will occur simultaneously. As long as one can defeat the magical beast within half an hour, they are considered qualified. During the battles, other candidates can observe from the viewing area. Therefore, Zhang Ye decided to watch around before his own test. Because watching is a great opportunity to learn. With 10 battles happening simultaneously, he could learn a lot from the exchanges of magic between the 10 candidates and the 10 magical beasts. Wow. He quickly found a good spot with Lena and sat down to watch. The first match featured Samantha, who drew a magical beast called the Wind Scythe Mantis at the early 9th tier. Among magical beasts of the same tier, insect-type beasts are generally stronger, but clearly this Wind Scythe Mantis had bad luck to encounter Samantha. This woman possessed the ability to fight above her tier. Being of the wind element, it was evident that the Wind Scythe Mantis was no match for Samantha. Zhang Ye observed that Samantha's casting speed was extremely fast. Even 9th tier magic could be released without incantation or drawing circles, indicating her mastery of the magic, with casting speed approaching instantaneous release, and her power significantly stronger than that of others at the same tier. After just 3 9th tier spells, the Wind Scythe Mantis was defeated, torn to shreds by Samantha's storm. The evaluation was naturally perfect. Zhang Ye felt a bit regretful. If only Samantha and the Wind Scythe Mantis could have fought a little longer, he could have learned more spells. He only learned 5 spells, 2 from the Wind Scythe Mantis and 3 from Samantha. Alas. But it was fine. By replicating, Zhang Ye deciphered the other 3 9th tier spells mastered by Samantha. How delightful. As time went on, Zhang Ye deciphered more and more spells. Most were 5th or 6th tier, with few at 7th tier, only about 20 at 8th tier, and currently only Samantha's at 9th tier. As long as it was magic, Zhang Ye accepted all of it. In just this short time, he had stolen and learned hundreds of spells, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lena looked at Zhang Ye in confusion. Why were his eyes sparkling? What was he saying up there? I can't understand him. However, this did not dampen her excitement. Her eyes sparkled with little stars. Yes, that's so cool. This is the strongest genius of the Thunderclap family, really amazing. Zhang Ye immediately initiated a replication and deciphering learning package. You can do it, so I want to do it too. You're cool, so I want to be cool too. Huh. Suddenly, a battlefield involving a purple-haired youth caught Zhang Ye's attention, as his opponent was a mid-9th tier magical beast. Firehorn Magic Tiger. Among magical beasts, magic tigers, magic bears, magic apes. These beasts are definitely more terrifying than ordinary ones. The mid-9th tier Firehorn Magic Tiger is over twice as strong as the early 9th tier Wind Scythe Mantis. This purple-haired youth. Analyze. Nan Long, mid-9th tier, possessing powerful lightning, attribute magical power, along with a strong physique. Goodness, a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts in the lightning system, with a cultivation level reaching mid-9th tier. This must be the one who previously shocked the examiners. Zhang Ye was very much looking forward to this battle. As soon as the Firehorn Magic Tiger was released, it let out a furious roar, but then the roar turned into a low growl, lowering its body, warily watching the purple-haired youth Nan. Was it feeling apprehensive? The Firehorn Magic Tiger was indeed wary of Nan, clearly sensing unprecedented danger from him. Nan stood still, purple currents crackling around him, his short purple hair fluttering, revealing his exquisite and handsome face. His gaze was electrifying as he grasped a purple long sword at his waist. Then he slowly closed his eyes and bent down. Seeing this, Zhang Ye's eyes widened in shock. This scene felt familiar. Roar. Finally, the Firehorn Magic Tiger could no longer hold back, letting out a roar, its body engulfed in flames as it lunged at Nan, with incredible speed, flames surging fiercely, a terrifying might. Just as it was about to touch Nan, he suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of purple sword light shot across like the light after a TV is turned off, crossing the arena, accompanied by rolling currents. He neatly sheathed his sword, then silently walked out of the arena, while the Firehorn Magic Tiger stood dumbfounded for a moment before its head fell from its body, its massive frame crashing to the ground. The examiner finally regained his senses and announced a perfect pass. Watching this scene, Zhang Ye was beyond excited. Breath of Lightning, first form, Thunder Flash. Simply stunning. Lena was bewildered. What was Zhang Ye saying? I don't understand. But that did not affect her excitement. Her eyes sparkled with little stars. Yes, that's so cool. This is the strongest genius of the Thunderclap family, really amazing. Zhang Ye directly initiated a replication and deciphering learning package again. You can do it, so I want to do it too. You're cool, so I want to be cool too. Huh. As dusk approached, more and more people finished their third assessment. Yet less than half succeeded. Many were intimidated by the magical beasts, unable to unleash even 50% of their strength. If it weren't for the examiners on site ready to intervene, few of those who failed the third assessment would have survived. It's about time. I'll go first. You can go after me, Zhang Ye said. Why not test together? Lina asked in confusion. Zhang Ye smiled. If we test together, I won't be able to see you in action. Wanting to see Lina fight was one thing. He also wanted to learn from her. Lina paused then laughed heartily. That's true. Handing the token to the examiner with a wave of the examiner's hand, a magical disc appeared before Zhang Ye, showcasing various magical beasts. Zhang Ye infused his magic into the disc, which immediately began to spin, selecting a magical beast for him to battle. Soon the disc stopped, and the silhouette of a magical beast appeared. It was a magical beast known as the serrated snail at the peak of the 7th rank. It had a hard shell with serrated edges. This beast could retract into its shell and spin rapidly, striking and cutting enemies like a saw blade, though its offensive capabilities were not remarkable beyond its defense. This magical beast posed no pressure at all for Zhang Ye. As he stepped into the arena, a massive snail slowly crawled in. The serrated snail's circular shell was lined with serrated edges and had a diameter of 3 meters, looking somewhat repulsive. Go ye! Outside the arena, Lina shouted through her hands cupped into a small megaphone, inciting envy among the surrounding candidates. Why don't we have girls cheering for us during the exam? Zhang Ye waved back at her, then turned to the examiner. Can we start? The examiner nodded yes. Zhang Ye snapped his fingers, and 3 massive red and blue magical arrays opened beside him. A confident smile appeared on his face. He'll finish this instantly. What else is there to say? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 colossal lions made of blue flames surged from the magical arrays, darting towards the serrated snail with lightning speed. Although the serrated snail moved slowly, its reaction to danger was immediate. It quickly retracted into its shell and began to roll away. However, it was of no use. This was a 7th-tier spell, Flame Lion, perfectly mastered by Zhang Ye, reaching peak power with the strength of an 8th-tier spell, further enhanced by the hydrogen-oxygen amplification array, increasing its power several-fold. The 3 terrifying blue flame lions crashed into the serrated snail, instantly engulfing it in blue flames, creating a blue mushroom cloud that lifted from the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. The might displayed by these 3 7th-tier spells was even greater than that of a 9th-tier spell. Fire spells reinforced by the hydrogen-oxygen amplification array exhibited terrifying power. Had Zhang Ye unleashed this move earlier, the earth-cleaving tiger would likely have been obliterated in an instant. However, strength comes with drawbacks. The more powerful the fire spells are amplified, the more intense the magical energy consumption of the hydrogen-oxygen amplification array. With Zhang Ye's current magical energy reserves, he couldn't amplify too many high-level spells, at most enhancing a few dozen 7th-tier spells. Meanwhile, Lina watched the scene unfold with eyes sparkling like the North Star, then jumped up excitedly, shouting, "Ye! You're amazing!" Zhang Ye pressed down his hand. "Calm down, everyone, sit down." A group of observing candidates felt a wave of black lines on their foreheads. Though they were astonished by the power displayed, they couldn't help but think, why did it feel like this guy needed a beating? The examiner was stunned for 3 seconds, finally reacting upon seeing the ashes of the serrated snail, shouting, "Perfect passed." This assessment was likely based on the time taken to kill and the candidate's condition. Zhang Ye had eliminated the serrated snail in less than 3 seconds, maintaining a calm demeanor without any sign of disturbed breath, naturally earning a perfect evaluation. Returning to Lina's side, Zhang Ye patted her shoulder. "Good luck." Lina nodded vigorously, then donned her helmet and stepped into the arena. Her opponent was an Ice Wave Leopard at the peak of the 7th rank, possessing considerable strength. At least in a fair match, the Ice Wave Leopard could easily overpower the serrated snail. This posed quite a challenge for Lina. Watching the Ice Wave Leopard growl at her, she appeared quite nervous. She constantly adjusted herself, trying to calm down. Roar! Suddenly, the Ice Wave Leopard let out an angry roar, and hundreds of ice spikes formed, directly homing in on Lina. Seeing this, Lina glowed with golden light and then vanished. Zhang Ye's pupils contracted. Lina hadn't disappeared, she was simply moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't capture her. That was the speed of light. In an instant, Lina flickered 3 times, each time covering over 100 meters, perfectly evading the ice spikes. "Impressive," Zhang Ye exclaimed. This scene had occurred with Oscar before. Analysis. Flicker, a non-rank light-type talent spell that consumes magical energy to transform the caster's body into light elements, allowing for movement at the speed of light with distance dependent on magical energy expenditure. It turned out to be a talent spell. Do humans also possess talent spells? Of course. However, only a very few individuals with special physiques possess them, and Lina was clearly one of them. When Oscar had released Flicker, he had forgotten to analyze it, but it wasn't too late now. This was an incredibly powerful skill. Possessing it was akin to having teleportation. As a non-rank spell, the analysis duration was merely 1 second. Indeed, Lina, as a member of the Lionheart royal bloodline, was formidable. Seeing that Lina had dodged the ice spikes, the Ice Wave Leopard's fury surged, letting out a roar as a wave of icy shock spread outward. The entire arena rapidly began to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. This was the Ice Wave Leopard's talent spell, Frigid Surge. Targets covered by the Frigid Surge would feel the effects of the cold, causing their movements and magical energy flow to slow down. The coverage area of the Frigid Surge encompassed the entire arena, meaning Lina's Flicker could not evade it. What would Lina do? However, she remained still, watching the Ice Wave Leopard without launching any attack. Zhang Ye was puzzled, then thought. Lina's Lionheart armor was a 9th tier armor. Although she could not fully unleash its power, its inherent defensive mechanisms were sufficient to withstand the cold. So Lina didn't need to dodge. After unleashing the frigid surge, the Ice Wave Leopard roared again, its long tail swinging, sending dozens of ice blades spiraling toward Lina, while it leaped towards her, sharp ice claws forming on its limbs. Seeing this, Lina's eyes behind her helmet grew increasingly serious. Gritting her teeth, she flickered once more at high speed. Moving at the speed of light looked quite similar to teleportation. Moreover, Lina had mastered flicker so well that it was released instantaneously, resulting in 7 afterimages of her appearing in the arena. Those afterimages dissipated half a second later, indicating that Lina had flickered 7 times in an instant. In that moment, it was like she had clones. Truly impressive. Zhang Ye marveled. The position where Lina reappeared was behind the Ice Wave Leopard. The Ice Wave Leopard's magical attack missed, and its internal magical energy momentarily stagnated, presenting a perfect opportunity for Lina. However, Lina still did not attack. As the Ice Wave Leopard noticed, its tail lashed out towards her, but Lina simply flickered away again, not retaliating. What followed seemed like a chase. The Ice Wave Leopard pursued while Lina flickered away. Aside from the flicker used to evade the Ice Wave Leopard's magic and attacks, she had not cast any offensive spells, not even attacking the Ice Wave Leopard once. This made Zhang Ye increasingly uneasy. He sensed that Lina's magical energy fluctuations were starting to weaken, indicating her magic reserves were dwindling. Then why wasn't she unleashing any offensive spells? After so many attacks, the Ice Wave Leopard should be fatigued, and a few offensive spells should be enough to deal with it unless she couldn't cast offensive spells. Zhang Ye's eyes widened. No way. He quickly used duplication on Lina to check her skill list. However, it was completely empty. No, there was one spell, but the content of that spell left Zhang Ye stunned. Unknown, an unknown talent spell that has no records due to its first appearance and possesses uniqueness. It cannot be analyzed, and can only be analyzed once the target uses it. What is this? Zhang Ye was shocked. There was actually a spell that the system couldn't analyze. Zhang Ye furrowed his brows deeply. This girl had only mastered 2 spells, and one of them was an unknown talent spell. She hadn't mastered any other spells, be it offensive or supportive. Lina had none. She didn't even have the most basic low-tier spells. No wonder she wasn't casting any spells against the Ice Wave Leopard, and no wonder she hadn't even cast a buff on herself. Oh, it wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather that she couldn't. But how was that possible? Talent spells were innately grasped. So she had cultivated to the peak of the 7th rank without learning a single low-tier spell. That made no sense. Zhang Ye couldn't comprehend. He immediately conducted an in-depth analysis of Lina's special physique, yet the information he received was unknown physique. Because this physique has appeared for the first time, it has no records and possesses uniqueness, it cannot be analyzed, and the host can only explore it themselves. Zhang Ye's expression grew grave. His intuition and familiarity with patterns told him that Lina harbored a big secret. A major secret. After another dozen flashes, Lina staggered, losing her balance on the slippery ice, and fell to the ground. As a predator, it would certainly not miss any moment of its prey's mistake, immediately gathering strength and pouncing towards Lina. Zhang Ye immediately stood up, his eyes fixed intently on the scene. Although Lina wore a 9th tier armor, she couldn't fully utilize its capabilities yet, so being pounced on would still cause her some harm. Fortunately, the examiners were already prepared to intervene, but once they did, Lina's test would be declared a failure. Zhang Ye felt a pang of sympathy from their brief interaction. He found this girl to be exceptionally cheerful and lively. Even though she was a lesbian, he was eager to befriend her. If she failed the test, he wouldn't get to see her again in the Academy of All Spirits. Thinking this, Zhang Ye pressed his lips together and silently prayed. In the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. His prayer had worked. Lina did not give up. Instead, she maintained her seated position. With a flicker, the Ice Wave Leopard pounced empty-handed, crashing into the wall due to its own exhaustion, and Lina seized the opportunity to stand up, a golden longsword shimmering in her hand. This golden blade was quite similar to the one Oscar had wielded back then, but it was a 7th tier weapon. Lina grasped the longsword tightly and struck fiercely at the Ice Wave Leopard, sending a golden sword beam flying directly into its back. At that moment, the Ice Wave Leopard had exhausted its magical energy and was unable to defend itself, suffering a massive wound on its back that left it gravely injured. Lina was panting heavily. The sword beam was not from her own magic, but rather a spell activated from the magic array contained within the golden longsword. After releasing this sword strike, Lina's magical energy was nearly depleted, yet she stubbornly raised the golden longsword once more, infusing it with what little energy she had left. The Ice Wave Leopard sensed danger and struggled to get back on its feet, but exhausted from the chase and severely injured, it was unable to evade, helplessly watching as Lina gathered her strength. After a full 3 seconds, the golden sword finally brimmed with magical energy, activating the magic array within, and Lina swung down her sword. Another golden sword beam shot out, striking the Ice Wave Leopard's neck, cleaving it in half. After a few convulsions, it lost its life force. The examiner watched this scene and nodded, saying, "Excellent pass." Although Lina's magical energy was nearly depleted by the end, she had not been harmed by the Ice Wave Leopard at all, so her evaluation remained high. Only then did Lina let out a triumphant cheer, but as soon as she finished celebrating, her body went limp. Zhang Ye quickly stepped in to catch her as she leaned back. "Hee, brother Ye," I passed. Lina removed her helmet, her face pale, but her smile remained as radiant as the sun. Zhang Ye chuckled and infused magical energy into her. Generally, one should not casually inject magical energy into others, as the energy within would vary based on one's cultivation attributes, potentially causing conflicts, if incompatible. However, Zhang Ye's attributeless magical energy was compatible with all attributes, eliminating this concern. As the magical energy flowed and Lina's face visibly flushed with color. So comfortable. She held back from making any strange noises as there were many people around. Feeling her magical energy rapidly recovering, Lina's eyes began to sparkle with excitement again. "Thank you, brother Ye." Feeling her strength returning, Lina expressed her gratitude sincerely. Zhang Ye smiled and did not voice his inner questions. Everyone has secrets, Lina has hers, and he has his. Thus he refrained from asking. Soon the third test concluded, and out of nearly 2,000 participants, only a little over 1,000 remained. The third test is over. All qualified candidates may return to Bailing City to rest. Please gather at Bailing Square at noon tomorrow for the final admission examination. The old man from the space system said as he opened a spatial gate to send everyone away. "Brother Ye, shall we go for a stroll and see some girls?" Perhaps having passed the third test made Lina very excited as she asked Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye laughed. This girl was really carefree, having almost failed the test just moments ago, yet now she was eager to go see some girls. However, Zhang Ye was in good spirits as well, nodding sure. "Let's go. I know there's a bustling commercial street in Bailing City where there are definitely many girls." Hee, Lina giggled, her eyes sparkling with stars. "I just saw a beautiful cat girl, as she looked stunning. I wonder if I will see her again." The cat girl Lina mentioned Zhang Ye had also noticed as she indeed looked beautiful, but Zhang Ye was not particularly interested in her looks. Rather than her appearance, he was more curious about touching those fluffy cat ears. Zhang Ye smiled. "Then let's go. There are so many people participating in the assessment, who knows, there might even be elves." Elves are often depicted as breathtakingly beautiful characters in many novels, surely this world has them too. But in the next moment, "Elves?" Lina shook her head. "Elves went extinct long ago, there are no elves left now." "What?" Zhang Ye jumped up. "I had high hopes for elves. You're telling me they've gone extinct now? What nonsense is this?" Lina explained. "Elves are a powerful race, each possessing innate magical talent and affinity for nature, making them strong and exceptionally beautiful." "So why did they go extinct?" Zhang Ye asked, bewildered. "Because they were too beautiful. Many nations sought to capture elves as slaves. Moreover, elven blood has properties that grant eternal youth, and their spiritual cores can enhance talent, leading to their large-scale hunting." Lina continued. "Decades ago, a war broke out between the elves and the church, with the church ultimately victorious. Since then, no news of elves has surfaced." Zhang Ye opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. An innocent man suffers for his riches. The elves' beauty naturally attracts attention, and in this world their blood and spiritual cores are immensely valuable. Eternal youth. How many people cultivate for longevity, for eternal youth, for immortality? Enhancing talent. A person's innate talent is predetermined at birth. Any treasure that can enhance talent would be fought over by the entire world. The elven race. Sigh. Without elven girls, Zhang Ye felt the average beauty standard of this world had dropped by 10 levels. In the future, he would have to rely on himself and Inanna to raise the average. However, Zhang Ye did not give up hope. This world is vast. Perhaps some elves survived that war. Perhaps there is still a hidden paradise with elves. Zhang Ye truly wanted to see how beautiful the legendary elves are. Of course, no matter how beautiful they are, they can't compare to Inanna. Inanna is the most beautiful. Accept this rebuttal, but I'm not listening. After strolling with Lina for over an hour, both of them finally felt tired. Returning to the inn, they continued to eat and chat, though their conversation revolved around trivial topics. While others discussed everything within the secret realm, probing and exchanging ideas to understand more and increase their chances of passing the exam, these two were instead chatting about which girl was more attractive. "Hey, have you seen that girl from the leopard cat tribe? Her tail is really long, and she has stripes on her face. She looks absolutely adorable. Well, she's cute, but she has a terrible temper. I saw a guy who tried to hit on her end up with his face scratched. I think that girl from the flower spirit tribe is nice too. Her hair looks like flower petals, very ethereal." And what about that girl from the dwarf tribe?" Lina said. "Girl? Aren't all the dwarf tribe members men?" Zhang Ye was taken aback. "No, the bald one with a flower on her head is a girl." Lina blinked. "What? She's a woman." "Yes, all the girls from the dwarf tribe wear flowers on their heads." "Oh my, her beard is longer than my leg hair." "Yeah, I think her hair and beard are so smooth. Smoother than mine. I want to ask her how she maintains it." Then remember to ask for me too. My hair just started growing a month ago." "Sure." Sigh. As they chatted, Lina sighed. "Those girls are all so beautiful, but they're all so powerful, they must not be interested in me." Zhang Ye comforted her by patting her shoulder, saying, "Don't be discouraged, there are always those who are blind to your charms." Lina. Then with a twinkle in her eyes, she asked, "Hey brother Ye, which girl do you think is the prettiest?" "The prettiest?" Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow and laughed. Leona, without a doubt, Leona. Samantha and the likes can step aside. Oh, Leona is the truth. She looks so amazing when she smiles. Oh my god, it's just too stunning. As majestic as a lion. That wild beauty, even if I got beaten by her, it would still feel like a blessing. Zhang Ye looked at Lena in horror. Girl, something's off with you. Do you have some special kink? Shh. Getting beaten by Danana is not enjoyable at all. Oh, it hurts like hell. Just as Zhang Ye was about to retort, a magnetic voice rang from the doorway. Oh, is someone praising me? Zhang Ye and Lena instantly turned their heads. Watching Leona standing at the door with a refreshing smile, Lena's eyes nearly sparkled out of her head. Lu, Danana, what brings you here? Before Lena could say Leona's name, Zhang Ye spoke first and excitedly rushed to her side. I just came to see you. How are you feeling? Leona habitually ruffled Zhang Ye's head. Since she had patted Zhang Ye's bald head, this habit had stuck, and even though his hair had grown back, she still did it without hesitation. No big deal. Zhang Ye laughed heartily and then introduced, this is Lena, a new friend I just met. Lena, this is Leona. Finally snapping back to reality, Lena exclaimed and hurriedly ran in front of Leona, looking her up and down, her eyes sparkling with awe. Really, Leona, the red lotus lioness, Leona. Oh my god, such a cute girl. Leona laughed heartily and also ruffled Lena's hair, exuding a big sister's warmth. Lena was instantly mesmerized, looking blissful, and even rubbed against Leona's hand. Then Leona turned to Zhang Ye and said, all right, let's get down to business. As you've seen, many of your opponents have reached above level 8, and as far as I know, other enrollment zones also have candidates at the mid-9th level. They have significant backing, so they certainly possess powerful offensive and survival techniques. Moreover, with the strength those mid-9th level candidates have displayed, it's on par with typical level 10s, so they can even wield pseudo-holy artifacts. Therefore, right now, I'm not asking you to secure a top 3 finish. Oh, just don't rank too low and ensure you pass the exam safely. Do you understand? Seeing Leona's serious demeanor, Zhang Ye felt a warmth in his heart and then grinned. I didn't have much confidence in getting into the top 3, but after hearing your words, I will definitely fight for a top 3 finish for you. Leona chuckled and tapped his forehead. Remember my words, don't overreach yourself. Then she paused and revealed her sharp canines. But if you do manage to get into the top 3, I wouldn't mind giving you another kiss. Hearing this, Zhang Ye's eyes widened and his breath quickened. Wait for good news, I will be unstoppable. All right. Leona smiled, and after giving Lena a deep look, turned to leave. Lena stood there with her mouth agape, watching the direction Leona had gone, then turned to Zhang Ye, her gaze darting back and forth, and finally couldn't help but say, Brother Ye, you and Leona. Zhang Ye chuckled. So girl, don't think about Leona. She's going to have little lion cubs for me in the future. Lena's face was filled with shock, unable to believe that Zhang Ye had a relationship with Leona, and it seemed quite deep. Then her face flushed. Brother Ye, how did you pursue Leona? Can you teach me? Please, I want to pursue Miss Samantha. Zhang Ye looked at her, and then shrugged helplessly. Sides, all thanks to my unbeatable charm and a heart of gold, but something you can't learn naturally. Lena, how can this person be so shameless? All right, enough talk, let's focus on cultivation. Tomorrow we have to enter the secret realm for the exam, and getting stronger, even a little bit, is better. Zhang Ye said. Fine. Without getting Zhang Ye's dating secrets, Lena felt extremely disappointed, but then she snapped back and asked, Brother Ye, are you really planning to compete for a top 3 finish against those mid-9th level geniuses? Zhang Ye chuckled, his eyes blazing. To earn Danana's kiss, my combat power will surge tenfold. What's a mid-9th level? Tomorrow when the mid-10th level shows up, I'll take him down too. This is no joke. He has his trump cards ready enough to inflict damage on the 10th level. Moreover, he had also analyzed Lena's flicker, which would elevate his combat power further. With Parallel Guardian and Leona's power as insurance, Zhang Ye believed he would not lose to anyone. He was previously uncertain about the 9th level because he had no idea if he could compete against them at full strength. But after watching their battles today, he had gained some confidence. He absolutely would not lose to them. That guy from the south is a bit strong. But I'm not afraid. For the sake of earning Leona's kiss, he would do whatever it takes. Seeing Zhang Ye's confidence, Lena nodded and smiled. Then I'll be counting on you, Brother Ye. Don't worry, as long as you don't hold me back, I can handle it. The next day, the Lion-Tiger duo finished their breakfast and arrived at the bailing square to wait. After the eliminations, only about 1,000 people remained, while those who did not pass the 3rd test had not left, but instead gathered around the Wanling Square to watch. Once everyone entered the exam's secret realm, a leaderboard would appear, and after 3 days the rankings would refresh. They wanted to witness this moment. Soon the time arrived, and the Holy Stage powerhouse appeared as promised. Attention candidates, the final assessment is about to begin. You will enter the Limestone Secret Realm along with candidates from other enrollment zones for the assessment. The Holy Stage figure spoke slowly. The rules are as follows: hunt the magical beasts within the secret realm and extract their soul essences. A 3rd-tier essence is worth 1 point, a 4th-tier essence is worth 5 points, a 5th-tier essence is worth 25 points, a 6th-tier essence is worth 125 points, and so on. The assessment lasts for 3 days, after which candidates will be forcibly teleported out of the secret realm for tallying. Only those with over 500 points will qualify for the ranking, and the top 3,000 in points will be admitted to the Wanling Academy. Within the secret realm, all means to acquire points are permitted, but I advise you all to exercise caution. As he spoke, the holy stage figure's gaze turned cold, causing everyone to feel a tightening in their hearts. Zhang Ye nodded. This meant that while it was permissible to obtain points through ruthless methods like robbery or murder, indulging in killing for pleasure was unacceptable. Although there were no restrictions on methods, the intimidation from the holy stage figure would likely restrain even the most murderous of individuals. Next, please come forward to collect your soul essence lamps, which will automatically extract soul essences. With a wave of his hand, the holy stage figure conjured several boxes that appeared on the ground, and the examiners immediately began distributing the soul essence lamps. These were magical devices resembling handheld lanterns capable of holding a large quantity of essences, palm-sized, with 3 lamps per person, and each came with a belt to hang on the waist. Since these magical devices belonged to a type of spatial storage, they could not be placed into spatial rings. Securing the lamp belt around her waist, Lena twirled and asked, "Do I look good?" Zhang Ye chuckled to himself. Next, please proceed to the secret realm platform and wait for the secret realm to open. The holy stage figure waved his hand again, opening a spatial door beyond which lay a plaza, and everyone stepped inside. The secret realm platform was surrounded by high walls, and in the center stood a stone door emanating an ancient aura inscribed with mysterious runes. After everyone arrived, spatial doors opened one after another with batches of candidates arriving. Zhang Ye's gaze sharpened, scanning the crowd until it finally settled on a young man. The young man had fiery red hair resembling a lion's mane, thick fiery eyebrows, and blazing red eyes. He was strikingly handsome and had a tall, muscular build exuding a fierce aura that made him appear like a lion just standing there. Confident and domineering. This must be Leona's younger brother, I bet. Analysis. Rienamong Karamong 9th tier, early stage, possessing powerful fire attribute magic, as well as a strong physique. Indeed, it's the little brother. So recognizable. No wonder Leona said she could recognize Rienamong at first glance. The siblings are practically cut from the same cloth. Perhaps sensing Zhang Ye's gaze, Rienamong also looked over, locking his eyes on Zhang Ye. With a confident smile on his face, he probably regarded Zhang Ye as an ordinary candidate. Noticing Zhang Ye looking at him, he nodded in acknowledgement before returning his gaze to the stone door. Zhang Ye admired him in his heart. This little brother seemed quite decent, powerful, and confident, yet he did not look down on others just because he was stronger. Unlike those two around Samandra who acted as if they were extraordinary just because they were mid to late 8th tier, the word superior was practically written on their faces. Samandra, on the other hand, maintained a demeanor that seemed to ward off strangers, expressionless throughout. Zhang Ye then looked around again and finally spotted Nan in a corner at the back of the crowd. This guy was hiding in the shadows, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation, very low-key. Most wouldn't even notice him. Most candidates from other enrollment zones probably wouldn't know this guy was the highest ranked in the venue. Indeed, those who are slightly stronger in novels often consider themselves invincible, but in reality they are not many, and those who actively provoke others are even fewer. Intelligent novels are not to be trusted. Attention everyone, the assessment is about to begin. Like a tolling bell, an old man descended from the sky, and upon seeing him, Zhang Ye thought of a certain movie character, Gandalf. Let's do an analysis. Rand Pilato, 7-star, holy stage, possessing powerful gold attribute magic. This is incredible. He is a 7-star holy stage. Even 1 tier higher than Oscar. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Copy, quickly copy. This old man must have a plethora of powerful moves. I need to learn from him right away. Upon reaching the 7th tier, his highest copy and analyze exceeded 4 tiers above his own tier. After the 4th tier of the 7th tier comes the holy stage, so as long as it's the holy stage, regardless of how many stars he could analyze. It's that domineering. As the skill list unfolded, Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled. My goodness, so many. A bunch of holy stage magic like Iron Barrier, shocking gold in all directions, Iron Titan. Zhang Ye exclaimed, goodness. The analysis duration for holy stage spells was too long. Zhang Ye only copied 4 to analyze, leaving the rest for those of the 8th or 9th tier, so he could have a transition himself. Joining the enrollment was definitely the right choice. I learned countless spells this time, and when the analysis time is up, I'm taking off. Candidates from each enrollment zone will enter in groups. The secret realm will randomly teleport each group to the gray zone within the limestone secret realm. Note that the main assessment area is the gray zone. The yellow zone and red zone outside the gray zone are extremely perilous. If you wish to take risks, please consider carefully. Moreover, I must remind you all, do not enter the black zone or you will bear the consequences. Now the secret realm opens. With that, Rand. Oh no, Grandpa. Rand took out a crystal ball radiating white light, waved his hand, and the stone door below immediately rumbled and slowly opened. Inside the stone door was a barrier, and passing through it should allow entry into the secret realm. Zhang Ye curiously looked at the crystal ball in Grandpa Rand's hand and did an analysis. Core of the limestone secret realm, the heart that controls the secret realm, requires manual analysis. Once completed, you will gain control over the limestone secret realm. Once analyzed, I can control the entire secret realm. This is a good thing. Unfortunately, it requires manual analysis, which means Zhang Ye's understanding of magic must be sufficient, otherwise he won't be able to analyze it. Furthermore, he didn't think Grandpa Rand would let him touch such a precious item. Candidates from the Bailing enrollment zone proceed into the secret realm first. Rand said, and immediately a mentor led the candidates from the bailing enrollment zone towards the stone door. 1,000 people slowly advanced, gradually disappearing into the magical barrier. Lena appeared somewhat nervous, unconsciously gripping Zhang Ye's shirt corner. Zhang Ye turned to give her a reassuring look. Don't worry, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Lena gently nodded, her anxious heart alleviated considerably. Finally crossing the barrier, Zhang Ye found himself standing with the other candidates on a massive magic array. The next moment, the array lit up, glowing just like the teleportation array. The scene before him flickered for a moment, and then gradually became clear. Zhang Ye widened his eyes, looking around. This is the limestone secret realm. The place where the crowd found themselves was an open space amidst a stone forest surrounded by jagged, bizarre rocks, all in shades of gray, giving an air of desolation. It was no wonder it was called the Gray Zone. The moment they entered the secret realm, the assessment and competition began. The group exchanged glances and then dashed towards the surrounding stone forest, seemingly eager to hunt magical beasts. Seeing this, Lena hurriedly said, Brother Yi, let's go hunt as well, or we might miss out. Zhang Ye, however, was in no hurry, smiling as he replied, There's plenty of time. The organizers have given us 3 days, which means this secret realm is larger than we imagined, and there will certainly be enough magical beasts. Moreover, since the main examination area is the Gray Zone, it indicates that the danger level here is low, while the Yellow Zone and Red Zone are more perilous. In other words, the magical beasts in the Yellow and Red Zones are of higher tiers. Thus, our primary targets are the Yellow Zone and the Red Zone. As for the Gray Zone, it should be a place for students of the 4th and 5th tiers to grind for experience. Upon hearing this, Lena's eyes brightened a bit, and with admiration in her voice, she said, Brother Yi, you are so smart. Zhang Ye smiled and accepted her praise with pleasure. While anyone with a bit of sense could have figured this out, Lena's straightforward compliment was still quite gratifying. Wait for me a moment. With that, Zhang Ye activated the explosive flame magic formation beneath his feet and slowly ascended into the air. As he climbed to over 200 meters high, he felt a force of resistance starting to act upon him. The higher he went, the greater the resistance became, indicating that there must be a limit to the flying height in this secret realm. Finally, Zhang Ye stopped at an altitude of 300 meters and looked around. All he could see was a vast gray expanse. At this height, he could see for dozens of miles, confirming that this secret realm was indeed vast. In the distance, he could make out a hint of yellow on one side and a hint of red on the other, indicating that the gray, yellow, and red zones were not arranged in a circular pattern, but rather in distinct blocks. So far, he had not spotted any black area. Confirming the direction, Zhang Ye landed back on the ground and pointed towards a direction, saying, Let's head that way. There's a red zone that should be suitable for us to grind for experience. At this moment, Lena completely followed Zhang Ye's lead, nodding. Okay, let's go. The two of them ran in the direction Zhang Ye indicated. Although Lena could blink, it consumed mana, and unlike Zhang Ye, who could quickly replenish his mana, an ordinary person would take a day or so to recover once their mana was depleted. Lena was talented, but it would still take her a few hours, and since her physique was not as robust as Zhang Ye, she opted for speed. Zhang Ye chose to ascend, using his mana to support Lena and extending 2 iron chains to secure her waist as a precaution. Zhang Ye chuckled. Lena, are you ready to feel the speed and excitement? Upon hearing this, Lena nodded gravely. I'm ready. Zhang Ye nodded and cast the wind speed technique and the air slow technique on both himself and Lena, making them light and able to ride the wind. In the next moment, a blue magical formation appeared beneath his feet, combining with the explosive flame magic formation, transforming the explosive flame formation from red to a blue-purple hue. Hydrogen oxygen enhancement, explosive flame. It was also known by Zhang Ye as rocket propulsion. With the infusion of mana, blue flames surged forth and the two immediately soared into the sky, pulled by the immense centrifugal force. Lena's limbs were flung back, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of excitement. Wow! Zhang Ye was equally exhilarated. As their speed increased, the adrenaline in his body surged. The fierce wind was resisted by the wind speed technique, yet he could still experience the sensation of accelerating. This feeling was simply intoxicating. This is why speed is associated with excitement. As they accelerated, Zhang Ye said, It shouldn't be called that. Let me teach you how to roar like a dragon. Lena nodded excitedly. This sensation was truly thrilling, something she had never experienced in the palace. She asked curiously, How does a dragon roar? Like an owl. No dragons roar like this. And then Zhang Ye tilted his neck and let out a dragon's roar. Woohoo. Lena's eyes sparkled with excitement, finding it particularly interesting, and she also craned her neck and shouted woohoo. With the sound of woohoo, all the thrill and excitement seemed to burst forth, leaving them feeling utterly exhilarated. How was that? Zhang Ye laughed heartily. So awesome. Lena's face flushed beneath her helmet as she exclaimed, Brother Yi, you're amazing. Woo. Goo chirp. The chirp on Zhang Ye's shoulder also excitedly called out. Ha, I'm going to speed up. Let's roar like dragons. Woohoo. Goo. Chirp. The speed soared to its peak, and then a sonic barrier was shattered by the wind-breaking wind speed technique, erupting open. Zhang Ye spread his arms wide, streams of air converging at their fingertips, leaving a long trail of mist behind them. Below, some people had already begun battling magical beasts. Just as one had just defeated a magical beast, they heard a strange sound coming from the sky. Everyone was taken aback. Is that a monkey's call? I don't know, are there flying magical beasts in the secret realm? I just saw a shadow fly past. It was incredibly fast, couldn't see clearly. A big black rat. A group of people looked bewildered. Along the way, countless individuals heard the dragon's roar, leading to rumors that there was a flying monkey in the secret realm that emitted strange calls. Soon the two traversed dozens of miles and arrived at the so-called red zone. The red zone was much like the gray zone, both featuring jagged rocks. However, the stones in the red zone were reddish-brown, and the temperature here was higher with a more concentrated fire element. The two slowly landed. Zhang Ye was fine, his hair not long, but at this moment Lena's hair was blown back, resembling a hedgehog. Wasn't that exhilarating? Zhang Ye laughed. Lena felt as if her whole body was floating and quickly nodded. So thrilling, so stimulating, brother Ye, I want more. Zhang Ye chuckled heartily. Don't rush, there will be even more thrilling experiences ahead. MHM. Having flown for quite a while, Zhang Ye's mana had been significantly depleted. He meditated for a few seconds, and his mana was fully replenished again, leaving Lena astonished. She had originally planned to take out a mana recovery potion from her ring for Zhang Ye, but before she could retrieve it, Zhang Ye's mana had completely recovered. Brother Ye, you're so fast. Lena exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by so fast? I'm quite enduring, thank you very much. Lena didn't quite understand, but replied, your mana recovery speed is the fastest I've ever seen. Zhang Ye laughed. You mean the mana recovery speed? Lena. Zhang Ye casually remarked. I have a rather unique physique. My mana recovery speed is much faster than the average person. Well, enough about that, let's start hunting beasts. Just a moment later, magical beasts were drawn to the two. Along the way, Zhang Ye had observed that the magical beasts in the gray zone were known as greystone beasts, composed entirely of gray stones taking on various forms. Some resembled tigers, others rhinos, and some gorillas. While the magical beasts in the red zone were also stone beasts known as flamestone beasts, made of scalding red stones with flames and lava flowing through the cracks, making them dual elemental beasts of earth and fire. Moreover, compared to the generally tier 3 and 4 stone beasts in the gray zone, the stone beasts in the red zone mostly ranged from tiers 6 to 7, with some larger ones reaching tier 8, indicating that there were likely even higher tiered beasts deeper within. Ow! At this moment, 3 tier 6 flamestone beasts had surrounded the two, with 2 charging directly at them while a third was gathering a lava fireball from a distance, preparing to attack. Observing this scene, Zhang Ye remarked, these stone beasts, despite being composed of stone, possess a certain level of intelligence and understand cooperative combat. Therefore, the further in we go, the larger the groups of stone beasts will likely become. As he spoke, he slapped his palm, releasing a massive hand composed purely of mana without even casting a spell, which directly slammed the 3 flame stone beasts into the ground. This was the most basic application of mana, the solidification of mana. To achieve this, not only must the quality and reserve of mana be sufficient, but one must also possess considerable mana control, and Zhang Ye had all 3. The 3 tier 6 flamestone beasts were killed on the spot, scattering into a pile of rubble and lava, but there were no crystal cores. This is also why the assessment's content was to collect soul essences instead of crystal cores. These stone beasts didn't have crystal cores at all, only soul essences. Zhang Ye pondered why these stone beasts had no crystal cores, only soul essences, while looking at the empty lamp hanging at his waist. However, the lamp was completely empty. Why are there no essences? Zhang Ye was taken aback, turning to look at the lamp at Lena's waist, but her 3 lamps were also completely empty. Where's my essence? I had such a big essence. Zhang Ye looked bewildered. Oh, wasn't it said that the lamp would automatically extract essences? At that moment, as Zhang Ye felt perplexed, Lena suddenly tugged at the corner of his shirt. Brother Ye, you accidentally consumed the essence. Zhang Ye. Did I eat it? What a joke. Wait. Zhang Ye suddenly thought of a possibility. If he killed a magical beast, he would absorb its life force and soul power to strengthen himself then. Could the soul essence be the same as the soul power? So as long as I kill the magical beast, the body will automatically absorb it. Damn. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and Zhang Ye hurriedly sought out a flame-stone beast for experimentation. Indeed, after he smashed the flame-stone beast as it transformed into stone powder and magma, a firefly-like light flew out. Zhang Ye quickly used the lantern to catch it, but the small light directly bypassed the lantern and entered his body. Zhang Ye. He really did eat it. Zhang Ye scratched his head, wondering how to handle this. Ella, is there a way? Zhang Ye inquired in his heart. Ella flew out, shrugged, and said, there's no way. This is a passive function of the system's cultivation. You can understand it as automatic. You currently cannot control it. You can only control it when you come into contact with the power of the laws. Zhang Ye. Then I can't collect the essence. How can I compete for the top 3 then? Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. If he couldn't collect the essence, let alone the top 3, he didn't even know if he could pass the assessment. You should know that only with points exceeding 500 can one enter the rankings and qualify for admission to the academy. Just as Zhang Ye was troubled, Ella suddenly laughed. Actually, it's not unsolvable. As long as you don't kill the magical beast yourself, the essence won't be absorbed by you. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The soul essence of the magical beast he killed would be absorbed by him, so as long as it wasn't killed by him, that would work right. Ye bro this. Lena beside him looked a bit worried, but before she could finish her words, Zhang Ye suddenly smiled. Got it. Lena, wait for me a moment. Saying this, he ran towards a 7th-tier flamestone beast not far away. In the bewildered gaze of Lena, he directly conjured a magical hand to grab the beast and ran back to Lena. The flamestone beast was over 6 meters tall and looked like a gorilla, but at this moment, it was being held like a chick by the magical hand. Lena was dumbfounded, gaining a new understanding of Zhang Ye's strength. To conjure such a large and solid magical hand, Lena thought she would use up all her magic, but seeing Zhang Ye do it so effortlessly made it hard to imagine how vast his magical reserves were. For a moment, Lena admired Zhang Ye even more. After bringing the flamestone beast over, Zhang Ye toyed with it a bit, directly squeezing it to the brink of death, then said, "Come, Lena, you kill it." "Off." Lena was taken aback. Zhang Ye explained, "You saw it, my constitution is special. The soul essence of the magical beasts I kill will be directly absorbed by me, so you take the last hit." Lena, upon hearing this, nodded without hesitation, "Okay." Then she drew a golden longsword from her spatial ring, infused it with magic, and swung it hard, sending a streak of sword light sweeping towards the head of the flamestone beast. However, the beast's skull was extremely hard, and this blow did not directly kill it. The flamestone beast was on the verge of tears. "Can't you give me a quick end? One is squeezing me and the other is using a sword to chop me. Don't magical beasts have rights?" Seeing that the first strike did not kill the flamestone beast, Lena's face flushed, and she infused her sword with magic again for a fierce onslaught. Zhang Ye watched with wide eyes. Although this girl had not learned any magic, her magic was purer than others of the same tier, and her reserves were much greater. Though not as good as his, it was still impressive. At this moment, with the magic array embedded in the golden longsword, the sword light was dazzling. Thus the flamestone beast transformed into a pile of stones and magma, and a soul essence slightly larger than the 6th-tier essence coalesced. Indeed, this time it was not absorbed by Zhang Ye, but was attracted by Lena's Na lantern, ultimately being stored within it. Looking at the essence in the Na lantern, Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to obtain the essence, otherwise it would have been too difficult. However, with this arrangement, it would have to be Zhang Ye capturing and Lena killing, and Lena's killing power was limited. Even to chop the dying flamestone beast with a golden blade, she had to chop it 4 or 5 times. Zhang Ye felt that this efficiency was too low. Was there a more efficient way to obtain soul essences? Of course there was. Steal. Just rob other people's Na lanterns. Zhang Ye had considered this long ago, but they had only just entered the secret realm, and most people weren't as easygoing as Zhang Ye when it came to killing monsters. In fact, the defense of the stone beast was extremely strong, and many people needed to team up to kill them. Therefore, Zhang Ye decided to wait a day or two until they had gathered enough essences before going to steal. So now he needed to think of a way to improve the efficiency of killing monsters. With that thought, Zhang Ye's gaze fell on the golden longsword in Lena's hand, and he suddenly brightened. "Got it." "Lena, do you have any more powerful weapons?" he asked. Lena was taken aback, then nodded yes. Saying this, she waved her hand, and a pile of golden weapons appeared on the ground. Zhang Ye was left speechless. This is way too much. Zhang Ye had imagined the Lionheart royal family would be extravagant and thought this girl would bring quite a few treasures, but he never expected this many. The pile on the ground must have over 100 pieces. "Did you empty the national treasury before sneaking out?" Not only that, Zhang Ye also sensed that some of these weapons emitted powerful fluctuations. Pseudo-sacred artifacts. No, they are real sacred artifacts. After analyzing them, Zhang Ye was also stunned. Just the sacred artifacts alone this girl brought out too. A sacred staff and a sacred sword. Although both were 1-star, the Lionheart royal family was too extravagant. How could they let a peak 7th-tier girl carry sacred artifacts out? Aren't they afraid of being eyed? Moreover, Zhang Ye couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Lena, do you not guard against me at all? Aren't you afraid he'll steal them?" I believe you, bro, is not that kind of person." Lena cheerfully pointed at her eyes. "I can see good people remember." Zhang Ye laughed heartily. "You are right." Saying this, he glanced around, and then his gaze fixed on a pseudo-sacred artifact. What is a pseudo-sacred artifact? It is a 10th-tier treasure. The existence just below sacred artifacts. The pseudo-sacred artifact was called Pseudo-Light Rain Magic Wand, equipped with several 10th-tier spells, one of which is a large area attack light magic spell, Pseudo-Light Rain Judgment. This light rain judgment can cover an area of 800 meters. Like fire rain descends, it accumulates damage, but its lethality is even more terrifying if the accumulated damage is sufficient. Even a 10th tier would have to bear grudges. Zhang Ye asked Lena to put away the other treasures and proposed his conjecture. "My current magical power is enough to support the release of a 10th tier spell, but it cannot be released by me, otherwise the essence of the magical beasts I kill will be absorbed by me, so this spell has to be released through your hands." Generally, people cannot use treasures that exceed too many tiers because their internal magical power is not sufficient to support the full power of the treasures. Forcefully using them would lead to overdrawing magical power or even life force. But Zhang Ye was most lacking in magical power. "I release it." Lena shook her head upon hearing this. "I can't do it." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "No worries, I'm here. My magical power can be converted into the purest light attribute magical power, allowing me to connect with you. This way the magical power can flow into your body, and you can fully release pseudo-light rain judgment through your hands." Upon hearing this, Lena couldn't help but ask, "Is it really possible?" We won't know until we try. First take the magic wand, Zhang Ye said, then extended his hand. Come give me your hand. Lina nodded and placed her small hand in Zhang Ye's palm. Her hand was soft and warm. Zhang Ye gently held her hand and said, shall I come in now? Yes, come on. In the next moment, Zhang Ye converted his internal magical power into the purest light, attribute magical power, and injected it into Lina's body. At this moment, Lina felt a warm current flowing into her body, making every cell in her body cheer with joy. This comfort was far more intense than the last time magical power was injected, causing her to involuntarily moan. Ah, Zhang Ye, he asked, is it uncomfortable? No, it's very comfortable. Can I have a bit more? Lina bit her lip and said. Zhang Ye nodded and increased the magical power infusion. Suddenly, Lina felt an unprecedented comfort in her body. Aha, Zhang Ye. His brow twitched, and he couldn't help but ask, is it really? Okay. Lina nodded vigorously, excitement in her voice. It's fine, I'm so comfortable, Ye bro, can I have more? Zhang Ye, okay. He increased the magical power infusion again. At that moment, Lina was enveloped in golden light, as if bathed in holy light. Aha, so comfortable. Lina lightly bit her lower lip, her face flushed with a charming red hue. But the more Zhang Ye listened, the more something felt off. Something feels off. I feel off. This magical power infusion doesn't feel right. However, the effect was obvious. The golden gem at the top of the light rain magic wand in Lina's hand had completely lit up, and a small magical array was slowly rotating above it, indicating that the spell could now be activated. Let's start, Lina, Zhang Ye said. Lina nodded and pointed her magic wand forward. Ding! The golden gem at the top of the wand flashed, and the rotating small magical array disappeared. At the same time, in the sky hundreds of meters away, a massive golden magical array with a diameter of 800 meters emerged just as the flamestone beast below was still bewildered. Pseudo-light rain judgment. After the terrifying might, the area lay in disarray with hundreds of 6 to 7-year flamestone beasts reduced to shattered rocks and molten lava. Their essence floated upwards, not being absorbed by Zhang Ye, but awaiting to be drawn in by the Na Lantern. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ye and Lina were stunned for 2 seconds, then simultaneously burst into cheers. Nice! Zhang Ye exclaimed, realizing that this method was indeed feasible, which would exponentially increase their monster hunting efficiency. You're amazing, Ye go! Lina exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. She had never unleashed such a powerful spell, instantly erasing all life within an 800-meter radius. It was truly incredible. Zhang Ye chuckled, of course I'm stronger than you think. Now you believe I can take you to the top 3, right? Well, I believe you. Lina was extremely excited. Zhang Ye was also very happy. His current biggest problem was that his 9th and 10th tier magic were still being analyzed, so what he lacked most was high-level magic. He hadn't expected Lina to bring so many advanced treasures, which meant he could completely replicate the 10th tier magic from these treasures to crush his enemies. With that, what was there to fear from those 9th tier beasts? Others might be unable to cast 10th tier magic, but I can. Even if you could use a pseudo-holy artifact to cast it, can you continue casting after meditating for a few seconds like I can? Wow, aren't we invincible? Zhang Ye felt that this time the top 3 in the new life were as good as guaranteed. Little Lina is truly amazing. Little rich girl is fantastic. After casting this 10th tier magic, Zhang Ye's magical power had decreased to about 80, nearly running dry, so he needed to meditate for a few seconds to recover after each casting. But a few seconds was nothing. Next, Lina ran to collect all the essences, and seeing the Na Lantern brighten, she couldn't stop smiling. With so many essences, we will definitely pass the test, Lina said joyfully. Zhang Ye nodded and replied, but our goal is not just to pass, it's to be in the top 3. Saying this, he grinned. I'll be first, you'll be second. Lina nodded excitedly, fully trusting Zhang Ye at that moment. With his powerful strength and meticulous mind, and given how she had just revealed so many advanced treasures, including holy artifacts, yet Zhang Ye showed no intention of seizing them. Her trust in him soared. Just as she had said, she could see good people. In her eyes, Zhang Ye was truly a very good person. The plan moving forward is this: first we will charge the magic wand, then I will draw the magical beasts together. When the time comes, follow my command to release the spell, understood? Zhang Ye said. By infusing magical power into the wand in advance, the magic could be stored for a while, enough for Zhang Ye to gather the monsters. Lina nodded, understood. Then let's do it, charge it up first. I'm coming in now. Come in, you go, I can't wait. Okay, I'm coming. Aha, Lina. Huh, I think. You could tone it down a bit. Tone down what? Just the sound. There was no helping it. That girl's moans truly sparked the imagination. Hearing it once left him unable to calm down without 3 bottles of energy drink. It's so comfortable I can't help it. Lina giggled. You and I are really a perfect match, Ego. I've never experienced such a harmonious magical power before. It has no conflict at all. It's very pure. I can control it freely. Zhang Ye chuckled. Of course, I'm a treasure of a man. All right, let's get started. Saying this, he laid out several defensive magic arrays on the ground, saying, you stay within the magic array to avoid any accidents, understood? Seeing Zhang Ye's concern for her safety, Lina smiled brightly. Then Zhang Ye ran off to lure the beasts while Lina hugged her magic wand, happily humming a tune. Ever since meeting Zhang Ye, she had been increasingly joyful. It was different from her time in the palace. Here her smiles were genuine. After waiting for 10 minutes, Lena suddenly felt the ground tremble. Curiously, she looked into the distance and immediately spotted Zhang Ye. However, this boy was running ahead with a serious face, not daring to stop for a moment. Behind him, lava was flying everywhere with flamestone beasts roaring in pursuit, including two particularly gigantic ones, each a full 15 meters tall. Lena was dumbfounded. Was Ego disturbing the stone beast's nest? How could he attract so many? Hey, she actually guessed right. Zhang Ye really did go to poke at the stone beast's nest. At that moment, he was searching for where the flamestone beasts gathered to draw them in. Once his magical perception was activated, he discovered a massive underground space with rich fluctuations of fire elements and life energy. Zhang Ye speculated that there must be a nest below containing many flamestone beasts. Then he released magic to pierce through the surface, and afterward, the scene became quite awkward. Two 9th-tier flamestone beasts were in the midst of a rather intimate moment. One ape-like flamestone beast was on top of a boar-like flamestone beast, and Zhang Ye felt his pure soul was being corrupted. Angrily, he threw a magnified light beam at the connection point of the two beasts, completely disregarding the rules of combat. Goodness, the flamestone beasts exclaimed. Their hostility immediately escalated from generally hostile to unforgivable enmity. The two flamestone beasts summoned their kin, beginning to chase Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked back. Behind him, there was a dense mass of at least 1,000 beasts. An 800-meter radius might not be enough. Never mind, let's see how many we can kill. Lena, prepare to release. Zhang Ye shouted loudly. Okay. Lena instantly looked tense and shouted, Ego, where should I place it? Place it above my head. As Zhang Ye ran while dodging the pack of beasts, he yelled. At this moment, all the beasts' hostility was directed at Zhang Ye, ignoring Lena in the distance. Lena exclaimed, thinking she had misheard. Quickly place it. Zhang Ye was being chased up and down by the two 9th-tier flamestone beasts, which could also summon firestones from the sky. Zhang Ye had nearly been hit several times. If it weren't for the need to lure and gather monsters, he would have run away long ago. But you'll get hurt. Lena shouted. This pseudo-holy light judgment was indiscriminate. If Zhang Ye was caught in it, something bad would likely happen. Trust me, it's fine. Zhang Ye dodged another falling firestone and shouted, quickly release it. Upon hearing this, Lena hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. All right. She believed in Zhang Ye, since he told her to release it, she would. Ding! A massive golden magic array appeared above Zhang Ye and the pack of beasts. Immediately, the pack of beasts felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. However, it was already too late to escape. The light rain fell like meteors while Lena kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Ye's figure. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's figure vanished while the area was completely covered by the light rain. The cries of the beasts echoed, and the two 9th-tier flamestone beasts were also submerged within moments after showing resistance. 10 seconds later, it fell silent. The coverage of the light rain was not enough to envelop all the flamestone beasts, but the remaining 300 or so were thoroughly frightened and scattered in all directions. In that area, only a pockmarked ground and a sea of shattered rocks and molten lava remained. One by one, essences materialized, with two of them shining the brightest. However, at that moment, Lena was not concerned with the essences, but rather whether Zhang Ye had escaped. Ego. Lena couldn't help but call out, tears almost spilling from her eyes. I'm here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and Lena quickly turned around to see Zhang Ye running towards her from a distance. Safe and sound. Lena's heart, which had been in her throat, finally relaxed. She patted her well-developed chest, still feeling a lingering fear. You scared me. I thought you didn't make it out. You really scared me. Zhang Ye laughed heartily at her words. Don't worry, my abilities are much greater than you think. However, despite saying that, he had also been quite nervous just now. The speed at which the light rain fell was faster than he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, it was over his head. Fortunately, in a moment of crisis, he relied on the blink he had analyzed from Lena to escape the coverage of the light rain successfully. However, due to the urgency, he had flashed a bit too far away without adjusting his direction. But it was still good. There were likely 700 to 800 essences. We struck it rich. We made a huge profit. Lena, get ready. Ready, brother Ye. Good, set, go. A flurry of explosive sounds echoed, followed by a rain of light, leaving the ground pockmarked with hundreds of soul essences emerging, including 3 bright 9th-tier essences. Zhang Ye and Lena hurried over, happily collecting them into the lamp. After several waves of monster drawing, Lena's first lamp was already full. The lamp collects soul essences by quantity. Although all the essences are the same size, they emit different brightness, making them appear different in size. One lamp can hold 3,000 soul essences. Every time Zhang Ye goes out, he brings back over 1,000 flamestone beasts, harvesting 700 or 800, with each wave of light rain filling it after 4 or 5 trips. At this moment, he roughly estimated that he had already collected 4,000 soul essences, among which there were conservatively 15 9th-tier ones. Given the 5-fold increase rate, 1 9th-tier essence is worth 15625 points. 15 would amount to over 234,000. Not to mention the 4,006 7th and 8th-tier essences, conservatively estimated at 3.5 million. Let's take off. Lena looked at the lamp full of soul essences, her little face flushed with excitement. With these points, we'll definitely make it into the top 10. Lena exclaimed excitedly. The 10th place last time only had a few 100,000 points. Hearing this, Zhang Ye asked, then how many points does the first place have? The first place seems to have over 2 million. Lena replied. Over 2 million. That's not enough. These points are averaged out with each of us getting less than 2 million. Not to mention that the highest last time was only late stage 7th tier, while this time, even mid-stage 9th tier ones have appeared. The points are likely to multiply by 4 or 5 times. No, we need to grind more. Let's fill these 6 lamps first. 6 lamps have a capacity of 18000 essences, which would conservatively yield about 15 million points, averaging over 7 million per person, and then we can steal from others' lamps. Yes, this should be enough. To be safe, we should steal a few more and help my little brother grind some as well. Yes, that's the plan. Then Zhang Ye turned his gaze to the surroundings. The ground was already pockmarked, and the flamestone beasts had mostly burrowed underground. Since the disturbances caused by his monster drawing, those flamestone beasts sensed a fatal threat and began digging holes going as deep as they could or jumping into the lava, leaving almost no flamestone beasts on the surface of this red area. Zhang Ye speculated that the small size of this red area was the reason. Even the strongest flamestone beast was only early stage 9th tier, so he decided to change the battlefield. Soaring high, he saw another red area on the other side, which seemed much larger than this one. Let's go, Lena, let's switch places to grind monsters. Okay, Lena nodded. Then Zhang Ye lifted Lena again, secured the safety rope, held onto Gu Jiao, and soared into the sky, the two of them letting out dragon roars as they flew towards the distant red area. After a sonic cruise for over 10 minutes, they arrived. However, it seemed that someone was already grinding monsters here. The air was filled with residual lightning magic, and purple light occasionally flickered in the distance, accompanied by booming sounds. Is that Nan? Zhang Ye's eyes brightened. Then he turned and placed Lena's helmet on her, summoned his earth tiger armor, and said, Lena, you must not show your face, understand? Okay, brother, what are we going to do? Lena innocently asked. We're going to greet that genius from the Thunder family and borrow 2 lamps. Borrow. Lena blinked her beautiful big eyes, then reacted, the two looking at each other through the helmet. Zhang Ye. Hee. Gu Jiao. After exchanging the signal, they confirmed they were on the same side. Zhang Ye waved his hand. Let's go. Wait quietly, no shooting. Lena, do you know magic skin? I do. Good, release magic skin. Try to conceal your aura and magic fluctuations, and we'll quietly sneak over. Lena couldn't help but laugh, saying this is so thrilling. Wait until later, there will be something even more thrilling. Zhang Ye chuckled, and the two of them silently approached the source of the noise. To be even more discreet, Zhang Ye also released the magic earth shuttling, which he developed using magic Dao innovation, allowing him to swiftly traverse underground like a train. It is a 6th tier magic. Due to his mastery of magic, the magic energy Zhang Ye released had almost no leakage, making the magical fluctuations very minimal and exceptionally discreet. Soon the two of them approached that area. It was a chasm filled with many high-tier flamestone beasts. At a glance, all of them were above 8th tier. An agile figure swiftly darted among them, and with each flash of lightning, 3 or 4 massive flamestone beasts were cleaved into pieces, dying on the spot. Suddenly, 2 small holes opened on the rock wall of the chasm, and Zhang Ye and Lena's heads popped out. There was also an iron lump on Zhang Ye's shoulder. That was Gu Jiao. To prevent being recognized, Zhang Ye had even conjured a round armor set for Gu Jiao, covering its whole body, and even equipped it with a small sword, which looked very cute. Not only that, to be on the safe side, Zhang Ye transformed all his magic energy into light type, as he claimed to be dual elemental with gold and fire. The two watched as the figure in the chasm swiftly moved, harvesting flamestone beasts. It's Nan, he's so powerful. He killed the late-stage 8th tier flamestone beast with 1 slash. Lena whispered. Zhang Ye snorted, saying, can he be more powerful than me? Lena giggled. Brother Ye is the most powerful. That's right. Zhang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Although he said that Nan was indeed terrifyingly strong. A latest-stage 8th tier flamestone beast was killed in 1 encounter, and even early-stage 9th tier flamestone beasts could only hold out for a moment. They simply couldn't withstand him. Moreover, throughout the battle, he had not released any magic. He purely attached lightning magic energy to his blade, battling using his own physical prowess, and in no time hundreds of flamestone beasts in the chasm were wiped out, including dozens of early to mid-stage 9th tier flamestone beasts. This guy's combat power far exceeds 9th tier. He could almost be considered invincible among peers. Fortunately, I'm at 7th tier. Zhang Ye felt a secret shock. So this is the local genius of this world, indeed not to be underestimated. However, Zhang Ye still had confidence in defeating him. After all, he had Lena, this little rich girl. She has so many treasures that he could directly replicate the high-tier magic from those treasures. Even using magic to smash would be enough to take down Nan. After killing a monster in the chasm, Nan glanced at the full lamp, nodded, and swiftly darted in another direction. Seeing this, Zhang Ye immediately followed with Lena. Looking at the lamp at Nan's waist, 1 lamp was shining brightly, indicating it was likely full. Conservatively, he had 3,000 soul essences, and the quality should be much higher than those Zhang Ye had obtained, as the red area he was in was not as large as this one, and the quality of the flamestone beasts was not as high. This kid is a fat sheep. He filled a lamp in just a few hours, and his speed is not much slower than that of Lena and me. Thus, Zhang Ye decided that once he filled his second lamp, he would strike. Time passed second by second, and Zhang Ye and Lina followed, Nan watching him grind monsters from a distance, making Lina feel a bit tired. Brother Yi, when are we going to act? Lina couldn't help but ask. It had been 3 hours. Soon, in a little while his second lamp will be full. Zhang Ye nodded. Nan's monster-killing efficiency was indeed high. He was basically cutting his way through only releasing magic or skills when encountering latest-stage 9th-tier flamestone beasts. His individual combat power was off the charts. Soon Nan's second lamp was also full. He patted the lamp. Although his face had shown no expression the whole time, Zhang Ye felt he seemed to be in a good mood. Just as Zhang Ye was about to act, the ground suddenly trembled. Everyone looked in one direction at once. There a massive stone was rolling rapidly towards them. But the magic fluctuations emanating from the giant stone indicated that it wasn't a real giant stone. Instead, it was a peak 9th-tier stone beast. However, what caught Zhang Ye's attention was not the peak 9th-tier stone beast, but the 3 figures chasing behind it. Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow. Now there's a good show to watch. Zhang Ye and Lina were still hiding in the cave, only their 2 small heads peeking out. They were observing in silence. Zhang Ye noticed something was off with the pinnacle 9th-grade stone beast. It was not red, but golden, radiating a rich golden element, meaning it was not a firestone beast. A golden firestone beast should be the golden stone beast from the yellow region. But the problem is that there had been no golden stone beasts exceeding 9th grade in the yellow region. At most they were peak 8th grade. Where did this pinnacle 9th grade golden stone beast come from? And why is it appearing in the red region? Moreover, this golden stone beast was clearly different from other golden stone beasts. The other golden stone beasts were dual element metal types leaning towards bronze or steel, but this golden stone beast was dazzling, just like gold. Encountering a puzzling situation, let's analyze. Pollebo Gold Pinnacle 9th grade dual element magical beast possessing incredibly strong defense and magical resistance. It even has a name. It truly is extraordinary. Let's analyze further. Pollebo Gold directly nurtured from the source of the secret realm, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human. Directly nurtured from the source of the secret realm. Other stone beasts are nurtured from the elemental power of the secret realm, but this golden stone beast is directly nurtured from the source power, so it must be significantly stronger. Just as Zhang Ye was pondering, figures in the distance quickly approached the golden stone beast, and he could hear a series of furious curses. Are you humans insane? I can't even take a bath without being attacked. Why don't you go after other stone beasts instead of chasing me? If you have the guts, put down the pseudo-holy artifact, and I can take all of you on. Zhang Ye's eyes widened. This pinnacle 9th grade golden stone beast truly possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human. It not only spoke human language, but its words were as sweet as honey. So sweet indeed, the 3 people chasing after Pollebo grew even angrier upon hearing this. Hurricane. With a loud shout, a circular hurricane composed of countless wind blades surged toward Pollebo. Zhang Ye squinted and took a look. The 3 people were actually Samanla and her companions. Seeing the tornado approaching, Pollebo immediately began spouting a series of good words. You humans are truly a bunch of lunatics. When I reach 10th grade, it'll definitely make you suffer. It'll beat you right into the ground. And then it'll use your own excrement to beat you. Duh. With that, it curled up into a giant boulder, its body radiating golden light, significantly increasing its defense. The fierce 9th grade magical hurricane crashed onto its body, merely leaving faint traces on its golden stone layer, without breaking through its defense. Huh. A bunch of little weaklings wanting to kill your grandpa Gene. Pollebo immediately protruded its turtle-like head, looking quite arrogant. Come on, hit me. Put some force into it. Are you polishing me? Oomph. Samanla and her companions were so furious that veins popped on their foreheads, and Samanla's little face had turned icy cold. At that moment, Nan suddenly moved. He crouched down, grasped the hilt of his blade, and his body crackled with lightning. Thunderstrike. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, emitting a rumbling sound, and the purple blade light seemed ready to split heaven and earth, ultimately landing on Pollebo. Pollebo curled up into a ball, immediately lost a piece of its golden armor. Pollebo, where did this little purple-haired brat come from? You attacked me out of nowhere. Did a donkey kick your brain, or what? Pollebo grumbled, and seeing there were obstacles ahead, it simply stopped rolling and curled up into a ball on the spot, its body flashing with golden light, and the piece of lost golden armor quickly restored. Zhang Ye watched dumbfounded. This golden stone beast was not only verbally skilled, but also powerful. A late 9th grade firestone beast would definitely have been sliced in half by Nan's strike. Even a pinnacle 9th grade beast would be heavily injured, but this golden stone beast merely lost a small piece of golden armor and restored it in an instant. Such defense, such recovery, this is too strong. But why is it still being chased down by Samanla and the others? Is it because Samanla has a pseudo-holy artifact? Despite the strike not breaking through its defense, Nan remained expressionless, but Zhang Ye could clearly sense his surprise. No wonder, even the lightning around him began to flicker. I won't run anymore. Do as you pleased. If you can kill me, that would be impressive. The curled-up Pollebo still didn't forget to jabber. Nan immediately gripped the hilt of his blade, preparing to strike. Just then, he directed his gaze towards Samanla and her companions. The 3 of them were also gazing at him, their faces showing vigilance and hostility. It's Nan of the Thunderclap family, whispered the girl behind Samanla. This guy is not easy to deal with. Her name was Sakura, and the boy was named Sabiba. Sabiba's gaze turned cold with currents swirling around him. So what? We three are not afraid of just one of him. Samantha remained silent, her expression frosty, as she stared at Nan, who also looked at her impassively. They remained in a standoff for a full 3 minutes. Zhang Ye was getting a toothache. Why had these two expressionless faces locked horns? Not a single word was spoken in 3 minutes. Were they performing a silent play? Finally, the more hot-tempered Sabiba couldn't hold back any longer and pointed his slender sword at Nan. We have 3 people, and we discovered this golden stone beast. Starting a conflict is not beneficial for you, so please leave. Zhang Ye was somewhat surprised. He thought Sabiba would speak arrogantly and provoke Nan, leading to an intense clash. However, Nan didn't even glance at him, still staring at Samantha while his hands had already gripped the hilt of his blade, currents of electricity swirling around him. Zhang Ye's eyes brightened. It seemed a fight was still on the horizon. Good job, little Nan, that's the way to be so aloof. Sure enough, seeing Nan's demeanor, Samantha and her companions immediately assumed an attacking stance. At that moment, a strange voice rang out from between both sides. Hey humans, is this humanity? How laughable indeed. I let you fight, but you don't, and instead your own people start fighting. Such an inferior race still wishes to dominate the world. It's truly laughable. A whoa. Before the voice faded, several wind blades and a bolt of lightning struck Palebo, causing it to yowl in pain, even though it inflicted no substantial harm. The next moment, Nan took the initiative, stepping forward and transforming into a purple lightning bolt rushing towards Samantha. Samantha's response was swift. With a flick of her wand, a massive arrow of wind shot towards Nan. Clearly both sides aimed to eliminate each other first before dealing with the chatty golden stone beast. Facing Samantha's wind arrow, Nan simply drew his blade and slashed a lightning blade, sweeping out, colliding with the wind arrow, resulting in a violent explosion in midair. As the lightning flashed, Nan's figure had already vanished from sight amidst the explosion. What a... Seeing the figure suddenly appear before him, Sabiba's expression turned astonished. He had thought Nan's target was Samantha, not realizing it was actually him. However, as a genius among the new generation of the Wind Spirit family, though he was not as strong as Samantha, he was not weak either. Seeing Nan had reached him, he immediately raised his slender sword in front of him to defend. Wind shield. A shield made of strong winds appeared beside Sabiba. However, Nan's attack power far exceeded Sabiba's expectations. With a single unadorned slash, the lightning burst forth, and with just one blow, Sabiba's shield was torn apart. Wah! Sabiba was shocked, but before he could finish his sentence, Nan slashed towards his neck, aiming directly for his head. A killing intent. Pure killing intent. This person was actually ready to kill without hesitation. Just as Sabiba thought he was about to lose his head, a blue light blade slashed in from the side, and Nan, seeing this, could only shift his blade to strike the blue light blade, while simultaneously kicking Sabiba hard in the chest, sending him flying. It was Samantha. At the critical moment, she had saved Sabiba by substituting offense for defense. Meanwhile, Sakura and Samantha together charged at Nan. The howling wind swirled, the intent to kill pervasive. Sabiba was kicked directly into the ground, causing the earth to crack inch by inch. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale. The kick from Nan was too brutal. He felt his lungs shake and several bones were broken. Is this the difference in strength? He felt unwillingness surge within him, anger welling up from the depths of his heart. He wanted to crawl out of the pit and charge at Nan, but just as he got up, a golden blade was pressed against his neck, freezing him in place. He sensed that he was locked onto by a divine sense. Any movement on his part would not be a joke with the golden blade at his throat. Zhang Ye emerged from the dirt beside him with a wicked smile. Don't move, I'm warning you, blades and swords are merciless. Sabiba was dumbfounded. How was there a knight hiding in the dirt? Realizing that Zhang Ye's magical power was only at the peak of the 7th rank, Sabiba sneered. Do you really think you can kill me? Zhang Ye nodded. Of course. Your magical power is in disarray and you are heavily injured. Plus my sword is already on your neck. The moment you use your magic, I will sense it immediately and behead you with one strike. This sword of mine is a pseudo-holy artifact. You don't think your neck can withstand a pseudo-holy artifact, do you? This wasn't just talk. The sword truly was a pseudo-holy artifact, borrowed from Lina. Zhang Ye's words left Sabiba speechless. Indeed, although Zhang Ye's magical power was only at the 7th rank, under these circumstances, even a 6th rank would have to yield. Hand over the Na lantern. Zhang Ye commanded. Sabiba gritted his teeth. Dream on. Zhang Ye shrugged. I'm just going through the motions. The Na lantern is on your waist. I can just take it myself. Saying this, he directly stripped Sabiba of his Na lantern belt. Sabiba. Sabiba was furious, his forehead veins bulging, while in the sky Samara and Nan were engaged in a fierce battle. Nan was incredibly powerful, single-handedly suppressing 2 opponents without regard for him. How careless. After taking the Na lantern, Zhang Ye's gaze shifted to Sabiba's spatial ring. As a genius from the Wind Spirit family, this guy must have countless treasures. Even if he didn't, he surely had plenty of money. Zhang Ye pondered whether he should grab the spatial ring along with the Na lantern. Currently, he was using Leona's money, and the magical gear he was wearing was also given to him by Leona, so he still owed her tens of millions. Those 3 sets of magical gear were quite expensive. If he took his spatial ring, he should be able to repay her. But just as that thought arose, Zhang Ye dismissed it. He took the Na Lantern because this was a competition. It was reasonable to fight for a spot in the top 3 among newcomers. But taking the spatial ring would change the nature of things. He had his principles. Sabi Ba had no grudge against him, and it was enough to take the Na Lantern. There was no need to offend someone by stealing the ring. With that thought, he chuckled. All right, you can take a nap here for a while. Upon hearing this, Sabi Ba coldly laughed. Take a nap? You think I can just sleep on command? Wait, what are you doing? Then in Sabi Ba's terrified gaze, Zhang Ye's fist grew larger and larger. On the other side in the sky, cross sky wind blade. Samara gritted her silver teeth and shouted, countless cross wind blades coalescing and shooting towards Nan. Nan used his magical power to fly his speed unabated as he swung his purple blade, unleashing dozens of thunderous blade lights towards Samara and Sakura. The 3 engaged in battle in the sky, completely ignoring the golden stone beast on the ground. Yet this beast was unbothered, not even attempting to run away. Instead, it sprawled out like a pangolin, resting its head on its hands, watching with great interest. Samara's beautiful brows furrowed. Why hadn't Sabi Ba come up yet? Could he have been kicked to death? This Nan from the Thunderclap family was simply too strong. Ushi and Sakura combined were no match for him, and if Sabi Ba didn't come to assist, they would really be unable to win. Seizing the opportunity to push back, then she glanced down at the ground, but she saw no sign of Sabi Ba's aura. Completely vanished. Where's Sabi Ba? Such a large Sabi Ba, where did he go? Samara frowned, not having time to think more, because Nan was charging at her again. She had to respond with all her strength. If this went on, she would have to use the pseudo-holy artifact. But since the opponent was the young master of the Thunderclap family, he surely had tricks up his sleeve. If it really came to that, she wouldn't necessarily benefit. Damn. Lena felt a bit anxious, hugging Gujo tightly. Where's Yigo? In the next moment, Zhang Ye emerged from the side with a cheerful face. Yigo? Lena hurriedly asked, how did it go? Got it, Zhang Ye said, lifting the Na Lantern belt with a smile. Lena's little face lit up with excitement, but Zhang Ye looked contemptuous. That kid is too poor. He only collected over 1,000 essence orbs, but it's better than nothing. What about Sabi Ba? Lena asked. He's sleeping soundly, Zhang Ye replied. At that moment, Sabi Ba had been knocked unconscious by Zhang Ye and was bound by magical power, unable to stir up any trouble. Then Zhang Ye looked up into the sky and asked, what's the situation now? Lena said, Nan is very strong. Samara and the others are no match for him. It's about time to take action, Zhang Ye mused, nodding his head. He then instructed Lena, stay here and don't run around. If anything unexpected happens, get away as quickly as possible, understood? What about you, Yigo? Lena asked. Zhang Ye waved the pseudo-holy artifact in his hand and smiled. I definitely won't have any problems, don't worry. In the sky, Nan struck again with thunderclap, flash, slashing at Samara with a mighty blow, causing her face to turn grave. No more waiting. Wind spirit dazzle. With a loud shout, terrifying airflow erupted from Samara directly, sending Nan flying hundreds of meters away, dissipating the thunderclap flash. After unleashing her ultimate move, Samara's face paled slightly, and she immediately prepared to escape with Sakura. She felt there was no need to fight to the death over a golden stone beast. It wasn't worth it. Moreover, she had no idea where that Sabi Ba had run off to. But in the next moment, countless golden chains suddenly appeared around her, binding her and Sakura in midair. Even Nan, who had just flown back, found his legs and feet locked by the golden chains. Everyone was shocked. They never expected a third party to intervene at this moment. Moreover, the strength of these chains reached the 10th rank, and they were unable to break free for a time. 10th rank. Are there new students at the 10th rank this time? Or is it a pseudo-holy artifact? But why was there no sign of magical power fluctuations? This also meant that this was not a pseudo-holy artifact, but someone had instantly cast this 10th rank magic. To be able to cast 10th rank magic instantly must be in existence above the 10th rank. This was of course Zhang Ye's doing. He had copied the 10th rank magic pseudo-holy light shackles from the pseudo-holy artifact. After copying it, he could master it perfectly and cast it instantly, binding everyone. Even the golden stone beast, which had been watching the show with great interest, was bound. The beast cried, God. After meditating for a few seconds to replenish his magical power, Zhang Ye walked out with a grin. Hey, everyone is playing here, can I join in? I'm a mage, super slick. Samara, Sakura, Balebo, Nan. Everyone looked bewildered. This 10th rank magic was his handiwork. But the problem was that this kid's magical power fluctuations didn't even reach the 8th rank. How could he possibly cast 10th rank magic instantly? Using a pseudo-holy artifact was even more impossible. Could it be a scroll? But the rules of this secret realm do not allow the use of scrolls. Zhang Ye slowly pressed down with his hand, and the 3 were forcibly pulled down to the ground by the holy light shackles. Who are you? Samara asked coldly. Nan remained silent, but looked at him expressionlessly. Zhang Ye could sense that Nan's murderous intent was at an all-time high. If the chains were released, this guy would definitely be the first to cut him down. Feeling a bit scared, Zhang Ye cast another holy light shackles, binding everyone even tighter. Everyone. Alright, so this 10th rank magic was released by this kid. Although they didn't know how he did it, it was a fact. Who am I? Zhang Ye paused for a moment, then said in a low and melancholic voice, I want to know too. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Everyone was left speechless as this kid wasn't serious at all in answering the questions. After acting profound, Zhang Ye cleared his throat and said, "All right, let's get down to business now. It's time to rob. Hand over all the now lanterns on you. Everyone, you can instantly cast 10th rank magic and you still dare to come rob us. Where's the dignity of a strong person? Impossible," Samara said coldly. Zhang Ye shrugged. "If you don't hand them over, I'll just take them myself. Oh, why be so fierce?" Saying this, he leisurely walked up to Samara and right in front of her undid the Na lantern belt from her slender waist. Samara. How infuriating. Samara was so furious she felt like killing someone, but now bound by holy light shackles, she couldn't move or use magic and had no way to deal with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye then looked at everyone with a cheerful smile. "All right, now that the plunder is done, let's." Hearing his joyful laughter, the hearts of the two women Samandra and Sakura skipped a beat. This guy finished robbing them of their wealth, and he wouldn't also want to rob them of their beauty, would he? Samandra was extremely confident in her appearance, and although Sakura was not as striking, she was still undeniably beautiful. In this small secret realm, there were no restraints, and this person could bind them if he had ill intentions. Bound by the holy light shackles, their magic power could not operate, and they could not even self-destruct their magical essence. If Zhang Ye truly had malicious thoughts, they would have no choice but to watch themselves be violated. This was unacceptable to them. "I warn you not to act recklessly." Samandra gritted her silver teeth and said. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Reckless? Reckless about what? However, upon seeing Samandra's angry and ashamed expression, he suddenly realized and waved his hand. "What am I being reckless about? Am I that kind of person? I am a robber with principles and professional ethics. Since I have plundered your wealth, I must ensure the safety of the victims. Now I will recommend 2 plans for you. Listen carefully." Zhang Ye's words left Samandra and the others in a daze. Even Nan's killing intent was momentarily halted, clearly not expecting Zhang Ye's line of thought. "The first plan is that I release you, and then you can continue to fight, but I do not recommend this plan as it is obvious you cannot defeat this Mr. Nan." With a professional demeanor, Zhang Ye explained clearly. "Therefore, I recommend the second plan here. This package is our robbers have principles. Robbery has restraints. Companies specially launched escape after robbery plan for our esteemed clientele. The specifics of this package are that I will first release both of you, then you can leave. After confirming your safe departure, I will release Mr. Nan, ensuring everyone's safety while avoiding unnecessary losses. Everyone's well-being is good for everyone, wouldn't you agree?" Samandra and the others gaped in disbelief at Zhang Ye. "Can it really be like this? Will you really let us go?" Sakura couldn't help but ask. "Of course, this is the professional integrity of our robbers have principles. Robbery has restraints. Company, you can rest assured. Now choose." Samandra stared at Zhang Ye, trying to discern something, but Zhang Ye was clad in the Earth Tiger armor, and even his magical fluctuations and voice were concealed, making it impossible to detect any clues. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What if you were to kill him?" Zhang Ye paused and looked at Nan. Nan remained expressionless as if he were an outsider. Zhang Ye shook his head and smiled. "The grudges and entanglements between you do not fall within our company's considerations, so this plan does not stand. We only seek wealth, not lives. Anyone robbed by our company is under our protection. Of course, you can also propose reasonable conditions such as escort services, and I will draft a new plan based on the situation on site. Completely free of charge. Free. What do you gain from this?" Samandra asked. "What I gain is a clear conscience." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Besides, free doesn't mean we cannot make a profit. Hurry and choose the secret realms. Assessment is a race against time." Hearing this, Samandra was not one to be shy and immediately made her choice. "All right, we choose the second plan." "Smart." Zhang Ye snapped his fingers, and the holy light shackles on Samandra and Sakura immediately lifted. The two women exchanged glances, and their magical power began to circulate. However, the next moment, Zhang Ye suddenly said with a smile, "If you do not propose a specific service, then I kindly ask you to leave quickly, as this Mr. Nan is also under my protection. If you violate the rules, our company reserves the right to revoke any services provided to you. Oh, and additionally, the final interpretation rights belong to our company." Samandra's expression darkened. Zhang Ye's words clearly indicated that they were not allowed to act against Nan, or he would intervene. She snorted coldly and was about to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Ye remembered something and hurriedly said, "Wait." Samandra's heart skipped a beat, thinking, is he going to go back on his word? But the next moment, Zhang Ye said, "I almost forgot, this person should also be one of yours, right? I saw him fainting on the ground, so I conveniently saved him. This is a benefit, no charge at all." Then he waved his hand, and the unconscious Sabiba emerged from the ground. Samandra and the others were momentarily dumbfounded, but then they noticed that Sabiba's waist belt was missing. It must have been taken by that guy. Benefits. No charge. It sounded as if we had been robbed and still got a bargain. Shameless. Samandra and the others cursed inwardly and took Sabiba away without looking back. They were not fools and knew that Zhang Ye was far stronger than them, making them no match, so they left without uttering any harsh words, fearing that provoking Zhang Ye would make him go back on his word. Safe travels, don't forget to come again next time. Zhang Ye waved his hand cheerfully, causing the two women soaring into the air to pause momentarily. Come again next time. Come again to let you rob me once more. Samandra turned back and gave Zhang Ye a deep look. Although she could not see his face, she could clearly sense that the face under the helmet must be beaming with joy. Damn it, I will remember this grudge. Don't let me find you. Samandra thought angrily, then turned and left. After watching Samandra leave Zhang, he turned his gaze towards Nan. He chuckled and ran over Mr. Nan, our company has 2 more services, would you like to hear about them? Then just looked at him still silent. What a cold boy. Zhang Ye didn't care and continued talking to himself. The first is what I just mentioned, after they leave safely, I will let you go, but this golden stone beast belongs to me. The second is the win-win cooperation package. You see, I'm so strong and you're not bad either. If we join forces, the new student assessment will be a piece of cake, right? Of course, I can guarantee you'll be in the top 5, but the top 3 are out of reach, because I'll be first, my person will be second, and the third will also be my person. As long as you work with me, you can at least secure a spot in the top 5. If you don't, once I let you go, you'll still be my target for robbery. After all, our robbers have principles. Robbery has restraints. Company does not have a clear rule against repeatedly robbing the same target. Don't you think so? In that case, you might not even guarantee a spot in the top 10, wouldn't you agree? Oh my, I'm so thirsty from talking. Don't let it just be me talking. How about you say something? Or if you have any thoughts, feel free to bring them up. Rest assured, I will definitely draft a win-win plan that ensures both of us are happy. Collaboration will definitely be pleasant. How about that? With his eloquent tongue, Zhang Ye rambled on, and even Nan couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. However, it wasn't that he was moved by Zhang Ye, or rather he found him exceedingly annoying. Thus he made a move. He slowly lifted his chin, and under Zhang Ye's eager gaze his lips parted slightly. Scram. Zhang Ye. Hey, this kid. Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched, and he sighed. All right, since you are not willing to cooperate, we will default to the first plan. However, our robbers have principles. Robbery has restraints. Company still sincerely looks forward to cooperating with you. If you have any thoughts, feel free to contact us anytime. That's it, goodbye. With that, Zhang Ye waved his hand, and the golden stone beast Balebo was lifted into the air by the holy light shackles. Zhang Ye didn't care how it cried out, and directly ran off with it. Nan, you could have at least let me go before you left. However, Zhang Ye naturally wouldn't forget him. After all, he was conducting honest business. 10 minutes later, the shackles were lifted. Nan landed on the ground, watching the direction in which Zhang Ye left, his eyes gleaming with fierce intent. Next time we meet, I'll kill you. In an open space, Zhang Ye smiled as he looked at the golden stone beast Palebo. Palebo clearly felt a gaze penetrating through his earth tiger armor, making him feel a chill in his heart. This was someone capable of casting 10th tier magic instantaneously. Although he at the peak of 9th tier had strong defenses that could withstand even 10th tier magic, he couldn't endure too many hits. Therefore, the person in front of him was entirely capable of killing him. Palebo felt quite awkward. He displayed a human-like flattery and said, Big brother, could you give me a set meal too? Zhang Ye chuckled. The company's meal service is aimed at clients, which means only those clients I have robbed can enjoy it. You have nothing for me to take, so why would you want a meal? At that moment, Lena was squatting beside, holding Guccio, burying her head and shaking her shoulders. She had witnessed the previous scene and was now stifling laughter to the point of stomach pain, suffering greatly. Palebo grinned awkwardly. How about you rob me for once? To be honest, I have treasures that can be taken, really. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. This magical beast was quite smart, its will to survive fully activated. Given this, Zhang Ye was still willing to give him that chance. Oh, what do you have that is worth my while? Zhang Ye asked with a smile. I have a piece of origin crystal armor. If you take it, will you let me go? Palebo said cautiously. 10 pieces, otherwise forget it, Zhang Ye stated directly. 10 pieces. If it weren't for the chains binding him, Palebo would have jumped up. I have only condensed 9 pieces in my entire life, and you want. Before he could finish, Palebo hurriedly covered his mouth. Oh no, he slipped up. Oh, you have 9 pieces. Zhang Ye chuckled. I'll say a number, you listen. 1 life, 8 pieces. 8 pieces. 8 pieces. Palebo panicked. If I give you 8 pieces, I won't be able to survive myself. You might as well just kill me. So the origin crystal armor is in your body, which means if I kill you, not only will I get 9 pieces of armor, but I can also obtain a pure soul. Considering all that gold on you, it should be worth millions. Killing you seems to be the better deal. Zhang Ye stroked his chin, looking at Palebo as if he were a treasure. Palebo was almost in tears. Big brother, please have mercy. I've only been born for over 200 years and have been exploited by that old man every year. The armor has never exceeded 10 pieces. If you take 8 pieces, I'll have only 1 left, and that old man will surely kill me. Exploited. Zhang Ye paused, asking, is the old man who exploits you named Land? How would I know? Do humans tell beasts their names? Palebo said with a mournful face, he's just an old man with white hair and a white beard, terrifying for beasts. Every time he comes, he takes away almost all my armor and only leaves me 1 piece for survival. Every 3 years, if I don't give it, he beats me. Is it easy for me? The more he spoke, the more wronged he felt, and Palebo really started to cry, tears streaming down, making Zhang Ye feel a pang in his heart. He approached and patted Palebo's shoulder. Well, he was too big to reach his shoulder, so he patted Palebo's paw and said, it seems that being human is hard, but being a magical beast is also tough. Yes, being a magical beast is too hard. Palebo said tearfully, so big brother, please let me go. I have to offer this year. If I can't produce 8 pieces of armor, it'll be hung up and beaten. Then tell me, what is the use of this armor? Zhang Ye asked. It's useful, very useful. 1 piece of armor can withstand a lethal attack once, and it can resist anything below 3-star holy rank. Palebo said. So powerful. Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow somewhat doubtful. You at the peak of the 9th tier can produce such extraordinary armor. Palebo nodded vigorously. Yes, it's my talent. In fact, if I hadn't been deprived of the armor, every time my cultivation would have skyrocketed. After 200 years I would have achieved high star holy rank. Give me some more time, and becoming a demigod would be no problem. I could definitely suppress that old man. Palebo said indignantly, then showed a flattering expression. Big brother, you look so kind. If you give me a piece of armor, I'll go with you. This way I can also manage to offer this year. Don't you think so? Zhang Ye, seeing him look quite pitiful, suddenly had a bright idea. How about this? Come with me. Palebo was taken aback. What do you mean by come with you? You give me 3 pieces of armor, weaken your cultivation, and then we sign a slave contract. You hide in my contract space, and I take you out. That way you won't be exploited anymore. Don't you think so? Zhang Ye said. Palebo's eyes widened. This person really dared to say such things. Give you 3 pieces of armor, and then I have to sign a slave contract and become your slave. Taking all the benefits for yourself? Why didn't you think of something more reasonable? Palebo could only think this in his heart, not daring to say it out loud. However, he thought for a moment, and this might not be a bad plan. With his talent after signing the contract, he could quickly rise in rank. Once his rank increased, breaking free from the contract would be as easy as child's play. Once he got out, he could find an opportunity to break the contract and escape. The world was so vast with the sky high and birds flying freely, who could possibly catch him? Once he became a demigod, he could come back, seize the core of the secret realm, and rescue his sister. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Wow, I'm so clever. So he put on a hopeful expression and said, Big brother, is what you said true? Are you really willing to take me away? Zhang Ye instantly patted his chest and said, of course I, Zhang, am a living bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Then I, Palebo the Golden, will follow Big brother. Palebo gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Ye patted Palebo's claw with satisfaction. Good. Big brother, can you help me unlock this first? The chains are really uncomfortable. Palebo smiled awkwardly. Snap. Zhang Ye snapped his fingers, and all the holy light shackles were unlocked, restoring Palebo's freedom. However, he did not choose to escape, as he was smart enough to understand that Zhang Ye dared to let him go so easily, clearly not fearing him running away. Moreover, Zhang Ye was his only way out of this secret realm, and he must seize this opportunity well. So he nodded and directly inserted his claw into his chest, which made Zhang Ye's eyes widen. So ruthless. Fortunately, Palebo wasn't digging into his heart, but rather lifting his chest plate, revealing several translucent hexagonal crystals inside, each radiating brilliant colors. With a furious roar, Palebo forcibly pried out 3 pieces of crystal armor. Then his figure visibly shrank several sizes, and his cultivation dropped straight to the peak of the 6th tier. It was clear he hadn't lied to Zhang Ye. If he lost all this armor, he might revert to his original form, hanging by a thread. His voice was somewhat weak, yet still carried a flattering smile. Big brother, take a look. After receiving the armor, Zhang Ye began to analyze it. Gold origin crystal armor can withstand 1 lethal attack below 3-star holy rank. Indeed, it was a valuable item. No Wonderland came every 3 years to harvest the crops. Looking at the limp Palebo, Zhang Ye nodded. Don't worry, big brother won't treat you unfairly. Saying this, he directly infused the slave contract into Palebo's body, forcibly binding him as his contracted beast. Then he extended his hand, injecting pure magical power into Palebo's body. Palebo immediately felt an extremely pure magical energy circulating within him. He looked at Zhang Ye in surprise, and then began to absorb it. In no time, his figure dramatically swelled, and a piece of origin crystal armor condensed again in his chest. 7th tier, newly promoted. Palebo was astonished. The magical energy within this person was even purer than the roaming magical energy in the outside world, and even more so than the magic from the magic spring. This human is a great treasure. If utilized well, wouldn't his cultivation soar? Zhang Ye also looked at Palebo with some surprise. He had only intended to use his magical power to ease Palebo's condition, but unexpectedly Palebo had directly broken through. Could it be that his magical power could be used for others' cultivation? Zhang Ye's eyes brightened, and a concept formed in his mind. Brother Ye, are these nascent lanterns enough? Lina exclaimed, looking at the several nascent lantern belts on the ground. There are a total of 4 belts and 12 nascent lanterns, with 2 full ones belonging to Nan and 2 full ones belonging to Samamla, while Sabiba and Sakura each have 1 full one. In total, that's at least 1800 spiritual orbs. Over 10 million points. Adding the 3 million points the 2 of them had originally collected, that makes 20 million. That averages to 10 million for each person. Lina's small face flushed with excitement. But Zhang Ye shook his head, saying that's still not enough. The 90-year contestants like Nan and the others have a very high efficiency in farming monsters. They can fill up 2 nascent lanterns in half a day. If they continue without rest, they can definitely reach 20 million points. Not to mention, there are still some contestants we haven't robbed who might have 2 to 3 million points for sure. The quality of this year's freshmen is too high. Last year's first place only had a little over 2 million points, but this year they skyrocketed to 20 million. Zhang Ye exclaimed in wonder, then added, so we can't stop now. I estimate. We need to hit a small target. A small target. Lina's little face showed confusion. What's that number? Zhang Ye raised a finger and chuckled. 100 million. Lina's mouth slightly opened. That much? Do we need that much for just the 2 of us? There's still 1 more person. Zhang Ye said. Who is it? It's my dear little brother-in-law. Zhang Ye chuckled. What does little brother-in-law mean? Lina asked. Zhang Ye waved his hand. Little kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Let's focus on the task at hand. Oh. Then Zhang Ye looked at Balebo and asked, you're a native beast. Do you know where there are many monsters? Balebo was taken aback, but being clever he quickly understood Zhang Ye's meaning and nodded. I know several large nests, and there are even tintier stone beasts inside. That's awesome. Zhang Ye exclaimed in delight. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. Sure. Balebo immediately nodded. Big brother, big sister, this way please. In that moment, he felt like a traitor leading enemies into the village. Big sister. Lina was taken aback, and being clever she quickly realized the meaning of those words, her pretty face turning red. I'm not that. Zhang Ye also tapped Balebo's toes. What, big sister? Your big sister is outside the secret realm. Don't call me that randomly. Ow. Balebo covered his toes, feeling a bit wronged. Then Zhang Ye jumped onto Balebo's back with Lina and patted his shell. Let's go. Balebo felt speechless, thinking he had become a mount. However, under the eaves one must bow their head. Balebo had no choice but to carry the two of them and to slime towards the stone beast nest, the speed not slowing at all. The back of this guy was a bit bumpy, so Zhang Ye conjured a grass vine rocking chair to avoid the shaking. He and Lina happily sat in the chair, traveling while enjoying the scenery. On the way, Zhang Ye couldn't help but ask, hey Balebo, doesn't this count as selling out your own kind? Balebo replied weakly, I'm called Balebo. Alright, Balebo got it. Balebo said, it doesn't count. Although I am also a stone beast, I'm not in the same category as those low-tier magical beasts. Just like how you humans are different from monkeys, to me, they are just monkeys. Balebo explained, although I am still a primordial stone beast, I can actually take human form. It's just that my beast form has stronger combat power and is more comfortable. Zhang Ye nodded, indicating that he understood. This is why Balebo uses he instead of it. Someone's coming, quick stop, there's business. Zhang Ye suddenly brightened, staring into the distance. Lina looked over and immediately saw a dozen people working together to attack a group of 7 to 8 tier stone beasts. Most of those people were at the 7th tier, and the leaders were a few at the 8th tier. Balebo immediately stopped, and Zhang Ye, being cautious first, let Balebo hide to avoid being seen. After all, he was a primordial crystal beast. If they saw Zhang Ye riding him later, when Rand came looking, it would be easy for him to be caught. Then he leaped forward, landing in front of the group, and without saying a word, he unleashed a holy light shackles, locking them all down. What? Seriously? They were in the middle of fighting monsters when suddenly they were locked down, and looking at the fierce stone beasts rushing towards them, everyone's face turned pale. My life is over. Fortunately, in the next moment, several light swords pierced through the group of magical beasts, and spiritual orbs flew up and entered Zhang Ye's body. At that moment, Zhang Ye landed in front of the crowd, revealing a warm smile. Hello there. The crowd was stunned, and then the leaders among the mid-8th tier individuals had somewhat grim expressions. Who are you? Let us go? Don't be hasty, just wait for me to finish my business. Zhang Ye said with a smile. Business? Everyone was confused, then saw Zhang Ye run up to each person in turn, stripping the nascent lanterns off them. What are you doing? Quickly give me back my nascent lantern. I'm from the Frost family. Do you want to offend the Frost family? A group of people yelled angrily, some cursing, some threatening, but this didn't affect Zhang Ye's joy at all. Looking at the brightly glowing nascent lanterns, Zhang Ye's smile almost split his helmet. Although the quality of these people's spiritual orbs was not as good as those of the 90-year contestants, they made up for it with their numbers. A dozen people, 30 to 40 nascent lanterns, added up to about 4,000 to 5,000 spiritual orbs, a massive haul. Alright, now let me introduce our company. Thieves have their code, robbers have their restrictions. After robbing them, Zhang Ye leisurely began to introduce a series of newly expanded services like another robbery and second robbery half price, and he spoke without reservation. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Alright, see you next time. Zhang Ye laughed and waved to the crowd. Then those people just watched Zhang Ye run away. After a while, as the holy light shackles were released, they looked at their disheveled appearance, feeling like crying, but having no tears. Their nascent lanterns had been stolen. What could they do? Boss, what do we do now? A contestant asked an 8th tier latest stage contestant. That contestant's expression was dark, wishing he could dismember Zhang Ye. But he wasn't foolish. He knew that someone who could instantly imprison them all and also defeat dozens of flamestone beasts was not someone he could deal with. Moreover, that person was wearing armor, making it impossible to see his face. He might not even be able to find the person to take revenge. He could only swallow this anger. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and said, what else can we do? Let's rob other contestants' nascent lanterns. That damn guy dared to rob me, and Dia, don't let me find you. Otherwise I will make you pay. Some were furious, some were happy, but Zhang Ye was the happiest one. So much so that he even started humming a song. Blow, blow, my pride runs wild, blow, it won't destroy my pure garden. His innate conditions were excellent, and his voice was melodious and pleasant. Thinking back to when he was on Earth, waking up without memories, not knowing what to do, with no shortage of money, he cultivated hobbies like singing, playing the piano, guitar, and painting. With his powerful memory and learning ability, he excelled at everything. Now that his strength had increased and his aura stabilized when he sang, it was simply outstanding. Lina's eyes grew brighter the more she listened. Brother Ye, you sing so well. Finally, after Zhang Ye finished a song, Lina, like a little fan, excitedly exclaimed. Guju was also excitedly chirping, Guju, Guju. Zhang Ye pressed his hand down. Basic move, sit down. Lena puzzled thought I didn't even stand up. But her focus wasn't there as she excitedly said, Brother, can you teach me to sing? I feel like you sing even better than those ladies from the Melody family. Is that so? Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Sure, I'll teach you when we get to the academy. By the way, you mentioned those ladies from the Melody family, can they sing too? Zhang Ye asked curiously. Could it be that there are entities similar to girl groups in this world? Yeah, the Melody family is a family of sound magic. Their singing has magical powers. Magical powers? Zhang Ye was very curious. Tell me about it. I'm not exactly sure, but I've heard the Melody family's Paiji sister perform. Once during a military expedition by the Lionheart Empire, she was invited to sing to assist in battle. Her singing could uplift spirits and enhance morale, and even improve people's mental resistance for a while after. The sound magic of the Melody family is very magical. They can use their singing to assist, and also to kill enemies. By the way, the Paiji sister is also coming to participate in the recruitment of Wanling. If we are lucky, we might meet her. I really like her. If I could marry her, that would be great. Little stars sparkled in Lena's eyes. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Isn't your target Samantha? Samantha is too fierce, but Paiji sister is nice. Lena giggled. Paiji sister is very gentle, and it feels so comfortable to hug her. Plus, she's older than Samantha. I really like her. Zhang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was too interesting. However, hearing this made his eyes light up. Right magic can also be attached to sound. Just like earlier with the blade-tailed tiger's innate magic Golden Roar and Leona's fifth tier fire magic Scorching Roar, both contain magic within their sounds. Could I also create some sound magic using Magic Road Innovation? This has potential. I should try it when I get back. The lion's roar is not a dream. Along the way, Zhang Ye extended his divine sense and found 3 groups of candidates battling monsters. After asking Balebo to hide away, Zhang Ye promoted the new services of the thieves, have their code company to them one by one. 3 people traveling together, 1 person is exempt from calamity. This means that as long as the 3 of them are together, Zhang Ye will leave 3 empty lamps for them as a form of exemption. Steaming is the key to discounts. As a result, those candidates were all so moved that their eyes turned red mentally, sending their warm regards to Zhang Ye and his relatives. Zhang Ye felt quite virtuous and even gave himself a thumbs up. There aren't many people as conscientious as him. Soon they arrived at a monster spawn point that Balebo mentioned. It was a cave with an extremely dense concentration of fire elements inside. Upon entering the cave, the interior was remarkably spacious. Below was a vast area filled with hundreds of fiery stone beasts, each at least at the 8th rank. Moreover, there were several massive 10th rank fiery stone beasts in the center of the cave and numerous passages connected, indicating even more space and more fiery stone beasts inside. Zhang Ye's eyes instantly lit up. Clearing out this cave would yield an incredible amount of points. Without hesitation, he and Lena embarked on their monster hunting journey. After charging the pseudo-holy artifact, Zhang Ye rushed to lure the monsters together and released a spell all at once, just like old times. This time, Lena stayed on Balebo's back, allowing her to move freely, while Gujio was above her head, ready to protect her at any time, significantly increasing her safety. Hey, Stonehead him over here. After replenishing his mana, Zhang Ye immediately jumped down into the cave and shouted. Instantly, numerous fiery stone beasts were drawn over their eyes, turning red upon seeing Zhang Ye. Could it be that a human has the audacity to come to their den and act recklessly? This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Roar. Suddenly, countless fiery stone beasts charged fiercely at Zhang Ye, while the several 10th rank fiery stone beasts did not move immediately, but watched coldly. In their view, this guy was merely at the peak of the 7th rank. Their little brothers should be enough to handle him. However, what they did not expect was that Zhang Ye was incredibly slippery, able to weave through the pursuit of hundreds of 8th and 9th rank fiery stone beasts, and they could not lay a finger on him. Seeing that he had attracted enough monsters, Zhang Ye immediately ran towards Lena. Lena, get ready, he shouted. Okay. Lena responded. Fire at me. I'll just drop it above my head now. Yes. With prior experience, Lena hesitated no longer. She pointed her magic wand, and a gigantic golden magic circle appeared above Zhang Ye and the beast horde. The beast horde sensed the danger, but it was too late. At the moment the light rain fell, Zhang Ye used a long-distance blink to leave his original position. The hundreds of fiery stone beasts under the coverage of the 10th rank magic roared as they transformed into spiritual essences. The remaining fiery stone beasts were wide-eyed in shock. How could a little weakling below 8th rank release a 10th rank spell? A group of fiery stone beasts couldn't wrap their minds around it, but they realized that Zhang Ye posed a significant threat. As a result, several newly promoted 10th rank fiery stone beasts could no longer sit still. With a furious roar, they charged at Zhang Ye, accompanied by a group of peak 9th rank little brothers. Zhang Ye looked and saw over 100 peak 9th rank beasts and dozens at the peak, along with 4 newly promoted 10th rank beasts. He grinned. These would not be counted towards his points. Killing magical beasts would enhance both his physique and spirit. Why not take this opportunity to boost himself significantly? With this thought, Zhang Ye sat down right where he was. Upon seeing this, Lena panicked and shouted, Brother Ye, run. That horde is led by 10th rank magical beasts. Although I know Zhang Ye is strong, Lena subconsciously thought he could not handle the beast horde. Zhang Ye turned back and flashed her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, just watch me. The next moment, the pseudo-holy sword in his hand flickered. This pseudo-holy sword contained 3 10th rank spells, 1 for defense and 2 for attack. After copying them, he spread his arms. Pseudo-holy light barrier. A massive barrier immediately enveloped him. The beast horde crashed against the barrier, creating ripples, but failing to shatter it. Zhang Ye chuckled. Initially, he had used the time difference from the control of fire snake binding to recover his magic and unleashed an 8th rank rain of fire to kill the violent bear beast, and this time he planned to do the same. However, this time he did not need to cast binding magic and did not have to worry about being attacked, so he could only choose to recover naturally. With the pseudo-holy light barrier in place, he had at least 20 seconds of safety. That was more than enough. He closed his eyes, entered meditation, and restored his mana within 6 or 7 seconds. The next moment he opened his eyes and sharp light shot from them. Pseudo-holy sword judgment. Instantly, golden magic circles appeared around him, and golden swords coalesced from them. He chose not to use pseudo-holy rain judgment, because it was a spell that affected both enemies and allies, but once released, it would also hit him. However, pseudo-holy sword judgment had no such concerns. In that moment, he resembled a golden figure unleashing a grand spell, with swords of light continuously appearing in the surrounding space, shooting towards the beast horde at an untraceable speed. In an instant, the beast horde suffered catastrophic losses. Pseudo-holy sword judgment had immense power. Each sword could pierce through 3 to 4 8th or 9th rank fiery stone beasts and deal considerable damage to 10th rank fiery stone beasts. However, its coverage was not as extensive as Holy Rain Judgment, so after casting this spell, he only managed to kill half the beast horde. Thus, after finishing the cast, Zhang Ye immediately closed his eyes again to meditate and recover. 6 seconds later, he opened his eyes once more. Pseudo-holy sword judgment. Countless swords of light shot out in the horror-stricken eyes of the fiery stone beasts enveloping them. At this moment, it was already too late for them to escape. Roar. Accompanied by the last 10th rank fiery stone beast collapsing, countless spiritual essences flew into Zhang Ye's body. Instantly, Zhang Ye felt a tremendous enhancement in both his physique and spirit. His physique, originally at the mid-8th rank, jumped directly to the late 8th rank, and it was an all-around enhancement, whether it was his surface defense, organ strength, bone hardness, or muscle power. Everything received comprehensive improvement. Even his skull had become much sturdier. However, the 4 newly promoted 10th rank magical beasts and nearly 200 8th and 9th rank beasts only managed to elevate him a small stage, indicating that the higher the rank, the harder it was to improve. Zhang Ye knew that although he had more convenient means of improvement than others, the difficulty would increase as he progressed. As for the enhancement of mental strength, it does not have such clear divisions, so Zhang Ye did not know what level his mental strength had reached, but it was definitely much stronger than others of the same rank. Zhang Ye nodded in satisfaction and smiled at Lina. All right, let's continue. Lina nodded dazedly. Okay. Sure. Balebo's eyes widened in shock. He originally thought Zhang Ye was just pretending to be 7th rank, but in reality, he was a 10th rank archmage. However, at this moment he realized that when Zhang Ye cast magic, the magical fluctuations around him were still at the peak of the 7th rank, meaning he was indeed at the 7th rank. A 7th rank casting 10th rank magic. Is this world really that insane? What a calamity. Coming back to his senses, Lina excitedly exclaimed, Brother Ye, you are just too amazing. Zhang Ye laughed heartily and graciously accepted. Next, Zhang Ye led Lina and Balebo to sweep through the entire cave, taking down thousands of fiery stone beasts, including dozens of newly promoted 10th rank fiery stone beasts and 1 early stage 10th rank fiery stone beast. Dealing with the early stage 10th rank fiery stone beast was quite challenging because Zhang Ye's 10th rank magic only caused damage to it, not enough to kill it. Fortunately, after Zhang Ye eliminated its surrounding little brothers, he managed to duel it alone for 3 minutes before finally killing it. The further along one got, the greater the improvement in every small stage. Zhang Ye truly felt that now. That early stage 10th rank fiery stone beast in terms of defense was at least 3 times that of a newly promoted 10th rank beast. After sweeping through the entire cave, Zhang Ye's physique also reached the peak of the 8th rank. All the fiery stone beasts above the late 9th rank were killed by him alone, used to strengthen his physique and spirit. If it weren't for the recruitment test requiring spiritual essences, Zhang Ye would have even considered swallowing all the spiritual essences in the lamps. Perhaps he could push his mental strength above the 9th rank. Having collected thousands of spiritual essences from beasts above the 8th rank, his points increased by over 30 million. And this only took more than 3 hours. If it weren't for the fact that most of the fiery stone beasts above the late 9th rank had been devoured by him, his points could have gone up another 10 million. However, it still wasn't enough. Zhang Ye's goal was 100 million. Now he had at least 60 million points, but was still short of 30 million. Talking business along the way and clearing another cave should be enough. Lina, no breaks today, shall we continue? Zhang Ye sought Lina's opinion, asking. Sure. Lina immediately nodded, her face flushed with excitement. She had long been unable to contain her excitement at this monster hunting efficiency, not thinking about taking a break at all. At this rate, she could really achieve what Brother Ye said and secure a place in the top 3 of the new student ranking, right? On the road, they robbed for groups of people, earning several million points and dozens of spirit lamps, and now Balebo was almost covered in spirit lamps. They soon arrived at the second cave. Just as Zhang Ye was preparing to showcase his skills, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting from within the cave. Zhang Ye and Lina exchanged a glance, instructing Balebo to hide while the two of them along with the slime quietly snuck inside. Upon seeing this, they couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this just someone from their family? At that moment, Nen was busy grinding monsters in the cave, but he didn't dare to attract them as boldly as Zhang Ye. His method was relatively discreet, using magic to lure dozens of flamestone beasts from a small area into the cave's passage, killing them before continuing to lure more monsters. Although his grinding efficiency was not as exaggerated as Zhang Ye's, it was definitely swift compared to the average examinee. Zhang Ye saw that he had 3 more spirit lamps on his waist, one of which was already full. It must have been taken from someone else. As Zhang Ye continued to watch, a wicked smile grew on his face, making Lina shiver involuntarily. Brother Ye, we won't rob him again, will we? Lina asked. Zhang Ye smiled mischievously. Oh, how can you say that? You are now an employee of the thieves with Principal's company. How can you use such uncivilized words like rob? This is called conducting business. Lina. Zhang Ye looked at Nan, who was happily grinding monsters not far away, and said with a smile, You see, mister. Nan is also one of our loyal customers. Since this is our second encounter, we must prioritize our old customers right. This way business can last longer. Lina's little face was confused. Is that how it is? Of course. And you should call me President Zhang to show your appreciation. After all, I am the founder of the company. Lina. How did he get so into character? What does President Zhang mean? And what does company mean? Lina asked. A company is like a country and President Zhang is like the king. Zhang Ye smirked. We are building a nation, don't you know? We are the founding heroes. Lina opened her mouth, feeling that Zhang Ye was getting more and more ridiculous. I am President Zhang, and from now on you will be Vice President Lina, second only to me, do you understand? Lina was confused, being led by Zhang Ye. Wait for that, victim. No, wait until Mr. Nen has gathered 2 spirit lamps, and then we will conduct business. Zhang Ye said. Oh, this time Lina understood, her little face growing more excited. She didn't know why, but even though she knew that robbing was wrong, she just felt thrilled and liked it. In the palace, there were no opportunities to engage in such thrilling activities. Following Brother Yi was indeed the right choice. He, after waiting for nearly 2 hours, Nen finally filled 2 spirit lamps. Nen was also panting heavily. Although his magical energy reserves were much greater than others at the same level, he couldn't withstand this kind of grinding either. He needed to rest for half a day to recover his magic. However, before he could catch his breath, several holy light shackles shot through the air, binding him tightly. And it wasn't over yet. A few seconds later, another holy light shackle followed. Double holy light shackles. Nan. This familiar scene and the familiar magical fluctuations made Nan's heart curse silently. Zhang Ye smiled as he emerged from the ground, rubbing his hands as he approached Nan. Mister. Nan, it's been a long time. I've missed you terribly. Nan. Looking at the armored warrior in front of him, despite his expressionless face, veins were already starting to throb on his forehead, and the killing intent around him was almost palpable. Mister. Nan, I'm here to conduct business again. Saying this, he skillfully removed the spirit lamps from Nan's belt. Nan. Our Thieves with Principles company is launching a brand new service offering discounts for acquaintances with the second theft at half price, only taking half of your essence. Moreover, considering you are an old customer of our company, we are offering you an additional 3 brand new spirit lamps. And as the chairman, I will personally assist you in putting on the belt. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. So what do you think? Isn't it very considerate and touching? As he spoke, Zhang Ye took down a full spirit lamp from the belt and hung 3 empty ones back on, even kindly tying it around Nan. Mister. Nan, your waist is really slender, like an A4 waist, he said with a smile. At that moment, the corners of Nan's eyes started to twitch. All right, the benefits and discounts have been given, but I still have to say a few more words. Mister. Nan, are you really not considering the win-win cooperation package? Nan finally couldn't hold back anymore and gritted his teeth, saying, Get lost. All right. Zhang Ye clapped his hands and added another holy light shackle to Nan, who was now almost tied into a ball, with only his head sticking out. Then with a wave of his hand, Zhang Ye cast a spell over Nan, causing him to roll out like a soccer ball. Nan's face was dark, his eyes filled with killing intent. Because he knew it was too late to resist, he could only glare fiercely at Zhang Ye. Just wait. I will definitely kill you. Kill you. Zhang Ye chuckled and checked the spirit lamps. Wow, a fifth of these 2 spirit lamps contained essence from beasts above the 8th rank, adding up to nearly 10 million points. This meant that Nan had killed over 6,000 monsters in just a few hours, with more than 1,000 of them being above the 8th rank. An average of 1 monster every 2 seconds. That was quite ruthless. Zhang Ye gave Nan a thumbs up. Just then Balebo called Zhang Ye through their contract. Zhang Ye summoned him and asked, What's wrong? Balebo chuckled awkwardly. Big brother, I just saw a vein outside. Eating it would improve my defense. Can I? Zhang Ye nodded in response. Sure, go ahead and eat it. All right, thank you, big brother. Balebo happily left while Zhang Ye looked towards the cave. Lina, let's go grind monsters. Okay. 3 hours later, Zhang Ye gained several thousand essences and over 30 million points. What a joy. With so many points, he could definitely place in the top 3. Moreover, his physical strength had also risen to the 9th rank, which was what made Zhang Ye the happiest. Next, he would grind monsters, seek business, and look for his brother-in-law. Help me, boss. Suddenly, Balebo's frantic voice echoed in the contract connection. Zhang Ye was taken aback and asked, what's wrong? Balebo had gone to eat the vein, so why was he suddenly calling for help? Did he get caught by other examinees as a regular stone beast? Boss, I was just eating the ore, and while I was at it I saw that purple-haired kid tied up like a ball. I wanted to teach him a lesson and kicked him like a ball. Who knew that while kicking he suddenly broke free and now he wants to kill me? Oh, it hurts. Balebo cried. Boss, quickly take me back, hurry. Hearing this, Zhang Ye quickly recalled Balebo back to the contract space and summoned him beside him. Upon seeing him, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. At that moment, Balebo's golden shell had been cut into tatters, half of his shoulder armor had been sliced off, and a deep cut ran across his face, making him look both ridiculous and comical. That kid Nan was a bit fierce. As soon as Balebo came out, he complained, Boss, that kid is too ruthless. Look at what he's done to my handsome face. How am I supposed to face people in the future? Zhang Ye chuckled. If I were kicked like a ball, I would also cut you when I came out. Balebo shook his big head, then leaned in front of Zhang Ye with a flattering face. Boss, seeing me like this, can you give me some magical energy to recover? Zhang Ye laughed. He was eyeing his magical energy. It made sense as his magical energy was extremely pure, making him a superpower bank. Not only could he transmit magical energy to others, but they could also use his energy for cultivation. He nodded, all right. Saying this, he placed his hand on Balebo, infusing his pure magical energy into him. Balebo immediately looked excited. After infusing 4/5 of his magical energy, Balebo excitedly ran off to cultivate. Zhang Ye sighed, wondering if Nen had recognized Balebo, and if he would connect it to himself. Forget it, no need to think about it, time for a barbecue. With so many points, Zhang Ye and Lena could also take a break. Come on, Lena, let's celebrate with a barbecue party. Okay, where did the barbecue come from? Hee, I came prepared. Zhang Ye smiled proudly, waving his hand, and a variety of meats, seasonings, barbecue grills, and even juice appeared before him. It could be said that Zhang Ye had prepared thoroughly for this secret realm expedition. Lena's eyes lit up immediately. Although one wouldn't have any problems going days without eating at this level, having barbecue in this barren secret realm was a delightful treat. No wonder Leona said the monsters in this secret realm were unappetizing. Could a bunch of stones be tasty? So those examinees who didn't bring food would surely struggle. For the next 3 days, they would have to fight on empty stomachs. Zhang Ye mourned for them for 3 seconds before brushing honey on the barbecue. Lena gently touched her flat tummy with a blissful expression, saying, Brother Ye, your cooking is simply amazing. Gujio chirped, Gujio burped. Even Gujio was full, lying on top of Lena's head like a jelly. Since Zhang Ye had to fight, he entrusted Gujio to Lena for care. They leisurely enjoyed the barbecue for 2 hours, chatting and laughing merrily. Zhang Ye chuckled, of course it's spicy. His culinary skills were already impressive, and after learning from Leona for so long, they had improved tremendously. With his pilfered miso technique, the taste of the barbecue was simply extraordinary. Even Palapo, who usually trained and chewed on stones to repair its shell, couldn't help but come over to join in the feast. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they set off. Well, not exactly set off as if they were going to die, it was more like they were embarking on a journey. Zhang Ye and Lena rode Palapo again towards the next monster hunting spot. However, since their spiritual essence was already sufficient, they weren't in a hurry. They casually strolled along the way, hoping for a chance encounter with other examinees while promoting their company's business. I wonder if we will meet Nan again. Zhang Ye pondered, stroking his chin. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion was heard. On a nearby hillside, Nan kicked a peak-level 9th-tier flamestone beast into the sky and was preparing to execute it when he spotted the wobbling Palapo and the 2 armored warriors on it. Zhang Ye. Nan. Zhang Ye, hey. Nan. Nan's face immediately changed dramatically. He disregarded the flamestone beast, unfurled a pair of purple wings made of magical energy from his back, and attempted to flee. But Zhang Ye was quicker, binding him in midair with a holy light lock. Nan. Zhang Ye hurriedly ran over, rubbing his hands. Mr. Nan, what a coincidence. Wow, as expected of Mr. Nan, you filled a nascent lamp, so quickly, impressive. Since we are acquaintances, you know discounts and benefits, right? Li. Emperor Hero brings 6 empty, nascent lamps over. Lena was taken aback, pointing at herself. Me. Zhang Ye, yes. Lena, puzzled, ran over holding 2 nascent lamp belts, wondering when she became the Emperor Hero. After receiving the nascent lamps, Zhang Ye thoughtfully equipped Nan with one and hung the full nascent lamp he had taken from Nan on Palapo's shell, his voice filled with joy. At this moment, Nan was so furious that his eyes turned red. All right, you're welcome to try again next time. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. That's it, bye. As he said this, he quickly mounted Palapo and ran away. There was no other reason. At that moment, Nan's killing intent was practically off the charts. The air around him twisted. How terrifying. Once Zhang Ye ran far, the holy light lock on Nan automatically released. Watching Zhang Ye leave, veins bulged on Nan's forehead as he clenched his fists, ripping off a nascent lamp belt and throwing it fiercely to the ground, raising his foot to crush it. He had just 1 nascent lamp left, but now he had produced 1.5 more, and Zhang Ye had snatched one from him again, making him feel like he might explode right there. But then he thought, wouldn't crushing it be an even bigger loss? He could only swallow his anger. I will kill you. Then said, his eyes red and his teeth grinding. He then turned and ran in the opposite direction of Zhang Ye to avoid encountering that rascal again. Meanwhile, as Zhang Ye and his companions were running, Post-Apocalyptic suddenly stopped and said, "Big brother, we're running the wrong way." Zhang Ye blinked. "Then why are you running so fast?" Post-Apocalyptic replied, "Doing bad things feels exciting, shouldn't we run quickly?" Zhang Ye, "What do you mean by bad things? This is business, it's a good thing." Post-Apocalyptic, "Hurry and turn around." "All right, boss." Post-Apocalyptic then turned and ran in another direction. Along the way, they encountered 6 groups of people, all of whom were robbed by Zhang Ye, collecting so many nascent lamps that his hands felt sore and earning millions in points. What a delight. Soon the trio arrived at the 3rd monster hunting spot, a large canyon, but it seemed that someone was already battling monsters there. Could it be Nen again? Zhang Ye almost laughed out loud, quickly leading Lina to sneak over. On the cliff, 2 small heads peeked out looking inside. Upon seeing the person in the canyon, Zhang Ye was overjoyed. It wasn't Nan. It was his brother-in-law. However, at that moment his brother-in-law seemed to be in trouble. This canyon wasn't like a cave for monster hunting. There were many hot air vents with flamestone beasts gathered around. They were clustered here and there, and the open space attracted groups of beasts causing chaos. At that moment his brother-in-law, Renomont, was cornered in a section of the canyon besieged by hundreds of flamestone beasts. Renomont, not surprisingly, was Leona's brother. Although he was only at the early 9th tier, his combat power was comparable to the 10th tier. With both magic and martial skills, he exuded immense power, and few flamestone beasts below the 10th tier dared to approach him. However, the number of flamestone beasts attacking him was overwhelming, including 2 early 10th tier beasts. Thus, Renomont now appeared somewhat fatigued. Despite his ferocity, he was continuously pushed back. Zhang Ye, seeing this, felt a surge of anger. His brother-in-law was being beaten up. As a brother-in-law, how could he tolerate that? He couldn't. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye settled Lina and Guju, then charged downwards, shouting, "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you." At that moment, Renomont was engaged in a fierce battle against 2 20-meter-tall flamestone beasts. He gritted his teeth as cracks appeared in his armor, yet he remained brave and unyielding. At this point, he was helpless. He wanted to find a monster hunting spot to gain points and compete for the top 3. However, he had overestimated himself. He thought he could handle the flamestone beasts in this canyon, but when the fight started, he realized that several 10th tier beasts were hidden in the area. At first, he was fearless, but as time passed, more and more flamestone beasts joined the fray, and the distant beasts were attracted over. In that short time, he had already killed over 1,000 8th and 9th tier flamestone beasts, along with 3 newly emerged 10th tier beasts. Yet now 2 more early 10th tier beasts appeared. If he had abundant magical energy, he would naturally be unafraid, but after such a prolonged battle, his energy was nearly depleted. Moreover, these flamestone beasts were all fire-type, highly resistant to his fire magic, and being made of rock, they had strong defenses. If he weren't proficient in both magic and martial arts, he would have been overwhelmed long ago. He was currently gritting his teeth and holding on. He had a trump card to unleash that no flamestone beast could withstand, but he didn't want to use it just yet. Having to reveal his trump card while hunting monsters would make him too embarrassed to claim he was a genius from the Flame Line family. He had his pride, and using a trump card came with a cost. So unless it was the last moment, he would never choose to retreat. At the very least, he needed to kill those 2 early 10th tier flamestone beasts before leaving. He secretly calculated his remaining magical energy and found that it seemed a bit difficult to kill those 2 beasts. However, going all out wasn't impossible. Just as he was thinking, the ground in the distance suddenly cracked open, and a 30-meter-tall armored flamestone beast erupted from the earth, roaring towards Renomont. Renomont was immediately blown away by the heat wave from the roar, crashing into the wall, his face paling instantly. The roar contained magical energy that shook his body. Though he was proficient in both magic and martial arts, he was currently focused on external defense, leaving his internal organs relatively vulnerable. Thus, without time to defend, he sustained significant injuries. After all, not everyone could strengthen their physical body as comprehensively as Zhang Ye. After its roar, the gigantic flamestone beast raised its claws, and a firestone over 100 meters in diameter began to gather in the sky, hundreds of meters high, heading straight for Renomont. Renomont's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. It was a mid-10th tier flamestone beast. Was he really being forced to reveal his trump card? He felt somewhat reluctant. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked to the side. There, a person in armor was rushing towards him, shouting something about a brother-in-law. What was a brother-in-law? Me. Just as he was about to urge that person to leave quickly, the person suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of him. His pupils constricted. What was this? Teleportation. At that moment, Renomont realized that the newcomer was actually at the peak of the 7th tier. It wasn't that he looked down on 7th tier peak fighters, but facing the mid-10th tier flamestone beast's innate magic, even he would be forced to reveal his trump card. What could this guy do? But there was no time to think too much. He was about to pull Zhang Ye behind him and use his trump card. After all, he could tell this person wanted to save him. It was definitely a kind intention. However, before he could extend his hand, the person suddenly spread his arms. Holy light barrier. A massive barrier unfolded directly in front of the 2, blocking the surging beast horde and the enormous firestone. Renomont's eyes widened. 10th tier magic. This makes no sense. How can a peak 7th tier release 10th tier magic? However, he soon furrowed his brow. No, relying solely on this barrier was completely insufficient to block that enormous firestone. The firestone crashed against the barrier, sparks flying, and at this rate the barrier would shatter in less than 10 seconds. Brother, quickly get behind me, Renomont shouted urgently, pulling out a fired shield from his space ring. Although his current magical energy was insufficient to activate this pseudo-holy shield, he could still ignite some life force to do so. Since this person dared to come save him at the 7th tier, he couldn't let him die here. With that in mind, he was about to step in front of Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye suddenly reached out a hand and pressed him down, saying, "Sit tight and watch me show off." Renomont was unexpectedly pressed down to the ground. He was astonished. How could this person be so strong? He was even stronger than him. Could it be that this peak 7th tier had the physical strength of an early 9th tier? Before he could think too much, Zhang Ye immediately closed his eyes, entering meditation to recover. Renomont, no way in this situation you're just going to meditate to recover. For a moment, Renomont felt a sense of bewilderment in the wind. Renoming looked at Zhang Ye, who was meditating to recover, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Just as he was about to rise and use his trump card, his pupils constricted once again. What an incredible recovery speed. He could sense the external magical energy being drawn into Zhang Ye's body at a terrifying pace, causing the previously somewhat unstable magical fluctuations to visibly fill up. After 6 seconds, Zhang Ye opened his eyes and shouted, "Holy light barrier." Before the first barrier could shatter, the second one was already raised. The firestone, having barely breached the first layer of the barrier, crashed into the second one, finally losing its momentum and exploding, sending massive stones flying and killing countless flamestone beasts. Renoming was dumbfounded. This. After casting the second pseudo-holy light barrier, Zhang Ye immediately resumed meditating, his magical energy recovering in an instant. He then turned to the bewildered Renoming and smiled. "Hello, little brother." Renoming snapped back to reality and nodded. "Hello. Thank you." Zhang Ye chuckled. It seemed this little brother was somewhat at a loss for words, his face reddening as he struggled to express his gratitude. It wasn't that Renoming was bad at speaking, rather he felt a sense of shame for being saved by a pinnacle 7th tier individual. This shame was not directed at Zhang Ye, but at himself. If only he could be stronger like his elder sister, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament needing this brother's assistance. "I am still not strong enough," he thought, nodding at Zhang Ye, then stated, "I am not called little brother, I am Renoming." Zhang Ye replied, "Okay, little brother, got it." Renoming was left speechless, not understanding what little brother meant, thinking it was just a dialect from another region. He looked at the massive flamestone beast charging towards them, his expression serious. "Brother, let's retreat for now. Once my magical energy is restored, we can deal with that flamestone beast. Rest assured, I, Renoming, will not forget the favor of your rescue. All the points will belong to you." Zhang Ye laughed heartily. "No need, I'm not short on points." Renoming was taken aback. Who dares to claim they are not short on points after just one day? Suddenly Zhang Ye said, "Little brother, sit tight. Leave those flamestone beasts to me. If they dare to bully my little brother, I won't call myself Anakin anymore unless I take them apart." Anakin? Is that his name? Renoming felt this name was somewhat strange, but didn't think too much of it. "Brother, I know you are powerful, but there are so many flamestone beasts." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened again. He saw the surrounding space tremble as golden magical arrays appeared, and light swords coalesced, shooting outward. And that wasn't all. After releasing one pseudo-light sword, Holy Judgment, Zhang Ye immediately meditated to recover, and 6 seconds later another pseudo-light sword, Holy Judgment, was unleashed, repeating this process. Wave after wave of light swords flew out densely like a machine gun. The beast horde barely approached before being struck in the face with cries of agony ringing out. The mid-tier 10th stage flamestone beast became Zhang Ye's primary target, with 5 out of 10 light swords striking it. Despite its formidable defenses, it couldn't withstand this onslaught. As the light sword struck, the thick stone armor on its body was continuously stripped away. It could only curl up in defense. With fewer and fewer beasts around, more light swords landed on the mid-tier flamestone beast. In the end, Zhang Ye stood in place, arms wide open, continuously unleashing light swords while the flamestone beast curled up, channeling all its magical energy for defense, not daring to run. If it ran, its defenses would be severely compromised, and it would absolutely be riddled by the dense light swords. Thus they reached a stalemate. Now it was a battle of magical energy. Whoever's magic ran out first would be the loser. The massive flamestone beast was very confident. Magical beasts generally had much more magical energy than humans. It believed it would surely be the last one standing. However, it never expected that Zhang Ye was not relying on stored magical energy to unleash spells, but rather replenishing it immediately after use, regaining full energy in 6 seconds. Just ask if you are afraid. For a full 10 minutes. The massive flamestone beast was bombarded by light swords for 10 minutes until its stone armor was completely pierced and its magical energy was depleted, unable to flee. Thus, in its unwilling roar, it was shot to pieces by the light swords, turning into a pile of rubble. After killing so many beasts in a mid-tier 10th stage flamestone beast, Zhang Ye's physique was once again enhanced, reaching mid-tier 9th stage. He nodded in satisfaction and dispelled the holy light barrier, for there were no more flamestone beasts left in the canyon. All the beasts had been wiped out, and the others had fled in fear. As for Reino Meng, this guy couldn't even close his mouth, remaining stunned for 10 minutes. Zhang Ye even suspected he had dislocated his jaw. Little brother, little brother. Zhang Ye called out twice. Reino Meng finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with fervor. Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback, almost thinking Reino Meng had some special preference. Fortunately, he did not. The fervor in his eyes was entirely due to witnessing a powerful individual. Anakin, you are truly amazing. Reino Meng's face flushed with excitement. The combat power displayed by Zhang Ye was completely overwhelming, making him forget that Zhang Ye was merely a pinnacle 7th tier. Zhang Ye chuckled, just average, am among the top 3 newcomers. Being called Anakin by this handsome guy who was nearly 6 feet tall was quite a unique thrill. With the crisis averted, Zhang Ye waved his hand, and the distant Balebo immediately rushed over with Lina. Reino Meng originally wanted to attack another stone beast he spotted, but his eyes widened in surprise. On the back of the golden stone beast was a figure clad in armor, and judging by the style, it seemed to be a woman who also held a round object in her arms. Moreover, that stone beast was entirely golden, shining like gold. But that wasn't the point. The real question was why this stone beast was covered in knot lanterns. And they were shining brightly, reflecting the already golden Balebo, even more brilliantly resembling a giant light bulb. There were so many knot lanterns, and judging by the radiance, no less than 10 of them were completely full. Are all these Anakins? After the initial shock, Reino Meng exclaimed. Indeed, there are always greater forces beyond the horizon. He considered himself a strong contender among the younger generation with his dual cultivation of magical and martial arts at early 9th stage, albeit not as strong as his sister. However, upon seeing Zhang Ye, he realized how vastly mistaken he was. A pinnacle 7th tier could unleash 10th tier magic, and even instantaneously, and moreover, had such a terrifying recovery speed for magical energy. If they were to fight, he could simply cast a 10th tier shield and continuously unleash 10th tier magic in a duel. Reino Meng was sure he would be no match for Zhang Ye, especially considering Zhang Ye's physical prowess was at least equal to his own. This is the definition of a monstrous powerhouse. I am simply incomparable. No wonder he says he is not short on points. Now it seems true, with his strength earning a few million points is a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Reino Meng admired Zhang Ye even more. By the way, little brother, how many points do you have now? Zhang Ye suddenly asked. Reino Meng was taken aback, then glanced at his waist. He had 6 knot lanterns on his belt, 3 of which were already full, clearly obtained by defeating other candidates. As for points, I have about 10 million, he replied. In less than a day, he had moved from the periphery to the inner circle, and earning this 10 million was quite impressive. However, that Nan guy was even more impressive, filling 5 full knot lanterns in a day, 1/5 of which were essence cores from 8th tier and above magical beasts, totaling over 20 million points. It was no wonder Nan's combat power was likely something little brother could not compare to. Zhang Ye had previously said that this year's 9th tier candidates would earn 2 to 3 million points as a minimum. Of course, they couldn't keep grinding like this. The magical energy consumed would take several hours or even a day to recover. However, within 3 days, Nan would surely earn 4 to 5 million points. Of course, those initial 20 million points had all ended up in Zhang Ye's pocket. Zhang Ye had a total of 13 full knot lanterns and several partial ones, with more than 2/5 being essence cores from 8th tier and above beasts, adding up to at least over 110 million points. Wow, I didn't even realize I had so many points already, and this is just the first day? Even if I slack off for the next 2 days and earn 50 to 60 million, I can still secure my victory. Without a second thought, Zhang Ye took out 2 full knot lanterns and stuffed them into Reino Meng's hands. Reino Meng was momentarily stunned, then looked at Zhang Ye. Anakin, this. Zhang Ye waved his hand. It's a gift for you. Reino Meng's eyebrows shot up. This won't do. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. You've called me Anakin, so how can it not? Reino Meng paused for a moment. Does Anakin have some special meaning? But he shook his head. I can't accept something for free, and since you saved me, it wouldn't be right to take your knot lanterns. Moreover, I want to rely on my own strength to fight for a good ranking. Saying this, he returned the knot lanterns to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked at him with admiration. Very good, very good. No wonder you're the younger brother of Danana, confident, strong, and self-reliant. Zhang Ye patted Reino Meng's shoulder. Excellent, you haven't embarrassed your sister. Reino Meng was taken aback, then smiled. You know my elder sister. Of course, I'm quite close with her. Zhang Ye replied. Otherwise, why do you think I saved you? Reino Meng showed a realization expression. So you are a friend of my sister. Zhang Ye chuckled, not elaborating further. Not just a friend, in the future you will also have to call me brother-in-law. Since you insist on earning points through your own strength, then join my team. Zhang Ye declared. Agreed. Though he preferred fighting solo, Renam had willingly accepted the alliance. Zhang Ye had saved his life, and was also a friend of his elder sister. Having more allies was certainly no disadvantage. Onizen, who is this? Renam then turned his gaze toward Lina. Before Zhang Ye could respond, Lina stepped forward and said, Hello, I'm Lina. Lina. Renam raised an eyebrow, his eyes locking onto the Lionheart armor she wore, and for a moment he froze. Lina, with that Lionheart armor, could she be Princess Lina of the Lionheart Royal House? Good heavens, could it truly be possible that the Lionheart Royal House would permit their most treasured young princess to participate in the perilous Wanling Academy admissions trial? Should anything happen to her within the secret realm, it might well ignite a war. A shiver ran down Renam's spine. Just then Lina couldn't help but ask, "Why do you call Brother Yi Onizen?" "Brother Yi." Renam blinked in surprise, glancing at Zhang Ye with unmistakable bewilderment, as if silently asking, "Aren't you Onizen?" Zhang Ye replied without a trace of embarrassment, "Well, my full name is Yi Shuipi Nungda Fawang Wanning Chijiu 23 Onizen Zhang, so you may address me as Brother Yi or Onizen, whichever you prefer." Renam and Lina stared, utterly dumbfounded. After a pause, Renam nodded slowly. "I'll call you Brother Yi. You're stronger than I am, and somehow Onizen just feels oddly inappropriate." "Not at all. Haha, whatever makes you comfortable," Zhang Ye replied with a wry smile. Zhang Ye sighed faintly. What a pity it was that this towering, handsome young man refused to call him Onizen. He then swept his arm forward with grand flourish. "Then let's set off, to clear monsters for my brother-in-law. Buelo, move out." "Roger, boss," boomed Buelo. Renam gasped in astonishment. "This stone beast can speak." "Of course I can. I'm beyond the lookout golden. Don't compare me to those trash-deer stone beasts." "Oof. Boss, why'd you hit me?" "Who do you think you are, my father? Watch your tongue. He's the younger brother of your master's elder brother." "What does younger brother of the elder brother even mean?" "Wait. You understand elder sister-in-law, yet you don't know what younger brother of the elder brother means." "I only heard it from other trainees. Once an Eastern trainee arrived with his elder sister-in-law and muttered something about taking advantage while his elder brother was away." "Ow. Boss, why hit me again?" "Silence. March onward." Oh. Soon they reached the third monster spawning site, a narrow canyon. Gazing down at the dense swarm of flamestone beasts below, Zhang Ye exhaled deeply. "Say, Buelo, do you think we might actually drive these stone beasts to extinction by overfarming them?" Buelo shook his massive head. "No. When the secret realm closes, slain stone beasts will revive, though their cultivation ranks will temporarily drop. Full recovery takes 2 years. "I see." Zhang Ye nodded thoughtfully. 2 years to recover. 2 years for recruitment. Clearly the Academy's admissions trials were also a deliberate mechanism to suppress the realm's instability. "Let's begin. Brother-in-law, you take that flanco, Lina, and I will handle this one." "Agreed." Zhang Ye asked. "Agreed." Renam nodded firmly. He had just consumed a mana potion to accelerate his mana regeneration. His reserves were now restored to 1/5. Sufficient for now. Yet Zhang Ye still approached Renam, placed a hand upon his shoulder, and channeled mana into him. At first puzzled, Renam's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Renam was utterly astounded. Such pure, refined mana, absorbed directly into his meridians, and most astonishing of all, it felt exhilarating. In moments, Renam's mana reserves surged to full capacity. He gazed deeply at Zhang Ye, then bowed his head solemnly. "Thank you." Zhang Ye nodded, adding earnestly, "If things grow overwhelming, run straight to me. Your big brother's got you covered." Renam opened his mouth, hesitated, then gave a quiet, resolute nod. "Understood." The trio leapt into the canyon. Zhang Ye and Lina fought in seamless coordination, clearing waves with ruthless efficiency, while Renam, now fully replenished, charged forth alone, blazing fire surging like a crimson-maned lion unleashed. With Zhang Ye and Lina absorbing the brunt of the pressure, Renam gained precious breathing room, enough to systematically purge every flamestone beast within his designated sector. As he observed Zhang Ye and Lina's combat patterns, Renam's understanding deepened. No longer did he recklessly bulldoze through hordes. He began deliberately luring, clustering, and timing his ultimate techniques for maximum devastation, doubling his clearing speed. 2 hours later, the canyon stood utterly barren. Throughout the battle, Zhang Ye deliberately claimed all ninth-rank+ monsters for himself. Combined with earlier kills, his physical cultivation advanced once more, now nearing the peak of the 9th rank. In sheer corporeal might, he already surpassed Renam. Magnificent. Ha ha ha. Unleashing himself without restraint, Renam stood tall, hands on hips, laughing heartily. His gaze toward Zhang Ye now warm with genuine respect. From this single clearing, Renam amassed over 10 million points. Then Zhang Ye, acting as a living mana battery, fully recharged both companions, restoring them to peak readiness. Truly exhilarating. Renam laughed again, then noticed Gujio peering at the small creature with curiosity. "Is this a legendary slime?" "It must belong to Brother Yi, taming a slime. Truly extraordinary." Lina nodded eagerly like a chick pecking grain. "So soothing." Zhang Ye chuckled, then waved his hand grandly. "From now on, whenever your mana runs low, come to me. I'll fill you to the brim. Limitless, inexhaustible, reserves guaranteed." Buelo lumbered over, bouncing excitedly. "Me too. Me too." Zhang Ye grinned. "Everyone gets their share." Lina beamed radiantly. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Renam smiled in turn. "My deepest gratitude." With Zhang Ye's mana support, he was certain he could now operate at twice his normal clearing efficiency. Top 3 among the new recruits seemed highly attainable. Of course, he knew without doubt first place belonged irrevocably to Zhang Ye. After a few light-hearted moments, the trio, plus Bolo and Gujio, resumed their journey toward the next spawning zone. Yet this time someone else had already claimed it. Zhang Ye ordered Bolo to conceal himself. The 3 crept to the canyon's rim and peered down. "It's Samara of the Fongling clan," Renam murmured. Below, indeed, Samara and her 2 companions were clearing monsters. Nearly a day had passed since their last encounter. and Samara's group had seized several Nadian belts. Sabiba and Sakla each wore 2 fully charged belts, Samara herself bore 3 fully charged belts, and her 4th was nearly at capacity. Zhang Ye's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lina asked, "Brother Yi, shall we negotiate business?" Renam tilted his head curiously. What does negotiate business mean? It means robbery. Zhang Ye burst into laughter. Absolutely. We must negotiate. Their loyal customers deserve a special discount. Let's wait until Samara fills her 4th belt. That way the discount becomes even more generous. Aira fluttered out, unable to contain herself. Are you certain it's about the discount, not about seizing more spirit essences? Zhang Ye chuckled inwardly. Same thing. True win-win. At that very moment, Samara and her companions below felt an inexplicable chill ripple across their spines. A strange foreboding premonition, unshakable and cold. Samara instinctively scanned the surroundings, but saw nothing. She dismissed it as mere paranoia. Her gaze drifted downward, to the Nadian belt at her waist, and a satisfied smile touched her lips. Fortune favored them. They'd stumbled upon an exceptionally rich spawning ground. Upon completion, their points should surpass 30 million, more than enough to contend for top 10 among the new recruits. With further effort, even top 5 seemed within reach. As for top 3, she dared not claim certainty, not with that scoundrel Zhang Ye in the running. Just thinking of him made her teeth grind. He wielded 10th rank magic, utterly beyond her reach. When he'd seized their Nadian belts, she'd swallowed her fury like shattered glass. The more she raged, the more determined she grew. Once outside, she would uncover his identity and make him pay dearly. With a sharp, icy snort, she resumed clearing monsters. Yet the deeper she pressed, the more unsettling it became, like unseen eyes boring into her back, prickling her skin with unease. At last, the 4th Nadian belt reached full charge, and the canyon's monsters dwindled to near nothingness. Samara nodded in quiet satisfaction, preparing to lead her cousins elsewhere. In that instant, without warning, blinding holy light shackles erupted from the void, sealing the trio in radiant binds. Zhang Ye leapt forth, sprinting toward them with cheerful rhythmic footfalls. Zhang Ye Epsilon Star 3, valued customer. Samara Co. Dono, no Sigma to LLL Sigma, don't come near US. AHHH. When Sabiba saw the familiar Earth Tiger armor, his eyes turned red. This guy was the one who stole his lamp and knocked him unconscious, making him lose face in front of Sister Samanla. Moreover, he also stole the lamps from Samanla and Sakura. Bastard. What exactly do you want? Samanla couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily. Edge. Zhang Ye was taken aback, then replied nonchalantly, "Robbery isn't that obvious." For a moment, Samanla and the others were left speechless. Then Zhang Ye said with a smile, "However, you are all old customers, so our company has specially prepared a promotional package for you. The second robbery is half price, only half is taken, and each of you will get 3 lamps for free. Isn't that very thoughtful?" He stretched out his hand, and Lina immediately threw 3 lamp belts to him, after which Zhang Ye cheerfully walked towards the 3. Standing in front of Samanla, Zhang Ye directly reached out to her, while Samanla gritted her teeth, feeling both shame and anger. Sabiba, unaware of the earlier robbery, thought Zhang Ye was going to do something inappropriate to Samanla upon seeing this, and immediately exploded. "Beast, what are you doing? If you have the guts, come at me. Let go of Sister Samanla, and come at me, you bastard." Zhang Ye turned to him and smiled. "Don't worry, your turn will come soon." When he said this, Zhang Ye was smiling, but to Sabiba, it sounded different. "Are you not going to let me off either? Beast. You beast. You. He kept cursing, but as he did, he fell silent. Because he saw Zhang Ye merely taking the 2 lamps from Samanla's waist and tying a lamp belt back on her, not doing anything inappropriate as he had imagined. Then Zhang Ye walked towards Sabiba, taking a lamp, while cheerfully saying, "Don't be so agitated. We have professional ethics, we only seek wealth and do not take lives, and we certainly won't rob women. Didn't Samanla tell you?" Sabiba was taken aback and looked at Samanla, but Samanla with a flushed face remained silent. As a 9th-tier powerhouse regarded as one of the top 3 contenders for new life, how could she possibly tell Sabiba about such a humiliating thing, being robbed and having no strength to resist against Zhang Ye? After giving the 3 a lamp belt, Zhang Ye cheerfully held 4 lamps. However, after thinking for a moment, he tied 1 lamp back on Sabiba's belt, saying, "I almost forgot, when 3 people travel together, 1 person is exempt from robbery." Sabiba was dumbfounded. This robber is a bit unusual. Once he learned that it was only for wealth, his heart calmed down. He even mentally prepared to be completely robbed. After all, he was outmatched. Being a well-educated child from a prominent family, he had some composure, and he could always take revenge later. But he didn't expect Zhang Ye to only take half of the lamps, and even exempt 1 person from robbery, and returned 1 lamp to him. Instantly, a lot of his resentment dissipated. Strangely enough, though it was the second time he was robbed, his resentment was clearly not as deep this time. Perhaps this was the effect of the joy of having something lost and regained. Alright, there are even more discounts for the 3rd robbery. Zhang Ye waved his hand, and then ran away, leaving behind a bewildered Sabiba and the silent Samanla. A moment later, the holy light shackles were released. Sabiba touched the extra lamp belt at his waist and sighed. There was no way. The other party initiated with a quick cast 10th tier spell, and his 3 people were no match at all. Given this result, it was already better than he expected. He turned to Samantha and asked, "Sister Samantha, are you okay?" He stared at her in disbelief. At this moment, Samantha's shoulders were trembling, her face no longer cold, but filled with anger. Her shoulders shook as she gritted her silver teeth. Sabiba had never seen Samantha this furious before. "That bastard, I must kill him." Sabiba was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. "That's right, kill him. Anyone who offends our wind spirit family must be killed." In fact, Samantha was not only angry because Zhang Ye robbed her twice, but also because, during the time that guy tied the belt for her, he had brushed against her waist. Having grown up like this, it was her first time being so lightly touched by a man, simply unforgivable. On the other side, Zhang Ye was mumbling with a smile. "Nana's waist is even thinner than Samantha's, and she's so good-looking it's a shame not to dress her as a girl." Rinomon looked at the cheerful Zhang Ye and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Ye, your robbery is different from others." Zhang Ye chuckled. "Of course we're a legitimate company. How can those small-time robbers compare to us? We aim to grow big and strong, creating brilliance together." Rinomon couldn't help but laugh. Doing robbery to this extent, there really was no one like Zhang Ye. He originally had a strong aversion to robbery, though it was not wrong in the secret realm. His character made him disdain such acts. But seeing Zhang Ye robbing like this, he not only didn't feel disgusted, but found it quite interesting. "All right, let's continue hunting monsters." Zhang Ye chuckled. "Bobo, let's go." "All right, boss." "Bossum, the outer stone beast nests have basically been cleared." "Cleared?" Zhang Ye was taken aback. "Yes, the stone beast nests in the red area have all been cleared, while those in the yellow and gray areas are too low in tier. If boss wants to farm points, there may not be much income left." Bobo said obediently. As Zhang Ye's slave contract beast, after witnessing Zhang Ye's methods, especially knowing the benefits of Zhang Ye's magic to him, he began to work diligently, as if he truly considered himself Zhang Ye's little brother. "I see. You said the outer ones are cleared, so are there still inner nests?" Zhang Ye asked. "Yes, but..." Bobo hesitated. Zhang Ye patted him and said, "Hurry up, I hate it when people hesitate to speak. Wolf, there are inner nests, but they are in the black area, which is very dangerous." "Why is it dangerous?" Zhang Ye asked. "Because the black area is the territory of the black silver stone beasts, each of which is at least a 10th tier existence. Even on the outskirts of the black area, there may be 10th tier latest stage black silver stone beasts. Moreover, there is black silver poisonous fog in the black area. Anyone below the saint tier will be eroded by the poisonous fog, and inhaling a few breaths of it can lead to death, so it is very dangerous." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. 10th tier stone beasts. Each one is worth 78 points. He thought to himself, if there are 5 or 6,000 stone beasts in a nest, each worth 78 points, if they are all cleared, wouldn't he soar? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Zhang Ye urged. "It's just a 10th tier, we can handle it." Upon hearing this, Bobo fell silent for a moment, and then said, "If it's just a 10th tier, it wouldn't be a problem, but there are saint tier stone beasts in the inner black area, and there are even kings stationed there." "Kings?" Zhang Ye asked curiously. "What kings?" Bobo gritted his teeth and said, as if he had made a decision, "The stone beast king birthed from the origin, just like me. Her name is Rabber Silver, and she was birthed alongside me. You could say she is my sister, but due to being exploited by that old man, my tier has never exceeded the 10th tier. But Rabara is different, as she was recognized by that old man as the guardian of the secret realm's origin, so her tier is maintained at the 2-star saint tier. This is also due to that old man's exploitation, who otherwise she could achieve high-star saint tier or even demigod status like me. She was appointed to guard the black area, and any humans entering the black area will be attacked by her. If we get close to the black area, she will definitely notice and may take action." At this point, everyone understood. Zhang Ye said, "Then can't you as her brother ask her for leniency?" Bobo shook his head bitterly. "If I say so, she will naturally be lenient, but the black area has been set with a taboo. As long as any beings other than stone beasts step into it, the taboo connected to Rabara will be triggered, and she will suffer greatly. That old man uses this to provoke her to take action and guard the core of the secret realm." Saying this, Bobo paused for a moment, then said, "Boss, as long as you can rescue my sister from the secret realm, I, Bobo, vow to never have a second heart." Zhang Ye blinked. "So you had a second heart before?" Bobo was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. "That's not the case, not the case." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes at him, pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I'll give it a try. I'll see if I can lift the taboo on her and take her away. The system function can analyze everything, even the core of the Greystone secret realm and land, so I believe it can analyze the taboo within Rabber too. But since he had never seen it before, he wasn't sure and could only try it out when the time came. If he really succeeds, then to take Rabber out, he would have to sign a slave contract bringing her out through the contract space. And in that case, wouldn't he have a 2-star saint tier contract beast bodyguard? Oh, I almost forgot, for the contract, the other party's cultivation cannot exceed his. But that's fine, that just means he would have 2 contract beasts with demigod potential. Well, let's do this. Having seized 3 fully filled Na lanterns from the 3 members of Samandra, another 10 million credits were credited to his account. Now he has over 130 million credits. Therefore, this time going to the Black District is mainly to see if he can help La Bella lift the taboo, while earning credits is secondary. The Black District is quite far away. Bora Bora ran with all his might for more than 2 hours before arriving. From a distance, one could see the black land and the floating gray mist in the air, which must be the poisonous fog. Bora, can you call her out? Zhang Ye asked. Bora chose to selectively ignore Zhang Ye's arbitrary naming. Yes, I have informed her through our mental link. She will be out soon. Zhang Ye nodded, and everyone waited outside the Black District as the poisonous fog inside was better avoided. Zhang Ye was analyzing the poisonous fog. He discovered that this poisonous fog was also generated by the taboo of the secret realm and could be manually analyzed. Once the analysis is complete, some areas of the poisonous fog can be eliminated. Zhang Ye immediately began the manual analysis. He stood at the edge of the Black District where the land was red while the other side was black, with a very clear boundary. Above the boundary line, a gray magical array hovered in front of Zhang Ye. This was the analysis magic array for the poisonous fog taboo. Zhang Ye needed to rely on his own magical understanding to find a way to lift the taboo and break it. Zhang Ye took a quick glance and found that although the poisonous fog was formidable and covered a vast area, it was also quite simple. With his magical understanding, he could quickly break it. Countless strands of magical energy extended from his body, sketching and erasing some runes on the magic array, while Lina and Rainon looked on with confusion. Lina couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing, Brother Yi?" Breaking the poisonous fog taboo, Zhang Ye replied without turning back. Lina and Rainon tilted their heads, still looking puzzled. Was Brother Yi's magical energy line scribbling in the void really breaking the taboo? Indeed, that magic array was only visible to Zhang Ye, although he was unaware of it at the moment. In less than 5 minutes, the magic array suddenly emitted a crack sound, and several combinations on the array began to rotate, before ultimately shattering and disappearing. A large area of gray mist before him also dissipated in an instant. Lina and Rainon were immediately astonished, not expecting Zhang Ye to have truly broken the taboo. As a result, their perception of Zhang Ye was elevated once again. Those who could lift taboos possessed extraordinary magical understanding, making it hard to believe that Zhang Ye had such profound magical insight. In fact, while Zhang Ye was conducting the magic path innovation, his magical understanding was also improving by leaps and bounds. As the gray mist dissipated, visibility became clearer, revealing many black stone beasts gathering inside. The black stone beasts had a liquid-like substance flowing on their bodies. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Ye realized it resembled mercury, leading him to suspect that these black mercury stone beasts contained potent toxins. Suddenly, everyone saw the stone beasts in the distance becoming agitated, all of them cowering on the ground, trembling. Meanwhile, Bora also displayed a joyful expression, saying, "She's here." In the next moment, a silver figure appeared before everyone, having just been far away a second ago, now standing right in front of them. Zhang Ye was startled, and then looked at the figure before him, glancing at Bora, finally unable to help but ask, "You mean she is your sister?" Bora nodded yes. "Are you sure?" Zhang Ye pointed at the person in front of him. "Of course, what's wrong?" Bora asked. "It's just, why are you a mound of pangolin while she is a human?" Zhang Ye retorted. Indeed, standing before Zhang Ye was La Bella, who was unmistakably a human, or rather a humanoid. Her hair flowed like liquid mercury, her skin was silver, and her body was adorned with silver armor, covering her private parts, her features exquisite, and her figure tall. It was hard to imagine that she was Bora's sister. Zhang Ye initially thought La Bella was just a modified version of Bora. Unable to resist, he performed an analysis. La Bella Silver, early stage 2-star holy beast of dual gold and stone systems, in semi-humanoid state, possessing extremely strong control over dual gold and stone elements. Wow, she really is a magical beast, albeit in a semi-humanoid state. Bora explained, La Bella's main magic is more suited for energy circulation and spellcasting in humanoid form, which is why she prefers that form. My main body is a beast form, which is more powerful, but I can also transform into a humanoid form. Would you like to see, big brother? Zhang Ye nodded. I see. No need, you definitely won't be as handsome as me. Bora. He looked at La Bella and said, "Hello, I am Zhang Ye." "I know, my brother told me," La Bella nodded. Her voice was melodious, yet devoid of excessive emotion. "There's no time to waste, let's begin." As she spoke, her mercury-like shimmering eyes fixed on Zhang Ye, filled with both vigilance and anticipation. It was clear that she unconditionally trusted Bora, but she harbored hostility towards humans. After all, it was humans who had confined her here. Zhang Ye didn't waste any words. He nodded and directly performed a deep analysis. The system analysis immediately revealed the content he wished to see. Limit taboo. The taboo within the target's body is of the same origin as the taboo in the Black District of the Grey Rock Secret Realm. The restricted cannot leave the Black District, and if any foreign creature steps into the Black District, the restricted will suffer cutting pain. Manual analysis is required, and only upon completion can the taboo be broken. A magic array appeared between La Bella and Zhang Ye. However, it seemed that others could not see this magic array, only Zhang Ye could. He merely glanced at it and frowned. This magic array was extremely complex, and with his current level of magical understanding, there were many aspects he couldn't comprehend. This made Zhang Ye feel troubled, fearing that if he mishandled it, it would worsen the taboo and harm La Bella. At that moment, Aila flew out, saying, "If you're worried about hurting her, there's no need, because the magic array manifested by the analysis exists in a simulated projection form. Only when the analysis is correct will this magic array connect with the world and take effect directly. If incorrect, it can be reset at any time. Zhang Ye's eyes brightened, thinking, I see, thank you, little Aila. Aila puffed out her cheeks. Hey, can you not add little when addressing me? Zhang Ye merely glanced at her chest and casually replied, okay. No problem. Aila, you're being dismissive. If I won't talk to you anymore. Saying this, she disappeared, leaving Zhang Ye smiling as he cracked his fingers and declared, let's begin the unraveling. Thousands of strands of magical energy suddenly extended from his body, directly acting upon the magic array. At the same time, while cracking it, he could also perform a secondary analysis of the analysis magic array to ascertain the results, effects, and progress of his unraveling, thus correcting any errors. If this core magic pattern is severed, it can disconnect the pain-enhancing magic pattern group of the second sequence. However, once this magic pattern is severed, the entire taboo will instead operate in reverse. It won't just be simple pain, or it could lead to an explosion. No. What does this magic pattern group mean? Let's test it. Oh, it's secondary magical conversion and neural stimulation. No, this path won't work. I can't solve it with a singular sequence. I must approach it from a holistic perspective. A single thread pulled can move the entire body. I need to find the key point, then conduct a pseudo-unraveling in depth, achieving a domino effect. Once the key point is removed, the entire internal taboo will collapse without affecting the operation of the Black District's taboo. Zhang Ye muttered to himself while analyzing, leaving those around him in a state of confusion. Rainon had a basic understanding, but didn't quite grasp it. Like his sister, he was more of a practical type than a theoretical one, yet he felt it seemed quite impressive. Lena, however, was different. The more she listened, the more serious her expression became, her eyes filled with astonishment. The methods of magical operation and rune combinations revealed by Zhang Ye were unprecedented. She had never heard of them before, but upon using magic to perform calculations, she found them to be feasible. In an instant, she looked at Zhang Ye with shimmering eyes, hurriedly pulling out a small notebook. Oh no, a magic book to record everything. For 5 whole hours, Zhang Ye was engaged in manual analysis. Within those 5 hours, he attempted countless methods, all of which ended in failure. This forbidden technique, capable of affecting the saint level, was still too challenging for him. However, it wasn't without effect. Now only the final step remained. Zhang Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing a hint of fatigue in his eyes. This analysis surprisingly consumed mental energy. Although not much, the prolonged drain over 5 hours had nearly depleted his mental strength. Looking at the magic array before him, he nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Almost there, we just need to complete the final step. Rebella stood before him, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. After enduring over 200 years, 5 hours was nothing. Yet at this moment, she was slightly moved, her cherry lips quivering. Really? Can we do it? Yes, we just need to topple the first domino. Zhang Ye smiled, and then turned to Renomon and Lena apologetically, saying, sorry for making you wait so long. Renomon shook his head, unconcerned. It's fine. Lena also shook her head, smiling. It's fine, brother Ye. I've learned a lot. The magical formulas and runes you mentioned have greatly inspired me. Zhang Ye smiled again and asked Rebella, are you ready? Ready. At that moment, Rebella couldn't help but feel nervous, as this was crucial for her to escape the secret realm and break free from control. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, and then the magical threads of power from his body coalesced into a force pointing into the void. The magic array in his eyes burst forth with dazzling brilliance, swiftly rotating and shattering, with the fragments directly merging into Rebella's body. Immediately, Rebella's eyes widened. She could feel a light and liberating sensation in her body, as if the shackles that had bound her were completely gone. She looked at her body, her hands trembling slightly, while Palebo watched her nervously. Rebella, try to see if you can step out. Palebo said, trembling. Rebella nodded and slowly took a step. At that moment, Jean and Ian, the sibling duo, held their breath. Finally, Rebella's smooth foot landed on the red soil, and the excruciating pain she imagined did not come. Rebella stepped forward again, completely leaving the dark area. She lowered her head, looking at the ground, her shoulders trembling, tears welling up. She had stepped out. She was free. No, there was still the final step to take. Suddenly, she lifted her head, waving her hand, and 5 crystalline armors materialized before her, though these armors were pentagonal. Her cultivation level also swiftly diminished to the early stages of the 7th rank. Let's sign the contract. Rebella's breath was somewhat weak, but she spoke eagerly, her eyes fixed on Zhang Ye with a serious expression. Zhang Ye replied, have you thought it through? Signing the contract means you will become my contract beast. Yes. Rebella nodded. Brother has already become your contract beast. I will join him. Being your slave is certainly better than being confined as livestock for a lifetime. Zhang Ye's voice softened as he assured, don't worry, I won't let you regret this choice. All right. Just like that, Rebella also became Zhang Ye's contract beast, and Palebo instantly burst into tears of joy. For 200 years, how they wished to escape this secret realm, how they longed to break free from human captivity. Today, their desire was finally fulfilled. In their eyes, human lifespans were merely 100 years. Even if Zhang Ye could become a demigod, his lifespan would only extend to 1,000 or 2. Being a 1,000-year slave was certainly better than being confined for a lifetime. By the way, now that you two have left the secret realm, won't you be discovered? Zhang Ye asked. We can leave a trace of our original aura, but we won't be discovered in the short term. Palebo replied. Zhang Ye nodded and smiled. All right, let's start hunting monsters. Hunting monsters. Rebella was taken aback, then quickly realized, I almost forgot you are candidates and need points, right? Yes. Zhang Ye immediately nodded. Rebella smiled. I have plenty of magical beast essences. The old man with the core of the secret realm made me guard the source and restrict the number of stone beasts in the realm. The birth of the stone beasts is composed of essences nurtured by the source and elemental power. So when the number of stone beasts reaches a certain amount, the newly added essences will be stored by me to maintain the operation of the secret realm's source. Any surplus will go to that old man, so I might as well give them to you. Right now I have 500,000 essences of the 8th and 9th ranks. 500,000. The three of them exclaimed in unison. 500,000 essence of the 8th and 9th ranks could yield an incredible amount of points. Rebella asked, do you need them? Zhang Ye immediately nodded yes. Of course. If he were to release the Earth Tiger armor, now he would be salivating. What a joke, 500,000 essences could potentially be worth billions in points. Of course, considering Zhang Ye's current points, claiming the first position was a certainty. Thus, he wanted these essences not for the entrance exam, but to enhance his mental strength. It was unimaginable how much of an enhancement 500,000 essences could bring him. Rebella nodded, waving her hand. Shortly after, a luminous orb flew from a distance, shining brightly, containing a full 500,000 essences of the 8th and 9th ranks. Rebella handed the orb to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye swallowed hard, cautiously accepting it. Do you need these essences? Zhang Ye asked Lina and Rinomon. The two were taken aback before shaking their heads in unison. Essences are generally used for refining magical potions. They are of no use to us. Lina said, and Rinomon nodded in agreement. They could tell that Zhang Ye seemed very eager for these essences, so they smiled. Brother Yi, if you want them, take them. We haven't done much anyway. Thank you, then I will graciously accept. Zhang Ye replied earnestly. Bibi, can you help me store 5,000 essences in the lamp? Zhang Ye addressed Rebella. Rebella had no aversion to being called Bibi by Zhang Ye. She didn't mind such names. She nodded, pointing her finger. 5,000 essences separated and were stored in the lamp on Palebo's body, causing the lamp to glow brightly, illuminating nearly 20 lights. Then Zhang Ye embraced the orb and immediately entered into meditation for cultivation. Guided by him, the essences in the orb rapidly entered Zhang Ye's body at a terrifying speed. His body began to emanate a faint glow, and at that moment Zhang Ye clearly felt his recently depleted mental strength replenishing instantly, and his mental power began to surge. He involuntarily released his divine sense, discovering that his perception range was continuously expanding and everything within that perception was becoming increasingly clearer. Finally, the orb transformed into an ordinary glass ball, and all the essences were completely absorbed by Zhang Ye. His divine sense perception expanded from the original 1.5 kilometers to 15 kilometers. A full 10-fold increase. Moreover, everything within the perception range was extraordinarily clear. Originally at a 1.5 kilometer perception range, anything beyond 700 meters would become vague. Beyond 1.2 kilometers, he could only perceive a rough outline. But at this moment, he could perceive everything clearly within 15 kilometers, and even the outermost perceptions were not so blurred that he couldn't discern the attributes of magical fluctuations. Not only that, with the enhancement of his mental strength, Zhang Ye's control over magical power also became increasingly refined. With a mere thought, countless threads of magical energy, each hundreds of meters long, coalesced thinner than hair and numbering in the thousands. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. The 45,000 essences had directly elevated Zhang Ye's mental strength above the saint level. Even the perception range of an ordinary 1-star saint level is only about 10 kilometers. Zhang Ye opened his eyes, filled with joy. This was truly a tremendous gain. This is my primordial crystal armor. It can store and redirect all damage below the 3-star saint rank. Labella extended the 5 floating crystal armors toward Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye accepted them with a nod and smiled. Don't worry, no one will ever harvest you like crops again. What does harvesting crops mean? Labella tilted her head curiously. It means no one will exploit you any longer, or force you to surrender your crystal armors. Zhang Ye stowed the armors away. Follow me and you'll never be at a loss. Then we'll watch and see, Palebo and Labella replied in unison, exchanging a glance and smiling. From now on, call me Lauda, just like Bobo does. Or Brother Yi works too. I've got your backs. Zhang Ye chuckled smugly, yet he harbored his own misgivings. He mused Londa would surely notice the disappearance of the 2 magical beasts, and losing 2 creatures capable of producing primordial crystal armors would undoubtedly enrage him. Londa would inevitably suspect the candidates, and as the top-ranked freshman, Zhang Ye would become the prime suspect. Thus, he had to conceal the gold-and-silver siblings absolutely, never allowing their presence to be revealed. Beyond personal peril, he found himself genuinely drawn to Palebo and Labella, even after only brief acquaintance. One was a steadfast bulwark, the other a fierce striker, rare and invaluable allies. Moreover, something stirred within him upon learning they had been caged and treated as livestock for 1,000 years. He could not bear the thought of their suffering continuing. Perhaps it stemmed from that ancient azure vine serpent king, an encounter that had instilled in him from the outset a deep sense of pity for height-ear magical beasts whose intelligence rivaled humanity's. And indeed the truth was stark compared to humankind. Magical beasts endured far greater hardship. Thus he would aid high-tier beasts wherever possible, but low-tier ones lay beyond his reach. He required their essence to grow stronger, and so he resolved to do only what lay within his power. Some might accuse him of hypocrisy. If he truly sought compassion, why not abstain entirely from slaying beasts and rely solely on cultivation? Yet Zhang Ye firmly believed great benevolence must be tempered with thunderous resolve. If he truly wished to save magical beasts, he must first grow mighty, for only strength commands authority. Just as the gold and silver siblings had lost both voice and freedom, not because they lacked virtue, but because they lacked power. Only through strength could he enact his will. Only through strength could he resolve at its root the ancient enmity between humankind and magical beasts. Perhaps one day he might forge a world where both coexist in peace, but that future hinged entirely upon his ascension. These points are certainly sufficient. So, brother-in-law, will you still grind points by yourself? Zhang Ye asked. Upon hearing this, Renomong glanced at the shimmering Nalamp lamp adorning Palebo's body, swallowed hard, and finally shook his head. No. Zhang Ye and Lina already possessed enough points. If he insisted on grinding alone, they would be forced to accompany him endlessly across the trials, and he refused to burden them further. Shall I gift you some spirit essences instead, eh? Zhang Ye offered. No need. I have more than enough points to pass the enrollment assessment. Renomong replied. But likely not enough for the top 5, Zhang Ye observed. Renomong's tally stood at merely 20 million points. By now elite 9th rank contenders like Nan He and Samanra had long surpassed that threshold, making his ascent into the top 5 virtually impossible with his current score. No matter, I'll grind on my own later. No need to trouble you further, Renomong said cheerfully. Zhang Ye paused, then broke into a wide grin. How about this? You spar with me. A sparring match. Renomong blinked in surprise, then shook his head. I'm no match for you. Though a spark of eagerness flickered within him, he knew well his own limits. Nonsense. True strength lies in confronting challenges he'd in never retreating before superior foes. Besides, I promised your sister I'd test your mettle when we met. Test my mettle? Renomong stared stunned. Indeed. I am now your sister's sole disciple, and she told me you're extraordinary. I've been eagerly awaiting this moment. Consider it a friendly exchange. I'll assess your abilities. Should you impress me, I'll share my points with you. That way you'll earn them through your own strength. Doesn't that sound fair? Renomong stood speechless, then upon reflection realized the logic held true. Moreover, he genuinely yearned to gauge the chasm between himself and Zhang Ye. At last he nodded firmly. Agreed. Zhang Ye smiled. Now that's the spirit. Privately he chuckled. In this age, even bestowing points demanded elaborate stratagems. Yet Renomong's temperament resonated deeply with him. He admired such forthright sincerity and cherished friendships forged in kindred spirit. Handing Gujiu over to Lina's care, the two sought an open expanse to begin their trial. For fairness's sake, I'll refrain from using 10th rank magic, Zhang Ye declared. Renomong nodded. Agreed. Let's begin. I'm a year older, so I'll yield the first move. Go ahead. Zhang Ye grinned. Brother Yi is 23, so this title suits me perfectly. Renomong laughed heartily. Here I come. Watch yourself, Brother Yi. The moment the words left his lips, roaring flames erupted around Renomong. Blazing force surge. Zhang Ye instantly recognized the incantation, then watched as Renomong slammed his foot down, cratering the earth and unleashing a shockwave. Like a cannonball, Renomong shot forward, his fist wreathed in searing fire, coalescing into the snarling visage of a blazing lion. It was the martial art, Blazing Lion Fist. Zhang Ye laughed aloud. Excellent. In the next breath, cobalt flames roared to life across his body. Hydrogen-oxygen augmentation, blazing force surge. With a sweeping motion, he conjured a colossal shield of azure flame before him. Hydrogen-oxygen augmentation, scorching flame bastion. Stunned by the azure bastion, Renomong realized Zhang Ye wielded the very magic of the Blazing Lion clan, proof he truly was his elder sister's disciple. And those cerulean flames, far more potent than ordinary fire. Incredible. His eyes blazed with fierce combat fervor. Having chosen battle, he cast aside all hesitation. Only pure, unbridled combat remained. Boom! He struck the scorching flame bastion Hedon, where crimson and cobalt flames collided, erupting into a violet mushroom cloud of incandescent fury. The bastion shattered instantly, hurling Renomong backward. Zhang Ye, though only at 7th rank peak, wielded perfect mastery and hydrogen-oxygen augmentation, elevating his spells to near 9th rank potency. Yet Renomong was a peerless prodigy of his tier. The sheer force of that blow had shattered the bastion outright. Had Zhang Ye not instantly conjured 2 additional bastions, he might not have withstood that strike. Even so, 2 bastions crumbled instantly. The third trembled on the verge of collapse. Impressive. Zhang Ye laughed and coiled his legs, surging forward. Brother-in-law, brace yourself. Blazing Lion Fist. With a thunderous cry, he unleashed dozens of punches, summoning dozens of massive azure lion heads hurtling toward Renomong. Renomong roared approval and channeled his mana, unleashing his own Blazing Lion Fist, in reply matching punch for punch. Dozens of azure lion heads clashed midair with dozens of crimson ones, explosions reverberating across the field. Even Lina and the gold and silver siblings hundreds of meters away felt the tremors. As they hurled flaming lions, both charged forward, until at last they collided, fists crashing together in unison. Cobalt and crimson flames merged, detonated, yet neither yielded an inch. Instead, they exchanged blows at terrifying speed. Elbows, shoulders, knees, and fists ablaze, each strike parried, each impact visceral. Flames raged, until their very essences coalesced into two colossal lions, one scarlet, one sapphire, roaring defiance at one another. Witnessing this spectacle, Lena's eyes shimmered, awash with starlit admiration and quiet sorrow. If only I could be this strong. In this battle, Zhang Ye ultimately emerged victorious. In terms of magic, whatever spell Reno Meng used, Zhang Ye replicated it. And even without the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array, his impeccable control made his magic significantly stronger than Reno Meng's. However, this was not the key. The critical factor lay in physical prowess. To thoroughly test Reno Meng's strength, Zhang Ye did not simply unleash a barrage of instantaneous magic, but engaged him in close combat. Reno Meng's physical strength was at the early stage of the 9th level, while Zhang Ye had already reached the mid-stage of the 9th level, with a comprehensive enhancement that made him not only powerful, but also agile, quick to react, and defensively the strongest among his peers. Thus, every punch that landed, although Zhang Ye's peak 7th level magical flames were not as fierce as Reno Meng's, the force of his punches was even more terrifying, and Zhang Ye's combat skills were surprisingly a notch above Reno Meng's. Reno Meng was equally astonished. Zhang Ye's combat skills were too formidable. His combos flowed like water, and his strength was ferocious, akin to a torrential storm. Initially, he could rely on his tier advantage to resist, but as the battle progressed, he felt increasingly powerless. At this moment, Zhang Ye felt to him like an elder sister. Indeed, in that moment, Zhang Ye resembled Leona. His power techniques, every move he made, his fighting style, all mirrored Leona's. His figure overlapped with Leona's, giving Reno Meng the sensation that he was battling Leona herself. It was strikingly similar. He was undoubtedly his sister's student, otherwise his fighting style could not possibly be so alike. Zhang Ye had almost absorbed 90% of Leona's fighting style, his aggressive onslaught, as fierce as a tempest, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to that of a crimson lion, powerful beyond compare. And all of this took merely a month. Crawling out of the pit, Reno Meng brushed off the blue flames clinging to his shoulder guard. Just moments ago, Zhang Ye had sent him flying over 100 meters with a kick. Had Zhang Ye not restrained his strength, he would have been severely injured. "I lost," Reno Meng said. Although defeated, he showed no signs of discouragement. Instead, he wore an excited expression, clearly indicating that winning or losing did not matter to him. What mattered was that he had just experienced a thrilling battle that greatly benefited him. In that moment, he increasingly recognized Zhang Ye's strength. Zhang Ye laughed heartily, releasing the phoenix's breath to heal both himself and Reno Meng, while also helping him recharge his electricity. "I've tested your strength, how should I put it?" Zhang Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Impressive, but it can be even more powerful." Reno Meng was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "How can it be more powerful?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Come, I'll teach you a spell. If you comprehend it well, your strength at the same tier can surge by at least 5 times. 5 times? Reno Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. What spell could possibly allow him to amplify his strength 5-fold at the same tier? Then Zhang Ye taught him the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array. Reno Meng, being Leona's brother, was exceptionally quick to learn. Within half an hour, he had drawn a complete hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array. Immediately, he could feel the enhancement effect this magical array brought to his fire magic. Just having grasped the basics, he could already triple the power of his flames. If he were to master it completely and integrate it with various fire spells, how could his overall strength not increase by more than 5 times? He would even believe it if someone said it would increase by 15 times. It's absurd. It's unimaginable that this enhancement array could provide such a tremendous boost to the fire's power. In an instant, the way Reno Meng looked at Zhang Ye was no longer just one of goodwill, it was filled with respect. Most would hide such a powerful enhancement array, yet Zhang Ye taught it to him, without reservation, earning Reno Meng's admiration and gratitude. In that moment, Reno Meng's favor for Zhang Ye skyrocketed, reaching the level of a good brother. "Thank you, Brother Ye. In the future, if you ever need my help, just ask." Zhang Ye laughed heartily, sure. He also enjoyed having Reno Meng as a friend. Seeing that the two seemed to have finished, Lena hurried over, looking at Zhang Ye with admiration. "Brother Ye, you are truly amazing. And your flames are blue, they're so beautiful. What spell is that?" The stars in Lena's eyes began to shine again. Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh heartily as he explained to her the theoretical enhancement of the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array for fire magic. Reno Meng listened attentively, as it would aid him in comprehension. At this moment, Zhang Ye's status in the hearts of both was no longer merely that of a friend, but rather a mentor and friend. "All right, let's go find our big client," Zhang Ye said after finishing his explanation. Lena was taken aback and asked, "Isn't our score sufficient? Do we still need to snatch it?" "Of course not." Zhang Ye shook his head and said, "The distribution of our current scores is enough for the 3 of us to secure a top 3 position, and the remaining scores should not be wasted since I no longer benefit from absorbing them. The previous snatching of the lanterns was due to insufficient scores. Now that we have enough, we naturally don't need to steal, but rather return them." "Return?" Reno Meng was taken aback. It was his first time hearing about robbers returning what they had taken. Zhang Ye nodded and smiled awkwardly, mainly to return to Nan. Nan has been robbed by us 3 times. To be honest, I feel a bit guilty about it. You can't always fleece one sheep, can you? And with Nan's strength, securing a spot in the top 3 should have been effortless. Because of me, he might not even make it into the top 10, so I want to return the excess spiritual essence to him to see if we can mend our differences. If it works, we would have added a potentially powerful partner, wouldn't we? Both Lina and Reno Meng felt that made sense. Nan was the young master of the Thunderclap clan. Although the talent of the new generation of the clan had severely declined for some unknown reason, falling far behind other major families, Nan was an exception. He was the strongest among the new generation of the Thunderclap clan, nearly overwhelming his peers from other major families. Had it not been for Zhang Ye, it would have been a sure thing for Nan to secure the first position. In terms of combat power, Reno Meng knew he was no match for Nan. The crucial point was that Zhang Ye had taken advantage of him 3 times, and he himself could not bear to see it. Given Nan's potential, he would undoubtedly become a strong contender in the future, and it would be beneficial to build a good relationship with him. Now was the perfect opportunity to return the excess spiritual essence to him, and see if we could improve our rapport. Even if it doesn't work, it could at least minimize conflicts, turning major issues into minor ones, and eliminating a potential enemy, which is a win-win situation. Additionally, it was also necessary to improve relations with Samandra and others. After all, they were all geniuses from major families. Previously, Zhang Ye's spiritual essence converted into scores amounted to a staggering 130 million points, and then he added another 58 to 90 grade spiritual essence, which converted to more than 280 million points, totaling over 420 million. He distributed 40 million points to his little brother, but he refused to take more. Then Zhang Ye considered giving Lina half, but she resolutely refused such a large amount, so in the end they decided on 60 million points for Lina, which was only accepted after Zhang Ye used the strategy of, if you don't take it, I'll throw it away. With 320 million points remaining, Zhang Ye decided to return 50 million to Nan, and for the remaining points he would see if he could find Samandra and the others to return 20 million each to them. The remaining points would be more than enough to secure the first position among the new students. Alright, let's go. It's time to give them some benefits. Zhang Ye waved his hand. However, this time he did not ride on Palebo again. Instead, after removing the lanterns, he stored Palebo and Rebella in the contract space, as they needed to actively seek out people, and Palebo and Rebella could not be seen by others. As it stood, the only people who had seen Palebo were Lina, Reno Meng, and Samandra, who had been chasing Palebo earlier, plus Nan. Lina and Reno Meng had promised Zhang Ye they would not disclose anything, and he chose to trust them. Samandra and her companions should not know that he had tamed Palebo. But Nan. Earlier, Palebo had kicked him like a ball, but it was uncertain whether he had recognized Palebo or guessed the relationship between himself and Palebo. Thus, Zhang Ye decided to subtly inquire about Nan later. With his divine sense extended, covering a range of 15 kilometers, Zhang Ye's efficiency in locating people became remarkably high. Now he only needed to find Nan and Samandra. At this moment, Nan was battling a mid-tier 10th order flamestone beast. Although it was just one, it was evidently beyond Nan's current capabilities, because Nan was seriously injured at this time. In Zhang Ye's perception, Nan's magical energy fluctuations were extremely weak, indicating that his mana was nearly exhausted. Moreover, the flow of magical energy in his left arm was not smooth, suggesting that it had been injured. How did Nan provoke this mid-tier 10th order flame stone beast? Zhang Ye did not understand, and did not think too much. Quickly rushing towards Nan's direction, for Nan was at a disadvantage. Although he was still exchanging blows with the flamestone beast, he was on the verge of peril. On the other side, Nan continuously dodged the attacks of the flamestone beast, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his expression grave. He had originally intended to find a place to rest after finishing off some monsters, only to stumble upon an open mine. In the secret realm, there were many veins of ore, but most were enveloped by magma and rock layers which could not be detected without saint-level perception. Now that he had stumbled upon it, he would naturally not let it go. Such ores were quite valuable and had numerous uses. He intended to take some back, but little did he know this was the feeding ground of a mid-tier 10th order flamestone beast, explaining why there were no flamestone beasts around. By the time he realized this, it was too late. The flamestone beast initiated the attack, first unleashing a pillar of fire. In a moment of carelessness, he was burned on his left arm, and having already been exhausted from battling monsters, his mana was depleted. Now he was certainly no match for the mid-tier 10th order flamestone beast. He could only flee, but the flamestone beast pursued relentlessly. Injured and fatigued, Nan's speed decreased significantly, and he could not escape the flamestone beast's relentless chase. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take out a potion from his ring, drinking it to recover his injuries and mana, while continuing to fight the flamestone beast. He understood his predicament. No one would come to save him or help him. He could only rely on himself. Only by killing this flamestone beast could he survive. Thus, in the face of adversity, Nan unleashed a powerful fighting spirit, and surprisingly, as a mid-tier 9th order, he was evenly matched with the mid-tier 10th order flamestone beast. However, as time passed, the effects of the potion faded, his mana recovery lagged behind, and his physical strength was severely depleted, leaving him covered in wounds. In that moment, he was barely holding on through sheer willpower. In contrast, the mid-tier 10th Order Flamestone beast, though similarly wounded, was in a noticeably better condition than Nan. Nan knew that if this continued he would die. He had to reveal his trump card. A glint of determination flashed in Nan's eyes as he sheathed his purple long knife, then pulled out a shimmering purple-golden long knife, crackling with lightning from his spatial ring. A pseudo-holy artifact. Only by draining part of his life force to activate the power of the pseudo-holy artifact could he possibly kill this Flamestone beast. Even if he would pay the price later, he had no choice now. Mother bless me. He gently squeezed the jade sword pendant at his chest, then closed his eyes. In the next moment, thunder erupted. He opened his eyes, and the purple lightning power overflowed from them. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to his peak. He slowly floated up, raising the purple-golden long knife high, and circles of purple runes began to swirl around him. The sky darkened with heavy clouds, and a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a barrel crashed down, striking the purple-golden long knife. But Nan suffered no harm. Instead, his momentum surged. His purple hair danced in the wind, lightning snakes surged around him, and bright purple lightning patterns appeared on his forehead. At that moment, he resembled the embodiment of thunder. Rather than handsome, it was more accurate to say, beautiful. Thunder. He began to speak slowly, but at that moment his voice was no longer deep and magnetic. Instead, it sounded ethereal, like a divine voice. Annihilation slash. With a fierce shout, the purple-golden long knife descended. The thick lightning was drawn by the knife, transforming into a lightning blade spanning thousands of meters, striking down, with terrifying, unmatched might, towards the Flamestone beast. The Flamestone beast also sensed this terrifying power and wanted to flee, but its body could not move. It felt a horrifying aura locking onto it. In the next moment, the lightning blade had arrived. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the area within a kilometer quaked. Moments later, Nan landed on the ground, but staggered, nearly collapsing. At that moment, he was immensely weak. Even a mere 7th Order Flamestone beast could kill him. He was running out of strength, yet he still held on, refusing to fall. Fortunately, the Flamestone beast was dead, split into pieces, and a shining essence condensed above its corpse. Nan's face was pale. The feeling of burning life force was truly unbearable, but at least he was alive. The joy of surviving after a calamity caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift in a slight arc. He walked slowly towards the essence step by step, and then stored it in his lamp. Next, he needed to find a place to heal and recover. However, before he could take a step, a figure appeared not far away. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the figure, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Ye glanced at the surrounding wreckage and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, my mister." Nan. He had just arrived and unexpectedly witnessed Nan's earth-shattering slash. It was truly too handsome and powerful. He instructed Lena and Reno to wait in place, then ran towards Nan. As he ran, he shouted, "Mister Nan, I'm here to bring you benefits." Nan looked at Zhang Ye running towards him, and a surge of anger rose within him. It's you again. Why do you keep pestering me?" After barely killing the mid-tier 10th Order Flamestone beast, he had paid a heavy price, exhausting his life force. The consequence was that he would not only become weak for a period of time, but would also make no progress in his cultivation for several months. Yet now that this guy had arrived, the lamp he had fought for with his life was about to be taken from him in an almost humiliating manner, and he had the nerve to call it a benefit. Scoundrel. His eyes instantly turned red, his silver teeth grinding together with a crunch, even biting through his tongue, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, without his knowledge. But what could he do? Even in his prime, he had no power to resist against this guy, let alone in his weakened state now. In that moment, he felt utterly despondent. He gazed at the darkening sky, his lips quivering. Is this world targeting me? Why must I endure all this? I toil ceaselessly, yet why does misfortune always catch up with me? Am I not trying hard enough? Am I not fighting hard enough? Must I offer my life to the heavens for the divine to be satisfied? The more he thought, the angrier he became. Reflecting on everything, the grievances and unwillingness surged in his heart at that moment, yet there was nowhere to vent. Seeing the figure running towards him, he wished he could tear him into pieces. But he couldn't do it. Perhaps burning his life force could kill him, but for his family, for his mother, he had to live. But who could he express his grievances to? With red-rimmed eyes and a stuffy nose, he couldn't cry. He didn't want his mother in heaven to see him in such a pathetic state. Finally, he gritted his teeth fiercely. If it was to be taken away, I might as well give it to you. That way I can salvage a bit of ridiculous dignity. He untied the lamp belt and smashed it onto the ground with all his might. Take it all, scoundrel. He turned around without hesitation, clutching his injured arm, and staggered away. Zhang Ye stood stunned as he watched Nin throw the lamp on the ground. Edge, what was happening? I didn't come to rob, I came to bring benefits. Zhang Ye hurriedly ran over to pick up the belt, then chased after Nan. Hearing the footsteps drawing closer behind him, Nan trembled all over. I've given you everything, and you still won't let me go. The grievances in his heart grew stronger, and in the end, he couldn't hold back any longer. He stood still, slowly crouched down, burying his head in his knees, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Accept reality. Looking at his back, Zhang Ye felt that at that moment Nin seemed very helpless. Zhang Ye swallowed hard. Was this crying? Did I cause this? What the hell? I actually made the stoic Nin cry. What great sin have I committed? Seeing Nan's trembling shoulders and hearing his suppressed sobs, Zhang Ye suddenly felt a pang in his heart and hurried over. Are you okay? Zhang Ye asked cautiously. However, Nan ignored him, burying his head and suppressing his sobs to the utmost degree. The sense of repression was so strong that even Zhang Ye could feel it. Zhang Ye bit his lip. Am I really being too much? Alright, I did fleece the same sheep 3 times, which is indeed quite excessive. He scratched his helmet. Mr. Nan. Mr. Nan. Nan completely ignored him. Zhang Ye inhaled sharply, feeling that things were getting difficult. After thinking for a moment, he slowly squatted beside Nan, gently touched his shoulder, and Nan trembled slightly, but did not react further. Seeing this, Zhang Ye said softly, I'm not here to rob you, I'm here to give benefits. Nan still ignored him. To Nan, Zhang, yes, robbery and benefits were no different. Zhang Ye did not say more. With a wave of his hand, 5 filled spirit lamps floated over, gently placed in front of Nan. Here I'm returning the spirit lamps. They contain 8th and 9th level spirit essences, and the points can only increase. Please stop crying, okay? Upon hearing this, Nan gently lifted his head and saw the 5 shining spirit lamps before him, along with his own spirit lamp belt. He was taken aback. Returning the spirit lamps. Is this guy really so kind? Seeing Nan lift his head, Zhang Ye let out a slight sigh of relief and gently said, I feel guilty for robbing you 3 times, so I want to apologize first. I'm sorry, then I'll give you another benefit. As the chairman, I'll personally heal your wounds and replenish your magic power. Please stop crying, okay? Nan, hearing this, wiped his tears, vigorously grabbed the spirit lamp, stood up, and coldly stated, I'm not crying. But I clearly saw you crying. I'm not crying. There are tear stains on your face. I'm not crying. Zhang Ye chuckled. He was such a tsundere. Alright, not crying, not crying. Let me heal you first. No need. Nan coldly replied, and turned to leave. That won't do. I always keep my word. If I say I'll give you benefits, I will. You have to accept it, or I'll bind you again. Zhang Ye pouted. Then upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger. Zhang Ye's words clearly had an effect as he stood still. Seeing this, Zhang Ye quickly approached him, magic power surging as flames erupted from Nan's body. Nan was startled, then realized the flames were very warm and comfortable, making him involuntarily squint his eyes. Phoenix's breath. Infusing 4/5 of his magic power, the healing effect of Phoenix's breath reached its peak, and Nan's injuries began to visibly heal. Afterwards, Zhang Ye entered meditation to recover, and once his magic power was full, he continued to cast Phoenix's breath. Phoenix's breath is a 7th level spell, and since Nan is at the 9th level, the healing effect is relatively weak. Even with a large infusion of magic power, the recovery effect is not very notable. However, Zhang Ye was determined to heal, and so he continuously consumed magic power, meditated to recover, and performed healing. Gradually, Nan's injuries healed completely, while Zhang Ye had performed meditation recovery several times. The feeling of having his internal magic power drained was truly uncomfortable. Zhang Ye felt he had overdone it. Once he recovered his magic power, he gently placed his hand on Nan's shoulder. Nan's body trembled suddenly, opening his eyes pulled from that warmth. He was slightly startled. That feeling was very comfortable to the point where he had almost immersed himself in it. Coming back to his senses, he noticed Zhang Ye's hand resting on his shoulder and immediately shot a cold glare at Zhang Ye. Don't touch me. Zhang Ye replied, stay still. I'm replenishing your magic power, otherwise I'll have to bind you again. Upon hearing this, Nan felt his anger rising. Just as he was about to explode, a finely tuned stream of no-attribute magic power directly injected into Nan's body. A wave of comfort surged, making Nan feel as though every cell in his body was rejoicing, greedily absorbing the magic power. It was so comfortable that he couldn't help himself. Zhang Ye, what the hell? Why did this big man let out a moan more enchanting than Linus? Something's off. The moment he let out the moan, Nan immediately reacted, biting down on his lower lip, his fair face blushing red, even his ears turning crimson. He actually let out such a shameful sound. What have I done to myself? However, Nan soon realized that Zhang Ye's magic power brought him no discomfort. On the contrary, this magic power perfectly matched his physique. Once it entered his body, the no-attribute magic power was automatically converted into lightning attribute magic power, flooding into his magic origin. His previously depleted magic power instantly became abundant again, and that feeling was truly delightful. Even Nan, who had undergone brutal training and possessed strong willpower and self-restraint, couldn't help but let out a moan at that moment. He tightly bit his lower lip, his amethyst-like eyes fixed on Zhang Ye, desperately holding back from letting out that shameful sound. He surely didn't notice, right? Nan thought uneasily. Finally, after a moment, Nan's magic power was fully restored, and Zhang Ye withdrew his hand. At that moment, both Zhang Ye and Nan let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Ye was relieved because he felt Nan's hostility and murderous intent dissipating, indicating that things should be fine. Nan sighed in relief because that feeling was truly too comfortable. He could barely hold back. Almost wet. It was sweat soaking his back. Zhang Ye did not notice Nan's abnormality and instead smiled. Are you happy now? Nan glared at Zhang Ye, almost wanting to punch him. Happy? How could I be happy? He had consumed his life force, and for the next few months, he wouldn't be able to progress at all in his cultivation. How could he possibly be happy? Suddenly, Nan's eyes widened. He instinctively began to circulate magic power for cultivation, only to find that some of the magic power in his origin had actually been consumed, and his cultivation had improved slightly. Although it was only a faint improvement, it was indeed a real enhancement. What's going on? Shouldn't consuming life force prevent this? Wait, is it because of that guy's magic power? He once again circulated his magic power for cultivation, and the magic power in his origin decreased further while his cultivation began to rise, and the increase was completely unimpeded. His heart trembled, and he immediately closed his eyes to recover his magic power, allowing his magic origin to produce magic power that belonged to him. However, when he tried to cultivate with his own magic power, he found there was no improvement at all. Even when absorbing external magic power to cultivate, it was the same. It was real. That guy's magic power was just like natural magic power and could be used for cultivation. But it was different from other magic powers. This magic power was so pure that it seemed there were no limitations at all. This is too amazing. A person's magic power can help another person cultivate. This is simply unheard of. Even the legendary dual cultivation merely utilizes both parties' physiques and unique magic power operating methods to accelerate the cultivation speed, absorbing still the external natural magic power rather than directly using the magic power within the other for cultivation. Does this mean that for the next few months I can leverage his power for cultivation? If that's the case, I need not worry about falling behind in cultivation. Thinking this, he looked at Zhang Ye with a changed gaze as if he had one battery left on his phone and then saw a fully charged power bank. Zhang Ye felt a bit creeped out by his gaze and couldn't help but say, benefits do not include anything inappropriate, so don't even think about it. What does anything inappropriate mean? Nen didn't understand, but soon shook his head internally. Indeed, under these circumstances, he couldn't bring himself to ask Zhang Ye to help him cultivate. Moreover, this guy had just made him cry. No, he didn't cry. Not crying means not crying. We're grilling meat. Would you like to join us? Zhang Ye asked with a smile. Nan's voice cooled instantly. No. Are you certain? My cooking is truly exceptional, Zhang Ye added. Just as Nan was about to refuse, a thought struck him to grill meat. Zhang Ye would have to remove his magical armor, wouldn't he? Could he finally glimpse what this insufferable man truly looked like? At that, Nan gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Zhang Ye immediately chuckled. That's the spirit. Later we'll discuss our mutually beneficial partnership package. Nan nearly wanted to reduce Zhang Ye to tears on the spot. Yet he restrained himself. Surely he stood no chance against him. The one sobbing might well be himself. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye grinned playfully. Zhang, the one evoking festive lanterns and brilliant decorations. Ye, the radiance of blazing luminous glory. Nan gazed at him expressionless, clearly offering no intention of reciprocating the introduction. Zhang Ye gave an awkward chuckle inwardly, musing how unapproachably aloof and utterly tsundere this boy truly was. Let's go, he said, gesturing for Nan to follow. As Zhang Ye strode ahead, he suddenly turned and asked, they say enmity dissolves in friendship. Shall we call ourselves friends now? Nan replied coldly, no. Zhang Ye sighed wryly, fine. Unlike Lina and Rainaman, Nan was notoriously difficult to befriend, and after Zhang Ye had ambushed him 3 times, lingering resentment was only natural. Friendship could wait. Back beside Lina and Rainaman, the two were genuinely astonished and deeply impressed to see Zhang Ye had actually brought Nan along. Nan wore a perpetual mask of impassivity, indifferent and icy toward everyone. That Zhang Ye had succeeded in coaxing him here struck them as nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, Nan's compliance stemmed from a single motive: to see Zhang Ye's face. After all, Zhang Ye was the first man ever to leave him flustered, and over the coming months, Nan would rely on his magical energy for cultivation. He had no desire to sour their relationship prematurely. Once he'd exhausted his usefulness, he would kill him. Yes, that was the plan. Nan exuded an aura so forbidding that Lina dared not draw too near, yet her curiosity burned fiercely. After holding back for what felt like an eternity, she finally ventured, hello, I'm Lina. Nan merely glanced at her, then offered no further acknowledgement. Lina parted her lips slightly, yet ultimately lacked the courage to continue. Rainaman too found Nan's demeanor off-putting and held no particular fondness for him. Noticing Nan's isolation, Zhang Ye approached him with a warm smile. Can you handle spice? Nan cast him a single dismissive glance, then remained silent. Zhang Ye pressed, answer me, or I'll bind you. Nan. He shot Zhang Ye a venomous glare and snapped yes. Zhang Ye burst into laughter. Excellent. Just wait, you'll devour your own tongue. Nan regarded him with utter disdain. Subjected to brutal training, he could swallow even the most exquisite delicacy or vilest gruel without a flicker of expression. Culinary bribery. Impossible. Finding a clear patch of ground, Zhang Ye set about preparing the barbecue. Seasoning scattered flame, precisely controlled honey brushed with practiced grace. Oh. Lina and Rainaman's mouths watered uncontrollably. Even Gujio twitched with eager anticipation. Nan spared the skewers a single indifferent glance, his eyes utterly still. Is that all? Humph. Such trivial fare could never sway him. Then Zhang Ye swept his hand wide. Miso technique. Instantly fragrance exploded tenfold. Rainaman's saliva gushed forth, spilling freely through the ventilation slits of his armor. Nan stiffened, unconsciously swallowing hard. This was unbelievably fragrant. Yet he swiftly reined in his thoughts, anchoring his mind once more. No, Nan, hold fast to your resolve. Just a token bite will suffice. Your sole purpose is to observe Zhang Ye's face. Yes, just one bite. No need to grant him undue dignity. It's ready, try it. Zhang Ye handed skewers to Lina and Rainaman, who instantly removed their helmets and devoured them ravenously. Nan felt no surprise at their appearances. Rainaman, he recognized Lina's identity, required only brief reflection. What truly captivated him was Zhang Ye. His clan maintained intelligence on rival families' candidates, but Zhang Ye remained an enigma. Though terrifyingly powerful, capable of casting 10th-tier spells instantaneously, no records existed of him. As if he'd materialized from thin air. He would see this man's face. Accepting the skewer, Nan swallowed again, but did not eat. Instead, his gaze locked onto Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye lifted a skewer himself, and without hesitation dispelled his golden tiger earth armor, revealing his true visage, bold, arched brows, star-bright eyes, flowing black hair, an aura of sunlit warmth that inspired effortless affinity. Nan froze, stunned by his striking handsomeness. Black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, Eastern. No wonder his strength was unparalleled. The East's baseline cultivation prowess far surpassed the West's. But which Eastern faction did he hail from? The 8 great clans? The 12 sects? Or perhaps the Holy Land? Zhang Ye took a bite, savoring it with delight. Wow, my skills have improved yet again. Lina and Rainaman nodded vigorously. Truly, Zhang Ye's culinary artistry was extraordinary. Lina swore even the royal palace's finest feasts paled beside this. Rainaman, meanwhile, tasted something long forgotten, a flavor echoing his elder sister's grilling. How long had it been since he last savored her skewers? It was simply divine. Watching the two gourmands nodding enthusiastically while dripping grease down their chins, Zhang Ye laughed softly, then turned to Nan. Go on, eat. Or have I rendered you satiated just by my sheer handsomeness? Sigh. Evidently charisma is nourishing, Zhang Ye murmured, shaking his head with mock resignation. Nan's eye twitched faintly. Despite years of grueling discipline, training him to conceal all emotion, he found himself inexplicably unsettled in Zhang Ye's presence. Ignoring Zhang Ye, Nan took a delicate bite. His eyes flew wide open. This flavor. And then all restraint shattered. It was already the second night, and for the preceding 3 days since entering the secret realm, Nan had eaten nothing, conserving energy to meet the enrollment trials at peak readiness. Compounded by Zhang Ye's repeated ambushes, he'd pushed his body to exhaustion hunting monsters, leaving him ravenous. Ordinarily, such hunger would pose no challenge. Yet the moment this transcendent flavor touched his tongue, his stomach surged with primal, overwhelming hunger and craving. All prior resolve, to take merely a symbolic bite, vanished utterly. Skewer after skewer vanished faster than even Lina and Rainaman could manage, leaving Zhang Ye utterly dumbfounded. Does the Thunderclap clan's cuisine truly run that lean? Look at how famished the boy is. As he passed more skewers and juice to Nan, Zhang Ye added gently, slow down. Don't choke. Sip some juice. Nan paused abruptly, memory flooding back. Long ago, when his mother prepared sweets for him, he'd always wolf them down greedily, and she'd murmur softly, eat slowly, don't choke. In that instant, Zhang Ye's tone mirrored hers. Tender, gentle, like a breeze carrying spring warmth. Nan stared, transfixed. Zhang Ye's handsome face lit by serene, kind-hearted mirth. Mechanically accepting the juice, Nan watched as Zhang Ye handed it to Lina and Rainaman, and even to Gujio, his smile radiant, unwavering, and profoundly warm. Like an elder brother whose very presence wrapped everyone in quiet, comforting light. Though spontaneous, this simple barbecue radiated an unexpected, deep-seated warmth. Lina and Rainaman felt it too. They found being near Zhang Ye effortlessly soothing. Yet Nan swiftly shook his head, pulling himself back, his gaze dimming, distant once more. Perhaps at his core he was gentle, but that gentleness wasn't meant for him. What truly belonged to him was the crushing weight upon his back. After this exquisite meal, he would press onward, without pause, without rest, not even for a single breath. After finishing his meal, Nan stood up, preparing to leave, but was stopped by Zhang Ye. Seeing Zhang Ye holding his hand, Nan frowned and coldly said, "Let go." Zhang Ye released his grip and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Why not tell me what you plan to do?" Nan hesitated for a moment before responding, "Earn points." Zhang Ye said, "The lamps I gave you each are worth at least 10 million points. 50 million points should be enough, right?" Nan was taken aback, then checked the lamps, confirming that the converted points indeed added up, especially since he had a few lamps himself. "You have more than enough points. Others can't match your efficiency, and even if you grind for points you won't surpass me. Instead of grinding, why not join us to discuss the upcoming campus life? What do you think?" Zhang Ye smiled. Nan replied, "I'm not interested. Well, I just want to be the top freshman." "That's impossible. I have several 100 million points, and even if you risk everything you won't be able to match that," Zhang Ye said. Nan fell silent because he knew Zhang Ye was speaking the truth, especially with that pile of shining lamps not far away. Nan did not say anything and continued to walk out. Seeing this, Zhang Ye's eyes twinkled as he said, "How about this? He'll give you the first place." Nan paused in his tracks, unable to help, but turned back to look at Zhang Ye's eyes filled with surprise, mirrored by Lina and Rinomong. Handing over the first place, just like that. Could anyone do such a thing? "Why? What's in it for you?" Nan asked. Zhang Ye smiled. You don't need to worry about that. The benefits I gain are greater than you can imagine. Indeed, one reason was because of Palebo and Rabara. When Rand investigates, those ranked higher are more likely to be suspected. So Zhang Ye planned to take a back seat, allowing a few people to cover for him, while he could remove the Earth Tiger armor, who would suspect him as that armor-wearing bandit. By giving his points to Nan, he could minimize the possibility of suspicion. At least when it came to confrontation, he could feel a bit more confident. The robber is the Earth Tiger Knight. What does it have to do with me, Zhang? Secondly, he could gain Nan's goodwill. If nothing else, he could make Nan owe him a favor. In Zhang Ye's eyes, Nan was a treasure trove of potential, having single-handedly defeated a mid-level tier 10 flamestone beast, even when his condition was poor at mid-level tier 9. He would undoubtedly become a super powerhouse in the future, and using a bit of points to exchange for a future friend who would be at least Saint tier felt like a good deal to Zhang Ye. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten the sense of helplessness that Nan exuded earlier. This sparked a desire in him to help. Once that thought arose, it was hard to shake off. Then Zhang Ye dropped another bombshell. Also, I've robbed you so many times before, don't you want to rob me once, or give me a beating? I'm not your match, Nan stated plainly. Zhang Ye chuckled. How would you know if you haven't fought me? If you can beat me in a fight, I'll give you the points and guarantee you first place. Of course, to be fair, I won't use tier 10 magic, and you won't use a pseudo-saint weapon. How about that? Nan looked at Zhang Ye perplexed. He simply couldn't understand why Zhang Ye would do something so thankless. He really couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly, he saw the gentle smile on Zhang Ye's face, just like before, warm and spring-like. Thinking back to how Zhang Ye had robbed him 3 times prior, a surge of anger rose within Nan. What a facade of kindness. If you were truly that benevolent, why rob me 3 times in the first place? Damn it, why show such an expression, that gentle look reminiscent of a mother? Such an expression should not be on the face of this bastard. All right, Nan nodded vigorously. No matter what, he wanted to fight Zhang Ye, preferably delivering a blow to that smiling face. After entrusting Gujiu to Lina, the two headed to an open area. Lina and Rinomong watched nervously, wondering if Zhang Ye at peak tier 7, without using tier 10 magic, could defeat Nan at mid-level tier 9. Let's watch and see. Nan drew his purple longsword and looked at Zhang Ye, only to find that Zhang Ye had not drawn any weapon. Show your weapon, Nan said, his voice cold. Zhang Ye chuckled, shaking his hands, and a pair of blue flame gauntlets formed from magical energy appeared on his hands. I am weaponized all over. Seeing this, Nan's pupils constricted. Isn't he a light type? Why is he now exhibiting fire type magic? However, Nan said no more, gripping the hilt of his sword with 1 foot forward and his body hunched down. Seeing this posture, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Thunder breath, thunderbolt flash. Sure enough, in the next moment, almost without any warning, Nan transformed into a purple lightning bolt, appearing right before Zhang Ye, swinging his sword down decisively towards Zhang Ye's head. Zhang Ye nodded inwardly. Nan also possessed a mid-level tier 9 physique, but unlike Rinomong. Although both were refining their bodies, Rinomong leaned towards strength, while Nan leaned towards agility, making his speed top-notch among warriors of the same tier, with an incredibly terrifying burst of speed. However, Zhang Ye's magic was perfectly controlled, and his physique was also perfectly refined. He was not only strong in power and defense, but his agility was also the fastest. With his attributes all perfectly matched and his magic under perfect control, coupled with a formidable spiritual strength, it could be said that Zhang Ye was a man with no weaknesses. In short, he was a no-weakness man. He could grow long indeed. Almost at the moment Nan's longsword came crashing down, Zhang Ye unleashed a punch, the fiery gauntlet meeting Nan's blade. To enhance the power of this punch, a fiery magic array erupted at his elbow, blasting forth intense blue flames, propelling his arm and fist forward. Hydrogen-oxygen enhanced rocket punch. The clash sent sparks flying, and the collision emitted sounds of clashing blades. Nan staggered back, his heart slightly startled. He had initially thought it was outrageous that this guy at peak tier 7 could cast tier 10 magic, but who knew his strength would be so formidable, even stronger than his mid-level tier 9. Is he also a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts? A cold glint flashed in Nan's eyes as his figure became blurred, reaching the peak of speed in that moment. Accompanied by flickering lightning, it gave an impression of electric surges. Seeing this, Zhang Ye laughed heartily and immediately unfolded his maximum speed to compete with him. His speed was not at all inferior to Nan's, and in fact, he was even a bit faster, having specifically used fiery jets to enhance his speed, surpassing the limits a mid-level tier 9 could achieve. However, Nan was no pushover. Upon seeing Zhang Ye's speed was on par with his own, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes as he adjusted his stance and executed his movement technique. His movement technique was quite remarkable, a combination of footwork and magic, allowing him to not only move at incredible speed, but also leave behind thunderous clones which he could control to attack in a short time. In an instant, Nan's body flickered, moving from Zhang Ye's left to his right, while a clone composed of lightning magic appeared on Zhang Ye's left, emanating the essence of thunder, even manifesting a longsword in hand. Both Nans simultaneously drew their swords, launching rapid strikes towards Zhang Ye. It is worth noting that this was not an illusion. That clone also possessed considerable lethality. Zhang Ye's pupils constricted. This is left and right as Nan. He smiled broadly. Copy. Thunder Shadow clone. Suddenly, several strands of blue electricity burst forth from Zhang Ye's body. Nan's eyes widened in surprise. 2. Zhang Yes. The next moment he charged towards Nan. Upon seeing another Zhang Ye composed entirely of azure lightning affinity magic, Nan's first reaction was disbelief. How could this be? Zhang Ye had just unleashed a 10th tier light element spell. Moments earlier he deployed a fire element combat technique, and now he was executing a lightning element movement art. 3 elemental affinities. That alone was staggering. But why did he master the Lei Ming family's exclusive movement art? This technique was strictly hereditary, never shared beyond the clan. Yet the truth stood before him. Nan was no hesitant warrior. He knew this was battle, and hesitation meant death. 2 Nans clashed with 2 Zhang Yes, thunder roaring against flame in violent searing sparks. They separated instantly, then shot backward, only to surge forward again. Their lightning shadow clones flickered into existence and vanished, reappeared, and dissolved, moving at blinding speed as azure and violet lightning collided midair with deafening detonations. Lena and Raynomont watched stunned into silence. This was overwhelming power. Raynomont was certain if he stepped into that maelstrom, he'd be gravely wounded within seconds. Neither of them was someone he could hope to defeat. With every impact, the ground fractured, lightning scorched the earth black, while fire melted stone into molten slag. Thunderflash slash. Nan roared, hurling a crescent blade of pure electricity. Zhang Ye countered without delay, blazing lion fist. Blue flames laced with azure lightning slammed into the violet thunderblade, exploding violently in midair, unleashing rolling shockwaves. Seizing the chaos, Nan closed the distance, in an instant appearing before Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was too formidable. This was his only chance. He channeled every ounce of strength into his ultimate technique, one strike, to decide everything. Thunder Prison Tri-Slaughter. With a thunderous shout, 2 spectral clones erupted from his body, each gripping a long sword crackling with violent lightning. 3 figures converged upon Zhang Ye from 3 directions. Zhang Ye responded by unleashing terrifying azure flames, his fists a whirlwind of blazing phantoms desperately parrying Nan's onslaught. Nan's slashes were impossibly swift. In the blink of an eye, the trio delivered over 100 strikes. Dense arcs of lightning swallowing Zhang Ye whole, turning his vision into a blinding storm of violet lightning and white radiance. Lena held her breath, silently praying for Zhang Ye's victory. Raynomont, however, frowned deeply. Brother Ye, why didn't he evade? At his speed, evasion was not only possible, it was certain. Raynomont vividly recalled how Zhang Ye had once activated a near-instantaneous spatial shift, crossing hundreds of meters in a heartbeat to shield him from the firestone barrage of a blazing stone beast. Zhang Ye clearly possessed the capability to dodge. Yet he chose not to. Was he careless? Impossible. Raynomont had fought him before. He knew Zhang Ye possessed sharper battle awareness and superior technique than himself. Carelessness was out of the question. Only one explanation remained: Zhang Ye had deliberately held back. A flash of lightning tore through the air. Zhang Ye was hurled backward, crashing into distant boulders and shattering them on impact. Nan stood motionless where he'd begun sheathing his blade, but his brow was deeply furrowed. What Raynomont perceived, Nan saw too. Given Zhang Ye's speed, evasion was eminently feasible. Yet he chose instead to endure the blows he'd. Zhang Ye dug himself out of the rocky crater, scratching his head with an easy grin. Lost. He rose slowly, wincing sharply, but clearly unharmed. Protected by the parallel guardian ability and the enchanted armor Sunlight Knight, he sustained virtually no injury. His prior offensive defense further minimized any residual damage. Still, the force of Nan's blade had pierced through. Though it left no serious wound, the pain was unmistakably real. Nan stared at him, and finally understood. Zhang Ye had thrown the match. His grip tightened on the hilt, fingers widening, so fiercely he nearly drew his blade to slash tears from Zhang Ye's face. Yet he restrained himself. This was Zhang Ye's kindness. Kindness Nan neither sought nor wished to accept. What he truly desired was to overcome Zhang Ye through his own strength, not through condescension disguised as mercy. Yet he needed those points. He needed to prove, to his clan, that he was striving, that claiming first place among the freshmen would speak louder than words. So this was his first act of quiet hypocrisy. All because of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye nodded, smiling. You won. I've transferred your points. May I keep just enough to secure 4th place? Nan gave a slight nod. After a long pause, he murmured softly, thank you. Zhang Ye blinked. What? Too quiet. I couldn't hear you. A vein pulsed visibly at Nan's temple. Zhang Ye's perception was legendary. How could he possibly have missed it? Ignoring him, Nan turned and strode toward where they'd roasted meat earlier. Zhang Ye hurried after him, grinning ear to ear, peppering him with cheerful chatter from both sides. What was that? What did you say? Say it again. Were you thanking me? Wasn't that it? Nan's temples throbbed violently. Then he unsheathed his blade with a snarl. I said, I'll kill you. Whoa. Zhang Ye leapt aside, dodging the lightning slash with wide-eyed astonishment. Nan, you're serious? Call me Nan again, and I'll kill you. Yes, Nan. Understood, Nan. No problem, Nan. Nan, thunderflash slash. Whoa. As Nan chased Zhang Ye, who yelped and zigzagged frantically, Lena burst into laughter, and Raynomont couldn't suppress a gentle smile. With Zhang Ye around, the atmosphere always stayed light. After relentless pursuit, Nan hadn't landed a single blow, and his frustration deepened. Such evasion prowess. And yet he'd absorbed the killing strike Heaton. This wasn't holding back. This was drowning in mercy. That infuriating man. Yet he failed to notice in that moment the resentment and hostility he'd harbored toward Zhang Ye had quietly dissolved. After their playful skirmish, the group gathered to talk. I still have over 300 million spirit essence points. Let me check, Zhang Ye muttered. Though he'd heard Zhang Ye mention hundreds of millions before Nan's, I twitched involuntarily at the sheer magnitude. 300 million. Did you slaughter half the stone beasts in the entire secret realm? Brother-in-law, I'll give you more enough to reach 80 million. And Lena gets 30 million more. Renaud and Lena hastily shook their heads. No, we don't need so much. But Zhang Ye stood firm, no refusal. You must accept, because I'm stepping down from the top 3. You two will take second and third. That way I'll at least save some face. Brother-in-law, if you refuse we fight again. I'll test your strength once more. Renaud sighed, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Though he protested, he knew he'd ultimately accept, so he simply nodded. Fine. I'll take only the rank. Keep all the ranking rewards for yourself. Me too. I'll forego my ranking rewards. All of them go to Brother Ye. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Come now, we're family. But since you insist, I'll accept with gratitude. Renaud and Lena grinned broadly. Inside, Zhang Ye sighed inwardly. Brothers, you have no idea how much I've sacrificed for this decision. Big Nana's kiss. Sorry, Big Nana. I can't let you kiss my handsome face. Oh, and I'll have to do headstands while washing my hair. Then I'll keep 7 million for myself to secure fourth, return 6 million to Samara and the others later, and allocate the remaining 140 million entirely to Nan. Agreed. Zhang Ye continued. Everyone nodded in unison. In practice, the actual spirit essence distributed translated into even more points than promised. Zhang Ye could have absorbed far more essence, but his spiritual energy had already ascended to Saint tier. 8th and 9th tier essence now offered him negligible benefit. As Nan accepted, the spirit lamp filled with his share, emotions churned within him. Just 1 day ago he'd sworn to kill this man. Now he accepted his generosity. The feeling was profoundly complex. Done. Now let's find Samara and the others, and recruit them into our squad. Once we enter the academy, we'll watch each other's backs. Let's see who dares bully us. Huh. Expanding his perception, Zhang Ye searched for Samara and her companions while turning to Nan with a question. Anan, did you see that golden stone beast earlier? Nan glanced at him sidelong and said nothing. Who was Anan? Did they even know each other well? Zhang Ye chuckled softly, sidling up beside him. Listen, since I shared my points with you, if anyone asks about the golden stone beast, don't mention me. Agreed. Nan ignored him again, turning his face away. Zhang Ye shifted from the left to the right. Agreed. Nan turned away once more. Zhang Ye circled back to the left. Agreed. A faint crease appeared between Nan's brows, then smoothed as he gazed at Zhang Ye and gave a quiet, deliberate nod. Zhang Ye instantly beamed. Thanks. Next time I'll treat you to roasted meat. Not interested. Nan pushed him aside and strode forward. Zhang Ye didn't mind. The matter was settled, and began humming a tune. Suddenly his brow lifted. Within his perception, several high-tier wind affinity magical fluctuations pulsed over 10 kilometers away. Samara and her companions, no doubt. Yet it wasn't just them. Around Samara's trio, over 30 additional magical signatures shimmered, each at the 7th tier. 5 reached the 8th tier, and 1 soared to the peak of the 8th. Fellow candidates. They surrounded Samara's group, their intent unmistakably hostile. Our clients are in danger. We have a duty to protect them. Zhang Ye declared with sudden gravitas. Brothers, let's go. Rescue mission now. As he spoke, 3 iron chains erupted from his side, coiling tightly around Lena's waist. Before she or her companions could react, they were already airborne. Woo! Lena cried out, elated. Guju! Guju chirped. After an initial jolt of shock, Renaud let loose a wild, exhilarated howl. Nan frowned at the chain around his waist. Release me. I can fly on my own. Zhang Ye turned back, grinning. You're too slow. Watch me. With a flourish, he wove magic around them all, lightening their bodies, lifting them effortlessly into the air. Behind them, azure flame roared from a blazing arcane array, propelling them forward with breathtaking thrust. Nan's pupils contracted slightly. He had never flown this way before. In his understanding, flight meant either levitation through raw mana or manifesting wings of pure magical energy. This rocket-like surge, it was astonishingly fast. In mere heartbeats, they shattered the sound barrier and accelerated still. Meanwhile, Samara and her 2 companions stood back-to-back, faces grim as they surveyed the encircling figures. Samara, hand over the Nadian lamps. Otherwise, a golden-haired youth sneered. His magical resonance surged at the peak of the 8th tier, dense, potent, overwhelming. His companions were mostly 7th tier, mages mid to latest stage. By contrast, Samara's trio radiated only faint, exhausted traces of mana. Exhausted, battered, barely holding on. Samara stared coldly at the circle closing in. They'd just discovered several modest but serviceable layers, cleared the monsters within, reaped decent rewards, but paid dearly in mana and stamina. Just as they sought a quiet place to recover, this ambush struck. Their robes were uniform, crimson and gold, with a golden sun emblem embroidered proudly upon each chest. The Yang clan. Samara swept her gaze across them and laughed, a sharp, icy laugh. So the Yang clan has truly sunk to huddling together for warmth. The golden-haired youth's expression froze then hardened. Most clans sent only 2 or 3 core heirs, at most 5 or 6. Yet the Yang clan deployed over 30. Yet not a single one among those 30 had reached the 9th tier, an undeniable sign of the clan's decline. Had her mana been full, Samanra would have dismissed these 30 as trivial. But now, her body drained her remaining mana sufficient for only a single 9th tier spell. She lacked the power to eliminate them all. Should she sacrifice her life force to awaken a pseudo-sacred artifact? That was her final recourse, reserved only for absolute desperation. The golden-haired youth snorted, his eyes lingering hungrily on Samanra's flawless face and voluptuous figure. I advise you surrender quietly. After all, we're both nobles. I'd rather avoid unnecessary friction. And I know precisely what you're thinking. He smirked. Sacrificing your life force to activate a pseudo-sacred artifact. Apologies, but we possess one too. Though no single person among us can awaken it alone, 5 of us certainly can. So your last resort holds no weight in my eyes. A triumphant smile curled his lips. Hand over the Nadian lamps, and I'll let you walk away. Refuse and I cannot guarantee what I might do. That was merely words. In truth, he'd already resolved the moment Samanra surrendered the lamps, he would seize her, by force. He'd coveted her for years, even courted her, yet she'd never granted him so much as a glance. Now within this sealed realm, cut off from the outside world, no witness would ever know what transpired. His intentions curdled into something dark and predatory. Her full shapely bosom, her slender graceful waist. His tongue flicked across his lips. His grin grew ravenous. Samanra noticed the shift in his expression and recoiled inwardly in disgust. Yet the situation offered no room for hesitation. Though she bore a family-bestowed 5th-star sacred guardian, the laws of this realm suppressed its power. Only guardians of 7th-star rank or higher remained functional here, and Land himself was a 7th-star guardian. At this moment, the pseudo-sacred artifact was her sole recourse. What should she do? The Yang clan had clearly come prepared. They possessed their own pseudo-sacred artifact. Even if she awakened, hers victory was uncertain. And afterward, weakened and vulnerable, she'd be utterly defenseless. Would she truly fall prey to this beast? Sister Samanra, don't waste breath on them. We'll fight to the end. Sabiba roared. Samanra clenched her teeth. The thought of defilement by that monster filled her with despair. If such a horror came to pass, she would choose death to preserve her honor intact. I'll count to 3. Refuse, and I'll show you no mercy. The golden-haired youth bellowed. 3. Sabiba shouted back. Auntie, you dare provoke the Fengling clan. Your Yang clan can't afford another scandal. Please, Auntie scoffed, chuckling. This is a sealed realm. Who'll ever know? Let's talk, too. Samanra's muscles tensed. She'd made her choice. Life force sacrifice now. Better to gamble than wait for annihilation. What? Auntie raised his hand. Around him 30 wands blazed with gathering light. Then woohoo! A dragon's cry split the sky above. Who dares? Auntie jerked his head upward, only to find dozens of radiant holy light shackles materializing midair, binding every one of his 30 companions in unbreakable luminous chains. All right. The holy light shackles were in fact an area effect ability, with Auntie's forces packed so tightly they were ensnared en masse. In the next instant, silhouettes plummeted from the heavens. A thunderous roar splits the sky. Limbei makes his dazzling entrance. Zhang Ye leapt forward, declaring the line. At that moment, armor gleamed upon Zhang Ye and his 2 companions. Nen alone remained unarmored. Their descent was nothing short of spectacular. Samanra's trio stood stunned. Auntie's faction recoiled in alarm. These chains, unbreakable. 9th tier magic. 10th tier. No matter. Auntie knew with chilling certainty these newcomers were beyond his faction's capacity to oppose. Who are you? Auntie snarled. Release me now. Zhang Ye glanced at him dismissively. Do you honestly believe I'd bind you, then set you free? Are you insane? Sabiba suddenly interjected. I'm Sabiba. Zhang Ye paused, then muttered. You're missing a few marbles, kid. Don't interrupt my moment. Ignoring Auntie, Zhang Ye cheerfully approached Samanra's trio. They bristled instantly with wary tension. He waved, gently smiling. Relax, relax. We're here to save you. Save us. Samanra frowned. Why, oi? Because you're our company's premier clients. Zhang Ye replied matter-of-factly. Didn't I say before? You're under our protection. We're obligated to ensure your safety. Samanra's brow furrowed deeper. So, they'd also come for the Nadian lamps. Yet, though irreverent, Zhang Ye posed fewer threats. He robbed for profit, not lives, not virtue. Twice before he'd proven it with action. Being robbed by Zhang Ye was infinitely preferable to being seized by Annie's pack of beasts. Samanra nodded. If you harm us not, we'll give you the lamps. Zhang Ye shook his head. No, you misunderstand. We didn't come for the lamps. We came to deliver benefits. He produced 6 Nadian lamps and presented them to Samanra's trio with a warm smile. We needed points before, so we took them. Now we don't. Here's repayment. Full principal plus interest, 2 million points apiece. Keep them safe. Samanra's trio accepted the 6 lamps numbly, stunned into silence for a long moment. Sabiba whispered, these are for us. Zhang Ye nodded. Absolutely. Overwhelmed with gratitude. Sabiba nodded, cheeks flushing. I thought you were bandits. I never imagined you'd be heroes. Zhang Ye beamed. Of course, we're living bodhisattvas relieving suffering wherever we go. He'd previously judged Sabiba as arrogant spoiled, yet now saw genuine simplicity beneath the surface. 2 Nadian lamps had instantly elevated their disposition from hostile to friendly. Well then, how shall you deal with them? Zhang Ye gestured toward the bound figures. Samanra's gaze turned glacial. Kill them. Upon hearing this, Ant and the others recoiled in shock, while Zhang Ye blinked in astonishment. That harsh. Samanra spoke calmly. Had it not been for you, our fate would have been no different. So this is not cruelty, merely reciprocity in kind. Ant's lips trembled, terror flooded his heart, and he cried out, You cannot kill me. Otherwise the Yaoyang family will, he could not finish. Samanra let out a cold laugh, her delicate face etched with disdain. Retribution? Please, this is a secret realm. Who would ever know it was us? Ant fell speechless as she had simply returned his own words to him. Zhang Ye chuckled inwardly. Samanra, so icy and aloof, turned out to possess a delightfully cunning streak. Seeing that Samanra's resolve to kill was absolute, Zhang Ye drew a sharp breath and finally said, Very well, but this falls outside our scope of service. You'll need to handle it yourselves. Samanra nodded. Agreed. Without hesitation, she strode toward Ant and his companions. Sabiba cast Zhang Ye a grateful glance, then smirked at Ant. Karma arrives swiftly, doesn't it? In the next instant, Samanra flicked her wrist. Slicing arcs of azure wind blades coalesced midair and slashed straight for Ant's head. You can't. His voice died mid-sentence as his skull soared skyward. 30 heads rose into the air, crimson geysers erupted. The holy light shackles dissolved and 30 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Skulls rolled across the floor, their faces frozen in mortal horror. Zhang Ye watched the carnage, a chill tracing his spine. Though he'd slain countless beasts during that month and grown accustomed to bloodshed, witnessing 30 human lives extinguished in less than a second still unsettled him. Yet he quickly steeled himself such scenes would become inevitable. He too would one day take lives, and thus permitting Samanra to act was also an act of self-preparation, as the protagonist's sentimentality was fatal. Survival demanded resolve, not pity. Lena paled yet clenched her jaw and forced herself to endure. In contrast, Reno and Nan remained utterly unperturbed, especially Nan, whose breathing didn't falter by a single beat. Zhang Ye surveyed the corpses sprawled across the ground and murmured, truly formidable individuals. Then he added, Now then, since you 3 are valued clients of our firm, I'll offer complimentary healing and mana restoration. Samanra shook her head, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at Zhang Ye. No need. We owe you our thanks. Heaven knows another friend outweighs another enemy. Still, restoring your strength is prudent. Should you encounter similar peril again, we may not happen to be nearby to intervene. Zhang Ye grinned. Samanra paused, then gave a quiet nod. We're in your debt. A trivial matter, he replied lightly. Zhang Ye laughed heartily, then wove a restorative spell upon the 3. Once their wounds were healed, he approached Samanra again. Give me your hand. I'll restore your mana. Curious how he would accomplish it, Samanra extended her hand. Zhang Ye gently grasped her fingertips and channeled pure mana into her. Instantly her cheeks flushed rose pink and she pressed her lips together. A warm, soothing sensation, like sinking into a sunlit hot spring. Within 5 seconds her mana was fully replenished. Zhang Ye then moved to Sakla, who hesitated briefly before offering her small hand. Sabiba couldn't resist. Why not me first? Zhang Ye glanced at him. Ladies first. Surely you know that. After all, he'd just interrupted Zhang Ye's moment of effortless mastery. Sabiba chuckled, awkwardly unbothered. He could sense his sister's mana had indeed been restored. Proof enough that Zhang Ye possessed genuine ability. As mana flowed into Sakla, her expression shifted. Sabiba watched intrigued. Her face suggested it felt rather pleasant. When Zhang Ye released her hand, Sakla's cheeks glowed faintly, mirroring Samanra's earlier flush, though both women swiftly composed themselves, resuming their usual cool composure. My turn, my turn. Sabiba eagerly thrust out his hand. Zhang Ye took it and infused mana. Sabiba's eyes widened instantly. Whoa, this feeling. Moments later, fully restored, he blurted, Could I have just a bit more? Zhang Ye sighed. Your mana reservoir is already brimming. Do you wish to rupture? Sabiba laughed sheepishly. After this incident, the resentment Samanra and her companions harbored toward Zhang Ye had vanished entirely, replaced by sincere goodwill. Especially Sabiba. Moments earlier he'd raged about killing Zhang Ye, now he was begging for more. Right then, we've 1 day left. Let's mine. This place abounds with ore deposits, too valuable to overlook. Such minerals could forge enchanted arms, brew potent elixirs, or empower arcane arrays. Zhang Ye recalled that Post-Apocalyptic even consumed raw ore to fortify his defenses. Sabiba asked, Won't you be grinding points instead? Zhang Ye waved dismissively. Our point storage crystals are already overflowing. Sabiba ventured cautiously. May I ask, how many points do you hold? Zhang Ye grinned. Just a little over 100 million. How much exactly? 1 followed by 8 zeros. 8 zeros, that's 100 million. Sabiba stared blankly. Even Samanra and Sakla exchanged faintly startled glances. Zhang Ye smirked. Earlier he'd gathered everyone's storage crystals and levitated them overhead, cloaked in a subtle illusion to shield them from prying eyes. Were Samanra and her companions to glimpse that dazzling cluster of crystals, they'd surely gape in disbelief. Shall we mine together? Samanra declined with a gentle shake of her head. No, we owe you our deepest gratitude. Then, as if recalling something, she asked, what is your name? Zhang Ye grinned. Zhang Ye. Zhang as in the sovereign of heaven, Ye as in radiant brilliance. An Eastern name, fascinating. Samanra nodded. I shall remember it. Your life-saving grace will never be forgotten. Zhang Ye waved it off. Think nothing of it. Let's call it friendship. Perhaps someday we'll collaborate on ventures, business matters. A faint genuine smile graced Samanra's lips. Agreed. Watching that smile, Zhang Ye mused that Samanra was far less frigid than she appeared. Her icy exterior was but armor forged by necessity. If true coldness existed, it resided in Nan, not Samanra. Watching Samantha and the others leave, Lena couldn't help but say Samantha's sister isn't really that fierce after all. Zhang Ye chuckled. What's this? Have you taken a liking to her? Lena giggled. Of course. I like all beautiful women. Zhang Ye laughed, wondering if this girl was trying to become a sea king. Then he waved his hand. Let's go, it's time to mine. Saying this, he directly expanded his perception and soared into the sky with the group dragging a bunch of lanterns to find the ore veins. The ore emitted a faint magical fluctuation covering a large area, but due to the thick layers of rock above, students below the saint level were basically unable to detect the underground veins. However, for Zhang Ye, who possessed saint-level perception, it was not a problem. Soon Zhang Ye sensed a vein through his divine sense. He landed and punched through the thick rock layer, immediately revealing orange crystals. Analysis. Orange flame crystal, an 8th tier magical, or can be used to forge fire attribute equipment, create fire attribute potions, and set up fire attribute magical arrays. The system immediately listed a lot of uses for the orange flame crystal, and Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. What a good thing. It's the orange flame crystal. It can sell for 500 gold per pound. Lena exclaimed, clearly recognizing it. 500 per pound. Zhang Ye was taken aback. In his perception, this entire area was filled with it. How many tons were there? Wow, it's a fortune. Let's get to work. This is our chance to make a fortune, Zhang Ye said excitedly. He still owed Leona a bit of money, although she didn't mind. Zhang Ye felt he couldn't just rely on her. With these ores, whether for personal use feeding magical beasts or selling it, would be a huge profit. Hurry up and mine. Zhang Ye immediately spread his arms and a massive magical lion's claw materialized, then grinned at everyone. Let's see who can excavate the most. Lena immediately got excited. Okay. Raynon also wanted to join in the fun, with Zhang Ye laughing. Let's go. Nan looked at Zhang Ye speechlessly. So childish. He silently drew his sword. One person on each side. The ore veins are from here to there. Come on, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ye's claws tore through the rock layers, revealing the sparkling orange flame crystals, which he excitedly began to dig out handfuls at a time. A single handful weighed several hundred pounds, and even after removing the useless rocks and accompanying ores, there were still dozens of pounds worth tens of thousands of gold, with just one handful. We're rich. As he continued digging, Zhang Ye extracted over 100 tons and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't that he was tired, but the temperature of the orange flame crystals was very high. The outer layer was already 500 or 600 degrees. The deeper he dug, the hotter it became, probably nearing 1,000 degrees. Sometimes magma would even flow out while he was digging, so Zhang Ye dared only to use the magic claw to mine. If he used his hands, he'd probably get burned after a short while. After digging so much, Zhang Ye jumped out of the pit and dispelled the magical skin that covered him. It was this layer of magical skin that allowed Zhang Ye to withstand most of the heat waves. Let's see how the others are doing. Zhang Ye muttered, then ran over to Raynon's side. Upon seeing, good heavens, his brother-in-law was quite efficient too, having mined over 100 tons in such a short time, not much less than Zhang Ye. Moreover, due to the heat, he had even removed his upper armor, revealing his muscular torso. Tsk tisk, it's a shame not to go into blacksmithing with muscles like that. Zhang Ye mumbled, then ran over to Nan's side. The scene there was quite intense. With a combination of slicing and hacking, the rock layers in front and the orange flame crystals inside were chopped into countless pieces, then magically lifted out with impressive efficiency. He then ran over to check on Lena. Whoa! Zhang Ye was immediately shocked. Behind Lena, there was a pile of orange flame crystals stacked as high as a small mountain, roughly estimated to be at least 300 tons. What kind of efficiency is this? He looked into Lena's mining pit and laughed. This girl was waving 2 small golden flags, hopping left and right while shouting encouragement. In front of her, 5 gigantic golden golems wielded golden pickaxes, digging up the ore at an incredible speed. There were also 2 golems specifically for transporting the mined rocks and dirt. It was practically a mining assembly line. Seeing Zhang Ye arrive, Lena happily ran out. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye pointed at the golems, and before he could ask, Lena proudly said, "Humph. I came prepared this time. These are my family's golden armored golems. They can not only fight, but also mine. And the cheering golden flags can enhance the golem's strength. With the 9th tier precious mining pick, mining has become incredibly fast. Aren't they amazing, Zhang Ye?" Lena giggled. Zhang Ye laughed and gave her a thumbs up. Amazing, truly amazing. Not to mention anything else, those 5 turtle golems, shining golden all over, analyzed to be made of gold and precious ores, had combat abilities comparable to 9th tier warriors, and each one was worth at least 10 million gold. This girl was using them for mining. 7 golems plus the 9th tier precious mining pick and cheering golden flags. This setup must be worth over 100 million gold. The Lionheart royalty is so extravagant. Lena is definitely a little rich girl. Receiving Zhang Ye's praise, Lena looked very pleased, and then said, I still have 13 golden armored golems here. Do you want them, Zhang Ye? 13. You brought 20 this time. Zhang Ye was shocked. After more than 3 hours of labor, the mining was nearly complete. A staggering efficiency, as if 4 people had matched the output of 4,000 miners. Good heavens. At 500 gold coins per gene, this 1,000-ton haul amounts to over 100 million coins. I'm rich, absolutely rich. Alas, the deeper strata proved too scorching for efficient excavation. All 4 bore miner burns, and even their magically reinforced skin could not withstand such extreme heat, though these superficial injuries healed readily with simple treatment. In the end, Lena emerged as the most prolific miner. Unsurprising given that her 7 golems operated with formidable, unrivaled efficiency. Ha ha ha, I won. Lena beamed. Brother Yi, is there a reward? Zhang Ye chuckled slyly, of course. The other 3 blinked in surprise. Truly a reward. With a flick of his hand, metallic and woody elemental energies coalesced mid-air, swirling, converging, and taking shape. Zhang Ye's expression grew solemn, focused. During that month, he had immersed himself in the art of magical shaping, learning how to conjure objects of astonishing precision through sheer will and arcane mastery, such as musical instruments. He had long been a connoisseur of instruments, intimately familiar with their forms and functions. Now magical shaping felt as effortless as molding clay. Within moments, a humble, yet exquisitely proportioned guitar took form in his hands. Headstock, tuning pegs, nut strings, neck, sound, whole body, all rendered with flawless completeness. What is this? Lena asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Zhang Ye cradled the instrument and smiled. A guitar, my homeland's cherished stringed instrument. He added, the very first fully realized guitar in this world. Then with a gentle pluck of its strings, resonant tones, rich, varied, and harmonious, filled the air. Strings 1 and 2 were forged from high-carbon steel fused with wood essence for superior elasticity and tensile resilience, then delicately coated with a magical tin layer, enhancing tactile response while shielding against corrosion. Strings 3 through 6 differed markedly. Each featured a multi-layered winding of distinct metallic alloys, while their inner cores were sculpted into hexagonal profiles, ensuring maximal surface contact with the outer windings and yielding exceptional resonance and tonal depth. To perfect this instrument, Zhang Ye had labored tirelessly, refining, analyzing, correcting, and experimenting with countless magically synthesized metals and alloys until he finally established an optimal, meticulously calibrated set of specifications. Henceforth, armed with those parameters and his unparalleled command of magic, he could replicate such a guitar at will. As its mellifluous voice echoed forth, wonder and fascination shimmered in every onlooker's gaze. Zhang Ye gestured again. The ambient mana rippled, and the guitar itself pulsed with harmonic resonance, imbuing its notes with natural reverb. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. He had confirmed it, channeling mana directly into sound amplified its sonic properties dramatically. By modulating the intensity and application of enchanted mana, essentially enchanting the instrument itself, he could now craft limitless timbres and auditory effects. Eagerly he declared, this guitar is your reward, and I shall gift you a song as well. At the mention of his singing, Lena's eyes sparkled instantly. What sublime synergy would arise between this wondrous instrument and Zhang Ye's peerless voice? She could hardly contain her anticipation. Sit down and listen, Zhang Ye commanded, summoning stone chairs from the earth with a wave. He seated himself upon an elevated stone throne, cleared his throat, and strummed the first chord. Instantly a cascade of ethereal melodies unfurled. Mana radiated from his being, crystallizing into shimmering chromatic notes that haloed him in dreamlike luminescence. Lena and Reno Mont wore rapturous expressions. Even Nan, the ever-stoic, raised an eyebrow, astonishment blazing in his eyes. The guitar's tone was transcendent, crystalline and bright, evoking vivid visions of mountain springs dancing in sunlight. Then with elegant phrasing the prelude faded, and Zhang Ye began to sing. I see blossoms blooming across the meadow, faintly humming a tender melody. They bloom with radiant sun-drenched smiles brighter than the light itself. Butterfly Springside, a beloved song from Earth, one he held dear. This was the guitar-accompanied version, unadorned by other instruments yet elevated by Zhang Ye's masterful technique, his velvety magnetic voice, and the resonant enchantments woven into every note, rendering the performance profoundly lyrical and moving. Even the relentless, scorching winds sweeping across the land fell silent beneath its spell. I sing the lullabies my mother sang, peonies embroidered upon golden plaques. I hum the tunes my father once crooned, where verdant pastures cradle grazing cattle and sheep. Around flutter silver-winged butterflies, reclaiming ancient distant hours, singing of free, fearless birds, forever, forever singing. The haunting, soaring melody drifted far, carried on waves of mana echoing across the realm. Unbeknownst to him, his man-infused voice stirred the very laws of the hidden realm, amplifying his song until it reverberated across heaven and earth, reaching nearly half the domain's inhabitants and beasts alike. Stone beasts lifted their heads, listening intently, their breath hushed, reverent. Candidates halted mid-stride, ears pricked, forgetting even their own steps. Even those locked in fierce combat, stone beasts versus candidates, paused instinctively, captivated, entranced. Far away, a group of young women gathered, chattering animatedly about their day's discoveries, until the song arrived, halting their conversation mid-sentence. Their eyes narrowed in delight, lips parted in quiet awe. This voice was pure enchantment, painting vivid, yearned for scenes within their minds. A pink-haired girl swayed, gently humming along, but found herself unable to capture its elusive grace. She marveled inwardly. The accompaniment was utterly unprecedented, the lyrics equally novel. Yet together they conjured an atmosphere so evocative, so deeply stirring it left her breathless. Dewdrops tremble softly on emerald leaves, occasionally dampening my hair. Sunlight bathes this wondrous miniature world, transforming it. The final note faded, but the women remained suspended in reverie, utterly spellbound. At last they stirred, eyes wide with disbelief. What exquisite singing! Who is the singer? Where does it come from? Heavens, I've never heard anything so beautiful. Every element, the music, the words, the voice, perfection. The pink-haired girl rose determinedly. Let's find him immediately. I sense this song, when harmonized with our tonal magic, will unleash power beyond imagination. Agreed. The girl sprang into motion without delay. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye gazed at the three stunned figures before him and grinned. Don't just stand there. Applause, please. Where's the applause? Lena and Renomont snapped back to reality, clapping wildly, Lena leaping with unrestrained joy. It was absolutely breathtaking. Lena gasped. By the stars, it surpasses even the Melodious family's legendary divine chants. Renomont nodded vigorously. Even I, a man utterly unversed in music, was utterly enthralled. Then said nothing, but gave a subtle, unmistakable nod affirming their praise. Zhang Ye beamed at the effect, then handed the guitar to Lena. Lena, your reward. Thank you, brother Ye. I'll cherish it always. She accepted it with reverent care, cradling it like sacred treasure. Zhang Ye stifled a chuckle. She'd handled divine artifacts with less caution. This guitar had already eclipsed them in her heart. And rightly, so this was Zhang Ye's first truly perfected guitar, the earlier attempts mere flawed prototypes lacking refinement or enchantment. Thus, as the world's inaugural magical guitar, its rarity and significance dwarfed even the most revered sacred relics. After all, it was singular. Once we reach the academy, I'll teach you to play, Zhang Ye said. Yes. Lena nodded fervently. Then her face lit up with radiant mischief. When I master it, I'll seek out Sister Paiji. She'll fall hopelessly in love with me. Zhang Ye nearly burst into laughter. This girl was truly one of a kind. Enough, let's go. It's blisteringly hot here. Gather the ore, we'll head to the yellow zone next. Perhaps we'll strike gold. Agreed. They all nodded. Renomont couldn't resist asking, shall we race again? Mining contest, with another reward. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Absolutely. When the women arrived, Zhang Ye and the others had already departed. Feeling the lingering ripples of musical magic in the air, their faces betrayed a profound sense of loss. They had missed an opportunity to encounter a great vocalist. To them, whoever could compose such a song and yield such a wondrous voice must surely be a supremely gifted master singer. Sister Paiji, do you remember how that song goes? One woman asked. The pink-haired woman shook her head. I only recall the melody. To actually sing it is impossible. This piece already tugs at the laws themselves. Only a vocalist whose technique has reached the pinnacle could render it. Her eyes hardened with resolve. He must be among this generation of candidates. Anyone who can vocalize a magic song that stirs the laws must be extraordinarily powerful. I believe he will pass the admissions assessment. When the time comes, we must find him at Wanling Academy. Yes, the women chorused. Evening fell on the third day. Half a day remained before the assessment concluded. Zhang Ye gazed at the mountain of ore piled before him and smiled. There was no gold, but there was Huangming, or equally precious, valued at 300 gold per gene. With Zhang Ye's promised rewards spurring them on, the four reached unprecedented efficiency, extracting no fewer than 2,000 tons of Huangming ore. This time Lei Numing took first place. He had thrown himself into the effort heedless of his magical reserves, unleashing ninth-tier spells and battle techniques, without pause. When his magical power drained, he went straight to Zhang Ye for replenishment. Seeing his determination, Zhang Ye indulged him, and Lena thoughtfully ceded the top spot, as well commanding only 5 magical constructs to continue the excavation. As for Nan, he had wanted to vie for first too, but he could not bring himself to beg Zhang Ye for a power refill. Thus the victory went to Lei Numing. Zhang Ye still condensed a guitar for him, its design more rugged to suit Lei Numing's tough persona, and he tuned the attached magical resonance, so the instrument's timbre became magnetic and explosive. A simple acoustic guitar was coaxed into the voice of an electric guitar, a feat few could claim. On Earth, luthiery was maddeningly intricate, but in this world with magic, such crafts became effortless. Zhang Ye then offered up a song titled Fate Warrior. The Flame Dragon Knight ascends, fire blossoming like fireworks. Infinite is the Flame Dragon armor. The Wind Eagle Knight bends and straightens like the power of great wood. Quick as thought summon the Woodwind Eagle armor. The Black Rhinoceros Knight conceals, then bellows with raging force. Summon the Water Black Rhinoceros armor. The Snow Mastiff Knight holds the golden power that is both hard and soft. And the Earth Tiger Knight. He only knows how to call forth the Earth Tiger armor. Despite the lack of drums and a full instrumental ensemble, the unprecedented rap-like cadence, paired with the explosive electric guitar effect, blew the audience away. Lei Numing's red hair seemed to ignite, lean-ass cheeks flushed with excitement, and even Nan tapped his foot to the beat. Giving the electric version of the guitar to Lei Numing revealed a rare gentleness in the tough man. He caressed the instrument, as one would a beloved companion, tender enough to make Zhang Ye shiver. Nan watched them each with their own guitar and felt a fleeting trace of envy, but it passed quickly. Zhang Ye caught the moment, sidled up, and grinned. Nan want a guitar? I don't, Nan replied without thinking, turning his face away. Zhang Ye hid a chuckle. The old Sundara was easy to read. Zhang Ye's principle was simple: what others had, Nan should have too. He would not neglect any comrade. He smiled. Then release a few of the battle techniques unique to the Laming family, and he'll craft you a guitar. How about that? Nan looked at him and unexpectedly said, you want to learn a? Zhang Ye immediately nodded. I do. Nan's battle techniques were each strikingly elegant. Of course he wanted to learn them. Magic he could copy and analyze, but battle skills had to be learned by observation. With his memory and perception, watching the flow of power once was often enough for him to master it. No, Nan said. Zhang Ye instantly pouted, his face a portrait of disappointment. Nan's mouth quirked in amusement at the sight. He remembered clearly Zhang Ye had manifested his family's laming technique, the laying clone. He knew there were prodigies in the world who could master in a single watch what others needed hundreds of repetitions to learn. Where others needed months or years to assimilate a combat skill, he could grasp it at a glance. He suspected Zhang Ye might be such an unnatural talent. He would not foolishly let a closely guarded family secret be stolen for the sake of an instrument. Then, how about you do a split for me? Zhang Ye tried again. Nan, get lost. Come on, don't be like that. Your legs are so long, I really want to see you split. Hey, why are you drawing your blade? Thunderlight slash. Good grief. Watching the two banter and spar, Lena couldn't help smiling, clutching her pet to stifle laughter. Nan's poker face always faltered in Zhang Ye's presence. His aloof persona unraveled. He chased Zhang Ye and swung for a long while, but Zhang Ye was slippery. Nan couldn't land a single strike. Frustrated, he slashed once toward Zhang Ye's direction, then sheathed his blade and peek. Suddenly Zhang Ye flashed forward and used his body to catch the blade. He was rolled away by the impact. His hair stood on end from the electric discharge. You were careless, didn't dodge. Well, you actually managed to hit me. Impressive. Zhang Ye grinned. Nan was left speechless. Are you blind? He might as well have said. Wasn't it you who ran into the strike yourself? Zhang Ye picked himself up, and as if it were the most natural thing said, as my comrade, seeing you grow stronger fills me with pride. So I've decided to reward you with a guitar. Nan, you let yourself be cut just to give me a guitar. Are you daft? Nan was momentarily at a loss, but beneath that bewilderment, something unfamiliar stirred in his chest. That feeling was hard to describe, a warm, spreading glow. Zhang Ye then condensed a peculiarly shaped guitar for him, the soundbox carved like lightning, its magical resonance tuned to pure electric sound. He accompanied it with an offering, a rendition of Little Bunny Be Good, slightly rearranged. Little Nan Be Good put the knife away, quickly put it away, I'm coming. The electric beat rattled everyone to the scalp and paired with the sultry vocal line. The moment Zhang Ye sang the first verse, Nan had already drawn his blade and started chopping after him. Zhang Ye ran while playing the guitar. Little Nan Be Good put the knife away, quickly put it away, I'm about to. Phew, that was close, almost got hit. Little Nan, please sheath the blade and let me finish my song. Thunder Prison, triple kill. Lena watched, clutching her pet and struggling to suppress her laughter until her face flushed. Lei Numing threw his head back and roared with laughter, nearly bending backward from the mirth. Those lyrics, that spectacle, it was outrageously audacious. Nan, hearing such a childish, bizarre tune aimed at him, felt humiliated. Despite knowing Zhang Ye's goodwill, he could hardly restrain the urge to strike him. At that moment, he did not notice the warmth in his chest growing ever clearer. As she gazed at the increasingly bright sky, Lena took out a magical pocket watch and remarked, it's already 7 o'clock in the morning. We have another half an hour until the assessment ends. Zhang Ye was examining a piece of yellow mineral, feeling that it would be excellent for making orchestral instruments. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded and said, everyone prepare yourselves, pack up your lighting devices. We are getting ready to make a stunning entrance. As he spoke, the hidden lighting devices in the sky descended and were distributed among the crowd according to prior arrangements. It could be said that everyone was adorned with lighting devices, especially Nan, who had several lighting belts around his waist and a few more draped over his shoulders, the bright lights making him shine brilliantly. After packing up the lighting devices, Zhang Ye's consciousness entered the contract space to check on Bola Bo and the others, but as soon as he entered, the previously muted sounds erupted, startling him. Get away, bad dog, move aside. Who are you calling a dog? Have you ever seen such a handsome dog? I am your esteemed grandpa Jean. Pa, you think you're a grandpa? When I, the little bug, roamed the demon realm for countless years, you weren't even a liquid yet. You can forget about it, just a few decades, and you're only third tier. You're pathetic. It's only because the demon lord favors me, or I would have become a deity long ago. Just you. Your grandpa Jean could crush you with a single toe, believe it. Pock. Hey little bug, let's see how your grandpa Jean handles you. Pop pop pock. Zhang Ye. Goodness, this contract space is almost turning into a battlefield. The little bug Tay and the stone beast Bola Bo took advantage of his absence to engage in a cultural exchange in the contract space, even ending up in a fight. If it weren't for the fact that beasts in the contract space couldn't harm each other, Tay being 3rd tier would have been crushed into paste by the 7th tier Bola Bo. However, Tay was utilizing the unique characteristics of the contract space and was actually overpowering Bola Bo. Her method of attack was simple, just spitting, and she was doing it vigorously like a machine gun spraying 10 times a second. And that's not all. While spitting, she could also curse, seamlessly connecting physiological and psychological damage to Bola Bo. This directly made Bola Bo furious, chasing after Tay to give her a beating, but it caused no harm. Tay was quite the fierce bug. Even when being pressed down, she could still spit right in Bola Bo's face. Her combat effectiveness was remarkable. Meanwhile, La Bela watched this scene, giggling and not helping her brother, a typical scheming little sister. Stop, everyone settle down. Seeing the situation escalating, Zhang Ye quickly called for a halt. At this rate, wouldn't the contract space be flooded with Tay's spit? He didn't even know where this little bug got all that spit. He usually controlled her feeding, so had she transformed all her nutrients into spit. Bad guy, the dog you contracted is misbehaving. He bullied me as soon as I entered. You must punish him. The bug exclaimed urgently upon sensing Zhang Ye's consciousness. After all, Bola Bo was a higher tier and much larger. Just one hand could pin her down. Being flipped over like that was incredibly uncomfortable, especially since spitting could easily choke her. Zhang Ye rubbed his forehead and waved his hand, causing Bola Bo to float away and be placed aside. Tay immediately flipped over and hid behind Zhang Ye's consciousness projection, watching Bola Bo warily. Zhang Ye chuckled and said to Tay, "What's this? Haven't you always looked down on me? Why are you now seeking my protection?" Tay was taken aback, then said haughtily, "I won't protect you for free. You can't think of turning me against my own kind. After all, I live in your contract space, eat your food, and curse your contract beasts. I will ruin you, humph." Zhang Ye laughed heartily, unable to resist reaching out with his projection to pat Tay on the head. Unlike the fluffy fur of cats and dogs, Tay's head was covered with a seamless layer of chitin, giving it a matte texture that felt cool and quite pleasant to touch. "Don't touch me, you bad guy." Tay flicked her antennae, attempting to stop Zhang Ye's hand, but the lightness of her touch felt like she was just tickling him. "Why do I get the impression that you're quite comfortable?" Zhang Ye laughed. "I'm not comfortable at all. Oh, it's unbearable. Let go of me," Tay protested. Zhang Ye responded, "But my hand isn't moving. You are the one rubbing against me." Tay retorted, "Despicable bad guy, you're controlling me to make me accommodate you. How infuriating." Zhang Ye, looking at this bug who was all talk yet still cuddly, he couldn't help but chuckle. She was still quite adorable after all. But that was where it ended. Petting her head was fine, but if he were to ask her to give birth or fight together, she would definitely spit in his face. Her loyalty to the demon lord was no joke. Rubbing Tay's head, Zhang Ye smiled at Bola Bo and said, Tay is still young. You two should ease up on her and not bully her. I'm counting on her to give me offspring in the future." Immediately, Tay raised her head and declared, "Did you hear that, big dog? Don't bully me. I still want. This bug isn't giving you any offspring." "Boss, this guy has a dark aura," Bola Bo said. "Creatures like this are hard to raise and could turn on their masters. It would be better to just eliminate it." La Bela nodded in agreement, saying, "I also think killing it would be best." Upon hearing this, Tay immediately shrank into a corner, silent. Zhang Ye glanced at her and then said sternly, "Just because it has a dark aura doesn't mean it's a menace. From now on, you are not allowed to speak ill of Tay, understand?" Bola Bo and La Bela were taken aback, opened their mouths, and ultimately nodded, "All right." Tay also raised her head, her red eyes gazing at Zhang Ye, shining with inexplicable light. "Bad guy." Zhang Ye suddenly turned to her, grinning. "So are you touched?" Tay was stunned, turning her head aside. Who would be moved?" "Bad guy." After messing around with the 3 contract beasts for a while, when leaving, Zhang Ye reminded them one last time, "No bullying, Tay, you got that?" "Understood, boss." Bola Bo replied obediently. Zhang Ye nodded and exited the contract space. Moments later, a magic formation suddenly appeared under the feet of everyone, signaling the end of the recruitment assessment. In the next moment, everyone was transported to a gray space, surrounded by countless candidates, while beneath them was a massive magic formation supporting them. On the other side was the stone door they had passed through earlier, and the group returned to the plaza they had been in before. "Finally, it's over." Zhang Ye stretched lazily, saying, "I'm dead tired." Beside him, Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're tired? What about me being robbed 3 times? After being robbed 3 times, I fought with all my might against the monsters, and I didn't even complain about being tired. Oh, what are you complaining about?" Finally, all the candidates had gathered, and Zhang Ye glanced around. Over 8,000 entered, but only a little over 6,000 returned. Those who didn't make it either fell to the beasts or were killed by other candidates, resulting in a death rate of 1 in 4. Moreover, Zhang Ye noticed that many candidates only had a few soul fragments in their lighting devices, and some even looked dirty and had no lighting devices at all, clearly having been robbed. Thus, among these more than 6,000 candidates, probably fewer than 3,000 would secure a ranking E. Those with insufficient points would be directly eliminated. At that moment, a holy tear appeared, raising his hand to cast a large-scale healing spell, causing the wounds on the candidates to begin to heal rapidly, and several seriously injured candidates were pulled back from the brink of death. Look at those people, they have so many lighting devices. My goodness, where did they get all those lighting devices? Did they go robbing? Oh my goodness. A group of candidates immediately noticed Zhang Ye, and the others, especially Nan, who with countless lighting devices on his back, immediately became the brightest star in the plaza. Silence, we will now begin tallying the scores. The score tally began, and a magical leaderboard appeared in the sky, synchronized with the rankings of each examination area. The first one was Nan. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Nan, whose Na lantern was truly dazzling. Nan turned expressionlessly and walked up to the mentor, placing all the Na lanterns on the table. The mentor stared at the table full of Na lanterns, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Nan with admiration and began to tally. The magic array swept over the Na lanterns, instantly revealing how many spirit essences were contained within and their respective ranks, converting them into points. After a moment, the tally was complete. Total: 1574,570,55 points. Suddenly, the entire venue gasped in astonishment. Hiss, 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 hiss. Cough, cough, stop gasping, I can't take it anymore. The crowd was stunned. Even the examiners and mentors in the sky displayed expressions of shock. Though they knew Nan must have a lot of points, surpassing 100 million was truly unprecedented. The highest record in recruitment history was just shy of 60 million, while the top scorers usually hover around 2 to 3 million at the start. Riona also displayed a look of surprise. She was the one who had set the record, but her points were only over 58 million. Nan was truly extraordinary. However, she felt something was off. Nan was at the mid-stage of the 9th rank, so logically the points he could earn should be around 50 million. She believed she was not inferior to Nan, and at 20 she participated in the recruitment as a latest-stage 9th rank, but she only scored 58 million points. How could Nan's mid-stage 9th rank points be 3 times hers? It was truly exaggerated. After all, no matter how strong a person was, they couldn't recover their energy like Zhang Ye did, who could replenish in seconds. After a while, they needed to pause to restore energy, which was very time-consuming. Wait, Zhang Ye. Riona looked over at Zhang Ye and noticed that while he had many Na lanterns, they were far fewer than Nan's. Then she glanced at Lena and Reynold. Regarding her younger brother, Riona knew him best. At the early 9th rank, being dual cultivated in magic and martial arts, earning around 40 million points was about right. But looking at the Na lanterns on Reynold, he was likely to break her record. Then looking at Lena, she also had a pile of Na lanterns, seemingly more than Reynold. Riona knew this little princess well, as the Flame Lion family was one of the royal families of the Lionheart Empire with close ties to the imperial family. Riona understood that although this little princess had a powerful magical talent and good comprehension of magic, she actually had little combat strength. Because she hadn't learned any magic, only possessing 2 innate spells. Therefore, it was impossible for her to obtain more spirit essences than Reynold. So who was helping her? Riona's gaze fell on Zhang Ye, who was grinning widely, and a smile crept onto her lips. The answer was evident. Earlier, this kid somehow mixed with the little princess, so her Na lanterns must have been obtained with Zhang Ye's help, or more directly given by Zhang Ye. Thus, it can be inferred that the Na lanterns on Reynold and Nan, who came out with Zhang Ye, were also given by him. Although Riona was rather carefree, she was extremely clever and deduced this immediately. In her view, Nan's sky-high points were mostly due to Zhang Ye. She couldn't help but chuckle. This kid really surprised her. Then there was Reynold, who had over 90 million points, and Lena, who also had over 100 million points, directly placing her second. Much more than what Zhang Ye had estimated. Finally, there was Zhang Ye, unexpectedly, with only 80 million points, ranking 4th. Riona's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. Would he rather not have her kiss and help them? Truly, adorably foolish. After the 4 had tallied their points, the result was already without suspense. The several tens of millions of points were like a chasm, making the other candidates feel intimidated. Many among them originally thought that with their spirit essences converted into points they could achieve a good ranking, but upon seeing the sky-high points of the 4, they instantly lost confidence. The leaderboard refreshed. First no, 3,1574,570,55 points. Second no, 6,667, 1,056,48205 points. Third no, 250,954,25640 points. Fourth no, 6,666, 888888880 points. Good heavens, her brother was at 250, and Zhang Ye's score was extraordinarily auspicious. Watching some proud geniuses walk out of the secret realm, they instantly wilted. How can this be played? What is there to play? Are those 4 like dishwashers so capable of grinding? Then 3 more people stepped forward to tally their points. They were Samara and her 2 companions. Soon the leaderboard refreshed again. Sabibar and Sakura had given most of their spirit essences to Samara to ensure a high ranking, so in the end Samara ranked 5th, with nearly 70 million points, while Sabibar and Sakura ranked temporarily 7th and 8th with a few million points. Once the Na lanterns were out of the secret realm, they could no longer be gifted, so the distribution had to occur within the secret realm. Many candidates from the same faction used this method to gather all Na lanterns for high rankings, but their combined points couldn't compare to those at the top of the leaderboard. Moreover, many also wanted to secure their own rankings, so even if they distributed spirit essences, they wouldn't concentrate too many on one person, unless a faction issued a strict order to pile most spirit essences onto one person. For instance, in this recruitment exam to catch the attention of the academy and vie for a spot, in the special secret realm, most candidates followed their masters to act as tools. However, Zhang Ye's efficiency in grinding points was terrifying, and with the hundreds of millions of points given by Rabila, those people worked hard to grind, but their points were still inferior to his alone. One by one, the candidates began to tally their points, and the leaderboard kept refreshing. When the last candidate finished tallying, the leaderboard finally stabilized. This year, over 2,800 candidates entered the rankings, while those outside the rankings were directly eliminated. From the 5th place, Samara, onward, no one had points exceeding 60 million. In 6th place was a pink-haired young lady with over 59 million points, evidently also gathered points to achieve her ranking. That young lady Lena recognized as the Pike she mentioned. This batch of candidates was exceptionally talented, yet only one Zhang Ye mixed in, causing all the spotlight to be stolen by the top 5. Moreover, the points of the other 4 besides Zhang Ye all came from him, which was quite impressive. What is dark box operation? This is it. So Zhang Ye looked at the leaderboard, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Look, among the top 5 besides me, they're all my little friends. Impressive, right? It made me so proud. Let me take a moment to show off. Wah! The rankings are finalized. All candidates listed will be admitted to Wanling Academy. The ranking rewards will be distributed after real name records, and the Academy will assign classes based on various data. Please be patient and hold on to your number plates. Notifications will be sent through the number plates. A saint slowly spoke, appearing very professional. The recruitment exam had come to an end. Is it over? Riona asked Rand beside her. Rand chuckled. It's over. This person couldn't wait to finish the recruitment and get back sooner. Then he'll be leaving first. Without waiting for Rand to respond, Riona vanished from the spot. Rand shook his head with a smile. A female saint smiled and said, Director Rand, don't mind her. She just has that personality, as she can't sit still. Rand said kindly, no problem. Young people should have such initiative, ho ho ho. What do you all think of this recruitment? A few saints exchanged glances and shook their heads. It's unfathomable. The performance of this batch of candidates really exceeded my expectations. I originally thought first place would be just over 50 million, maybe breaking a record slightly, but I didn't expect. A saint shook his head with a smile. Surpassing Riona's record by 3 times that little guy in first place is extraordinary. Not just extraordinary, of such a score is enough to astonish the past and present. Another saint echoed. The earlier female saint remarked, although this score is impressive, I still can't help but suspect if there was something wrong with the secret realm. Director Rand. Rand, hearing this, looked deeply at the candidates below and said, I constantly observe the core of the secret realm. There is no problem with the secret realm. The issue lies with the candidates. However, even if there's a problem, it's a good problem. If they can gain some unimaginable opportunities through the secret realm, that is their ability. Saying this, he stroked his white beard, his face filled with pride. As long as these little fellows can grow stronger, surpassing this old man, and protecting humanity, even if they dismantle the secret realm, I would be happy. Heaven bless our humanity, ha. The gates around the square slowly opened and several spatial doors appeared, leading to various enrollment zones, allowing the candidates to choose to leave the square and head towards the towering city, or to return to their respective enrollment zones to pack their luggage. Zhang Ye and Lena's luggage were in their spatial rings, so there was no need to go back. Brother Ye, are you going back? Asked Rinomon as he walked over. Zhang Ye shook his head. No, what about you, Lena? I'm not going back either. Rinomon immediately smiled. Then let's go explore Wanling City. Oh, I've always wanted to come here. Is this Wanling City right outside? What kind of place is Wanling City? Lena, while petting Gujio, explained, Wanling City is the main city of the Wanling Empire. The Wanling Empire has 12 main cities, all called Wanling City. This should be the 3rd Wanling main city, the location of Wanling Academy. Zhang Ye nodded. I see, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Hey, where's Nan? He looked around, but did not see Nan. He wouldn't have slipped away by himself, would he? Zhang Ye searched for Nan's figure while Lena and Rinomon chuckled. Rinomon said, Nan is just like that, solitary and independent, whether outside or within the family. Zhang Ye asked in confusion, you know. Previously, the Yen Lion clan and the Lei Ming clan had exchanges, others were fine, but Nan, as the main character of the exchange, only showed up twice during the entire event. Rinomon shook his head. Zhang Ye smiled lightly. I see. Not fitting in and being solitary also meant loneliness. The greatest fear for people is loneliness. But it's okay. Once we enter the academy, we'll make sure to arrange something for him, ensuring he experiences warmth like never before. Yes, just like that. Brother Yi is definitely a warm man. The 3 of them walked out of the playground, where they were still surrounded by a wall on top of which stood fully armed soldiers, indicating that this secret realm was heavily guarded. Upon exiting the wall, they immediately saw the magnificent city. While this main city is at least 100 times larger than Balan City. Look at those European-style buildings, rich in Western characteristics, filled with stunning houses, and in the distance stood a cathedral, in front of which was a playground featuring a huge statue of a 6-winged angel. Everything was so splendid and spectacular, perfectly aligning with Zhang Ye's expectations of a different world. This is just too beautiful. Zhang Ye was extremely excited, almost sparkling with the same enthusiasm as Lena. Meanwhile, the stars in Lena's eyes had not stopped sparkling. Let's first find a hotel. We'll be staying here for 3 days, Zhang Ye said. Renomon smiled. No need, my sister has already arranged a manor for me. Oh, is that so? Then that's good. Before Zhang Ye could finish speaking, a red figure appeared before them. The three were taken aback, then Renomon and Zhang Ye immediately looked delighted and exclaimed together, sister. Dinana. Renomon turned to Zhang Ye looking confused. Brother Ye, are you not acting strange? Dinana. Are you calling Leona? What? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by your sister? Just when Renomon thought Zhang Ye was about to be scolded by Leona, she instead smiled and said, looks like you guys get along pretty well. Zhang Ye leaned on Renomon's shoulder and chuckled. Of course we are now good brothers. Renomon stared in astonishment at his sister, then at Zhang Ye, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Wait. Logically, Zhang Ye should be beaten to tears by Leona, right? After all, Leona despises such soft and mushy terms the most. Dinana. Renomon was sure that if he called Leona like that, he would definitely be beaten to tears. This was a problem. A big problem. However, as a titanium alloy straight man, Renomon had no idea where the problem lay and could only attribute it to their good relationship. After all, Leona was Zhang Ye's mentor and Zhang Ye was her first and only student, so it made sense for their relationship to be close. Have you two fought? Leona asked. How was it? Zhang Ye nodded. We fought. My little brother is very strong. Few can rival him at the same level, and I taught him the hydrogen-oxygen enhancement array. I believe he can become even stronger. Renomon scratched his head, laughing as this confident and powerful man appeared quite shy in front of his sister. Brother Ye is the one who is amazing. I am completely no match for him. Moreover, the enhancement array Brother Ye taught me is truly powerful. I am very grateful to Brother Ye. Hearing this, Leona laughed heartily. One was her younger brother, the other was her first student. She was happy regardless of who was stronger. By the way, little Ye, I want to ask you a question, Leona suddenly said. Zhang Ye called Leona Dinana, and Leona called Zhang Ye Xiao Yi. However, Leona thought it was too mushy, and when she called Zhang Ye that, he showed no reaction, while she herself felt goosebumps, so she eventually changed to calling him Little Ye. However, when saying Yi, Leona liked to curl her tongue, so it became Little Ye. Go ahead, ask. Zhang Ye nodded. Those many spiritual essences. Is it because of you, right? Leona smiled. Although it was a question, Zhang Ye could sense the certainty behind it. He smiled awkwardly. Aha, how could it be? Right. He was astonished in his heart. Dinana was really smart to see through it so quickly. Indeed, Dinana is the best, as she's not only beautiful, but smart. Love it. At this moment, Renomon stepped forward and said, this time it's all thanks to Brother Ye, otherwise I could only accumulate 40 million points at most, and would be heavily injured. Yeah, Brother Ye is great, he gave us a lot of points. All my points were given by Brother Ye, he only kept 80 million for himself. If other candidates heard this, they would choke on their own saliva. Only 80 million. How could you aim for the sky? Well, in the secret realm, Zhang Ye not only reached the sky, but also took his friends along with him. How impressive. Even Nan's points were all given by Brother Ye. Lena looked at Zhang Ye with admiration. Zhang Ye's performance this time was truly astonishing. She had followed him the entire time and knew how outrageous his feats were. With absolute power, he suppressed Samara and Nan, robbing several people multiple times, and collaborated with her to efficiently farm monsters. Lena knew she was just a decorative piece, but Zhang Ye took her along to farm monsters and allowed her to demonstrate her value, making her feel like she wasn't useless. This was what she was most grateful to Zhang Ye for. Later, Zhang Ye also saved Renomon single-handedly, fighting against hundreds of flamestone beasts, among which was a mid-tier 10th level flamestone beast. Moreover, Zhang Ye was able to break the taboos of the secret realm and rescue Rabara. It should be known that only a holy level taboo could restrain Rabara, a 2-star saint rank, and Zhang Ye, with his 7th level cultivation, managed to break it, demonstrating the high level of his magical understanding. What Zhang Ye accomplished, which 7th level peak could achieve. Not to mention the 7th level peak, just breaking the taboo alone might be something even a 10th level peak couldn't do. In the end, Zhang Ye also took everyone to mine, gifting them unprecedented musical instruments, presenting beautiful songs, and the time spent with him was always filled with laughter. Even the stoic Nan was affected. From the moment they entered the secret realm, Zhang Ye radiated a constant glow, which only grew more intense. Compared to Zhang Ye, Lena felt that apart from her identity and background as a small princess of the Lionheart royal family, there was nothing to compare. Even her identity and background might not mean much to Zhang Ye, because in the future he would definitely become a formidable and unparalleled powerhouse. Thinking of this, the starlight in Lena's eyes dimmed a bit. Did someone like her have the right to be Brother Ye's friend? Suddenly, a warm hand landed on Lena's shoulder, and Zhang Ye flashed a radiant smile. Actually, it's also thanks to Lena, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to farm points at all. This isn't modesty. Without Lena and her pseudo-holy artifact, due to the passive effects of the system training, I wouldn't have been able to farm spiritual essences, let alone restrain Samara and Nan, with overwhelming advantages, much less to take away Palebo, save Renomon, and help Rabara lift the taboo later on. There is a causal relationship here. Lena played a key role in it. Lena's eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Ye, the starlight in her eyes gradually brightening. Brother Ye. Hearing this, Leona laughed heartily. No wonder you are my student. Zhang Ye smiled, awkwardly scratching his head, but I still didn't manage to claim a spot in the top 3. Leona shook her head. They could only make it to the top 3 because of you. There's no need to belittle yourself so. Saying this, she licked her red lips. The rewards you deserve will not be lessened. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's breath instantly became heated. Rinomon looked at the two in confusion and suddenly asked, rewards? What rewards? Hee. Zhang Ye chuckled. Little kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Meanwhile, Lena looked at the two with bright eyes. Rinomon didn't know, but she did. A kiss from Leona, she had dreamed of it. Looking at her brother, Leona smiled and said no more, then waved her hand. Let's go, we'll talk about it later. First, let's celebrate your success. All right. Zhang Ye cheered, feeling ecstatic. Can I come too? Lena asked nervously. Leona smiled, of course. Arriving at the estate prepared by Leona, Zhang Ye could not help but exclaim that the Yen Lion family was indeed wealthy, possessing assets even in the Wailing Empire. This estate, larger than luxury villa complexes on Earth, was truly extravagant. To celebrate the trio's success, Leona personally cooked a lavish barbecue feast for everyone. While enjoying the barbecue, Zhang Ye recounted the events that had occurred in the secret realm. Upon hearing that Zhang Ye had robbed Nan 3 times, Leona couldn't help but laugh, feeling that this kid was too mischievous. As the strongest genius of the Thunderclap family and the most formidable new generation genius among various families, Nan could be said to rival Leona in her prime. At just 20 years old, Nan had already reached the mid-stage of the 9th level, a talent not much inferior to Leona. Yet this powerful genius had been robbed by Zhang Ye 3 times. It was truly unprecedented. However, when the conversation turned to Palebo and Rebella, Zhang Ye found it somewhat difficult to speak. Nevertheless, he chose to be candid, feeling that those present were trustworthy. Leona and Rinomon needed no introduction. Both had been saved by Zhang Ye, so they were surely on his side. As for Lena, although they had only known each other for a few days, her cheerful and innocent personality was very likable to Zhang Ye. She was not the type to scheme against others, which earned her Zhang Ye's trust. Moreover, she had witnessed Zhang Ye subduing Palebo and Rebella, so hiding it held little significance. After learning of this, Leona smiled and said, there's no need to be so tense. Director Rand is a good old man. Your ability to subdue Palebo and Rebella is your own merit. He won't hold anything against you once he finds out. This is your opportunity. As long as you remain devoted to humanity and do no evil, he would be more than happy. Zhang Ye, upon hearing this, felt a weight lift from his heart, but still said, really? But Palebo and Rebella can produce precious origin crystal armor. Without them, is it really okay? Leona shook her head and replied, the origin crystal armor is actually of little use to Director Rand, as he is already at the 7-star saint level. Its primary function is merely to serve as rewards for students. Without the origin crystal armor, other rewards can be used instead. Also, the origin magical beasts of the secret realm will regenerate after a few hundred years, so this matter isn't as serious as you think. Zhang Ye sighed in relief. After all, he had read many stories where innocent people suffered because they possessed treasures, leading to unwanted trouble. However, upon reflection, perhaps what he considered a treasure might be seen as merely decent in others' eyes. Just, according to Palebo, he and Rebella could achieve high-star saint level in a few hundred years and even possess demigod potential. Was it really okay to give such magical beasts to a newcomer? Zhang Ye pondered and began to find some answers. Perhaps a demigod in Wailing Academy was not the strongest after all. Moreover, being able to subdue these 2 magical beasts only meant that Zhang Ye himself was an extraordinary existence. Such individuals should be courted by the academy. Thus, if Rand really came looking for him, it might not be for the magical beasts, but rather for Zhang Ye himself. Thinking this way, it made perfect sense. Zhang Ye understood this and set aside his worries. Let me see those 2 magical beasts of yours, Leona said. Zhang Ye nodded and released Palebo and Rebella. Boss, is this the world outside the secret realm? After coming out, Palebo and Rebella appeared very curious, marveling at everything around them. This estate was far more beautiful than the rocky gray secret realm. No wonder the 2 beasts were so astonished. Indeed, following Zhang Ye out of the secret realm was the right choice. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon the 2 beasts, causing them to tense up immediately and look fearfully at Leona, who stood not far away. In their perception, Leona was terrifying, as if with a single thought they would be crushed like ants. Stay in line while following Xiaoya. If I find out that you 2 dare to do anything detrimental to him, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will kill you both. Do you understand? At this moment, Leona exuded a terrifying aura, her beautiful face cold as frost. Palebo and Rebella were tense, and they vaguely saw a fearsome red lotus lion appearing behind Leona, immediately nodding obediently like chicks pecking at rice. Leona then withdrew her pressure. Since Zhang Ye was the good cop, she would play the bad cop, which would help keep these 2 magical beasts in line. Zhang Ye chuckled, but he still agreed with Leona's approach. Boss, who is she? She's so terrifying. Palebo communicated with Zhang Ye through their bond, his voice trembling with fear. This woman felt even more fearsome than a magical beast. Zhang Ye chuckled, replying in his heart, she is your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Palebo and Rebella were taken aback, and their fear was significantly alleviated. She's one of us, so it's fine. Zhang Ye then did not retract Palebo and Rebella back into their bond space, but instead let them roam in a farm area of the estate. After reminding them not to cause any destruction, he allowed the two creatures to play. Having come out of the secret realm to this world, they were filled with curiosity about everything here. Zhang Ye decided to satisfy their curiosity. He also didn't forget to let Tet out to eat barbecue together. However, the condition was that she couldn't curse or spit. Having tasted the deliciousness of barbecue, Tet reluctantly agreed. As soon as Tet was released, Lena instantly panicked. Her golden ear-length hair stood on end and fear filled her eyes as she hid behind Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Lena?" It. Lena stammered, "It has a terrifying dark aura." Zhang Ye was puzzled and asked, "You can sense that?" He too felt the dark aura emanating from Tet, for she was the dark demon queen bug from the demon realm, so having a dark aura was normal. However, that power was akin to magic, not the kind of evil or nauseating sensation he had imagined, so he didn't find Tet particularly frightening. Why was Lena reacting so strongly? Upon hearing this, Lena shook her head and said, "I can't feel it, but I can see it." See it? Zhang Ye was taken aback. "Oh." Lena nodded and swallowed hard. In her eyes, although Tet was not very large, dark ink-like shadows emanated from her, nearly staining half the sky black. Moreover, this darkness seemed to form a terrifying humanoid shadow, vaguely revealing black horns atop its head. Though she couldn't see clearly, Lena felt a sense of dread, as if the darkness were her natural enemy. It made sense. A light and dark were indeed opposites. In her eyes, however, Zhang Ye radiated a colorful halo, illuminating half the sky and bringing warmth and comfort, while the darkness could not approach him in the slightest. This was also why she hid behind Zhang Ye. Only by Zhang Ye's side could she feel secure. This was also why she had chosen Zhang Ye at first sight. In her eyes, Zhang Ye's brilliance was simply impossible to ignore. The ability to emit such brilliance was precisely the reason Lena would define Zhang Ye as a good person. In the depths of that dark world, there lay a vast garden of flowers. No one would have expected that such a beautiful place could exist in the terrifying demon realm, resembling a paradise. No, it surpassed even the most beautiful places in the divine realm. At the center of the garden was a quaint wooden cottage, seemingly plain, but surrounded by the most powerful laws of the demon realm. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of the small cottage. One dressed in black, the other in red. The black figure was dominant, while the red figure was subordinate. Finally done with my work, the tall black figure yawned and walked towards the wooden cottage. The red figure behind her spoke softly, "My lord, there's actually one more thing." The demon lord raised an eyebrow and said, "Speak." The 520th mother bug has gone to the human realm. Empty, empty, empty. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed across the demon realm, shaking the very earth as a terrifying aura swept over. All creatures in the demon realm trembled and crawled towards a certain direction, filled with reverence. "Why didn't you stop it?" the demon lord asked. Her voice was calm, yet it carried an extreme chill, a murderous intent enveloping half the demon realm. "We couldn't stop it," the woman with red horns said, trembling. "A rift in the world opened right beside it, and it just slipped through. There was no way to stop it. 3 servants went to chase it, but soon their soul flames disappeared." "Is the 520th still alive?" "Its soul flame hasn't shown any signs of disturbance, so it should still be safe," the woman with red horns replied. "Immediately go find it." "But the rift in the world has already been unilaterally sealed, and it has triggered the laws of the world. We cannot break through." If the 520th dies, the entire bug palace will be buried with it." After saying this, she entered the wooden cottage without looking back. The woman with red horns bowed and said yes. Inside, everything appeared very ordinary. A wooden table, wooden chairs, a wooden bed, and some small items on the table, nothing else. The demon lord lay on the wooden bed, her eyes flickering with a red glow, while the powerful laws around her seemed incredibly humble and trembled under her wrath. Fortunately, she soon calmed down. "The 520th was the last gift you gave me. When will you return?" She sighed softly, closed her eyes, and the laws around her surged. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Strange, why is the dark power on the 520th being suppressed? Could it have been captured by the Pope of Light? But why do I feel like the 520th seems very happy? Forget it, it was originally playful, and that dark power is enough to keep it safe. Let it play until it's tired, then send it back. "Lena, this is my contracted beast Tet, also a creature from the demon realm," Zhang Ye said, noticing Lena's fearful expression. "Don't worry, it won't harm you. Don't compare me, a noble creature, with those lowly demon realm beings." Tet grunted while munching on roasted meat. Leona's cooking is even better than Zhang Ye's, and Tet loves it the most. That wicked woman is quite terrifying, but her roasted meat is truly delicious. Hearing Tet's adorable words, Lena's fear diminished considerably. With Zhang Ye present, Tet wouldn't harm anyone, so she gradually became bolder and even dared to feed Tet with meat. "You're not bad, little girl. Unlike that bad guy who never feeds me," Tet said while eating the roasted meat that Lena offered. Zhang Ye pouted, "Haven't I fed you enough?" Tet replied, "Is that really feeding? You should bring it to my mouth and say, 'Esteemed Lord 520, please dine.' That would be feeding." Zhang Ye retorted, "You must be dreaming. Lena, don't spoil it." Tet shot back, "I spit on you, bad guy." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Hey, you little ingrate. Witnessing the playful banter between Zhang Ye and Tet, though she couldn't understand Lina, found it particularly amusing and laughed joyfully. After eating to their heart's content, Zhang Ye suggested they take a stroll in Wanling City. Everyone happily agreed, but Leona declined, saying, I still have to return for the new student assessment, so I won't be joining you. Leona smiled. All right then. Zhang Ye felt a bit disappointed as he wanted to walk alongside Leona, but it seemed that Wish would have to wait. Just as the three prepared to head out, Leona suddenly called out to Zhang Ye. Little Yi, come here for a moment, she said, walking further inside. Huh? Zhang Ye was taken aback, then suddenly remembered something, his breath quickening, and said to Rainom and Lina, you two wait for me outside. Rainom dumbly said, well, wait here. Before he could finish, Lina pushed Rainom outside, saying, come on, let's wait for Brother Yi outside. As they exited, the girl even turned back and winked at Zhang Ye, her big eyes filled with joy. Zhang Ye secretly gave her a thumbs up. Good girl, great support. Then he happily followed Leona inside. Once inside, Leona looked at Zhang Ye with a smile, causing his heart to race and a blush to rise on his face. Leona, rather bold, made him shy first. Before he could finish, Leona cupped Zhang Ye's face and planted a kiss on his forehead. Suddenly, Zhang Ye felt as if he could float, a dazed, silly smile on his face, saying, I won't wash my face again, never. Leona looked at him and couldn't help but laugh, saying, is it really that serious? Zhang Ye nodded, yes. Little Yi, there's something you need to know. Leona suddenly became serious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's expression turned serious. He knew that Leona calling him in must be more than just for a kiss. If that were the case, she would have done it outside. It's about Lina, Leona said. Lina? Zhang Ye asked, what about Lina? Do you know her identity? Leona asked. Zhang Ye nodded, I can guess some things. She should be from the Lionheart royal family, right? It must be more than just an ordinary noble to produce so many precious treasures. She must be a princess-level figure, right? Leona nodded, exactly. She is from the Lionheart royal family, the third child of the current Lionheart emperor, also known as the third princess. Zhang Ye nodded, and then? Leona asked with a smile, aren't you surprised? Zhang Ye flicked his bangs smugly, saying, a smart person like me already guessed it, no surprise here. Leona chuckled and continued, however, her status is not just that of a princess. What do you mean? Zhang Ye asked. Leona's voice suddenly grew solemn. The Lionheart Emperor's lover, who is also Lina's mother, is the saintess of the Church of Light. That saintess was a peerless existence at the time, specializing in time magic, and even during her 3-star saint level, she could easily overpower 5-star saint level opponents. Oscar became the current Lionheart Emperor partly because of her help in eliminating rivals. Their love story can be considered a beautiful tale on the continent. Later, that saintess gave birth to 2 sons for Oscar, but neither of those children inherited their mother's time-based talents until the birth of the third child, Lina. On the day Lina was born, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, with the laws of time converging above the Lionheart Imperial City, leading everyone to believe that Lina must have inherited her mother's powerful time magic talents. However, unexpectedly, 3 days after Lina was born, the saintess passed away. Passed away? Zhang Ye exclaimed, how did she die? Leona shook her head. Aside from the Lionheart royal family, even the Flame Lion clan has no way of knowing. All they know is that Lina not only inherited her father's light-based talents, but also her mother's time talents, making her a dual attribute genius. She underwent talent testing immediately after her birth, revealing her dual talents to be extraordinarily high. But just when everyone thought the Lionheart Empire would give birth to a peerless powerhouse, something went wrong. When Lina was 8, she reached the peak of the 7th tier, but since then her level has never increased again, and she cannot learn any magic. Cannot learn any magic. Not even basic spells. Zhang Ye asked. No, she can't. Leona shook her head. It was later said that her internal magic power could not resonate at all, meaning she cannot cast magic through drawing arrays or chanting. Zhang Ye fell silent for a moment. The reason Lina did not learn any magic was not that she didn't want to study, but because she simply couldn't. What about body refinement? Zhang Ye asked. Leona shook her head again. No matter how she trained, her physical prowess could only maintain at the peak of the 7th tier, just like her magic level, unable to improve. Unable to refine her body, and her magic cannot resonate. She cannot transform magic power into spells or combat techniques, let alone learn magic techniques. No wonder she only knows how to release her innate magic and fights with precious artifacts. With so many artifacts stored in her ring, they must have been prepared by the Lionheart royal family for her. For her, who cannot release magic, precious artifacts are her only means of attack. It can be said that at the peak of the 7th tier in terms of combat power, Lina is even weaker than some 6th tier geniuses. Thus, the so-called peerless genius of the Lionheart Empire has completely become a joke. However, even so, Lina is still greatly favored. Oh, she is Oscar's most beloved daughter. Perhaps due to his guilt, Oscar treats her much better than his other children. So once something happens to Lina, the Lionheart royal family will definitely be furious, Leona said seriously. Because of you, Lina's ranking has soared to 2nd place, and she will definitely enter the color class. For Lina, this is actually not a good thing, because no matter how rich the training resources provided by the color class are, she cannot improve or learn any magic, and the color class has practical tests at the end of each month. This is fatal for Lina. She will have to compete with other color class students, and although there will be instructors watching the battlefield, how can Lena, who cannot even release a single defensive spell, withstand the attacks of other students? You must understand this year's students cannot be compared to last year's. There are more than 5 7th-tier students in this year's class. Moreover, some of the students belong to empires that are not friendly with the Lionheart Empire, even hostile. If Lena faces them, the outcome is predictable. They might consider the war and not go all out against Lena, but the possibility of accidents is still very high. There may even be some malicious forces who will send their students to harm Lena to instigate war. Once something happens to Lena and Oscar finds out, the Lionheart Empire will launch a retaliatory war. Such consequences are not something an ordinary person can bear. You can say that because of you, Lena entered the color class at Wanling Academy. If something happens to her, you will bear part of the responsibility. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Ye opened his mouth slightly, fell silent for a moment, and said, I will protect her. Leona shook her head slightly. I believe in your abilities, but can you protect her all the time? What about the end-of-month tests? In battles, interference is not allowed unless Lena voluntarily gives up. Otherwise, she will fall to the bottom and be kicked out of the color class, dropping to the purple class. The same applies to the purple class and the blue class. In short, Lena will definitely face the end-of-month battle, and if she gives up 3 tests in a row, she will be expelled from the academy. Zhang Ye's pupils shrank. Expelled from the academy. Was all of this caused by him? With 8 classes, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, if Lena could only enter a class below blue, she might be able to handle those students. But in classes above blue, every student is a genius, not to mention this year's overall quality is a significant leap. With Lena only able to wield 7th-tier artifacts, how could she win against those 8th or 9th-tier geniuses with just her 2 innate spells? Those people are not comparable to the Ice Wave Leopard. It can be said that by raising Lena's score to the 2nd place, he not only failed to help her, but rather harmed her. Zhang Ye's fists clenched slightly as he contemplated a solution. I understand. Zhang Ye nodded, feeling downcast, but he quickly lifted his spirits, saying, I will find a way. In any case, I will protect her. Leona smiled slightly. As a person from another world, you have your own special abilities. I hope you can help her. All right, that's all. You may go now. Okay, goodbye, Dana. Goodbye. As they stepped outside, Lena and Rainamong immediately approached. Lena wore a playful smile and cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Ye, then asked, Brother Yi, how's it going? Zhang Ye, upon hearing this, made a helpless expression and replied, Sigh, the enthusiasm is overwhelming. I can hardly handle it. Lena immediately burst into laughter. Rainamong, looking bewildered, said, What are you guys talking about? I don't understand at all. Zhang Ye and Lena simultaneously reached out and patted his shoulder. You'll understand in the future. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Ye said, Let's go, it's time to explore. Off we go. Lena laughed heartily and cheerfully followed. Rainamong scratched his head, saying, So mysterious. The capital city of the Wanling Empire was indeed grand and bustling. The streets were filled with a steady stream of traffic, flanked by a variety of shops, both upscale and affordable. It was common to see magical beasts pulling carriages on the main road, and Zhang Ye even spotted a luxurious carriage drawn by a 6th-tier magical beast passing by. Goodness, that carriage must be a 2-bedroom apartment with a bathroom, it's so big. The key point was that Wanling City embraced myriad races, and along the way there were many young ladies from different races. For example, beast-eared girls, human outsiders, dwarves. Let's skip that. In short, Zhang Ye feasted his eyes. Then the 3 wandered around, and when they thought of buying something, Zhang Ye suddenly remembered. He still had a bunch of ores in his pocket that he hadn't sold. Little brother, do you know where I can sell those ores? I want to exchange them for some pocket money, Zhang Ye said. Well, you can exchange them at the material shop. I remember seeing a place called Karaway Materials. It's a material shop of the Karaway commerce spread all over the country, and they can easily take our ores. Rainamong replied. Zhang Ye nodded and waved his hand, saying, Let's go sell materials. Soon the 3 arrived at the material shop, where a dazzling array of materials was displayed in the showcase. These are all samples. Customers can choose the types, and then the corresponding materials will be provided from the warehouse at the back. Welcome, how can I assist you? Are you buying materials or selling materials? As soon as they entered the shop, a staff member came to greet them, and the professional smile on the staff's face reminded Zhang Ye of hostesses back on Earth. Selling materials. All right, please follow me to the inner room, the staff member said professionally. The inner room ensured customer privacy during transactions, avoiding any prying eyes. Clearly, this Karaway Materials did well in this aspect, and was worthy of being a large commerce. Once inside, Zhang Ye took out 60% of the ores he had previously mined. The staff's eyes lit up. This was a significant deal. She hurried off to call the manager. The manager was a chubby man who entered with an excessive amount of flattery, placing himself very lowly in status. Orange Flame Crystal, 254 tons and 378. 7 gene, well counted as 254 tons and 400 gene at a market price of 540 gold per gene. Yellow Ming, or 357 tons and 168. 5 gene, well counted as 357 tons and 200 gene at a market price of 310 gold per gene. How does that sound? The manager asked, rubbing his hands together. Zhang Ye nodded, indicating it was fine. The reason for using the market price instead of a bottom price was due to the large quantity, and purchasing ores might not only be for resale, but also for processing, which could yield even more profit. Zhang Ye wasn't clear on the market price, but based on the manager's rounding method, he decided not to fuss over the details. All right, let me calculate for you. The orange flame crystal is 2764800 gold. The yellow Ming, or is 2214000 gold. In total, that's 497880200 gold. Would you like a gold card or cash? If cash, our shop currently lacks enough cash, so it will take some time to prepare. Zhang Ye, upon hearing this, quietly transmitted to Lina, "What is a gold card?" Lina replied, "A gold card is a type of magical tool that allows you to exchange gold coins at various banks. Many shops also accept gold cards for purchases, although some smaller shops may not." Zhang Ye nodded, realizing it's somewhat like a bank card. In the end, he said a gold card, and also withdraw 100 cash. After all, they were going to shop, and he needed it urgently. "All right, please wait a moment. Would you like any services?" The chubby manager then looked at Lina and Rainamong. Rainamong shook his head. Unlike Zhang Ye, he had money in his pocket. But Lina needed cash as her gold coins were left at home. Thus, she exchanged for over 100 million gold coins, while leaving the remaining ores for herself. Those were precious mementos. Moments later, the chubby manager returned. "Here are your purple crystal cards and cash. Please keep them safe. Additionally, since the total transaction amount exceeds 100 million gold, we are also giving you a black gold VIP card. Holding this card allows you to enjoy VIP discounts and services at any store under the Caraway Commerce." Goodness, this promotional activity is impressive, not worse than on Earth. That's why they say Caraway Commerce is a big enterprise. Only transactions exceeding 100 million can earn you a high-level VIP card. Other smaller businesses or shops wouldn't have the capacity to handle Zhang Ye's volume of ores or provide such funds. Upon receiving the two cards, Zhang Ye checked them. As he infused them with magic, a magical projection popped up on the purple crystal card, displaying the amount of gold coins within. On his black gold VIP card, a series of privileges available to black gold VIP members appeared. Discounts of 5 on items valued under 10 million gold. Special services for VIP escorts. Special services by beverage girls. Cough in short, very nice. Brother Yi, what does the bathing service entail? Suddenly Lina asked, her bright eyes filled with innocence and curiosity. Ignoring the somewhat lecherous smile from the chubby manager, Zhang Ye coughed and said, "It's better for children not to know these things." Having exchanged nearly 500 million in pocket money, Zhang Ye felt a surge of confidence. With 500 million in backing, he felt as sturdy as a rock. "By the way, esteemed VIPs, our shop has an additional offer for you." Suddenly, the chubby manager said, "There will be a grand auction at the Caraway Auction House in the Central Avenue of Wanling City tomorrow night. If you are interested, you may want to take a look. The VIP card is also valid at the auction house, and any price reductions will be covered by Caraway Commerce." Zhang Ye nodded and replied, "Got it, thank you." "You're welcome. You are esteemed VIPs, and Caraway Commerce welcomes your presence at any time." The chubby manager flashed a professional fake smile. Zhang Ye nodded, recognizing that this chubby manager had a knack for his job, truly worthy of being a shop manager. Next, the three began their exploration again. They strolled through weapon shops, potion shops, magic item shops, and food shops, checking out everything. Zhang Ye was immensely curious about all aspects of this world, eager to see everything. As they wandered, they reached the most prosperous area of Wanling City. "Hey, what's that?" Zhang Ye asked, curiously looking at a cylindrical building in the distance. Just passing by here, they could hear waves of cheers coming from inside, suggesting a large crowd. Rainamong said, "That's the arena under the food commerce. Inside you can watch various battles, and thanks to the Wanling Empire's nature of encompassing all races, you can see duels from various races, and even magical beast battles. The arena of the Wanling Empire is very famous. Do you want to go take a look, Brother Yi?" "Sure, let's go." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. "An arena? Isn't that a great opportunity to learn many spells and combat techniques? I can't miss it, let's hurry." The three headed towards the arena. However, when they arrived outside the arena, Zhang Ye noticed several notices posted on the surrounding walls, and he walked over to take a look. "Fifth tier absolute concealment werewolf has escaped. Anyone providing clues will receive a 100 gold reward. If captured alive and returned, the arena will provide a 100 gold reward." Zhang Ye read, and then said, "Absolute concealment werewolf. Is it very powerful?" "Very powerful, it's a race of beastmen," Lina said. "The absolute concealment werewolf has a talent called conceal, which allows it to hide its form. A 5th tier absolute concealment werewolf is hard to detect below the holy tier once it conceals itself." "I see," Zhang Ye nodded. "No wonder it managed to escape. Once the absolute concealment werewolf hides, there are likely very few people in the city who can find it. Some may wonder why they don't send holy tier individuals to capture it. That would be absurd. Would a dignified holy tier personally go after a 5th tier werewolf?" Thus the arena posted the notice for under the lure of a substantial reward, brave souls would surely step forward. Zhang Ye was merely curious, and after understanding, paid no further attention, leading Lina and Rainamong into the arena. Entering the outer arena requires a fee of 5 gold coins, which is quite affordable. Inside, the arena resembles an ancient Roman Colosseum divided into several sections with 6 large arenas in the center, each with a radius of 500 meters. This is not even the largest, as these arenas revolve around a core arena, showcasing the vast area the arena covers. In the outer area, one can only see the smaller arenas where various races engage in combat, including both intelligent species and magical beasts. Zhang Ye even witnessed 7 4th-tier Gale Wolves battling against a 5th-tier Thorn Python. The audience in the stands cheered loudly, supporting their favored races or placing bets, their faces alight with excitement. Most of these spectators are ordinary people of lower ranks, likely drawn to the thrilling battles due to their own lack of strength-seeking stimulation here. However, the highest rank in the outer small arenas is only 5th tier, which seems like a child's fight to Zhang Ye, lacking any impressive elements. Higher-ranked battles should take place in the larger inner arenas. Thus, the three of them headed towards the inner arena, only to be stopped. Entry to the large arena requires a fee of 500 gold coins, a staff member stated expressionlessly. This is 100 times more expensive than the small arenas. After paying the fee, the trio entered and witnessed duels of 6th tier and above. The atmosphere in the large arena was even more exhilarating, with a more refined audience likely composed of wealthy individuals or nobles. It seems the highest-ranked battles in the large arena are only up to 8th tier. Zhang Ye remarked after strolling around with his companions. Are the duels above 8th tier held in the core arena? Yes, Lainom nodded. However, the core arena only opens at fixed times and entry costs 500 gold coins. Those battling in the core arena are typically between 8th tier and 10th tier, mostly battles among magical beasts. Calculating the time, the next core duel will be in 2 days, Zhang Ye observed, and the three found seats in an 8th tier arena to watch. In the arena, a barbaric bear orc faced off against a massive rock bear, both in the late 8th tier, clashing powerfully. The rock bear let out a furious roar and slammed its paws against the ground, causing spikes of rock to shoot up from the ground in a fan shape towards the barbaric bear orc. The barbaric bear orc responded with equal ferocity, transforming into a humanoid bear form, its muscles bulging as it struck the ground, fracturing it and shattering the approaching spikes. Zhang Ye analyzed the scene and learned that this was a common ability among the orc race, known as half-beast transformation, which significantly enhances their physical abilities. Due to racial factors, this skill is one Zhang Ye is destined not to learn. What would happen if a human could undergo half-beast transformation? Would they become a monkey? The barbaric bear orc let out an enraged roar and lunged at the rock bear. The rock bear measured over 10 meters in length and 6 to 7 meters in height, while the half-beast barbaric bear orc was only over 3 meters tall, making their size difference immense, making the orc's charge seem like a moth to a flame. However, reality proved otherwise. The barbaric bear orc's strength was terrifying, and a single punch to the rock bear's paw shattered it, sending blood splattering. The rock bear, now enraged, unleashed its innate magic, becoming covered in thick rock armor as it engaged the barbaric bear orc in a fierce brawl. Ultimately, the barbaric bear orc emerged victorious, channeling all its magical power to conjure a giant magical bear several meters tall, which it used to crush the rock bear. Zhang Ye couldn't help but marvel. In terms of combat strength, this late 8th tier barbaric bear orc could rival an average 9th tier human warrior. This showcased the advantage of the orc race and the orc's own strength. Many orcs possess physical capabilities far superior to humans, along with various unique traits. For instance, bear and elephant people are inherently stronger, and cat and leopard people are more agile, not to mention the eagle people's flight and the snake people's venom. The physical advantages of orcs far surpass those of humans. The only comparable trait humans possess is intelligence and cultivation talent. As for reproductive capabilities, they are incomparable. Pig people can have 12 offspring at once. If the human race lacks strength, their population base will certainly be inferior to that of the orc race. This led to rumors spreading that the orc race would replace the human race. Fortunately, the human race is currently strong, with the largest population among all intelligent species on the continent. Those spreading the rumors were also captured and burned at the stake. The flames raged for 3 days and nights, and those who left felt quite satisfied. The barbaric bear orc stood victorious, basking in blood as it trampled on the rock bear's corpse and howled to the sky, while the audience erupted in cheers applauding the orc. Of course, some who had placed bets on the rock bear were filled with regret and cursed loudly. Lena frowned slightly at the unbearable shouts around her, but said nothing, yet Zhang Ye took notice. He then said, "Let's go, this is getting dull, and it's too noisy." Having strolled around, he had already learned various unique skills, so he wasn't missing much. Thus the three left the arena and wandered elsewhere until dinner time, when they returned to the manor. With Leona absent, Zhang Ye took to the kitchen. Although the manor had servants and a chef, grilling was something that required a personal touch. As Zhang Ye grilled, he also taught Lena and Lainom how to cook while chatting, and the three of them enjoyed the moment. "Brother Ye, how did you become so formidable?" Suddenly Lena asked. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it's because I'm handsome. I was born with exceptional looks, so I trained hard, and that's how I became so impressive." Lena, Lainom, why does this person have such a big ego? If only I could be as powerful as Brother Ye. Lena suddenly sighed as she gazed into the fire. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Of course you can too." However, Lena shook her head with a bitter smile. "I can't. Oh, I actually can't learn magic." As she spoke, her eyes dimmed slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Ye fell silent for a moment before saying, "That's all right. Who says one must rely on magic to become stronger?" Lena was taken aback and asked, How can I become strong without magic? Zhang Ye replied. Even without magic you can still wield magical energy, right? Lina nodded. I can, but pure magical energy is nowhere near as powerful as magic. Zhang Ye responded. I know, which is why we need to find a way to enhance the power of pure magical energy. At this, Zhang Ye smiled and said, I will help you figure it out. I have a few ideas already, and we can test them out tomorrow. Though today's activities were enjoyable, Zhang Ye had been constantly pondering methods to help Lina grow stronger without relying on magic. Among these methods, mastering and utilizing pure magical energy was one approach. Aila had mentioned that a pure magical energy orb condensed from all of a Saint-Tier mage's magical power could destroy a city, proving the potential of pure magical energy. Although it may not match magic, Zhang Ye believed he could find a way to make pure magical energy as powerful as magic. Really? Lina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's experiment right now. Seeing Lina's sudden enthusiasm, Zhang Ye sighed inwardly. He could see that Lina was extremely eager to become stronger. Unable to cast magic and unable to elevate her rank, her title as the peerless genius of the Lionheart Empire had transformed into a laughingstock of the Lionheart Empire. Even though the Lionheart royal family wouldn't ostracize her, the rumors from the outside world would surely place immense pressure on her. Samantha's cold demeanor is a form of self-protection. Isn't Lina's sunny disposition the same? Faced with the Ice Wave Leopard, she would never willingly admit defeat, even if it meant exhausting her magical energy until the last moment. This reflects the deep-seated determination hidden within her. Moreover, because of him, Lina would face dangers and potential harm in the future which Zhang Ye was unwilling to witness. Thus, he resolved to help her. Only by becoming stronger could she address the root of her issues. Zhang Ye believed that there must be a reason why Lina was unable to learn magic. It was likely due to her unique constitution. The system could detect her special nature, giving Zhang Ye reason to believe that through the system he could find a solution. Moreover, as the protagonist, how could he say it was impossible? Zhang Ye laughed and said, My ideas are still not fully developed. Give me some time to refine them, and we can experiment again tomorrow. Lina nodded vigorously. All right. After a moment of silence, she sincerely said, Thank you. Zhang Ye smiled. What can I say? I'm your brother Ye. Upon hearing this, Lina's face broke into a brilliant smile. She could see that good people exist, and the evidence proved her right. Zhang Ye is indeed a very, very good person. The next day, the three of them arrived at the training ground within the manor, and Lina seemed eager. Zhang Ye asked Lina, as far as I know, you have 2 innate magical abilities, right? Lina nodded at his words. Her second innate magical ability was known only to the Lionheart royal family and a select few others. Since the Yin Lion family had a close relationship with the royal family, Zhang Ye wasn't surprised that he knew about it. He assumed it was Leona who had told him. Can you show me the second innate magical ability? Zhang Ye asked. This way I can have a clearer idea. Lina nodded. Then Lina took a deep breath and unleashed the ability multiple times, flickering hundreds of meters away. Suddenly, a ghostly blue light burst forth from her, and her figure vanished. After a breath, Lina reappeared at her original position, even replenishing the magical energy she had initially consumed. Zhang Ye's eyes widened. This is just like Tracer's recall. I need to analyze this. Recall a non-grade time-related innate magic allowing the user to reverse time and return to their initial position and state. How is it, Brother Ye? Is it alright? Lina asked nervously. It's great. Absolutely fantastic. Is it true that even if you're gravely injured and near death, as long as your state is unchanged from a breath ago, you can restore yourself to your original condition? Lina nodded, saying, I've never tried it when gravely injured, but if I use recall after getting hurt, I revert to how I was before the injury. My wounds will heal, and my magical energy will be restored. However, it can only return to a breath ago, and it cannot be used again within that breath. A breath is enough. Zhang Ye exclaimed excitedly. A breath which is 2 seconds. These 2 seconds are not just any 2 seconds, but invincible seconds. During recall, Lina completely vanished, leaving no trace, even in perception. At this moment, Lina must have entered another time dimension, achieving an invincible state of being unable to be targeted. With these 2 seconds, Lina could evade countless lethal attacks. At that moment, Zhang Ye felt that his ideas were becoming much clearer. Originally, Zhang Ye thought Lina resembled Tracer, so his concept was related to her, and now he felt he could completely formulate a plan for Lina's enhancement based on Tracer's character profile. A single blink granted Lina tremendous mobility. Zhang Ye had experimented with Blink, which involved elemental transformation, creating a light sphere for sublight speed displacement, having a collision volume roughly the size of a basketball. Thus, Blink could provide Lina with great mobility, flexibility, and evasion capabilities. Furthermore, Recall was even more impressive, a life-saving technique that, if used correctly, could even dodge instant burst-type, Saint-level magic. These 2 abilities were strikingly similar to the skills of the gaming character Tracer from Earth, but even more powerful. So how could she become stronger? Lina attacked the target with magical energy bullets at the fastest speed, without worrying about power or accuracy. Just focus on speed. Zhang Ye said. Lina nodded, and then extended both hands. Instantly, countless magical energy bullets the size of ping-pong balls shot from her hands towards the target. Zhang Ye nodded slightly. The speed was impressive, almost able to fire 6 to 7 shots per second like a machine gun. However, it was still not fast enough, and pursuing speed would compromise power and accuracy. Tracer in the game was positioned as a mid-range, high-explosive, high-mobility character, so Zhang Ye intended to shape Lina into a similar character. Is there a way to ensure power and accuracy while increasing firing speed, or even maintaining it? Previously, Zhang Ye's first thought was to use magic innovation to create a magic that utilized this function, but he quickly dismissed it since Lina couldn't learn magic. However, Zhang Ye soon thought of a solution: magic devices. Remember back when they went to Lionheart City, Zhang Ye had witnessed the city defense magic devices, which were akin to artillery. According to Leona, even ordinary people could operate them as long as they threw in something containing magical energy like crystal cores or magic crystals, or directly injected enough magical energy to activate them. And their power was comparable to 8th grade magic. Zhang Ye wondered if there were similar magic devices that could help Lina enhance her attack power. Bro, do you know where I can buy magic devices? Magic devices. Many weapon shops sell them. Do you want me to help you buy some? Rainaman replied. Thank you, we'll take 3 of each type from grades 3 to 10. Zhang Ye said, handing over a gold card. Rainaman was surprised and asked, why do you need so many magic devices? I want to try and create a magic device suitable for Lina, Zhang Ye smiled. As long as he could understand its structure and concept, he would immediately be able to replicate a new one. This was evident from his ability to mold a guitar, so Zhang Ye was absolutely confident. Alright. Rainaman nodded, took Zhang Ye's gold card, and went to buy the magic devices. Lina felt quite moved. Although the price of magic devices was somewhat cheaper than that of magical artifacts since their functions were relatively single and their power was not as strong as magical artifacts of the same grade, buying so many would still cost several million at least. Lina was already touched that Zhang Ye was willing to spend so much for her. Brother Ye'll pay you back, Lina said. Zhang Ye shook his head saying, we are friends, there's no need to say so much between friends. As long as you can grow stronger, spending any amount of money is worth it. Besides, money is the easiest thing to acquire, he said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Lina was even more touched, tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Ye smiled and said, my idea is for you to use the magic devices to condense magical energy bullets for attacks, so I plan to create a pair of magic devices with compression functionality. Just like Tracer's pulse pistols which compress energy and then fire it out, Zhang Ye aimed to create such magic devices so that Lina could attack like Tracer. With such powerful mobility paired with magic dual pistols, she would undoubtedly be very strong. Magic devices? Lina asked, a bit puzzled. After all, in her view, while magic devices could enhance the combat power of an army, they were not as powerful as magical artifacts and had very limited effectiveness. However, Lina still chose to trust Zhang Ye. Lina, how many times can you release recall? Zhang Ye asked. Zhang Ye first picked up a 3rd-tier magical device and examined it closely. It resembled a fire gun measuring about 2 meters in length, heavy, and adorned with magical patterns. Zhang Ye enveloped it with magical power, searched for a while, immediately found a way to disassemble it, and then took it apart completely for inspection. The miniature magic gathering slot at the back is used to fill with magical power, which is then transmitted internally through these magical patterns. Inside there are low-grade magic crystals inscribed with magic formations that serve as the pivot for power conversion. Converting magical power into the form of magical bullets wrapped in a magical membrane, this is a magical bullet. So this is the principle. Interesting. Zhang Ye muttered to himself as he continuously disassembled various magical devices. Since magical devices are ultimately linked to the understanding of magic, Zhang Ye could grasp the underlying principles with just a little consideration, and his ideas became increasingly clear. As he continued disassembling, some parts of the magical devices could not be taken apart as they were integrated components formed by condensed magical power. Zhang Ye could only infiltrate with magic to sense them. Moreover, the system could also analyze them to aid his understanding. As time passed, Zhang Ye sat on the site continuously fiddling with the magical devices, leaving a pile of parts scattered around, causing Reno Meng and Lina to feel their eyelids twitch. These magical devices cost over 20 million, and there were dozens of types of 10th-tier magical devices prepared. Zhang Ye was disassembling them all as if he didn't consider money at all. Before long, the sun was about to set, and Zhang Ye had been disassembling for over 10 hours without a break, even skipping lunch. Brother Ye, how about we eat first? Lina couldn't help but run over to ask. She had called Zhang Ye for lunch earlier, but he hadn't eaten. Zhang Ye ignored her, still staring blankly at a component in his hand, his gaze somewhat dazed. Brother Ye. Lina suddenly felt worried. Could Brother Ye be stunned? Nice. Suddenly Zhang Ye jumped up and shouted, startling Lina, who quickly grabbed his arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Ye, don't scare me. Seeing her like this, Zhang Ye realized she misunderstood, ruffled his hair, and chuckled, sorry for scaring you, I'm fine. I know how to create your exclusive magical device now. Huh. Lina looked a bit dazed, her mouth slightly agape, looking adorable. After so much effort, he not only gained a deep understanding of the structure and principles of various magical devices, but also didn't overlook the materials, and the concepts in his mind had changed over and over again. She also called out to Aila, the all-knowing one, to help him, as he had just been dazed, because he found the key to creating Lina's exclusive magical device. Firstly, the magical patterns needed for the compression spell, the array formation, and the materials, as well as the design of the magical device. Secondly, since Lean-Ass Blink involves light attributes and Rewind involves time attributes, the materials needed to create the magical device must align with these two attributes. Light attribute materials are easy to find, but time attributes. Zhang Ye believed that time and space are among the most powerful forces, so finding suitable materials might be somewhat difficult. Little brother, could you please help me ask about the Kyrie materials to see if there are materials that can simultaneously align with light and time attributes? Zhang Ye yawned as he spoke. After focusing for over 10 hours, although his magical power was not greatly depleted, his mental energy had been significantly consumed, making him feel as if he had stayed up for 3 days straight, utterly fatigued. Reno Ming nodded upon hearing this. Leave it to me, brother Yi, you should go rest. All right, thank you. Zhang Ye nodded and walked towards his room with Lena quickly supporting him. As he walked slowly, Zhang Ye squinted and smiled. Lena, wait a while. Once I learn to create magical devices, I can immediately help you craft your exclusive magical device. Yawn. Then let them see what it means to be the peerless genius of the Lionheart Empire and silence all those who laughed at you. I'll tell you with pride. Hee hee. Yawn. After carrying Zhang Ye back to the room, he plopped onto the big bed and fell asleep at once. Watching Zhang Ye sleeping soundly on the bed, Lena leaned by the bedside, gazing at his handsome face, her cheeks involuntarily turning red. Brother Yi is so handsome, I really like him. Huh. Lena suddenly realized why was she having such thoughts. I only like girls. But Brother Yi is really so handsome and so gentle too. Oh, what are you thinking, Lena? Lena quickly slapped her flushed cheeks and ran towards the door, but when she reached the doorway, she turned back to look at Zhang Ye, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Brother Yi, thank you. After more than half an hour, Reno Ming returned looking somewhat anxious. Where's Brother Yi? He asked. He's sleeping. What's wrong? Lena asked. There's an urgent matter, wake him up first. Saying this, Reno Ming pushed the door open and entered Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Zhang Ye groggily woke up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, what's wrong, little brother? Reno Ming said seriously, Brother Yi, the materials you need are very rare. If required, it will take at least a month to prepare, sourcing from other empires. A month? Zhang Ye frowned, feeling that was a bit too long. Yes, but tonight there will be an auction at the Kyrie auction house. According to the owner of that material shop, there is a piece of void meteorite weighing 100 pounds among the auction items tonight, which perfectly meets Brother Yes' requirements. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye recalled that the fat owner had said there would be an auction held tonight. The auction has already started, and some time has passed. Reno Ming said. Zhang Ye was startled and quickly got up. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Zhang Ye and Reno Ming rushed out, taking Lena along, and the three headed towards the auction house. Upon arriving at the auction house, after presenting their proof of funds, the three received their numbers and took their seats. With a black gold VIP card, they enjoyed luxurious private room services. At this point, the fifth item had already been auctioned off, but thankfully the void meteorite was the final item to be presented and had not yet been bid on. By the way, what is the usual price for this void meteorite? Suddenly Zhang Ye recalled something important and asked, as it would be embarrassing if he didn't bring enough money. Though he had nearly 500 million assets, high-grade materials in this world are exorbitantly priced, as evident from the ores Zhang Ye sold. If the void meteorite was of too high a grade, its price would likely be quite shocking. Void meteorite can only be produced in the void realm, which requires at least a saint level to enter, making it extremely valuable. 1 pound costs at least 800,000 gold, and it is rarely available in the market. Reno Ming said. Zhang Ye gasped in surprise. 800,000 for a pound. So over 100 pounds would be. Oh, just over 100 million, that's not a problem. Zhang Ye sighed in relief again. Regardless of how expensive it was, as long as he had enough money, it was fine. I hear you, talented words. The sixth auction item, the Heart of Emerald. On stage, the auctioneer waved his hand, and a maid walked up with a tray holding an exquisitely crafted necklace. The Heart of Emerald comes from the Elven Forest. It is an elven artifact that is said to nurture one's spirit and calm magical energy, significantly enhancing affinity with wood element. Its benefits for cultivation are extraordinary. Such a beautiful Heart of Emerald, gentlemen, wouldn't you wish to bid on it for your beloved? Ladies, wouldn't you want to wear it to showcase your elegance and overshadow all other beauties? The starting bid is 2 million gold with increments no less than 100,000 gold. Let the bidding begin. Indeed, the auctioneer's words drove the ladies in the audience into a frenzy. What woman does not love beauty? Immediately, a wealthy woman began to bid, or perhaps she was urging her man to bid for her. In any case, the competition was fierce. In the end, the necklace was sold to a noblewoman for 6,500,000 gold. Zhang Ye curled his lips. The Heart of Emerald was merely a cut crystal core from an 8th-tier wood-type magical beast. Although it looked beautiful, an 8th-tier magical beast core is far from worth 6,500,000 gold. Outside, one could buy an 8th-tier crystal core for just over 100,000. As for those benefits, they are purely nonsense. Nurturing spirit and calming magical energy is still up for debate, but significantly increasing affinity with wood element is simply impossible. Zhang Ye had consumed numerous crystal cores without any significant enhancement, let alone just wearing it. As for it being an elven artifact, who knows if that's true? It's more likely just a gimmick. Thus, for Zhang Ye, the greatest merit of that necklace was that it was flavored like lychee. Poor elves. Rumored to be extinct, yet they are still dragged out to be ridiculed, raising prices for auction items. Zhang Ye shook his head, watching quietly. Next were 6 more auction items, and Zhang Ye was yawning as he hadn't had enough sleep yet. Suddenly the auctioneer's mysterious voice rang out. For the next auction item, I'm sure you've all heard of it, and many of you are here for her. Zhang Ye's eyes brightened. Is it the void meteorite? In the next moment his pupils contracted. A maid led a girl with a spiritual energy, chained the other end of the chain attached to her neck. A girl with pointed ears and fangs. The girl was exquisitely beautiful in terms of looks. She was no less than Lena, with fair skin, black hair cascading down, pointed ears, and 2 sharp fangs slightly visible from her lips. The chain connected to a collar around the girl's neck, and beside her fair neck, there was a mark belonging to a slave. A slave? The 7th auction item is actually a slave? Zhang Ye never expected this. What surprised him even more was the aura surrounding this girl. Although bound by that magical collar, Zhang Ye could sense the power within her. Dark power. From the demon realm. Her name is Valia, and she has demon blood. At this, everyone was shocked, and their gazes grew more fervent. Everyone, please don't get too excited, let me finish. The auctioneer paused before continuing. The nobles among the demon clan. The bloodline clan, you should all know them. They are elegant, noble, and they view humans as their blood bags. And Valia is a hybrid of the bloodline clan and humans. She possesses a powerful bloodline, and after training by the seller since childhood, she is now a mature slave. But rest assured, she is still a virgin. Why is she still a virgin after training? Because a virgin can fetch a higher price. Instantly, the group of gentlemen below began to breathe heavily. To showcase Valia's figure, the auction house put in a lot of effort. The clothes Valia wore were just a thin layer draped with a layer of light gauze. Under the light, her tall figure was veiled greatly, arousing the desires of those present eager to see more. Looking at Valia's stunning face and alluring figure, the group of gentlemen were filled with fervor to the point of ignoring the resentful glances from their female companions. Noble bloodline. Suddenly the auctioneer shouted, "Don't you want this noble bloodline to serve you tea, give you shoulder rubs, and even?" At this the auctioneer smirked, casting a knowing glance at the audience, and a group of men erupted in laughter. Moreover, Valia possesses latest stage 9th tier strength, and she is only 25 this year. With proper training, she is expected to break through to the holy stage. Acquiring her means not only gaining a beautiful partner and an obedient servant, but also a loyal and powerful guardian. Such a bargain, what are you waiting for? The slave. Valia's starting bid is 20 million gold with increments no less than 1 million. 25 million. 27 million. 30 million. No one compete with me. Just you. 32 million. A group of gentlemen frantically raised their paddles, spending vast sums just to obtain a slave. Of course, this is not just a slave, she is also a powerful being with holy stage talent. Buying her is akin to acquiring a bed partner with holy stage talent, a temptation that few present could resist. Before long, the bidding price reached 62 million, and at this point the number of bidders decreased significantly, leaving only a handful still in the race. 62 million gold is enough to support a holy stage. So many calmed down, thinking spending so much on a slave is not worth it. But a few persistent bidders continued to bid. Zhang Ye watched this scene, his brow slightly furrowed. To be honest, having come from a civilized society, he found the idea of slave trading extremely distasteful. However, the most important thing now was to secure the void meteorite, and before that he needed to ensure he had sufficient funds. Lena was far more important than a nameless slave. Thus, he would not spend such an exorbitant amount to bid on this slave. Such things undoubtedly happen every day with countless slaves being sold. He couldn't possibly save every pitiful one he saw. Therefore, it was better to focus on what needed to be done at the moment. 100 million. Suddenly, the auctioneer shouted at the magical display in front of him. Box number 3 bids 100 million. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? The 3 remaining bidders instantly fell silent. Their limit was under 70 million. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly jumped in, raising the price to 100 million, and now no one dared to compete. Zhang Ye looked over. Box number 3 had a magic barrier, making it impossible to see or sense inside, protecting the privacy of the VIP, so he had no idea who was so extravagant as to spend 100 million on a slave. He shook his head. Never mind, it had nothing to do with him. In the end, Valia was taken by the buyer in box number 3. Finally, it was time for the grand finale. A cart was slowly pushed onto the stage, and upon seeing this, everyone immediately became serious. It was a block of pitch black, or the surface of which shimmered, indicating a disturbance in space, making it appear extraordinary. Void meteorite. The auctioneer shouted, introducing the marvelous uses of this void meteorite. Zhang Ye listened and nodded subtly. This void meteorite not only possesses both time and space attributes, but also perfectly aligns with other elemental attributes, making it an excellent material for forging divine artifacts. This 153-pound void meteorite, combined with other materials, could likely create a complete set of 8-piece armor along with weapons. Starting bid 30 million. Without waiting for a reaction from the crowd, the buyer in box number 3 acted. 80 million. Box number 3 bids 80 million gold. Is there anyone else? 90 million. Box number 4 bids 90 million. 100 million. Box number 2 bids 100 million. Those without boxes could only watch and envy. 100 million gold was more than most of their entire fortunes. Even if a few could afford it, they also knew that the final price of this meteorite would definitely far exceed this amount. Just look at the bidding momentum, so they could only watch the big shots compete. It seemed that 4 boxes were competing. Once the auction price reached 160 million, each increment was in the millions, not as fierce as the initial bids, which were in the tens of millions. Meanwhile, box number 5, where Zhang Ye was, remained silent. The saying "watching the tiger fight from a mountain" probably referred to this. He planned to wait until the end to make his move. When the price climbed to 240 million, only box number 3 and box number 1 were left bidding, and it seemed they were nearing their limits. Box 3 made a bold move, directly increasing the bid by 60 million, raising the auction price to 300 million. Box 1 gave up, no longer choosing to bid. 300 million once. 300 million twice. The auctioneer tapped his hammer, about to finalize the deal, while the few people in box 3 relaxed slightly. The master elegantly swirled a crystal goblet, her face filled with pride. As expected, this Princess Void meteorite cannot be taken by anyone. 350 million. The whole place was shocked. Even that princess trembled slightly, spilling her drink on her gorgeous red dress. Box 5 bids 350 million. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? The auctioneer, excited, blushed. As an auctioneer, the higher the final price of the item, the more commission he would earn. Initially thinking 300 million would be the ceiling, unexpectedly another big shot emerged, directly raising the bid by 50 million. The person in box 3 frowned, biting her silver teeth and operating the magical display to increase the bid. 360 million. Box 3 bids 360 million. 380 million. Box 5 bids 380 million. The individual in box 3 was so furious that her shoulders trembled. She had brought over 500 million this time, spent 100 million on a slave, and still had over 400 million left. She originally thought it would be enough to secure the void meteorite, but who knew? In the end, she chose to go all out. 400 million. Box 3. Little did the auctioneer finish, the numbers on the magical display changed again. 450 million. Box 5 bids 450 million. Smash! The crystal goblet was violently thrown to the ground, producing a crisp sound filled with anger. Investigate. Find out who that bastard is. In the end, box 3 still did not raise the bid. 450 million once. 450 million twice. 450 million 3 times. Sold. Finally, securing the void meteorite, Zhang Ye let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. He truly did not expect that the market price of over 100 million for the void meteorite would actually go for over 400 million, which only underscored its rarity. The market price was merely a reference. He originally thought he could secure it for 300 million, but who knew the competitor in room 3 was also wealthy. Fortunately, in the end, his skills proved superior. With this meteorite, he could seek out experts in crafting magical tools to refine his skills, and it should be no problem. If others knew that Zhang Ye had a precious void meteorite and chose not to forge a divine artifact, but rather a magical tool, they would probably scold him for being wasteful. However, Zhang Ye did not care much about that. Beside him, Lena gazed at the transaction price of 450 million, momentarily lost in thought before her eyes turned red with emotion. Born into the Lionheart royal family, she was not short on money and had seen countless riches, thus she understood even more what 450 million meant. 450 million. Many families do not even possess that much wealth. Zhang Ye spent so much just to create a magical tool for her, just to help her become stronger. Yigo. Lena suddenly choked up, gently tugging at Zhang Ye's sleeve. Zhang Ye turned to look startled and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Yigo, why? Why are you so good to me?" Lena asked through her tears. "We've only known each other for a few days." Hearing this, Zhang Ye gently wiped away the tears at her corner of the eye and said softly, "It's only been a few days now, but in the future it will be a lifetime. Look further ahead, okay? Being lifelong friends, what does this little money count as? Don't you want to become stronger and pursue your beloved pride sister in the future?" At his words, Lena's tears flowed even more fiercely. She nodded while wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Zhang Ye comforted her and finally managed to make her stop crying. "Yiga, don't worry, I will pay you back double in the future," Lena said, clenching her small fist. Zhang Ye chuckled. "You make it sound like you want to take revenge on me." Then he stretched and laughed. "If I run out of money in the future, you have to lend me some generously." Lena vigorously nodded her small head. Then Zhang Ye turned to Rinomon and said, "Little brother-in-law, thanks a lot this time. If it weren't for you, we might have missed the auction." Rinomon was taken aback, then waved his hand. "I was just running an errand." As he spoke, he felt a bit emotional. After this incident, he had gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Ye. He was someone who would wholeheartedly dedicate himself for his friends, and he would not neglect anyone around him, whether it was the cold Nan at that time or himself, who had actually done nothing. "Let's go pay." Saying this, the three of them walked out, took out a gold card to pay in gold coins, and after spending 20 million on the magical tool earlier, Zhang Ye only had 20 million left, feeling quite broke. With the void meteorite in hand, the three of them hurried back to the manor. Zhang Ye then began to study and analyze the void meteorite, recording various data to refine the magical tool crafting plan. The result was that this piece of meteorite was truly perfect. If it weren't for Zhang Ye feeling that his experience in crafting magical tools and forging materials was still insufficient, he would have wanted to start immediately. After finishing his work, Zhang Ye finally had a chance to get a good sleep and replenish his spiritual energy. It was the third day after the enrollment assessment of the 10,000 Spirits Academy. Early in the morning, the badges of all the candidates who passed the assessment began to show activity, revealing magical inscriptions, instructing each candidate to report to the 10,000 Spirits Academy for assignment. Thus, the three of them got up early, and Leona also arrived. "Let's go, I'll take you to report," Leona said with a bright smile. Seeing this beautiful woman early in the morning, Zhang Ye felt that his mood for the entire day was delightful. Leona carried everyone and immediately blurred the surroundings, arriving at the location of the 10,000 Spirits Academy in a moment. Staring at the towering 100-meter-high gate, Zhang Ye was stunned. "Whoa, this is too extravagant. Are those gate pillars made of jade?" He couldn't help but exclaim while looking at the pillars. Leona smiled and said, "Yes, they are magic jade worth 1,000 gold per pound." "What a—" Zhang Ye was shocked. 1,000 gold per pound. Those two pillars over 100 meters high must weigh over 1,000 tons, which means that just the gate of the 10,000 Spirits Academy costs over 2 billion. No way. This is incomparable. But then again, Zhang Ye's little money was all earned from the ores in the secret realm, which belonged to the 10,000 Spirits Academy, so it was normal for the Academy to not be short of money. You must know that a slightly prosperous small secret realm is often valued in the hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions. Upon entering the Academy, Zhang Ye was immediately awed by the magnificent scenery. The plaza, the fountain, the statues, all luxurious. Just the statues were cast in real gold and silver, each standing dozens of meters tall, and the fountain even had high-level magic formations, enhancing its beauty to an unparalleled degree. The lake in the center of the plaza could probably accommodate an entire fleet of aircraft carriers. The distant teaching buildings were even several times larger than those century-old cathedrals on Earth, with towering magical spires reaching the clouds and giant trees over 100 meters tall. It was grand, beautiful, luxurious. This was Zhang Ye's most direct impression of the 10,000 Spirits Academy. For such an academy, Zhang Ye could only exclaim, "So amazing." Seeing Zhang Ye's eager expression, Leona smiled and led the three to the registration area. "Caiaphuli, please help them register," Leona said to a tutor. Upon hearing this, Caiaphuli looked up, saw that the visitor was Leona, and immediately nodded. "All right, Saint Tutor Leona." His words were filled with respect for Leona. A saint-level figure should be respected wherever she went, especially a 26-year-old 3-star saint. The three handed their badges to Caiaphuli, who took them, scanned them with a magic array, and immediately rows of information appeared on the magical display. Caiaphuli's expression towards the three changed instantly. He began to view them with appreciation. He then collected the badges and handed 3 emblems to the three. "Hold on to this and don't lose it. This is your class emblem, which records your information. With this emblem, you can accept tasks from the Academy's task office, complete tasks to earn points, and exchange points for rewards. Various functions can be accessed through the emblem, and you can check the details later. Also, your dormitories have been arranged. You can unlock your rooms using the emblem. The location of your dormitory is recorded in the emblem's Academy map, which you can check at any time. Finally, I wish you a pleasant life at the Academy." "Thank you." The three of them politely expressed their gratitude and happily walked out of the registration area with their emblems. "All right, go back to your dormitory. The uniforms and ranking rewards will be delivered to you," Leona said. "Oh, is it time to leave already? Can't you stay with me a bit longer?" Zhang Ye pouted. Leona chuckled, walked up to ruffle Zhang Ye's hair, and said, "As new students entering, we as tutors naturally have to be quite busy." Then she suddenly smiled broadly. "And I am your tutor for this year's class, so there will be plenty of time to accompany you in the future, as long as you don't cry then." Hearing this, Zhang Ye immediately patted his chest. "Cry? It's impossible for me to cry in this lifetime. I'll be too happy to do so." Leona laughed heartily. "Go on, the 10,000 Spirits Academy won't disappoint you." Zhang Ye nodded, watching Leona leave before the three began to study their emblems. There was some bad news. This emblem also counted as a treasure, so it needed a blood oath to recognize its owner. Seeing Zhang Ye grimacing as he pricked his finger to draw blood, Lena and Renomon couldn't help but laugh out loud. During battles, Zhang Ye never seemed afraid of pain, yet just a slight prick to his finger to squeeze out some blood made him appear gravely injured, which was quite amusing. After recognizing the owner injecting magic power, and with a thought, the emblem immediately projected a magical display. The display contained personal information. Student Zhang Ye. Age, 23. Attributes, dual metal and fire. Student ID 666600006. Class color class. Authority 1 star. This student ID is quite interesting. The trailing 0006 indicates that Zhang Ye was the 6th to report, and 6,666 likely means he is part of the 6,666th cohort of new students. Since enrollment happens every 2 years, this implies that the 10,000 Spirits Academy has at least 13,000 years of history. Although Leona had mentioned it before, Zhang Ye couldn't help but marvel how impressive. "Let's go check out the dormitory first," Zhang Ye said. The three of them walked towards the dormitory together. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Zhang Ye once again marveled. 10,000 Spirits Academy was extravagant. As they were color class students, their treatment was even better. Their dormitory was a villa, The villa was incredibly luxurious and had an avant-garde style even more extravagant than Zhang Ye's villa on Earth. With 2 people per villa, the 3 looked at their villa numbers and felt a bit disappointed. They were not assigned together. Zhang Ye was in Villa 233, while Lina and Renomon were in Villas 232 and 234. Although they were not in the same villa, at least they were neighbors. The 3 decided to check their villas first and regroup later. Zhang Ye eagerly walked into the villa, and as a magic array scanned him, the door opened automatically. As he entered the yard and was about to open the door, it swung open from the inside. Seeing his roommate, Zhang Ye was taken aback, then a delighted smile spread across his face. Ain't it? Seeing Zhang Ye in front of her, Nan's small face darkened instinctively. How could it be this guy? After the assessment, she had planned to keep her distance from him and then find an opportunity to cut off all ties. She believed that Zhang Ye would affect her speed in drawing her sword. Little did she know they ended up being assigned to the same dormitory. You're in this dormitory too? Zhang Ye chuckled and then asked, where did you run off to after the assessment? I was planning to invite you for a barbecue. Then glanced at him and then walked past him towards the exit. Zhang Ye hurriedly grabbed her. Let go, she frowned and said. Zhang Ye released her and said, don't be so cold. After all, we have the bond of having robbed together. Not wanting to entertain this topic, Nan immediately placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, causing Zhang Ye to quickly step back 2 paces. Others might not dare to say it, but Nan truly had the guts to chop him. Zhang Ye chuckled and asked, did you also get assigned to the color class? Nan took a deep breath and nodded. Why does this guy keep pestering her? What does he want? That's great. We'll be classmates from now on. Zhang Ye exclaimed excitedly, leaning closer. Can I discuss something with you? Nan took a step back, distancing herself from him, and after a moment of silence said, speak. If she didn't let Zhang Ye talk, he would definitely keep bothering her. It's just, Zhang Ye scratched his head and said, there's a combat test at the end of each month. If you face Lina, could you go easy on her? Nan frowned slightly and replied, I never hold back. Zhang Ye said, I know, just. Don't be too harsh. Nan fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded and turned to walk outside. Zhang Ye looked at her back and sighed inwardly, truly a cold boy. He eagerly dashed into the villa, and as soon as he entered, his eyes lit up. Wow, this toilet is magically powered, and it even has a heating function. Ella flew out and couldn't help but say, why is your focus so different from others? The first thing you look at when entering a villa is the toilet. Zhang Ye smiled awkwardly and then began to wander around the villa with Gujio. The villa was quite large, with 2 floors totaling about 400 square meters, featuring a minimalist style that was very comfortable, complete with front and backyards. Even better, both rooms in the villa were equipped with magic gathering arrays. It was truly luxurious. One of the room doors was tightly closed and couldn't be opened. It should belong to Nan. So Zhang Ye chose the other room. He flopped down on the large bed, feeling quite comfortable as he turned over, while Gujio bounced joyfully on the elastic bed. Gujio. It was clear that Gujio also loved this place. How do you activate this magic gathering array? Zhang Ye began to study it, and then he noticed a small booklet on the nightstand that contained dormitory guidelines and instructions for using the facilities, including how to operate the magic gathering array. Upon glancing at it, Zhang Ye realized that the magic gathering array required points to activate. 10 points for 1 day. So he checked his points through his school badge and found that the points had been distributed. He ranked 4th in the new student assessment, receiving 1,000 points. He then looked at the points of others in different ranks. While the first place had 5,000 points, the second place had 3,000, the third 2,000, while the 4th to 10th places all had 1,000 points. Those ranked 11th to 500 all had 500 points, and those outside the 500 uniformly had only 300 points. 1 rank difference meant a 1,000 points gap. Zhang Ye felt a slight regret, but didn't mind much as he headed outside to meet Lina and Reynold. However, when he got outside, he found 2 more people. One was someone he recognized, Samantha, and the other was a stranger named Kibik. The name reminded Zhang Ye of a certain brand of chips from Earth. Why are you here? Zhang Ye smiled and asked Samantha. After the events in the secret realm, Samantha's attitude towards Zhang Ye softened significantly, and she smiled, saying, Lina and I are roommates. Zhang Ye nodded. No wonder Lina was smiling with excitement. Having a beautiful girl as a roommate must have thrilled her. Kibik, on the other hand, was Reynolds' roommate. He was somewhat handsome, with curly chestnut hair, bright chestnut eyes, and some freckles on his face, giving him a sunny boy vibe. Hi, I'm Kibik. Upon seeing Zhang Ye, Kibik immediately greeted him with a smile. Hi, I'm Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye replied, returning the smile. Where are we going now? The cafeteria, the battle arena, the library. I'll follow your lead. Seeing Zhang Ye's friendly demeanor, Kibik loosened up a bit. Zhang Ye chuckled. It seemed this guy was also quite the chatterbox. However, he quite liked him and said, let's check out the cafeteria first. Food is essential for everyone. Let's go. I can't wait any longer. You guys are all top 5 experts. I'll follow you from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Ye laughed. No problem. The 5 of them followed the map towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving, they discovered that the cafeteria had 7 levels, with each level offering progressively better and more expensive food. But the high prices were justified. On the 2nd floor, there were treasure meals. These meals were gourmet dishes made from ingredients rich in magical energy and nutrients, and in terms of nutritional value, treasure meals